My name is Su Bai. That day, I attended my ex-girlfriend's wedding banquet. Looking at her smiling face, I could only hold the wine glass, feeling full of regret for my own failure. I drank one glass of wine after another until I was drunk and unconscious. When they woke up, the world had changed. Everyone had traveled to a frozen era. The temperature dropped rapidly, and the icy wind was biting. The only way for people to survive is to desperately collect resources, continuously upgrade shelters, and withstand the endless cold. I had no choice but to join this life and death struggle. But in this world of ice and snow, I found myself different. I could see the hints. Treasure chest. There is water and food in the treasure chest. The treasure chest is highly dangerous. These prompts seemed to be my guides in this cold world. When everyone was wrapped in worn cotton coats and looking for resources in the biting cold wind, I was fully armed and felt at home on the icy night. While they were still carefully calculating fuel and rations, my shelter was already stocked with extra food, enough to allow me to boldly explore and search for more treasures. At this time, welcome to the global frozen survival Shura field, guys. That's right, now this world and the warm nest you are familiar with have completely said goodbye. The mechanical voice replayed in my mind relentlessly, as if deliberately keeping me on edge. Remember the following survival rules, or prepare to be frozen into an ice sculpture. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. After all, I was an old bookworm who had read tons of online novels and would not be scared by a few words. But having said that, the coldness in my body was so real that it made me question my life. Rule 1: the heater is your life. Upgrade it, maintain it, and keep it safe, or you'll be frozen into a statue. That's pretty straightforward, and it's clear that he's betting my life on it. Rule 2: the defensive facilities around you are your only barrier against who knows what from the outside world, but they can't withstand the wind, frost, and snow. You have to repair them from time to time, otherwise you can turn into weathered stone at any time. Rule 3: surprise treasure chests will be refreshed around the house from time to time. They may contain scarce life-saving supplies, or they may give you a wave of shocks when you open them. Want to open a chest? Give yourself a boost first. My mind was in a mess as I silently digested these survival secrets. Obviously, none of them were easy to deal with. When I opened my eyes, I realized that I was lying in a shabby wooden house with drafts on all sides. The only thing that could be considered an electrical appliance was the rusty stove in the corner, which was about the same age as the iron pan I was going to use to fry eggs. Looking out through the hole, it was so desolate that it made me wish it had its own background music. Survival game? You must be joking. I rubbed my numb hands and slowly stood up. The cold wind blew in my face and slapped me in the face. Walking to the door of the cabin, I took a deep breath and said, "This temperature, I'm afraid it's already several degrees below zero." The mechanical voice in my head kept reminding me, "It's relatively safe during the day, but don't relax too much. Time won't wait for you. Hurry up and save some resources to survive." I spread my hands. "Don't they say that if you travel through time, you have to be hit by a car? Can I be teleported to this hell after getting drunk?" "The newbie gift pack is ready." The mechanical voice continued to sneer. "Okay, open it and take a look." Before I finished speaking, a rusty axe suddenly appeared under my feet. "That's it. The newbie gift pack didn't completely rip me off." I complained, but I also knew that no matter how much I complained, I had to find a way to do something practical first. I casually clicked on the virtual panel that appeared in front of me, and it was comparable to the personal information window of an online game. Heater, level 1, terrible. Fortifications, durability 100 out of 100. Backpack, the novice gift package is limited to a broken axe. Trading? Communication? What the hell? I saw the chat function at a glance. So I clicked on the regional chat, and sure enough, it was filled with people, and everyone's complaints were as loud as the Spring Festival Gala barrage. "Where is this? Antarctic amusement park? Dude, I'm still wearing shorts, tell me how to use the cheat. Can anyone explain what the heater does?" I was just about to shut down this group of people's chatter when someone suddenly posted an interesting message. "I found a treasure chest outside." Huh? Treasure chest? Even with a novice guide, do I still need a treasure chest to start the game? More people began to show off their lucky boxes, and the group was filled with laughter for a while. But as a veteran of the game, I know that the so-called treasure chest is probably not just luck. Sure enough, after a few messages, the screen suddenly popped up. Player Qing Xiao is eliminated. Eliminated? This game directly determines life and death? I frowned, decisively grabbed the axe at hand, and decided to check the situation around my house first. Even if this game is unreliable, I have to pick up a treasure chest first to comfort myself. Walking out of the cabin, I found the terrain interesting, as if I was in a narrow valley. As I was hesitating, a golden arrow suddenly appeared in front of me, pointing straight ahead. It also has built-in navigation. It seems that the system really takes care of me. I scratched my head and walked slowly following the arrow. A dozen meters away, I found a treasure chest amongst some short trees, pure white, with a faint glow. It was obviously telling me, "Come on, come and open me!" I swallowed silently, picked up the axe and chopped down a few trees. In just a few strokes, I chopped down the trees. Looking at the newly added 5 pieces of wood in the backpack, I nodded secretly in my heart. At least the wood problem has been solved temporarily. Throwing away the axe, I stood in front of the treasure chest, took a deep breath, and reached out and gently pressed on the box. Just as I was about to open it, a line of golden words appeared again. Food and water. Is this a hint? I was really confused this time. Forget about the previous treasure chest guide. How can I also see the reward hint inside the treasure chest? You know, the most exciting and dangerous part of survival games is usually opening treasure chests, especially those that have caused people to die. After thinking for a while, I suppressed my excitement and opened the regional chat channel. I needed to confirm whether this prompt was only visible to me. After scanning around, I found that no one mentioned this matter. It seems that only I can see it. I was delighted and decided to give it a try. As long as I opened the treasure chest, I could confirm whether the hint I got was correct. I reached out and grasped the top edge of the treasure chest, opening it easily. The system prompt sounded, "You opened the treasure chest and received 400 g wheat bread x1 and 400 milliliters mineral water x1. These 2 rewards were automatically put into my backpack. If I put the things in my backpack, I should be able to take them out at any time, right?" I tried to change my mind and said, "Take a bottle of mineral water." My hand sank, and a bottle of mineral water without any packaging fell into my hand, like a space ring. Although this surprised me, now is not the time to sigh. With bread and water, I don't have to worry about food for the time being. I thought with relief, opened the bottle of mineral water, drank half of it, and then threw it back into my backpack. After all, drinking cold water at this temperature still hurts my throat, and I thought to myself, it would be great if I could heat the mineral water to hot water. I'm not hungry for the time being, so I can keep the wheat bread. Now that I can see the treasure chest prompt in advance, the danger of opening the treasure chest can be completely ignored by me. In this case, it would be a waste of time to use the iron axe to collect wood. I have to search for treasure chests as much as possible before the sun sets and the temperature drops, so as to get more rewards. With this thought in mind, I immediately took action and began to expand the search area around the wooden house. After all, the system has clearly reminded me that the treasure chests will be refreshed on the first day. Although most of them are low-level supplies, they are definitely a timely help for a poor survivor like me. Sure enough, after 10 minutes of searching, the golden arrow appeared again. Following the arrow, I found 2 white treasure chests. This time, I set my eyes on the treasure chest, and the golden prompt appeared again, common danger, water. I thought for a moment, and decided to take the water source instead of opening the dangerous treasure chest. Although the warning said it was a normal danger, I really had no other equipment to protect myself except the iron axe in my hand. I didn't want to gamble with my life. Then what should I do with this treasure chest? I can't just leave it here, right? I pondered, and suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. This treasure chest should also be an item, right? Then I waved my hand and silently put the treasure chest into my backpack. Sure enough, the treasure chest disappeared from the spot and appeared in my backpack. Since it can be put into the backpack, it is reasonable to trade it, right? I chuckled and whispered, "Open the exchange." Exchange here, any item can be traded. Just enter the item you want to sell and the item you need, and you can trade freely without any handling fee. The simple description comes into view, especially the no handling fee point, which is really conscientious. What caught my attention was the phrase, anything can be traded. I glanced at the item list and found all kinds of strange things listed on the exchange. Obviously, the most scarce thing at the moment is water. Soap X1 price, 400 milliliters mineral water X1? I couldn't help but shake my head and laugh. Who would exchange life-saving water for a bar of soap? Wood X10, selling price, 400 milliliters mineral water X1. This is reasonable. I smacked my lips and decided to hang my treasure chest first. Items on the shelf, please select items to put on the shelf. With a thought, my treasure chest appeared among the items on the shelf, and the transaction was indeed feasible. Items on the shelves, unopened treasure chest X1, selling price, modeled iron block X20, charcoal X30, gold ore X20. I nodded with satisfaction as I watched the treasure chest being successfully put on the shelves. I didn't actually plan to sell this treasure chest, I just wanted to attract some attention. Suddenly, I realized that most trading rules require specific item types. If I don't have the item someone needs, such restrictions will obviously make trading inconvenient. It seems that in order to successfully exchange what you want, it is more effective to find a suitable trader directly in the chat interface. I opened the chat interface and found that everyone was discussing the situation of the exchange. My goodness, almost all the items in the exchange require mineral water. Did you discuss this? Fuck! Someone put the treasure chest on the exchange. Holy crap! Treasure chests can be traded? Fuck! Is this the boss? We are running around, but others have already started selling treasure chests. I couldn't help but chuckle, my goal was achieved. The news spread quickly, and many people followed suit and put treasure chests on the shelves. Opening the exchange again, I stared at the treasure chests, feeling secretly proud. Every time my eyes swept over a treasure chest, the corresponding prompt would light up. Blueprints! Golden words suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, which made me stunned for a moment. Someone actually posted a blueprint treasure chest. In the game, usually only blueprints can produce good things. Without hesitation, I quickly bought it with the only supplies I had. The system prompts, transaction successful, delivery of 400 milliliters mineral water X2, obtained unopened treasure chest X1. The moment the transaction was successful, I hurriedly took out the treasure chest from my backpack and lifted it up excitedly with a little effort. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a water heater, one-time blueprint X1. Water heater? I couldn't wait to open my backpack and check the blueprint. Water heater can produce hot water at any temperature. Water output 10 ml/1 minute, no production consumption. A water heater with no consumption is simply the treasure I have always dreamed of. In the early days when resources were extremely scarce, having a machine that could make hot water was invaluable, and its significance was self-evident. Although the water production speed is not fast, it takes 40 minutes to produce 400 milliliters. But because there is no need to consume resources, I have mastered the most important survival resources and firmly occupied the top of the food chain of the exchange. I'm rich! I was so excited that I started thinking about how to exchange hot water for more treasure chests. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the water heater manufacturing skills. Without hesitation, I immediately chose to enter manufacturing mode. A wide variety of recipes pop up on the interface: wooden bottle, wood 4 to 3, stone spear, wood 4 to 3, stone 0 to 1, worn metal pickaxe, wood 4 halves, modeled iron block 0 to 1, light wooden armor, wood 410, modeled iron block 0/3. These items look extremely cool, like a complete doomsday equipment collection. Flipping back, I can even see the recipes for luxurious furniture, waiting for me to consider it when I become rich one day. Water heater, wood 4/10, modeled iron 0/5, glue 0/5, electronic components 0/1. My eyes narrowed. Wood is not a problem, you can just chop down a few trees, but modeled iron blocks and glue are hard to find. However, as a deep game enthusiast, I know that these strange materials can usually be found. While it was still light, I decided not to waste time and started exploring. The air was freezing cold, but it was still within my tolerance. Life was at stake, so let's go! Not long after walking, a treasure chest came into view. You opened the treasure chest and received a military coat X1. Seeing the thick military coat wrapped around me, I felt much better instantly. Without the guidance of this system, finding these supplies would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yes, this trip is worth it. With the cold-proof equipment, I continued to explore deeper. You opened the treasure chest and got coal X10. You opened the treasure chest and received 300g compressed biscuits X3. You opened the treasure chest and received 400 milliliters mineral water X1. You opened the treasure chest and got colloid X3. The backpack gradually filled up, and I felt that the harvest was enough, so I exhaled a breath of hot air and turned back. Although he was wearing a military coat, his hands and feet were still frozen stiff, and his eyebrows and hair were covered with frost. With a creak, I pushed open the door of the wooden house. It was as cold as an ice cellar. The flame of the heater was almost extinguished. It seemed that I needed to add fuel in time. Fortunately, I had just obtained some coal, which was enough to support for a few hours. The fire was rekindled, and the warmth gradually returned. I took off my military coat, took a breath, and began to count today's gains. I was still a few items short of the materials for the water heater, so it looked like I had to do a round of trading. When I opened the chat interface, the screen was full of complaints. This horrible weather, going out is like falling into an ice cave. I was frozen for 2 hours, found 2 small pieces of bread, and didn't see even a drop of water. I couldn't help laughing at the complaints of these comrades in distress. I then opened the exchange and put some food on the market, for sale. 400g wheat bread X1, 300g compressed biscuits X1, 400 milliliters mineral water X2, price, modeled iron block X7, gelatin X5, electronic components X2. Soon, the chat interface became lively. Who is this? How come he has collected so many supplies so quickly? I braved the cold wind for a long time to find some small pieces, and this person started selling them right away. Oh, what a joke! They laugh at me for being crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through. Supplies are the hard truth of survival. I don't care about these people's jealousy. At this time, a private message popped up. Brother, I have the materials you want, but I'm 2 pieces short of glue and 1 electronic component. Can you make it cheaper? I raised the corner of my mouth. The fish was really about to take the bait. Okay, it's almost fine, I agreed readily. After all, the materials are basically complete. The transaction completion prompt sounded immediately. Transaction successful. Delivered modeled iron blocks X7, gelatin X3, electronic components X1. Received 400g wheat bread X1, 300g compressed biscuits X1, 400 milliliters mineral water X2. On the other side, Yang Chuan looked at the food obtained from the exchange with pride, sneering in his heart. How stupid to exchange scarce food for these materials! Fuck, it's only been 2 minutes and all the items were sold out. We agreed to wait for the price to drop, but it sold out in the blink of an eye. I glanced at the chat interface, too lazy to pay attention to the complaints. After the transaction was completed, I immediately opened the manufacturing interface and selected the water heater. Start manufacturing, consumable materials, wood X10, modeled iron block X5, glue X5, electronic component X1, manufacturing successful, get primary water heater X1. A blue light flashed, and a device appeared in front of me. Well, it looked like a water dispenser. I smiled helplessly, thinking, isn't this just a water dispenser? But the most important thing right now is to be able to make hot water, so I can't be too picky. So I entered the manufacturing interface again. Start manufacturing, consumable materials, wood X3, manufacturing successful, get wooden bottle X1. 5 minutes later, I put the bottle at the outlet of the water heater, watched the warm water slowly flow out, and couldn't wait to take a sip. The warmth slid down my throat into my stomach, and the chill I felt when I went out dissipated instantly. After drinking the water, I sighed, it feels so damn good. After drinking 50 milliliters of hot water, I put the bottle down, and an idea suddenly popped up in my mind. This hot water is a life-saving treasure. I decisively used the remaining wood to continue making bottles. At present, this water heater can produce 10 milliliters of water per minute. It takes only 40 minutes to fill a bottle. The bottle costs only 3 pieces of wood. I guess that small profits and quick turnover are the way to make money. As long as there is a stable supply of hot water, it is not a problem to change more resources. Soon I had filled all the bottles with hot water. Open the exchange, listed items, 400 milliliters hot water x1, item price, bread x5, wood x20, modeled iron block x5, any one of them. Note, if you have other materials, please PM. A few seconds later, a system prompt appeared in my mind. Transaction completed, modeled iron block x5. Huh! It's sold out already? I haven't realized yet that the hot water is selling faster than the salt. I couldn't help but smile. As expected, hot water is the hard currency in this cold end times. When I opened the chat interface, as expected, the discussion was already boiling. Fuck! Someone is selling hot water! What? Hot water? Where does it come from? It must be an iron pot that a master got from a treasure chest. You said he was stupid, now look who is the clown. He easily earned back what he exchanged. I exited the chat interface and opened the private message. There were 99 plus unread messages. Brother, can you give me some hot water? The price is negotiable. Brother, give me a bottle of hot water. I'll exchange it for photos. I casually flipped through the private messages, and most of them urged me to continue putting hot water on the shelves, and some even wanted to use emotional blackmail. However, there were also a few messages that offered rare materials in exchange. Brother, I'll exchange my treasure chest for 4 bottles of hot water from you. When I saw this message, my heart moved. Before I could reply, another new message popped up. I've been busy outside all day. I need to refill the furnace. Please sell me some hot water. I'm freezing to death. Good man, he's exposing his weakness to me? To which I responded, 4 bottles is too many. The man seemed unwilling to give up, and quickly replied with a message. 3 bottles? I calmly replied. No, I can only give you 2 bottles. The man thought for a moment and finally replied. Deal! After a while, another treasure chest was put on the exchange. I quickly checked weapons. When I saw this prompt, my eyelids jumped and I immediately placed an order. This is exactly what I urgently need. Transaction successful. Received unopened treasure chest X1. I opened the treasure chest and a golden light flashed. Shuga crossbow X1. I am very familiar with this thing. It can fire 10 arrows at a time, and the firepower is strong enough. And it is not difficult to make arrows with wood. 1 piece of wood can make 20 arrows. This is simply tailor-made for me. Now that I have this repeating crossbow, even if I encounter danger in the early stages, I can deal with it calmly. But weapons alone are not enough. I quickly made 20 arrows as backup, and when the water heater produced another portion of hot water, I put them on the shelf again. For sale, 400 milliliters of hot water X1, price, modeled iron block X5. Note, if there are rare items, you can change the price in a private chat. After a while, the chat interface exploded again. Fuck! The boss has put hot water on the shelves again. There are so many iron blocks. Who wants to exchange with me? I only need 1 piece to exchange. It seems like a loss to exchange this iron block for water, but water and food are really scarce. Ding! 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 Private chat messages bombarded again. Brother, I just need 1 piece of iron. Give me a bottle of water. Add 5 pieces of wood. Deal! The other party was very straightforward, and I was also very straightforward. With this hot water, I don't have to worry about materials at all. I plan to stock up some more wood and continue to sell water. Transaction successful, delivered 400 milliliters of hot water X1, received modeled iron blocks X4, wood X5. Looking at the materials piled up in my hands, I suddenly felt that I had the potential to be a profiteer. But I quickly rejected this idea. I was selling life-saving water, so it wouldn't be too much to ask for more materials, right? After a while, I successfully exchanged enough materials to make a piece of armor. Start manufacturing. Consumable materials, modeled iron block X10, glue X2, wood X2, get worn chain mail X1. Although this chain mail is rusty, its defense is far superior to wooden armor, and it does not affect speed. It is also the best armor that can be made at present. Just as I was about to continue exchanging treasure chests, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Please note that night is coming. There will be more supplies and treasure chests at night, but there will also be more dangers. Please go out as appropriate. As the system prompted, the sun gradually set, the night quickly engulfed the earth, and the biting cold followed. I put on the chain mail, looked at the temptation in the dark night, and couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth. I opened the chat interface, and the reactions of others were exactly what I expected. Everyone has seen the system prompt. I almost froze into an ice sculpture when I came back, so forget it. Some people die for money and birds die for food. I don't believe I can die outside, go. I smiled. This system prompt is indeed shared by everyone. After drinking the 50 milliliters of hot water, an idea suddenly occurred to me. Hot water is a scarce resource in this doomsday environment. Without hesitation, I continued to make bottles with the remaining wood, intending to mass-produce hot water. Now this water heater can produce 10 milliliters of water per minute, and it takes 40 minutes to fill a bottle, and the cost of making a bottle is only 3 pieces of wood. Small profits, but quick turnover is the kingly way. With a stable supply of hot water, you can get a steady supply of resources. Soon, I had filled all the bottles. Open the exchange, listed items, 400 milliliters hot water x1, price, bread x5, wood x20, modeled iron block x5, any one of them. Note, if you have other materials, please PM. A few seconds later, the system prompt sounded, transaction completed, modeled iron block x5. Sold it right away? I was stunned for a moment, then I couldn't help laughing out loud. Hot water is indeed the hard currency, in the end times. I opened the chat interface and it was really boiling. Someone is selling hot water. What? Hot water? Where did it come from? It must be a magical tool that some great god opened from a treasure chest. Look who's the clown. He easily earned back all the materials he used. Exit the chat interface, open the private message. The unread message prompt has 99 plus. Brother, sell me some hot water, the price is negotiable. Brother, I'm really freezing to death, help me. I looked through a few private messages, most of which urged me to continue putting hot water on the shelves. Some even used emotional kidnapping, and some even offered rare materials in exchange. Brother, I'll exchange my treasure chest for 4 bottles of hot water. When I saw this private message, my heart was moved. Before I could reply, another new message popped up. I've been out in the cold all day today, and the stove needs to be heated up. Can you sell me some hot water? He actually exposed his weakness directly to ask for water. I calmly responded. 4 bottles are too many. The other party immediately replied. What about the 3 bottles? I insisted. 2 bottles at most. He was silent for a while, and finally compromised. Deal! After a while, another treasure chest was put on the exchange. I quickly checked and the word, weapons, jumped into my eyes. My heart was shocked, and I quickly placed an order. It was exactly the supplies I urgently needed. Transaction successful, received unopened treasure chest X1. Open the treasure chest, golden light flashes, and you get Shuga crossbow X1. I am very familiar with this weapon. It can fire 10 arrows at a time, with fierce firepower. And the arrows can be made of wood. Only 1 piece of wood is needed for 20 arrows. It is tailor-made for me. With the crossbow, I can calmly deal with danger. I immediately made 20 arrows for backup, and when the water heater produces another bottle of water, I put it on the shelf again. For sale, 400 milliliters hot water X1, price, modeled iron block X5. Note, if you have rare items, please chat privately. Not long after, the chat interface exploded again. The boss has put hot water on the shelves again. Who has an iron block? Hurry up and exchange it with me. I only need 1 more iron block to exchange for hot water. Ding! 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 Private messages poured in like an explosion. Brother, I'm short of 1 piece of iron, sell me 1 bottle. Can you have 5 pieces of wood? Deal! The other party was very straightforward, and I was also very straightforward. With hot water, I almost never lack any materials. I plan to stock up on some more wood and continue to sell water. Transaction successful, delivered 400 milliliters of hot water X1, received modeled iron blocks X4, wood X5. Looking at the gradually increasing pile of materials, I suddenly felt that I had some potential to be a profiteer. But after thinking about it, it was not the case after all. I was selling life-saving water, so charging more materials was not too much, right? Soon, I had gathered enough materials to create a piece of armor. Start manufacturing. Consumable materials: modeled iron block X10, glue X2, wood X2, get worn chain mail X1. Although this chain mail is a bit rusty, its defense is far better than wooden armor, and it does not affect movement. It is the best armor I can make at the moment. Just as I was about to exchange for more treasure chests, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Please note that night is coming. Resources and treasure chests are more abundant at night, but there is a higher risk. Please go out as appropriate. As the system prompted, the sun slowly sank into the horizon, the night enveloped like a curtain, and the cold quickly spread. I put on the chain mail and looked at the temptation in the dark night, and couldn't help but curl my lips. When the chat interface was opened, everyone was really excited. Everyone has received the system prompt, right? I almost froze into an ice sculpture. I dare not go out at night. I don't believe it, I'm going to rush in. I smiled. Indeed, the system's prompts had ignited the greed in everyone's hearts. Squeak! I pushed open the door of the wooden house, and the biting cold wind blew towards me, making me shiver. Although the wealth in the dark night was tempting, the sub-zero temperature undoubtedly made going out an extreme challenge. But for me, this little bit of cold is bearable. Put on a military coat, fill up with hot water. Tonight is a good time for me to make a fortune. After all, system prompts can help avoid danger, just like facing a treasure trove with an open door. I hope the treasure chest tonight can give me more surprises. I muttered, wrapped my clothes tightly, and walked out the door against the cold wind. As the system said, the treasure chests at night are richer. I had only taken a few steps when the golden arrow appeared. I followed the arrows and unexpectedly found 3 treasure chests. I swallowed, feeling secretly happy, and quickly checked the prompts: treasure chest, common danger, item, fire, item, blueprint. It's okay. After wasting one ordinary one, the remaining 2 are finally reliable. I stared at the last 2 treasure chests, and my heart was itching. What on earth is this fire? To be on the safe side, I decided to open the last treasure chest first to see if there would be any unexpected surprises. You opened the treasure chest and obtained good grade dagger X2, good grade dagger, a sharp weapon that can deal with general dangers. Daggers! 2 of them! My eyes lit up. Although I already had the Juga crossbow, more weapons are better than less at this time. 2 daggers, one for myself and the other can be put in the exchange to exchange for some resources. So I opened the exchange, hesitated for a moment, and decided to put it up for auction. Auction, good grade dagger X1, note, either the blueprint or the treasure chest is acceptable, the highest bidder wins. As soon as the dagger was put on the shelf, the chat channel was instantly boiling. Someone is actually selling weapons? This is too timely. No way? Why is it this guy again? Is he cheating? One after another people said, I won't buy. In the channel, and the next second they quietly send me a private message. Brother, I have the blueprint, give me a dagger. I was too lazy to reply to the message, and my attention was focused on the treasure chest in the middle. My heart was throbbing, and my hand was tightly holding the good grade dagger I just got. I took a gamble and it opened. You opened the treasure chest and received Torch X5 one time, lasts for 10 minutes. Torch! My eyes lit up. This was exactly what I needed. It seemed like my luck had finally come. The sky is getting darker and darker. With the torch, the field of vision is greatly improved, and it can also bring warmth, and the safety factor is rising rapidly. I lit a torch, and the surroundings instantly became brighter, with clear visibility within a 3-meter radius. Feeling the warmth brought by the fire, I was immediately refreshed. With the torch, it is now easier to find treasure chests, and I no longer have to worry about the dangers and coldness lurking in the dark. I put the treasure chest marked Danger into my backpack and continued looking for other treasure chests. Soon, the golden arrow lit up again. When I looked over, I found a bunch of treasure chests again, 5 in total this time. These treasure chests are different from the white treasure chests seen during the day. They are all black and exude a strange aura. Especially the treasure chest in the middle, which is black with red, is particularly eye-catching. I looked closely and the treasure chest information appeared: item, treatment. My heart moved, and I couldn't wait to open it. A red light flashed, and the system prompt appeared. You opened the treasure chest and obtained typhoid treatment potion, recipe, X1. Typhoid fever treatment potion. I could hardly contain my ecstasy. This was simply the luck of luck. On a cold night, typhoid medicine can definitely save lives, and it is definitely a hot commodity. I immediately used the formula and checked the required materials. Typhoid fever treatment medicine, herbs X2, 100 milliliters pure water, blood guide X1. There are no herbs or blood. I felt a little regretful, but it did not affect my excitement. I waved my hand and opened all the remaining treasure chests at once. You opened the treasure chest and received a goose down blanket X1. You opened the treasure chest and received 1 pair of warm socks. You opened the treasure chest and got colloid X2. You opened the treasure chest and received chocolate cake X1. These things are essential for surviving this cold winter. I put on the thermal socks, and my frozen toes immediately warmed up, and I had more energy to walk. I continued searching for nearby treasure chests. My system backpack was filled with miscellaneous items, and I didn't have time to look through them. The sky was getting darker and the temperature was dropping. Even though I was wrapped in a military coat and wearing warm socks, I gradually felt that I could not bear it any longer. It was obviously not a good idea to stay in this temperature for a long time, so it was time to go back. I looked up and was stunned. It was dark and unfamiliar. Creaky. The door of the wooden house made a slight sound in the wind. The cold wind instantly blew in my face, making me shiver violently. As night fell, the air became even colder. However, I didn't intend to back down at this moment. The system's prompt just now was like opening the door to thieves, and tonight was a good opportunity to make a fortune. Putting on my military coat and carrying a full thermos, I set out for the treasure chest in the dark. I hope there will be more good stuff tonight. Wrapping my clothes tightly, I stepped out of the door firmly in the cold wind. The treasure chests at night were indeed richer, as the system said. I had only taken a few steps when I saw the system's golden arrow flashing in front of me. I groped over with excitement and found 3 treasure chests. The prompts, treasure chest, common hazard item, fire, item, blueprint, came into view. I felt a surge of joy in my heart, and my fingers started to itch. The last treasure chest was marked with fire, which aroused my curiosity. After thinking for a moment, I decided to open another one first to see if there would be a bigger surprise. You opened the treasure chest and obtained good grade dagger X2, good grade dagger, a sharp weapon that can deal with general dangers. Daggers! 2 of them! My eyes lit up. Although I already had the Juga crossbow, in the end times, more weapons are always better. If I'd put one of them up in the exchange, maybe I could get more supplies. So, I opened the exchange, and after a little consideration, I chose the auction mode. Auction, good grade dagger X1, note, those with blueprints or treasure chests will be given priority, and the highest bidder wins. As soon as the news was released, the chat channel exploded. Oh my god! Someone is selling weapons, isn't this too perfect? No way! Who is this person? How did he do it? The messages were full of disbelief and hidden jealousy. I smiled slightly, ignored the messages for the time being, and opened the treasure chest marked fire. You opened the treasure chest and received torch X5 one time, lasts for 10 minutes. Torch! The low temperature and darkness of the night made me cautious, but the warmth and light brought by the torch allowed me to move forward with more confidence. I quickly lit a torch, and the surroundings immediately became much brighter, with clear visibility within 3 meters, and the chill in my heart was swept away. With the torch, it is easier to find treasure chests. I put the treasure chest marked dangerous into my backpack and continued to look for treasure. After a while, the golden arrow appeared again. I walked closer and saw that there were 5 treasure chests this time. These treasure chests were different from the ones I saw during the day. They were all black and exuded a strange aura. I stared at the red treasure chest in the middle, and had a vague feeling of its importance. A message popped up: item, healing. I was so excited that I immediately opened the treasure chest. A red light flashed and a system prompt appeared. You opened the treasure chest and obtained Typhoid Treatment Potion, Recipe, X1. Typhoid Potion. On this cold night, this potion is undoubtedly a lifesaver. In the current environment, whoever has the potion holds the lifeline of survival. I can't wait to open the recipe to see the required ingredients. Typhoid Fever Treatment Medicine, Herbs X2, 100 ml pure water, Blood Guide X1. When I saw the herbs and blood, my heart sank. I didn't have these ingredients at the moment, but that didn't stop me from being happy about this recipe. The rarity of this potion meant that it would be a hot commodity in the exchange. I waved my hand and opened all the remaining treasure chests. You opened the treasure chest and received a goose down blanket X1. You opened the treasure chest and received 1 pair of warm socks. You opened the treasure chest and got colloid X2. You opened the treasure chest and received chocolate cake X1. These items were exactly what I needed on a cold winter night. I quickly put on my warm socks, which immediately warmed my frozen toes and made walking easier. With these new gains in my arms, I continued to search for treasure chests nearby. My backpack was filled with various supplies. As the sky darkened and the temperature continued to drop, even though I was wrapped in a military coat and wearing warm socks, I still felt the chill and gradually couldn't stand it anymore. We have to go back. I looked up and around, only to find myself in an unfamiliar darkness. The darkness all around me was overwhelming, and the unfamiliar scene made my heart tighten suddenly. It seems we didn't walk so far during the day. I clenched the Juga crossbow in my hand, feeling slightly alert. The weather was terribly cold, and if I got lost, I would not survive for more than a few hours in this icy and snowy place. However, just when I was at a loss, the system projected a white cursor in time to guide me home. The house route prompt appeared, and my heart finally settled down a little. I quickly followed the cursor to rush home. Oh, whoa! A low wolf howl came from behind, and an ominous breath was mixed in the biting cold wind. No way, have we really run into a pack of wolves? I turned my head sharply and saw several pairs of green eyes flashing in the darkness, staring at me. Hint: general danger, wandering wild wolf pack. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and cold sweat broke out on my palms. This time it was a pack of wolves. I couldn't help but tighten my grip on the Juga crossbow, and my mind was racing. With the wolves blocking the way ahead, it would not only be more dangerous to take a detour home, but it would also take more time. The temperature was getting lower and lower, and sooner or later I would be frozen stiff and wouldn't be able to wait until dawn. The light from the torches seemed to make the wolves a little cautious. They did not pounce immediately, but only wandered around the periphery, making threatening growls. Oh! The wolf leader howled in a deep and long voice, with a cold and murderous intent. I knew that the only choice was to fight hard. Lock on the wolf leader, and a red arrow will appear, marking its weak point. Holding the crossbow tightly, I pulled the trigger decisively. The arrow shot out through the night sky and hit the wolf leader accurately. With a shrill howl, the wolf leader fell to the ground with a bang, and after struggling for a few times, he became motionless. The wolves suddenly roared angrily and tried to rush up and bite me. But the torch's blazing flames drove back several approaching wolves. Then I quickly swung the dagger in my hand while keeping alert, and scratched a wild wolf that was approaching. The warm blood splashed on my face, instantly restoring some temperature to my stiff fingers, making them more flexible. This desperate fight consumed a large number of my arrows. Seeing that the Juga crossbow was about to run out of arrows, I immediately spent wood and iron to make new arrows. Manufacturing successfully. Consumption: wood X2, modeled iron block X2, gain, arrows X40. Juga crossbow's 10 consecutive arrows caused the wolf pack to suffer frequent injuries. Although the cost was high, each arrow accurately hit the weak point displayed by the system. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, only wolf corpses were left on the ground. I was panting, feeling a little relieved that I had escaped death. The system then popped up a loot prompt: kill the wild wolf, get 500 G wolf meat X38, blood guide X5. Kill the wild wolf and get animal skin X9. At this moment, the arrows were almost used up, the durability of the chain mail was reduced to 70%, and the torches were completely extinguished. I didn't stay any longer and quickly followed the cursor instructions back to the shelter. Back in the cabin, I immediately added some charcoal to the stove and poured myself a cup of hot water. The boiling water slid into my stomach, and the coldness in my body gradually dissipated. I finally felt like I had come back alive from the cold and lonely night. He rummaged through his backpack and took out the thermal underwear he had accidentally obtained. He simply wiped the blood off his face and body with hot water, changed into new clothes, and leaned against the fire to catch his breath. At this time, the system message sounded. I patted my head and remembered that the auction of the dagger I had put up for sale earlier had just ended. I clicked on it and saw that there were indeed quite a few bidders. Bid wood X5, bid 400 milliliters pure water X2, bid lace briefs X1. I twitched a little when I saw the last one, lace briefs, and wondered what kind of confusing merchandise was this. Who on earth would carry this? In desperation, I screened through them one by one and finally found a valuable offer, special blueprint X1. The other party immediately sent a message. Hello, I have a special blueprint, can I exchange it for a dagger? When I heard the word drawings, I immediately became interested and replied. Okay, let me take a look at the drawing first. The other party quickly sent me the drawing information. Lighting, one-time drawing brightness can cover a range of 10 meters. This is a rare good thing. Although torches are useful for night travel, they are only disposable items, and lighting lamps can undoubtedly provide a more reliable light source. Today, I relied on torches to temporarily survive the wolf attack, but I still feel scared when I think about it. If there is a longer-lasting light source, it will greatly increase the safety of night travel. Transaction successful. Delivery of good-grade dagger X1. Obtained lighting blueprint X1. After learning the lighting blueprint, the system will pop up the manufacturing recipe. Lighting, electronic components X2, alloy X1, glass X1. I glanced at the backpack and found no other materials except electronic components. As a last resort, I opened the regional chat channel to see if I could find more clues. There were more and more messages in the channel. As I browsed through these constantly popping up survival information, I felt more and more the deadly threat of the cold. Within a few hours, nearly 1,000 players died, and some even froze to death in their cabins in despair. Some people shared their treasure chest finds. It's minus 10 degrees. It's freezing cold to go out and look for treasure chests. There's not enough wood to burn. I have to go out and try. Otherwise, I'd rather die than take a risk. I silently read these messages, and my heart sank. At first, I thought that water and food were the most important things in the Doomsday game, but in this increasingly cold environment, temperature is the real death warrant. The avatars of those adventurous players turned gray one by one, indicating that they had left the game forever. This night was destined to be the night with the most deaths. As a result, resource prices also soared rapidly. I clicked on the exchange and saw that the price of wood had obviously doubled. Item on shelf, 400 milliliters mineral water X1, price, wood X10. Item on shelf, bread X1, price, wood X10. The demand for water and food has become secondary, and warm materials and wood are the real scarce goods. I looked around in the market but couldn't find any alloy or glass for sale. Suddenly, a product labeled medicinal materials caught my attention. I immediately thought of the unfinished typhoid treatment potion in my hand, and an idea came to my mind. I decided to privately chat with the player who was selling the herbs. Brother, how much are the medicinal herbs? I sent a message, and it took a long time for the other party to reply. It's hot water, brother. You are the one selling hot water, right? The other party obviously recognized me as the one nicknamed Hot Water Brother. I smiled and continued the conversation. I want to exchange hot water for medicinal materials. The situation is urgent now. What do you think? The other party was silent for a moment, and finally replied. Okay, but to be honest, I didn't intend to sell this herb, but now it's so cold that I can't survive. If I don't change it, I really won't survive tonight. I asked curiously. What's wrong with you? Oh, I've got frostbite and a cold, and it's pretty serious. I don't know if your hot water can save my life, he replied helplessly. Seeing that his name in the chat window was John E., I suddenly remembered that my good friend before I traveled through time also had the same name, and I couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. Try it first, brother. The other party sighed. Transaction successful. Delivery 400 milliliters hot water x1, obtain medicinal materials x3. After getting the medicinal materials, I immediately opened the manufacturing interface, skillfully selected the recipe for the typhoid treatment potion, and clicked the Manufacture button. Consumable materials: medicinal materials x2, 100 milliliters pure water x1, blood guide x1. Manufacturing successful, obtain typhoid treatment potion x1. As soon as he finished making the medicine, Zhang Yi sent a message. Brother, I feel much better after drinking the hot water. Thank you so much. As long as it's useful, I replied, thinking that this transaction was a good one. Then, Zhang Yi's message popped up again. To be honest, I have another good thing. Can I get some more hot water? I smiled secretly in my heart. It seemed that this guy was really desperate, and would try any possible means to cure his illness. However, saving my life is not for nothing, so I might as well make a deal with him to build a good relationship with him. I have a medicine for treating typhoid fever. It depends on whether the treasure in your hand is worth it. Somewhere in the world, Zhang Yi, a strong man curled up by the fire, showed a hint of joy on his face. He was a special forces soldier with excellent qualities. If he had not lacked warm supplies, he would not have been tortured by typhoid fever to this extent. At this moment, Zhang Yi coughed a few times, dug out a silver treasure chest from his backpack, and stared at the treasure with complicated eyes. This treasure chest looked unusual, and he didn't want to give it away easily, but there was no other way at the moment. Soon, Zhang Yi's trade request popped up on my trade page. After seeing the item clearly, my pupils shrank suddenly. Silver treasure box x1. The golden reminder that followed made my heart beat faster. Heater upgrade blueprint. I almost jumped up from the ground. The upgrade blueprint for the heater. In this increasingly cold environment, the heater is the only equipment that can fight the cold. This blueprint is simply a lifesaver. The treasure that I had been opening treasure chests for the whole day but couldn't find was luckily brought out by Zhang Yi. Brother, do you think this treasure chest is okay? Zhang Yi's message continued. I spent a long time outside to get it. I was caught in the cold. I think I should be able to get something good. No problem, let's do the deal. I suppressed the excitement in my heart and replied. Transaction successful, delivery, typhoid treatment potion x1, obtained, silver treasure box x1. Zhang Yi used the potion immediately, and I couldn't wait to open the silver treasure chest. You open the treasure chest and obtain the heater upgrade blueprint, which can upgrade the heater level to level 2. After getting the blueprint, I couldn't wait a moment and clicked Upgrade directly. Upgrade materials: modeled iron block 3/20, glue 5/4. Insufficient materials. Thinking of the time when I used up most of the modeled iron blocks in the battle with the wolf pack, I felt a little headache. I looked through the trading market and found that these things were common resources. The biggest harvest tonight was wolf meat, more than 30 portions. Although it didn't smell good, it could still be exchanged for some supplies. Item on the shelf: 500 G wolf meat x1. Item price: wood x10 or modeled iron block x2. I put up 10 shares at once, and soon the trading channel was buzzing with activity. Someone is selling wolf meat! Damn, did this guy go out and kill a wolf? That's awesome! Brothers, it's freezing cold and I can barely keep warm. Let me taste this wolf meat. There was a series of exclamations and ridicules, and soon all 10 portions of wolf meat were replaced with wood and iron blocks. I continued browsing the market and bought a black down jacket and some modeled iron blocks. I finally had all the materials to upgrade the heater. Start upgrading. Consumable materials: modeled iron block x20, colloid x5. Ding! The heater has been successfully upgraded. Seeing that the old stove was transformed into a brand new heater, the temperature in the room rose instantly. Before, I had to stay close to the stove to keep warm, but now the room was so warm that I even sweated. I clicked on the status panel and checked. Heater status: good. Heater level: level 2. Heating range 10 meters. 1 hour consumption: charcoal x5/coal x2. Great, the range and efficiency of the heater have been improved, and it would be even better if I could upgrade the cabin to a secondary shelter. Seriously, I don't want to freeze into an ice cube when I go to the bathroom. After finishing all these, my stomach started to growl. So I took out a few pieces of wolf meat from my backpack. This was the spoils of war I had risked my life to get back today. But it was obviously not okay to eat it raw, so I had to roast it. At this time, the private chat rang again. It was from Zhang Yi. Brother, I feel much better after taking the medicine. Thank you so much. He sent a message, seeming to be in much better spirits. I looked at the raw wolf meat in my hand, and an idea suddenly occurred to me. It's good as long as it's better. I have some raw wolf meat here. Do you want to try it? Zhang Yi replied immediately. What a coincidence! I just got a bag of salt from the treasure chest. I'll send it to you right away. Wow, the salt really arrived just in time. Before I could even open my mouth, the system prompted me that he had already sent the salt over. Received as a gift from a friend, Salt X1. I smiled and replied, I won't take your salt for nothing. I'll give you some to try after it's done. After saying that, I cut the wolf meat into small pieces, sprinkled salt on it, put it on wooden skewers, put it on the stove and started roasting. Soon, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. With my many years of barbecue experience, I was able to control the heat just right. After roasting, I gave half of the wolf meat skewers to Zhang Yi, and enjoyed the rest slowly myself. Free meat skewers x10. Zhang Yi on the other side thanked me repeatedly after receiving the skewers, and I was finally able to enjoy the long-lost meat with peace of mind. Although wolf meat still has a slight fishy smell, being able to eat meat under such circumstances is already a great satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Although it has a fishy smell, it's roasted to the point of being crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I haven't enjoyed it this way in a long time. I grinned, yawned, and felt the fatigue of the whole day coming over me. It was late at night, so I added a few pieces of long-lasting coal. This time, I could ensure that one piece of coal could provide heating for an hour and a half, so I should be able to get through this cold night safely. I took a last look at the game board and the original number of players dropped from 896,543,441 to 896,532,193, a staggering number of deaths. In the darkness, besides the severe cold, there are also endless unknowns and dangers. But at least tonight, I am temporarily safe. 08. Single machine becomes online. The next morning. Byte. Su Bai heard the cold electronic prompt sound of the system, and opened his eyes suddenly. He looked at the place where he slept, and then fell silent. Sighed silently. I am still in the survival world. Why? After sighing, Su Bai turned over and climbed up quickly. Let's take a look at today's situation first. Second day of global ice survival. Congratulations to the players for surviving. The cold front is approaching, and the temperature will continue to drop today. Please stock up on fuel as much as possible, and take warm measures when going out to avoid frostbite. The heart of the house has been added to the survival panel. From today, the brawl mode is turned on. Wild beasts or humans may attack your shelter. Survivors need to upgrade their shelters as soon as possible. Upgrading requires the heart of the house. The only way to obtain it is to destroy other people's shelters. Each area with a radius of 200 kilometers is a brawl section. Fight now. Good luck to all the surviving players. Warm reminder, the novice gift package has ended. Starting today, there will be no additional low-quality treasure chests. The risk factor of the treasure chest has increased. Please pay attention. The system's cold mechanical sound rang out, and Su Bai's eyebrows jumped. Join the brawl mode? In addition to facing the environmental survival crisis, players now also have to compete for living space. Standalone games will soon become online. Su Bai took a piece of bread from his backpack and started eating it, then opened the chat channel. Regional chat channel. Brawl mode? That's great! I'm lucky, I have plenty of supplies, all I need is a house upgrade. I wonder which lucky guy lives near me, hee. Go, kill him, I'll grab you first. I just can't understand why some people are so lucky. They eat and drink delicious food, and sell better things than others. I can just rob their supplies and destroy their houses, and then I can become the master. It's already difficult to survive, and now we have to fight each other, can't we be more peaceful? What the above person said is right. So many people died last night. We should unite and help each other. Welcome to form a team and join the alliance. At present, if the survivors want to survive, fighting is inevitable. It is absolutely impossible to still hope for peaceful coexistence. Su Bai saw that there was still a small group of people talking about peace, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. As for helping each other, Su Bai has a hunch that the biggest threat to survival in the global ice world is definitely humans. He didn't believe in any alliance. Joining a team would definitely increase his risk of being exposed, and he might even get cheated. It's more important to make a fortune quietly. The World Channel is extremely active, and people are also discussing the new brawl mode. Su Bai opened the trading market and took a special look at the weapons column. There are few weapons being traded nowadays, only a few pages. Except for those with ridiculously high prices, it is obvious that no one is really interested in trading, and the rest of the weapons are quickly bought up. Due to the chain reaction caused by the brawl mode, the prices of weapons are now high. At the same time, people below were complaining. That machete, how dare he sell it for 300 pieces of modeled iron? That's crazy. Per bastard, if you can't afford it, get out of here. My machete is a must-have for killing people and robbing people. It's definitely worth the price now. Haha, I'd rather open a treasure chest and gamble on the odds than put up with your bullshit. That's right, no one should buy his stuff. Seeing everyone criticizing him, the man selling the machete quietly changed the price. The price is still very high, and there are still many people who continue to curse him below, but there are also quite a few people who have the intention to buy. Seeing this, Su Bai already had a plan in mind. Whoever has the weapon in hand is the boss now. As long as the price is right, you can definitely make a lot of money. Seeing the machete guy being attacked, the other survivors were not stupid either. The price was outrageous and no one was buying it. The dagger is a melee weapon and its advantage is its durability. He had the powerful Juga crossbow on hand, but he still had to spend materials to make arrows, so he needed to stockpile more wood and iron. Su Bai planned to use the Juga crossbow as his main weapon and the dagger for self-defense. He had no intention of selling the only two weapons he had. Fortunately, he had unlimited hot water on hand, and he produced 11 400 milliliters portions of hot water in one night. Items on the shelf: 400 milliliters hot water x1. Price: wood x15, modeled iron block x3. Su Bai's action instantly made the group of people in the trading area scream and cry out, and the public chat screen exploded. There's a big guy who put 10 bottles of hot water on the shelf at once. To be honest, he must have discovered something precious, otherwise how could he sell 10 bottles of hot water? Fuck, so rich. Are you crazy? The price is okay. It's a little more expensive than regular mineral water, but it's worth it if you bite the bullet and drink some hot water. In just a few minutes, all 10 bottles of hot water from Su Bai were sold out. Even Su Bai didn't expect that it would sell out so quickly. Wow, these people are really fast. Su Bai sighed as he looked at the items that were arriving to his account one after another. Transaction successful. Items obtained: wood X150. Obtained item: modeled iron block X30. The abundant supplies gave him a sense of security, and he made a lot of money just from selling hot water. I clicked on the survivor panel mentioned by the system and found that some new content had been added. Shelter: Level 1 wooden house, a shabby and simple hut that can barely provide shelter from the wind and rain, with extremely low defense and is easily damaged. Heart of the house, Level 1, as the level increases, the shelter's defense will be strengthened. Fortification durability, 300, durability will be consumed after being attacked or hit. Simple wooden wall, durability 75, can be reinforced, consumes 243/10 wood. Simple wooden floor, durability 75, can be reinforced, consumes 243/10 wood. Simple wooden door, durability 75, can be reinforced, consumes 243/10 wood. Simple wooden bed, durability 75, can be reinforced, consumes 243/10 wood. Su Bai looked at the row of reinforcements at the back and raised his eyebrows. Looking again, he found that the only material needed for reinforcement was wood, which he had plenty of. So he waved his hand and reinforced everything. The data on the survival panel has been updated. Shelter, Level 1 wooden house, a simple hut that can barely provide shelter from the wind and rain, with extremely low defense and is easily damaged. Heart of the house, level 1, as the level increases, the shelter's defense will be strengthened. Fortification durability, 500, durability will be consumed after being attacked or hit. Ordinary wooden wall, durability 125. Ordinary wooden floor, durability 125. Ordinary wooden door, durability 125. Ordinary wooden bed, durability 125. 09. Exploration on the second day. He drank some hot water, stood up and stretched his limbs, then couldn't wait to go out. The moment I opened the door, a gust of cold wind blew in my face. The cold wind carried white snowflakes, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the ground. Sure enough, just as the system said, the temperature dropped again today. The temperature is even similar to last night. I believe that with just a heavy rain, it will easily cause snow accumulation. It seems that those who thought of surviving last night and looking for treasure chests and supplies the next day must be regretting it now. Su Bai pulled his black down jacket closer, put his hand to the corner of his mouth and blew a breath, fumbled around for a while, and continued to explore forward. Despite having warm clothing, Su Bai still had a hard time walking, and his speed obviously dropped by more than half. This will result in much slower progress in finding the treasure chest today. But fortunately, Su Bai has a cheat. Not long after he walked, he received a golden arrow prompt. As he came to the place where the arrow was pointing, he saw a black iron treasure chest blocked by stones. To get the treasure chest, he had to smash the stones outside. Su Bai made a temporary pickaxe and started smashing the stones. Stone X2. Mechanical sounds were heard frequently. Originally, he just wanted to take out the treasure chest inside the stone, but after discovering that the stone was also a supply, Su Bai simply collected all the stones around it. The black treasure chest revealed its true appearance. It was glowing with a faint glow, and it looked very similar to the treasure chest I saw last night. Or resources? The system prompt appears on the treasure chest. Su Bai opened the treasure chest immediately. Refined iron blocks X3 can be used to make higher quality items. Yes, Su Bai's eyes lit up when he saw the notes at the back. After putting away the items, he continued his search, looking around the area near the house. He obtained a total of 4 black treasure chests. Compared with the daytime on the first day, the number of treasure chests was indeed greatly reduced. You opened the treasure chest and obtained alloy X2. You opened the treasure chest and received 1 pair of thick cotton pants. You opened the treasure chest and received 400 milliliters Happy Fat House Water X3. So many treasure chests on the first day were really a benefit given by the system to the survivors, but the sudden decrease in the number of treasure chests meant that survival supplies were also decreasing. I am afraid that more people will find it difficult to survive. But all this didn't matter to Su Bai. He even felt that the variety of things opened was richer. He just opened 3 cans of Happy Fat House Water. Even if you are trying to survive, you have to have some hope. The weather is cold, so the Happy Fat House Water doesn't even need to be chilled. Su Bai drank the whole bottle and instantly felt full of energy. He was reluctant to drink the rest all at once, so he threw it into his backpack to enjoy later. He collected all the supplies near the shelter and found a jungle further away. Su Bai held the Juga crossbow and looked at the sky. It was still early, so he could continue to explore into the distance. I'll also go and see if I can come across someone else's shelter and see if I can get the heart of the house. Upgrading the shelter is the top priority and must be done as soon as possible. I have the advantage in the early stages and I can't let anyone overtake me. He continued walking towards the distance, and with the system prompting him, he didn't have to worry about getting lost at all. He found another treasure chest. This one was silver. Silver treasure chest. Transportation? Su Bai's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the items in the silver treasure chest were much better than those in the black treasure chest. Just looking at this prompt is what he needs right now. It's too much effort to walk on foot. He could hardly wait to open the treasure chest. You opened the treasure chest and received 1 snowmobile and 1 L gasoline. Good stuff. Su Bai looked at a red and white motorcycle that appeared in front of him, but the chassis was like a sled. Now we can go further afield. Su Bai filled the snowmobile with gas and tried to start it immediately. Soon the car started moving and the engine began to hum. As the car speeded up, the cold wind scraped against my cheeks like a knife, causing some pain. Su Bai put all these little pains behind his mind. He is immersed in the joy of owning a motorcycle. After driving for a distance, Su Bai came to a woodland where the road conditions were more complicated. He also slowed down and heard the system prompt sound. Tip: General danger. Wandering wild boar. Su Bai stopped the car and checked the situation nearby. Soon the wild boar was spotted. This is not the kind of domesticated pig I have seen before. The wild boar's body is extremely large, with rough black muscles and fur with a dark luster. Its sharp fangs are extremely tough and emit a cold light. It discovered that an outsider had invaded its territory, let out a low roar, and rushed towards Su Bai. Grass! Su Bai spat, took out the Juga crossbow and shot in the direction of the wild boar, trying to stop it. Wild boar weak points. Each of his arrows was aimed at the weak point indicated by the system. Whoosh! The wild boar was hit by an arrow and let out a painful howl, but its speed did not slow down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Su Bai shot a few more arrows. The wild boar roared angrily and rushed towards Su Bai with all its might. Su Bai didn't want to experience the feeling of being pierced by the wild boar's tusks, so he quickly started the motorcycle. He rode his bike to avoid the wild boar's charge, then circled around it, and started shooting at it. With this kite-like fighting style, the wild boar's physical strength was constantly consumed, the arrows continued to increase its wounds, and blood continued to flow out. Huff, huff, huff! The wild boar stopped in pain, and let out a mournful cry, as if it was unwilling to give up. After a while, he collapsed to the ground weakly, and the blood that flowed out formed a puddle under his body. Su Bai stared at the wild boar for a while and confirmed that the wild boar was indeed not moving. Then he drove the motorcycle over and stopped in front of the wild boar. He squatted down, seeing that the wild boar's eyes were still open, and silently gave the wild boar a fatal blow. Brother Pig, have a safe journey! Kill the wild boar, get 500 G pork x35, blood x4, tusk x1. This wild boar dropped more meat than the pack of wild wolves we killed yesterday. What a great harvest! Su Bai estimated that it should be calculated based on weight. This wild boar was huge, at least 50 kilograms. It took some time to kill the wild boar, and Su Bai saw that it was already late. However, he did not plan to go back just like that, but continued on his motorcycle. After driving about 5 kilometers, Su Bai picked up 3 treasure chests again. You opened the treasure chest and received 1 L of gasoline X3. You opened the treasure chest and got potatoes X5. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 4 unfired gold stones. At present, the materials opened in the treasure chest have been updated with many new ones. He has a vague feeling that he should keep them first, as they will definitely be useful later. I don't know if potatoes can be grown. If possible, we will have a stable source of food then. Su Bai plans to go back and continue his research. Because this time, the red prompt appears with the gold arrow. It means that there are both crises and opportunities ahead. 10. Death. Su Bai decided to keep moving forward. If it was really dangerous, he could just run away on his motorcycle. Be brave. Just go for it. From far to near, Su Bai followed the arrow and saw a shelter. The golden arrow finally landed there. Su Bai looked at the shelter in surprise. Although it looks very similar to his own shelter, this house looks too simple and cannot be compared with his own. The system prompt also sounded at the same time. General danger ahead. This should be a player's shelter. Su Bai did not rush there, but stood nearby and looked at the situation. This was the first house he saw along the way. Crunch, crunch. After observing outside for a while, I heard no other sounds except for the crunching sound similar to that of gnawing bones. What's going on? Su Bai was confused and tried to throw a stone at the open door of the wooden house. The creaking sound stopped, and after a while, a dozen brown hyenas with spots rushed out. The hair around their mouths still had fresh blood stains, and they were staring at Su Bai fiercely. Where are the people? How come it was a dog? Su Bai was confused for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. He looked around and saw that there were a lot of hyenas. Hyenas always fought in gangs and were very difficult to deal with. The hyenas barked at Su Bai at the same time, with bloodthirsty light in their soybean-sized eyes. They quickly pounced towards Su Bai. The distance was too close, and Su Bai had no time to get on the motorcycle and run away, so he was forced to fight. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance. Holding the Juga crossbow in his hand, his mind was working rapidly. When hunting, hyenas like to bite off their prey's legs. When the prey loses the ability to resist, they bite off the prey's neck and eat their fresh corpses. He first shot arrows to hinder the hyena's movement, then quickly took out pork from his backpack and threw it away. At the same time, the two hyenas in the front were already close at hand. Su Bai quickly shot arrows at the hyena's weak points, knocking the two hyenas to the ground. Kill the hyena and get rotten meat X2. Note: this meat carries a lot of viruses, please do not eat it. Shoot arrows rapidly at the remaining hyenas. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! As the arrow pierced the hyena's neck, it stabbed it to the core. A few of them were attracted by the smell of pork and left Su Bai behind, turning around to share the pork. They ate the pork with relish and completely ignored the fact that their companions were shot to death. Get rotten meat X1. Su Bai looked at the remaining hyenas eating pork, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. His pork tastes delicious, right? Let them all die. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Another 10 arrows were fired, and the remaining hyenas fell in a pool of blood. Kill the hyena and get rotten meat X1. Look at the rewards prompted by the system. Su Bai curled his lips. There was really nothing valuable on this hyena, and killing it would be a waste of his arrows and would take up space in his backpack. There were 14 pieces of rotten meat, all of which were virus-carrying. After thinking about it, Su Bai decided not to throw away the meat but kept it. After the battle, Su Bai decided to go into the cabin to find out what was going on. When he arrived at the door of the cabin, he kicked it lightly, and the wooden door fell to the ground, becoming tattered. The durability of the simple wooden door is 0, and can be picked up. After Su Bai agreed to pick it up. Picked up, automatically decomposing. Obtained wood X5. Walking further into the house, Su Bai finally saw the owner of the house. To be precise, it was a body that had been bitten beyond recognition, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The military coat on his body was already tattered, wrapped around scattered bones with flesh and blood seeping through them. His head had been eaten beyond recognition, and there were also remnants of flesh that had been eaten by insects and ants on his body. Su Bai took a look and felt sympathy for a moment, then immediately looked away to explore the supplies. After all, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, if you don't become stronger, you will die. The system's golden arrow appears. Su Bai followed the instructions and came to the center of the house, where there was a broken heater. This time it cannot be picked up directly. Su Bai thought that the wooden door could only be picked up after it was broken, so he made an iron hammer. He hit it a few times with a hammer until the system showed up. The heater's durability is 0 and can be picked up. After picking up the heater, the system automatically disassembled the heater again. Get the first level drawing of heater X1. Get electronic component X1. As expected, you have to destroy the item before you can pick it up. Why can't I see the heart of the house? Su Bai was a little confused. Fortunately, the system's golden prompt is still there. He destroyed the entire wooden house and picked up all the supplies. The durability of the crude wooden wall is 0, obtain wood X5. The durability of the simple wooden floor is 0, obtain wood X5. The durability of the simple wooden bed is 0, obtain wood X5. Congratulations to the player for successfully destroying Lu Hui's shelter. Obtained 1 level 1 house heart. The heart of the house. Su Bai looked at the glowing ball of light in front of him with amazement in his eyes. With the heart of the house, he can upgrade the shelter to level 2. At this moment, I wish I could grow wings and fly to my own shelter immediately, and build a house quickly. After he put away the heart of the house, he was surprised to find that the golden arrow had not disappeared. As for the direction the arrow is pointing, It was the corpse that had been unrecognizable, and Su Bai also knew the other party's name. Su Bai suppressed his nausea and approached Lu Hui's body. I'm really sorry, brother Lu Hui. Since you're already dead, your things have no owner, so I'll gladly accept them. Found the deceased's backpack, should I pick it up? Yes. As Su Bai finished speaking, the system prompts continued to sound. Get bread X4. Get 500 milliliters mineral water X5. Get mottled iron blocks X14. Get rabbit meat X2. Get glass X2. Su Bai looked at a series of supplies. Except for the glass, the rest were some basic supplies that could be seen by opening the treasure chest. The only things missing were wood and fuel. There was even rabbit meat. Lu Hui definitely did not die of starvation. He was most likely frozen to death at night, and his body was then eaten by hyenas. Seeing the glass, Su Bai remembered that he could make his own lighting lamp. I opened the crafting table and found that all the materials for the lighting were complete. Start production. Consumables: electronic components X2, alloy X1, glass X1. Manufacturing successful, get lighting lamp X1. The sky gradually darkened and the time passed quickly during the day. As night was approaching, Su Bai no longer planned to continue exploring outside and decided to return home. Although the defense of his shelter has been increased to 500, he is still afraid that someone will find his residence and destroy it. 11. The Evil One sends treasures. Please select the return route. Su Bai drove a snowmobile and did not take the previous route. Instead, he changed direction and took a detour, picking up all the treasure chests he found. Except for a dangerous treasure chest, all Su Bai got were ordinary black treasure chests. The clue is the treasure chest of clothes. When it was opened, it turned out to be a special version of lace doll underwear. Su Bai held the shoulder straps silently, subconsciously wanting to throw this thing away. He is a grown man and doesn't have any special hobbies, so what does he need this thing for? However, Su Bai changed his mind and realized that he didn't really throw the things away. Just because he didn't need them didn't mean others didn't need them. Thinking about the chat channel, I always see some pure girls, some hot and sexy ladies. Maybe someone needs this guy for food. Items on the shelves: special bunny underwear. Price: blueprint X1 or material X2 or medicinal material X2. After hanging the things up, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He just couldn't bear to throw them away. He always wanted to exchange them for something or do something with them. Sooner or later, they would come in handy. So his backpack was full, and he was too lazy to sort it out for the time being, so he just left it there and would sort it out when he had time. It was completely dark. Please note that night is beginning to fall. Su Bai took out the flashlight and hung it on the snowmobile, illuminating the environment within 10 meters clearly. A new batch of treasure chests appeared again at night. There are often more dangers at night than during the day. Su Bai didn't take it seriously. He put on the black hat that came with his black down jacket, and felt even colder riding a motorcycle at night. Suddenly, the system prompted again. Human dot. At the same time, a golden arrow also appears. Anyone? Su Bai slowed down his motorcycle, and he wanted to see which one it was. This was the first person he had truly met, but he didn't know whether this lucky person was a man or a woman. Because he was carrying a flashlight, Su Bai was also discovered by that person. At the same time, the two people's eyes met. What Su Bai saw was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a thick cotton-padded coat. He was very strong and held a thick and long mace in his hand. He had a fierce face and did not look like someone who was easy to mess with. His sight fell on Su Bai's snowmobile and headlight, and a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. Seeing that it was a middle-aged man, Su Bai tightened the weapon in his hand and became alert. Hey! The middle-aged man took the initiative to put down the mace in his hand and greeted Su Bai in a seemingly friendly manner. My name is Zhang Jianhua. You should understand me, right? Young man, it's fate that we meet. How about we not fight but become friends? He took a tentative step towards Su Bai. Su Bai stopped him, raised the dagger in his hand, and threatened. Zhang Jianhua, right? Don't come over here, or else, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the weapon in Su Bai's hand, Zhang Jianhua's expression did not change at all, but the corners of his mouth twitched. He put the mace in his hand into his backpack, opened his hands empty, and then showed them to Su Bai. Look, I mean no harm. I know that the brawl mode was released just to make us kill each other. But I'm not that kind of person, otherwise I would have rushed up to you and beaten you from the beginning. He rolled his eyes and said, How about this, we team up together, I know a place where there are other people's shelters. Why should I cooperate with you? Su Bai looked calm on the surface, but he was still wary of Zhang Jianhua. Zhang Jianhua thought that his words had made Su Bai let down his guard. I just found a treasure chest and haven't opened it yet. I'll give it to you as a gift for teaming up with me. He quietly walked forward a few more steps, getting closer and closer to Su Bai, and he was indeed holding a black and red treasure chest in his hand. It is more special than other black treasure chests. Su Bai clenched the dagger in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the prompt on the treasure chest. Arms. There are really good things. It seemed that Su Bai was indeed attracted by the treasure chest. What do you think, brother? Do you agree? Zhang Jianhua smiled happily. Su Bai also forced a smile, and nodded while gripping the Zhiga crossbow tightly. Zhang Jianhua took a few steps forward and was about to hand the treasure chest to Su Bai, but something unexpected happened. The mace appeared in Zhang Jianhua's hand again. His eyes were fierce and a crazy smile appeared on his lips. Die! He seemed to have foreseen that Su Bai would fall under his mace. Just like the people and prey he had killed, they would all show an extremely terrified look before dying, which made him particularly excited. However, he was happy too early. With a whoosh, Su Bai's arrow shot into his abdomen before him. Then another arrow hit his arm and thigh. A few arrows went down. Zhang Jianhua's mace fell weakly to the ground, and his body fell with it. He stared at Su Bai in shock. This kid actually had another trick up his sleeve. How could he have such a powerful weapon? No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was bewildered for a moment. There are many good things hidden in my shelter. If you kill me, you won't get them. I will take you there. Please don't kill me. Ha! Do you think I will still believe you? Su Bai knew that he had bad intentions and had been on guard against his moves. Now, no matter what he said, he would not be soft-hearted. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jianhua's heart was pierced by an arrow, and there was no possibility of survival. He widened his eyes in despair and stared at Su Bai, the man who took his life. Su Bai ignored him and opened the black and red treasure chest directly. You opened the treasure chest and obtained S12K shotgun X1, can be equipped with 5 rounds of bullets, and 10 rounds after equipped with an extended magazine. 12 caliber shotgun X50, production requires corresponding model drawings. Shotgun? Su Bai once wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. He swallowed hard until he felt the cool touch of the S12K shotgun in his hand. The surprise is like touching your loved one. Cool. Su Bai had never touched a real gun except in the game. Who wouldn't have the dream of becoming a special forces soldier? Zhang Jianhua, who was lying on the ground, was not dead yet. He saw with his own eyes that the treasure chest he gave to Su Bai actually contained such a good thing. Ah! He let out a low roar of extreme unwillingness. At the same time, it also exhausted the last bit of his life and he was angered to death. Su Bai didn't have time to care about him, so he took out the bullets and loaded them into the gun. This Zhang Jianhua, although he is a mean man, to some extent, he is still incredibly generous. Su Bai hugged the shotgun lovingly, and was reluctant to try a single shot. He only had 50 rounds of bullets now. It's gone once you use it up. 12. The prototype of a home. After Su Bai spent some time cuddling with his new treasure, he realized that he could not waste any more time, so he reluctantly put the gun into his backpack. Su Bai walked up to Zhang Jianhua's body and looked down at him. This man looks like a treacherous villain, he deserves to die. Found the deceased's backpack, should I pick it up? Su Bai put all of the other party's stuff into his pocket. After a closer look, he found that this guy had quite a few good things on him. Obtain wood X49, stone X82. Get weapon mace X1. Get bread X4, 500G chicken X6, lettuce X2. Get 1 thick cotton padded jacket, 2 cotton padded shoes, 1 towel. Obtain alloy X3, refined iron block X5, plastic X3, cement X2. In addition to these, there is also a special plant. Thorn seeds X4, plantable. Mature thorn bushes can provide shelter from attacks. They mature 10 days after planting. Using fertilizer can speed up the maturation process. Not only that, a prompt appeared in Su Bai's system at the same time. He can go to Zhang Jianhua's shelter at any time and take his heart of the house. Su Bai went there without any hesitation. He didn't walk far before he arrived at the place. Looking at the house in front of him, which was half stone and half wood, although it didn't look beautiful, it was very solid. After a lot of effort, Su Bai dismantled the house bit by bit. The durability of ordinary wooden door is 0, get wood X15. Stone wall durability is 0, get wood X20, stone X20. The durability of ordinary wooden floor is 0, get wood X15. The durability of the ordinary wooden bed is 0, get wood X15. Heater durability is 0, get heater level 1 blueprint X1, get electronic component X1. Congratulations to the player for successfully destroying Lu Hui's shelter and obtaining 1 level 2 house heart. Finally, I got Zhang Jianhua's heart of the house. This guy actually upgraded the heart of the house to level 2. It was just upgraded, and there might not be enough materials, so the house was only half repaired. This man has a life on his hands. Fortunately, I was vigilant enough, otherwise I would have been fooled by him and become the provider of his shelter. I had a fruitful outing today, getting a level 1 house heart and a level 2 house heart. The temperature dropped at night, and Su Bai didn't plan to stay outside any longer to avoid getting sick. As soon as we got back to the cabin, Su Bai checked first and found no signs of damage in the house due to attack. No one is blind enough to find it. On the way back, he was still worried that his hometown would be destroyed. Looks like I'm lucky. He opened the system survival panel. Shelter, level 1 wooden house. Status, upgradable. Upgrade. After confirming the upgrade, the level 1 house heart in Su Bai's backpack disappeared. Bite. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the heart of house to level 2. Keep upgrading. With level 2 the heart of the house disappears again. Bite. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the heart of house to level 3. Upgrade 2 levels at once. Su Bai had a smile on his face. He checked the information on the survival panel again and found that it had been updated. Shelter, level 3 stone house, a small stone house that can barely shelter from wind and rain, with strong defense and not easily damaged. Heart of the house, level 3, as the level increases, the shelter's defenses can be strengthened. Upgrading requires 0/3 hearts of the house. Ordinary wooden wall, durability 125, upgradable, consumes 476/20 wood and 132/20 stone. Ordinary wooden floor, durability 125, upgradable, consumes 476/20 wood and 132/20 stone. Ordinary wooden door, durability 125, upgradable, consumes 476/10 wood and 132/20 stone. Ordinary wooden bed, durability 125, upgradable, consumes 476/20 wood, 9/3 animal hide. Can be expanded outward by 30 square meters, consumes 476/30 wood, 132/30 stone. Upgrading the heart of the house can only provide upgrade options for the shelter. If you want to maximize the defense, you still need basic supplies to upgrade. What's more, the most outrageous thing is that the house wants to continue upgrading, which is as perverted as the star upgrade of those cards on Blue Star. If you want to upgrade a house to a 4-star house, you must spend 3 level 3 house hearts. This means that 9 families will be broken up. For the time being, Su Bai couldn't bring himself to go out and kill people and steal houses. But if anyone takes the initiative to provoke him, he will ask that person to be shot. Afterwards, Su Bai clicked on the upgrade to check. For Su Bai, who had a large amount of supplies, that was not a big deal at all. He waved his hand. After the upgrade, the shelter glowed with a faint halo, making it blurry and difficult to see clearly. Wait until the halo disappears. The wooden walls were replaced with new and solid stone walls, the floors were also replaced with stone floors, and the house was obviously a qualitative leap compared to before. The original shelter was only 10 square meters, but now it has become 45 square meters. The room suddenly became empty. Apart from the simple single bed in the corner, which had been transformed into a more sturdy large wooden bed, there was only a heater. Looking at the empty house, Su Bai shook his head. This is too empty. It doesn't look comfortable. We must buy something. He divided the house into several areas, using stone walls to separate the living room, bedroom, warehouse, kitchen, and bathroom. Afterwards, Su Bai opened the crafting table and turned to the furniture column. Wooden table, consumes 376/15 wood. Small wooden cabinet, consumes 376/10 wood. Wooden chair, consumes 376/5 wood. Animal hide sofa, consumes 376/15 wood, 3 animal hides. Start production. Ding! Obtained wooden table X1, wooden chairs X4. Ding! Get small wooden cabinets X5. Ding! Get a first sofa X1. After picking out a few practical pieces of furniture, he specially made a few more small wooden cabinets and placed them in the warehouse. The wooden cabinet can be used to store small amounts of supplies, which can help lighten the burden on his full backpack. He put the furniture in its proper place. The whole shelter looks more cozy and really like a home. He sorted out his backpack and took out the 2 first-stage heater drawings he had obtained. Whether to synthesize? Yes. As Su Bai finished speaking, a complete drawing of a 2-stage heater appeared in his hand. Whether to upgrade? Yes. Start upgrading. Consumable materials: refined iron block X5, alloy X2, plastic X2. Ding! The heater has been upgraded successfully. The original stove has been transformed. It doubles in size, becomes a warmer fireplace, and automatically generates chimney ventilation, eliminating the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Shelter: Level 3 stone house, a small stone house that can barely shelter from wind and rain, with strong defense and not easily damaged. Heart of the house: Level 3. As the level increases, the shelter's defenses can be strengthened. Upgrading requires 0/3 hearts of the house. Solid stone wall, durability 500, upgradable, wood 291/30, cement consumption 2/5, stone 42/20. Solid stone floor, durability 500, upgradable, wood 291/30, consumes cement 2/5, stone 42/20. Solid stone door, durability 500, upgradable, wood 291/15, consumes cement 2/3, stone 42/10. Comfortable bed, durability 200, upgradable, consumes 291/20 wood, 0/4 screws, 2/4 animal hide. Wooden table, durability 30. Animal hide sofa, durability 50. Small wooden cabinet, durability 50. 13. Farming? Fortification durability, 2000. Durability will be consumed after being attacked or hit. Su Bai looked at the data and nodded with great satisfaction. If you don't trade or rob other people's supplies, you can rely on cutting trees and digging stones. According to a normal person's tree cutting speed, one can only get 100 pieces of wood or 100 pieces of stone in a day, and the distance to find trees and the consumption of food must also be taken into account. The shelter was upgraded to level 3 the next day. At present, he should be in the forefront. Su Bai took a piece of pork from his backpack, put it on the fireplace and slowly grilled it, then opened a can of happy water with one hand. He leisurely clicked on the area chat. As soon as he clicked in, he was shocked by the number of survivors. If he remembered correctly, there were more than 400 people in his area in the morning, but now there are only more than 300 people left. Although the number of people eliminated has not yet been halved, the number of people eliminated on the second day is still astonishing, and of course he has contributed to it. Soon, the pork in Su Bai's hand was cooked. He tilted his head back, took a sip of happy water, and ate the barbecue. The regional chat was very quiet, so the world chat interface was switched. Watching players chatting is the only entertainment during the night rest. Family, who understands? My house was almost torn down by wolves when I left the house. The beast is nothing. I almost died at the hands of Silver Coin. If I hadn't been lucky enough to kill him, you wouldn't have seen my handsome self. Are there any handsome guys who want to team up? I'm a soft and cute little girl. I can act coquettishly, act cute, and punch you in the chest with my little fist. Private chat coordinates upstairs? No, you really dare to believe it? Are there really women in this world? You can tell it's a lie. If you are a real girl, come to me and I will protect you. I didn't see any women either. I ran into 2 people today. They were both big men who picked their feet. If they were women, I wouldn't kill them. Haha, you didn't let it go either. I don't understand why you still have time to think about women. I'm almost freezing to death. I'm going to fight with you rich people. Is there anyone who can exchange coal for me? I have it here, chat privately if you need it. Women are like clouds to people who are short of material things. What really matters to them is obtaining and exchanging more survival supplies. Soon the topic was brought to survival supplies. In this icy world of survival, the most important thing is whether you can survive. After dinner, Su Bai came to the exchange. The items above are varied, and many more types have been added today. He put 10 400 milliliters bottles of hot water on the shelves again. Items on the shelf: 400 milliliters hot water X1. Price: refined iron block X1 or alloy X1 or cement X1. As for the special underwear that Su Bai put on the shelf, it was still hanging there. No one bought it. But several people commented below. There are no normal styles. What a bad taste. I kind of like it, but it's so expensive. It would definitely look good on me. Brother, check out the private messages. My hands didn't obey me and I opened the private chat. Don't get the wrong idea, he's just curious. Wang Meng Meng. Boss, you can't sell this thing. Why don't you give me 2 bottles of hot water and let me wear it for you to see? Su Bai was so upset that his face was filled with black lines. It would be fine if he didn't buy it, but he was even asked to pay for it. He really thinks he is being taken advantage of. Just block the other party directly. It's still early. I won't be able to fall asleep if I go to bed right away. Su Bai rummaged through his backpack and saw thorn bush seeds and potatoes, both of which could be planted. One for protection of shelter, one for eating. The seeds of the thorn bush are red, small and have sharp thorns, lying in the palm of your hand. I don't know if this thing is easy to keep alive. Picking up the flashlight, Su Bai opened the door and walked to the entrance. Before I knew it, it started to drizzle in the evening. There is no doubt that the earth will be covered with snow tomorrow. The ground with snow will not only affect the travel speed, but also block the view of the treasure chest. I'm afraid that tomorrow, all supplies will increase in price? Su Bai has more than enough supplies for the time being, and with the system's prompts, his speed in finding treasure chests should not be affected. For now, let's just farm. He stood at the door and looked around. He now had 4 seeds on hand. He might as well plant 1 in each of the 4 directions. When they were ripe, they might grow into a whole field and form a wire-like protection. So, he made a hole on the crafting table. After cleaning the ground a little and digging a small hole, Su Bai threw the thorn bush seeds into it, and watered it luxuriously with a 400 milliliters bottle of mineral water. It's not that there is no other way. He just hasn't found any other water source yet, so this is the only way. Following the same method, Su Bai planted all 4 seeds. It will take another 10 days to mature. That's too long. Su Bai shook his head, remembering that fertilizer could ripen the thorn bushes, and he continued to open the exchange. After searching for a while, I found that there were actually people selling fertilizer. For sale, fertilizer X2. Price, weapon or blueprint. The price is a bit high. Not to mention that the price of weapons is currently high, the blueprints are also precious items. It is really not worthwhile to exchange them for 2 bags of fertilizer. Su Bai skimmed over this and continued to scroll down, and finally found a few with suitable prices. For sale, fertilizer X2. Price, animal skin X2. For sale, fertilizer X2. Price, food X2, note, only bread or meat food. He bought 4 portions of fertilizer, and exchanged them for 2 portions of animal skins and 2 portions of wolf meat. As soon as the fertilizer was applied, the thorn bush seeds that had just been planted suddenly sprouted a vivid green color, climbed up the wall little by little, and sprouted sharp little thorns. So soon? Su Bai's eyes widened. Just one bag of fertilizer had such an immediate effect. If I apply a few bags of fertilizer myself, won't the seeds mature immediately? In order to test his hypothesis, Su Bai used another bag of fertilizer on the thorn bush at the same place as before. But this time, the thorn seeds did not change at all. It seems that I guessed wrong. I just wasted a bag of fertilizer. I can just buy another one. After planting the thorn seeds, Su Bai looked at the potatoes with some confusion. The weather outside is too cold, and in fact it is not suitable for growing food at all, but after seeing the miraculous changes in the thorn bushes, it is not impossible to give it a try. After planting the potatoes one by one, Su Bai did not use any fertilizer. But considering that the potatoes might be eaten by wild beasts, he built a wooden fence around them. Wooden fence, durability 100. After doing all this, Su Bai yawned and it was time to go to bed. Just as he lay in his comfortable little bed, covered with a goose-down quilt, feeling the warmth from the fireplace, he fell into a deep sleep. The system's cold electronics suddenly rang. Su Bai suddenly opened his eyes and pricked up his ears to listen to the content. The first day of the brawl mode ends. The ranking has been updated. This ranking is based on the comprehensive strength of the players. The ranking includes but is not limited to the number of house hearts, shelter level, heater level, house fortifications, the amount of collected supplies, etc. The top 100,000 players will receive system rewards. 1-4. Ranking rewards announced. The first 100,000 players will receive a green logo, the first 10,000 will receive a blue logo, the first 1,000 will receive a yellow logo, and the first 100 will receive a red logo, which will be displayed in the chat channel. Su Bai climbed out of bed and immediately opened the system to check his ranking. He is so curious. What is my ranking in the ice survival world? I should be in the top 100. As soon as he opened the rankings and saw his name, his pupils suddenly shrank. Isn't it just a coincidence that we have the same name? Before Su Bai could doubt it. Then I heard the system beep again. Ding! Congratulations to the player for being in the top 100 in the brawl mode. Random reward treasure chest X2, including blueprints, mineral resources, weapons, transportation, natural resources, and special items, etc. 5 treasure chests appeared in front of Su Bai. Players can draw 2 out of 5 treasure chests as the final reward. If this is a lottery for others, try your luck. That was only half the story for Su Bai, and he saw the hints on each treasure chest. The first treasure chest. Drawing. The second treasure chest. Transportation. The third treasure chest. Arms. The fourth treasure chest. Protection items. The fifth treasure chest. Rare special item. Su Bai's eyes first fell on the fifth treasure chest. It says rare and it's a special item, so I'll definitely get it no matter what. So he chose the fifth treasure chest first and opened it. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a small mineral vein X1. Small mineral vein, consumable item, can mine a small amount of ore materials, quantity 500. Su Bai stared at the reward with fiery eyes and was almost drooling. It smells so good, 500 ore materials. How many treasure chests would he have to open to get so many ore materials? One treasure chest rewarded by the system could get so many. It was really a great profit. There is one treasure chest left to choose from. Su Bai's eyes moved back and forth among them hesitantly, and he looked at the first treasure chest and the fourth treasure chest carefully. He now has transportation and weapons, so he is not short of anything. Blueprints and protective items. After Su Bai hesitated for a long time, his eyes finally fell on the protective props. Let's bet. That's it. You opened the treasure chest and obtained Guardian Shield X1, durability 1000, consumable item. With the player as the center, a protective shield with a radius of 2 meters is formed to resist attacks from humans or beasts. It disappears when the durability drops to 0. If the small mineral vein made Su Bai excited, then this guard shield made Su Bai ecstatic. This thing is simply a cheating thing. If you encounter danger, using this protective shield is equivalent to wearing the best protective equipment to fight others. What can others use to fight him? It's a pity that it has durability but is not a permanent item, which is a bit regrettable. After receiving the reward, Su Bai lay down again with satisfaction. He opened the leaderboard and found that his name was ranked first. The leaderboard only shows the top 100. The second one is called Luther. The third one is an English name. According to the system, you will be marked according to your ranking. Su Bai curiously opened the World Chat channel and found a red mark behind his name, which was really eye-catching. He didn't say anything, but dived silently. The World Chat channel was discussing his name. Who is Su Bai? He's so awesome, and he ranks first. Can the first place winner come out and say something? I'm curious, what does the first place winner's house look like? Actually, I don't think it's necessarily because of the high level of the house. It could be because he has good supplies. I've seen this name in the stock exchange. He sells hot water every day. The top two are both Chinese. We Chinese are still awesome. I didn't expect that I could be in the top 10,000. I just fired a pistol. I'm going to sleep with it. Fuck the pistol, I shot out a sled, ha ha ha. As expected of you, you look up to the big guys, that's awesome. Su Bai's private chat was flooded with people, probably because he was ranked first and had too much exposure. News came from the exchange that the transaction was successful. Transaction successful. Delivery of special bunny underwear X1. Get silver treasure box X1. As the treasure chest appeared in Su Bai's backpack, a golden prompt also appeared. Drawing. Without saying a word, Su Bai directly opened the silver treasure chest. Obtain backpack expansion blueprint, disposable consumable, X1. For a moment, Su Bai wondered if he had seen it wrong. He understands if someone really buys that thing. Why did you buy such a good thing? Is your brain okay? Thinking of this, Su Bai clicked on the transaction information. There was actually a red mark next to the name of the person who made the transaction. Murong-chi. The other party actually sent him a private message. Su Bai clicked it and took a look. Wow. Murong-chi. Master Su Bai, who ranks first, I am the girl ranked 100th, and I hope to be friends with you. If there is a chance. There is also a picture attached, and she is indeed a cute girl. Su Bai stared at the photo for a while, and after hesitating for a while, he still didn't send a message. He was so sleepy that he fell asleep. This made Murong-chi on the opposite side stare bitterly. In the end, she stared with almond eyes helplessly. It turned out that the boss could not be attracted by such a trick. What a pity for her treasure chest. 15. Countdown to the arrival of the cold wave. Su Bai looked at the system time and there was still an hour left before daytime. I went to bed too early yesterday, and my biological clock was advanced again. It seems like I got a treasure before going to bed yesterday. Thinking of this, Su Bai took out the backpack expansion blueprint from his backpack. Whether to use. Use. Backpack capacity expanded successfully. The backpack space is expanded to 30 grids, duplicate items occupy 1 grid, and the upper limit of stacking is 100. The original backpack only had 20 slots, but after expansion it became 30 slots. The current backpack capacity is barely enough. Su Bai took out all the food that needed to be roasted, such as pork, wolf meat, etc., from his backpack. The backpack now mainly contains 3 weapons, a snowmobile and some basic materials, with food and water each occupying 1 slot. After receiving this good thing, Su Bai clicked on Murong-chi's message. After thinking about it, I finally tapped the button. There's a chance we can work together. Murong-chi immediately replied. Thank you, big boss. Seeing that you didn't reply all night, I thought you looked down on me. Su Bai. I fell asleep. I don't look down on you. You are ranked in the top 100, which is also very impressive. Murong-chi stared at the chat interface with shining eyes. She felt like she was dreaming. She really didn't expect that the top boss would speak so highly of her. She thought her treasure chest was lost, but unexpectedly there was light at the end of the tunnel. Murong-chi. Boss, let's add each other as friends. I have already applied, please approve it. Murongchi applies to add you as a friend. When Su Bai clicked on the application list, he was surprised to find that many people had added him. After agreeing to Murongchi's friend request, he looked through the friends he had added. Many of them were people he had done business with before. The only one he remembered was Zhang Yi, who had bought typhoid medicine from him. This guy is still alive. So I accepted his friend request. Su Bai was roasting chicken for breakfast. Through the window, he could see the darkness outside gradually dissipating. The day is coming. The third day of global ice survival. Congratulations to the players for surviving. The cold wave is coming in 2 days. The temperature will continue to drop. Starting today, the fuel consumption of the level 1 heater will increase by 10%. Please work hard to upgrade the heater level. After the cold wave arrives, the temperature will drop to -50 degrees. Please upgrade the heater to level 2, otherwise the player will freeze to death. Refresh treasure chest. Update gold treasure chest. There is a certain chance to open precious materials to resist cold waves. The gold treasure chest is guarded by wild beasts. It is dangerous. Please pay attention to safety. The cold wave is coming, and the real survival crisis is coming. The cold system sound ended, and Su Bai sighed. Not to mention anything else, fuel consumption will increase from today, and I don't know what the situation will be like for other survivors. Su Bai checked his heater, and found that the fire was burning brightly, and it was very warm. His heater has now been upgraded to level 3, and the speed of the upgrade offsets the fuel consumption, so the impact on him is not that great. However, a group of people in the chat channel were crying and wailing madly. It's better to close my eyes and carry him away than to open them and hear such bad news. The cold wave is coming. There is really no hope for humanity. I don't want to die. I'm not good at math. Can someone explain to me what the current fuel consumption is like? The original energy consumption was 5 charcoal per hour, and now it is 5.5 charcoal per hour. This energy consumption is nothing. The key is the heater. If we don't upgrade it, we will die. This wave is going to wipe out a large group of people. We can only go out and find someone else's shelter and try our luck. Originally I wanted to stay hidden and not kill anyone, but the world forces me to do so, and I have to kill. Su Bai flipped through the chat with a heavy heart. The difficulty of survival is increasing every day, and the situation reflected by most survivors is not optimistic. It is already difficult to obtain treasure chests, and many people rely on collecting wood to exchange for survival supplies. Now the cold wave is approaching, which is tantamount to adding insult to injury for them. The group of people who complained were mostly those without any identification and were also the most active in the chat. As for the survivors ranked in the top 10,000, they are undoubtedly the best among them. They are able to climb to the top because of their luck and ability. In addition, the reward chests given by the system are generous, so they are not that worried. It is estimated that this cold wave will wipe out at least half of the survivors in the world. He has just put on the shelves 10 portions of hot water produced by the water heater at night. A group of people smelled the scent and came over to beg for food under his trading chat. Brother, you are already the first, you must have a lot of supplies. Please give me some wood, food and water. I am not picky. Since you can provide hot water every day, you must have a way. Why can't you share it with everyone for free? You are so selfish. Yes. I suggest that we distribute the supplies to those of us who are dying. This is humanitarianism. Boss Su Bai, please look at me. I can be your leg pendant. Please support me. Su Bai stared at the messages, speechless. The first place is too popular. But he is not a savior, and he doesn't care about other people's life or death. Just close the trading channel and pretend you don't see it. At this time, private chat friend Zhang Yi sent a message. Zhang Yi, yellow logo. Brother Su, congratulations, you are ranked first on the list. Su Bai. People are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. It's impossible to be Loki. But you're not bad, you've even made it into the top 1,000. This Zhang Yi was still sick on the first night, but he rushed into the top 1,000 in just one day. This kid is indeed capable. Zhang Yi. No. By the way, Brother Su, I will always remember your life-saving grace last time. If you need me, just call me. I want to make a deal with you now. Afterwards, Zhang Yi was seen sending the details of an item. Refined trap. has a certain amount of damage, can trap some beasts or humans after being stepped on. Johnny. I made this refined trap myself after learning the blueprint. As long as there are enough materials, I can always provide it to you. Su Bai raised his eyebrows, showing some interest. What do you want to exchange for? Johnny. I am unlucky. I got all kinds of stuff from the treasure chest, but never got any weapons. I heard that the gold treasure chest will be updated today, so I guess I can get some good stuff, but there are wild beasts around the treasure chest, and I need a weapon right now. Su Bai was surprised. This guy still didn't have a weapon. Was he serious? Su Bai. Brother, how did you get into the top 1000 if you don't have a weapon? Johnny. I don't need weapons to kill ordinary people. They are no match for me. I can break their necks with just a little strength. This just silenced Su Bai. 16. The cheating golden treasure chest. Su Bai looked at the refined trap and was still very interested. He definitely won't trade the shotgun. As for the Juga crossbow, it cannot be given until the 12 caliber shotgun shells are found. So Su Bai sent the information about the mace and dagger. Zhang Yi finally chose the mace. The mace is a striking weapon with spikes on its head. It is more lethal to wild beasts than a dagger and can cause more wounds. Transaction successful. Delivery mace X1. Get refined traps X4. Su Bai looked at the refined trap he had obtained, which looked like a large iron animal trap. During the day he would go out to look for treasure chests and supplies. In the brawl mode, there might be various beasts or humans attacking his shelter, so he should be on guard. Holding the refined trap in his hand, Su Bai went out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw heavy snow falling from the sky. The temperature outside was already minus 20 degrees Celsius. Every snowflake was like an ice needle, bringing a stinging coldness when it touched the skin. Su Bai's face, which was outside, immediately turned red from the cold. He sniffed, quickly wrapped his face with a towel, and covered himself tightly. It's too cold. The snow outside has covered my calves. Heavy snow became the best concealment. Su Bai began to choose a suitable location and set up the trap near the house. He doesn't have to worry about stepping on it, because the system will prompt its location after the trap is set. Su Bai had set all 5 traps. He placed one trap under the snow at the door of the house, one near the planted potatoes, and the remaining 3 on each side of the house. After doing all this, my body has gradually adapted to the temperature outside after exercise, and I set out to look for the golden treasure chest, choosing a route that is completely opposite to yesterday. After he drove the snowmobile for some distance, the system prompt appeared. Following the prompts, I came to a dense forest. The snow here was thicker than the surrounding areas. As soon as I stepped into the forest, the system prompt sounded. Tips: moderately dangerous. Cold poison bee swarm. Hearing the word moderate danger, Su Bai looked over as prompted. He saw a huge beehive hanging on a towering pine tree, and the surrounding poisonous bees were as big as his thumb, with black and bulging abdomens, and the stingers on their tails glowed coldly. These guys are hard to deal with. Su Bai frowned. As the name suggests, this cold poison bee is poisonous. The weapons in his hands can be used against large wild beasts, but this tiny cold poison bee is really difficult to deal with, even with the system prompts. He subconsciously stepped back. Fortunately, the cold poison bees did not attack him directly. After retreating to a safe distance, he carefully looked around. A golden arrow appeared near the pine tree. Looking in the direction of the arrow, I found that there was a tree hole under the pine tree, and inside was a treasure chest with a golden glow. Golden treasure chest! Su Bai was delighted, because that was a golden treasure chest. There is a high probability of getting rare items. It's a pity that there are cold poison bees guarding the treasure chest, and Su Bai has no good way to deal with it for the time being. Suddenly, he remembered the protective shield he had opened. Oh yeah, if I can't beat him, can I just take the treasure chest and run away? He decisively took out the protective shield from his backpack and chose to use it. A halo appeared within 2 meters around him. Quick decision! Su Bai quickly ran towards the pine tree. As soon as he stepped within 1 meter of the pine tree, the cold poison bees began to attack. The protective shield was fully effective, and the cold poison bees couldn't even get within 2 meters of Su Bai. Buzz buzz buzz. The cold poison bees continuously attacked the protective shield like a black tornado, but were blocked by an invisible membrane. Although the durability of the protective shield has been decreasing, Su Bai had already arrived in front of the golden treasure chest and quickly put it into his pocket. Kill the cold poison bee and obtain 3 milliliters of bee venom. Kill the cold poison bee and obtain 3 milliliters of bee venom. Kill the cold poison bee and obtain 3 milliliters of bee venom. As the cold poison bees continued to attack, the system upgrade sound sounded frequently. Su Bai was surprised. There was no action taken, so why did these cold poison bees die one by one? I think the cold poison bee is just like an ordinary bee. It will die automatically after using its poison stinger. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. It's more important to get the treasure chest and run away first. Although the death toll of the cold poison bees increased, Su Bai did not expect to kill them all. Until I drove the snowmobile out of the dense forest, and saw that there were no more cold poison bees chasing me. Su Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he put away the protective shield and checked the situation. Guardian Shield, durability 1700. At first, Su Bai felt a little sad when he saw the durability dropped by 300, but then he saw the golden treasure chest and 150 milliliters of bee venom in the backpack and felt it was worth it. The golden treasure chest felt heavy in my hand. Su Bai looked carefully and saw the prompt above, moderately dangerous treasure chest. He was silent. I even wondered if there was something wrong with my eyesight. He read the instructions again carefully. Moderately dangerous treasure box. Angry. Fuck him. At this moment, Su Bai wished that time could go back to the time when he decided to get the golden treasure chest and take a closer look at the prompt at that time. Even if the reason is because it is too far away to see. The golden treasure chest was shining brightly, and Su Bai wanted to throw it away but couldn't bear to. There's always a feeling of hard work, only to end up with a pile of shit. So I threw it into my backpack, trying to hide it from sight. During the subsequent process of searching for the treasure chest, Su Bai drove the snowmobile at a very fast speed with anger. No matter how cold the weather is, it's not as cold as my heart. After driving 5 kilometers, the harvest along the way was quite good, 3 black treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. You opened the treasure chest and got gloves X2. You opened the treasure chest and received 500G white sugar X3, 500G rock sugar X1. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a gas mask X1, disposable item, durability 300. You opened the treasure chest and obtained the protective glass blueprint X1. Looking at the supplies that came out of the treasure chests, especially the blueprint that came out of the last silver treasure chest, Su Bai finally felt a little better. But I still have to curse. The golden treasure chest is worse than the ordinary treasure chest. It's a rip-off. If there was any place where he could make a complaint, he would report it immediately. Protective glass blueprint, transparent glass has a good field of view, can block attacks, and improve the defense of the shelter. It is a must-have item for home. After carefully reading the instructions on the drawing, Su Bai started to learn. The materials needed to make protective glass include glass, glue, and plastic. It's not difficult to do. 17. Do you want to have sex with a beautiful woman for free? After being outside for about an hour, I was already too cold to feel anything and my eyelashes were almost sticky. Su Bai took out hot water from his backpack, covered himself with it, slowly took a breath, and then continued to move forward. A cold wave is coming, and his current supplies are far from enough. He needs to find more cold-resistant items to deal with this crisis. He was no longer worried about the heater, but the cold outside was unbearable for him now. He couldn't imagine what it would be like when the temperature dropped below 50 degrees. Every breath brought out water mist, the towel became wet, and was frozen into ice by the cold weather. The falling snowflakes fell on Su Bai's head. The long period of cold made Su Bai's spirit in a state of high tension. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Human. The system did not give any danger warning, so it seemed that the other party was not carrying any weapons. Su Bai looked in the direction of the arrow, and saw a woman standing in the woods nearby. The woman opposite was very beautiful, with long straight hair. Even though she was wearing a bulky blue cotton padded jacket, she still had a slender figure, which formed a sharp contrast with the iron axe in her hand. In her previous life, she would have been a school beauty goddess. This was the first woman he had ever seen. Su Bai slowly slowed down the motorcycle and stopped it about 5 meters away from the girl, which was a very safe distance. Lin Wei was holding an iron axe in her hand. She seemed to have heard the noise of the motorcycle, so she stopped chopping trees and looked at Su Bai in surprise. She looked Su Bai up and down curiously, and waved at him happily. "Hello, my name is Lin Wei. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Su Bai stopped the car and touched the Juga crossbow at the cuff, feeling a little confused. Even if the other person was a woman, he did not dare to let his guard down at all. However, the opponent didn't even have a weapon, yet he dared to greet me so boldly. He was really bold. "You are the first person I saw in this damn place. We are destined to meet." Lin Wei put her long hair behind her ears, her skin as white as snow, and she smiled. It must be said that Lin Wei's appearance would definitely be rated above 8 points, and was not much worse than those female stars in her previous life. She was someone Su Bai would never meet on the street, so he simply took a few more glances at her. He just looked at it to feast his eyes. He didn't have any other thoughts and didn't plan to waste any more time. "My name is Su Bai, nice to meet you." When Lin Wei heard Su Bai's name, she was stunned for a moment, then stared at Su Bai in surprise. Your name is Su Bai?" Su Bai chuckled, and the strands of hair on his forehead were blown up by the wind. He pulled the hood of his down jacket down a little lower. "Yes, it's me. If you are really Su Bai, can you lend me some supplies?" Lin Wei blinked her big eyes as if to verify his identity, and took a few steps closer to Su Bai, her big eyes flickering as she said, "I'm short of gelatin for my heater upgrade." Su Bai was silent for a while, as if he had run into a hateful beggar. "I didn't kill her, but if it was another criminal, he would have done that to her first, and then to her. Lin Wei is too bold. Even though she is a beauty, I can't just ask for it." He had gelatin, but he wouldn't be kind enough to give it to Lin Wei for free. He is not the kind of animal who thinks with his lower body. It is absolutely impossible for him to go up to someone and start licking her when he sees someone beautiful. "You can exchange something with me." "Of course, if you don't have anything to exchange, forget it." Lin Wei's eyes flashed with cunning. "Oh, I told you it was a loan. You are number 1 on the list, you must have a lot of supplies, you won't be short of small things, just lend me 2. We are so close, you can find me on your motorcycle, I will definitely not default on the debt." As she spoke, Lin Wei gave Su Bai a seductive look. Su Bai had already started the motorcycle, not wanting to waste any more time here. Completely ignored Lin Wei's seduction. "Sorry, there's nothing more to talk about. Goodbye." No matter how beautiful the other person is, Su Bai still finds this matter boring. It doesn't matter whether it's borrowed or not. It's like throwing meat buns at a dog. He won't do anything that is not worth it. It's obvious that they want it for free. Dream. Hey, don't go, I want to switch with you." Lin Wei stamped her feet and quickly stopped in front of Su Bai's motorcycle. Lin Wei has always been invincible in front of men. She is beautiful and knows how to act coquettishly, and has countless men who admire her. Unexpectedly, the same method is useless when used on Su Bai. Su Bai stopped and saw her take out an item in an orange package and handed it to him. "I'll exchange this with you. This heat pack is very useful. It warms up your clothes in no time after you stick it inside. Alas, if I wasn't in a hurry to upgrade, I wouldn't be willing to exchange it with you." Su Bai raised his eyebrows and took the heat pad from Lin Wei's hand. He really needed this thing. If he kills Lin Wei now and takes her supplies, he won't have to pay anything and will get it for free. However, he is not such a despicable person and he still has the necessary sense of morality. He was a little confused. "Can't you exchange this thing for gelatin at the exchange?" Things like heat patches that can keep you warm should be very hard to come by, so how come they can't be sold out? "Don't mention it now. Everyone is in a hurry to upgrade the heater. Gelatin is in short supply." Lin Wei sighed. "The drop rate of gelatin is not high. Modeled iron blocks are easy to collect. The only thing missing is gelatin. Everyone is scrambling for it. What's the use of the precious warm baby?" Su Bai suddenly realized. His heater was upgraded 2 days ago. Everyone had no idea about the upgrade and were busy collecting food and water. He actually seized the initiative. Okay, I'll switch with you. Transaction successful. Delivery of colloid X2. Get item, 1 piece of warm baby patch, 30 pieces. The weather is so cold that even Su Bai can't stand it. With this thing, he can stay outside for more time in the next 2 days. The longer you explore outside, the more supplies you will find. After the transaction, Lin Wei also confirmed that Su Bai was the Su Bai ranked first. Look at the red mark next to the other person's name on the system. God Su, I really can't cling to your thigh. Lin Wei looked at Su Bai tenderly and lovingly, pointing her index finger at him. Su Bai had put 3 hot packs inside his clothes and shook his head when he heard Lin Wei's words. Then let's add each other as friends. I'll notify you as soon as there's something good. Su Bai still added Lin Wei as a friend. This time, Su Bai really left. After driving the motorcycle for about 3 kilometers, Su Bai saw the arrow prompted by the system again at a fork in the road, but it also forked. There are 3 hints on the left side of the road: golden treasure chest, medium danger, and human. 18. A discordant group. The road on the right prompts treasure chest, silver treasure chest. Obviously, the second option is safer. Su Bai hesitated for a moment. Although opening the golden treasure chest was risky, he still needed the cold-resistant supplies inside. Ordinary treasure chests are not very attractive to him at the moment. Not only are the materials that are opened very ordinary and of low value, but only the silver treasure chests may reveal blueprints or something like that, but compared to the gold treasure chests, they are still not good enough. Su Bai finally chose the road on the left. After driving for about 2 kilometers, Su Bai saw the figure that the arrow was pointing at. There are multiple humans ahead. Su Bai immediately became alert and hid behind a tree to observe. There was a clearing in the middle of the wide road with sparse vegetation and a shelter above it. The shelter was in such a dilapidated state that only 3 wooden walls were left to cover it. It was about to be demolished completely. The dilapidated stove inside is still there. 3 people gathered around the stove to keep warm. I discovered this shelter first, so this heater should belong to me. Screw you, I'm the boss, and I was the one who killed the owner of this house. If it weren't for my weapons, there's no way you could have done it so smoothly. 2 men with fierce looks on their faces were facing the stove, spitting at each other's faces, and the smell of tension was getting stronger. Both of you stop arguing. We all found this at the same time, and it's a lifesaver. In my opinion, let's play rock paper scissors to decide, and whoever is luckier gets it. That makes sense. Let's play rock paper scissors. But I have to be frank with you. You have to accept the consequences if you lose. The man who spoke was muscular and had a fierce look on his face. There was blood on the machete in his hand. Just as the 3 of them started playing rock paper scissors, another person appeared. Boss, Li Ming is back. Su Bai looked over and saw a short man, thin and compact, with a bow and arrow on his back. Seeing the 4 people gathered together, they looked familiar with each other. Su Bai was secretly surprised. A small alliance was formed in his area so quickly. Although the relationship did not seem strong, it would still take effort to confront them. Brothers, I found the golden treasure chest. The dwarf couldn't wait to share the news he got from his trip. The other 2 looked at the dwarf with greed in their eyes. Where? It's not far ahead, but there's a snow-white lion guarding it, so I don't dare get close to it alone. Gold treasure chest. Su Bai heard it clearly, and the system also prompted that there was a golden treasure chest on this road. It seems that he is not the only one who has set his sights on the treasure chest. He planned to wait and see what happened. What are you waiting for? Grab your stuff and get the treasure chest. Boss, tear down the house first. Don't let others get away with it. They tore down the shelter in a few moves and headed towards the golden treasure chest. Su Bai followed them quietly. There is a snow lion 30 meters ahead, medium danger, be careful. Snow lion? From a distance, Su Bai saw the snow lion and was instantly shocked by its size. It does look somewhat similar to a lion, but its fur is snow-white, almost blending into the snow. Apart from its brown pupils, its body is also larger than that of an ordinary lion. Roar! Suddenly, the snow lion let out a low roar. The three men were so scared that they quickly hid behind a big tree and dared not move. The snow lion seemed to smell something and looked in their direction, then moved its body. Su Bai also saw clearly the location of the golden treasure chest, which was right under the feet of the snow lion. This time, Su Bai looked at the golden treasure chest carefully. But the distance is still a bit far, and I can't directly see the prompts of the items in the gold treasure chest. Look, is that a lion? It looks very ferocious. If not, let's just forget it. I heard in the chat area before that the guardian beast of the gold treasure chest is very ferocious. What are you afraid of? There are 4 of us. Li Ming will be in charge of the kite with the bow and arrow. 1 person will go up and seduce them, and the remaining 2 can just steal the treasure chest. Su Bai heard clearly the conversation of the 4 people. He had originally planned to keep his troops in place, but now he thought it would be a good idea to let those people take the lead. Maybe you can find a bargain. The plan is good. But these 4 people are afraid of death, and no one is willing to be cannon fodder. Why should I seduce you? I won't do it. Then let's play rock, paper, scissors, and the loser goes up to seduce. Okay, I'll admit defeat. Snow lion is approaching, be careful to hide. Kindness? Following the voice of the system, Su Bai looked towards the snow lion. The snow-white lion almost blended into the earth. If it weren't for the system's prompt, I would not have noticed its approach. It was coming towards this side step by step, while the 4 guys were still playing rock, paper, scissors to seduce whom to play. Why was they even playing rock, paper, scissors? They had all become the target of the snow lion. Roar! There was another deafening sound. Even though Su Bai had a gun in his hand, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The roar was earth-shaking, and the snow on the trees fell down and hit the top of the head. Ah! One of the fat men screamed and subconsciously ran away from the snow lion. However, with just this movement, the snow lion's attack target instantly locked onto him. The snow lion is very fast, and its swift body is like a black shadow. The fat man didn't run far before the snow lion bit his neck, and its sharp teeth cut his aorta. The blood that continued to seep out dyed the snow red. The remaining 3 people also reacted. The one named Li Ming shot an arrow at the snow lion and hit its shoulder. At the same time, Li Ming's arrow attacked again. The snow lion was injured and let out another sharp roar, throwing the person out of its mouth. Launch an attack towards Li Ming. Li Ming was short, and had already climbed up the tree quickly. Su Bai carefully observed the fight between the 2. He squatted down and hid behind a thick tree, watching the other 2 greedily running towards the golden treasure chest. His pupils suddenly shrank. He followed the golden treasure chest, but was careful not to be discovered by the 2 men. If the golden treasure chest really fell into the hands of those 2 people, it would be hard to say which would be easier, dealing with humans or dealing with beasts. The treasure chest was about to fall into the hands of one of them. Su Bai's eyes turned cold, and he prepared to attack. The man's companion pulled out a sharp knife and stabbed it into his abdomen. Wang Gong covered his abdomen in disbelief and yelled, "You want to kill me? Aren't we brothers?" The boss at the side coldly drew out a sharp knife, snatched the treasure chest from his hand, and pushed him to the ground impatiently. The golden treasure chest was now completely in my hands, and I didn't have time to be happy. The next moment, Wang Gong, who had been pushed to the ground, climbed up and hugged the boss's legs tightly. 19. The mantis stalks the Oreo behind. The sharp knife pierced through the back fiercely. Wang Gong groaned but did not let go. He bit the boss's leg and used all his strength. The eldest brother felt pain and increased the strength of his hands. As the 2 men fought, the golden treasure chest fell aside. Su Bai saw them killing each other, while Li Ming had been staying on the tree, and had to be on guard against the snow lion that could climb up the tree at any time. Now the situation was still in a stalemate, and he had no time to pay attention to this side. So he quietly approached the 2 of them. Winterproof supplies. After Su Bai saw the hint clearly, his eyes suddenly lit up and he took the treasure chest. Then quickly put it into the backpack. The boss and Wang Gong were both surprised. Faced with Su Bai's sudden appearance, they finally stopped what they were doing. "You bastard! How dare you steal my treasure chest? The boss was the first to react and swung a sharp knife towards Su Bai. Su Bai shot an arrow at his chest. There are arrows behind you on the left, be careful to dodge. Following the system's prompt, Su Bai reacted quickly and dodged to the right. At this time, a long arrow shot straight towards the distance and hit the boss who was rushing towards Su Bai, piercing his chest again. Puff! The boss spat out a mouthful of blood. The huge force made him take a step back. Kill him while he is ill. Su Bai took out a shotgun and shot the other person in the head. The recoil of the shotgun was quite strong, and my palms felt numb from the vibration. Bang! Black smoke came out of the muzzle. The eldest brother opened his eyes, a huge hole appeared on his head, and he fell straight to the ground, forming a big word. A strong smell of urine came from under Wang Gan's body. His face was full of horror, and he was obviously scared to the extreme. Don't kill me! Brother! Brother, please, I can be your little brother! Wang Gan looked at Su Bai with horror as he pointed the gun at him, and began to recognize the thief as his big brother, trying to make Su Bai stop in this way. Su Bai did not pause for a moment. Oh? Why should I be your big brother? Your boss is lying next to you. You should go and accompany him earlier. Wang Gan closed his eyes in despair, gave up struggling and said, Okay, can you be gentler? I'm afraid of the pain. I'll give you all my belongings no matter what. Just give me a quick death. Wang Gan can be considered a pitiful man. Looking at the other person who was stabbed and bleeding, it seemed that he would not live long, so Su Bai kindly gave him a ride. But the gunshots had already attracted the Snow Lion's attention. The system prompt sounded. Moderate danger, Snow Lion is 35 meters away. Moderate danger, Snow Lion 30 meters away. Moderate danger, Snow Lion is 25 meters away. If facing a Snow Lion in its prime, Su Bai would probably still be a little timid. After all, the opponent's speed is there. But now, after being killed by Li Ming, the Snow Lion had wounds of varying sizes on its body, and its movement speed had also decreased. He had a gun in his hand and was not afraid at all. Roar! The Snow Lion's entire body had turned blood pink due to multiple injuries and severe blood loss, and even its roar had become extremely weak. However, facing the human who stole the treasure chest it was guarding, it bared its sharp fangs and pounced on Su Bai, ready to bite him. Su Bai watched it pounce towards him and pulled the trigger directly at the Snow Lion. The power of a shotgun is that the closer the enemy is, the higher the lethality. This pounce was its final blow. He fell to the ground with a loud gunshot. The expression on the Snow Lion's face still showed a desperate spiritual struggle, and it let out bursts of mournful cries. However, Su Bai did not let the Snow Lion go. This guy just wanted to kill him. Until the Snow Lion could no longer get up from the ground, his eyes fell on the tree where Li Ming had just been. That guy is no longer on the tree, and it has been confirmed that Li Ming has run away. The system did not give any prompts. He actually got away. He's lucky. Su Bai sighed, thinking that what he had done was not a decent thing to do, that was to kill people and rob them. It would be good if we could get rid of all these people. But there is still a fish that has slipped through the net. This person is now hiding in the dark, which has added an extra layer of hidden danger to himself. However, Su Bai will not regret it. In the face of interests, their own gangs collapsed. Even if they hadn't taken action themselves, these people would have brought about their own destruction. On the other side, Li Ming, who was running wildly, had already run far away. It seemed that some terrible creature was chasing him from behind, and he never stopped. It was not until no one caught up with him, and he had already run a long way, that he started to breathe heavily, but his face looked gloomy and terrifying. When Su Bai returned, the Snow Lion was already dead. You killed the Snow Lion and obtained 500 G of lion meat x 100. Get blood guide x 17. Obtain high quality animal skin x 1. Obtain ordinary essence pill x 1. Jingnan, after taking it, you can improve your physical fitness and resist the severe cold. Killing beasts of medium danger level or above will give you a chance to get Jingdan. Su Bai looked at the snow-white meatball in his hand. This thing is the essence pill. It can also improve physical fitness, is it true? In order to verify it, Su Bai was ecstatic and swallowed the pill directly. Fortunately, this thing was not big and melted in his mouth. A warm feeling flowed down my throat to my abdomen. My limbs, which had felt frozen, seemed to be recovering the strength they had consumed, and the cold seemed to be slowly receding. Isn't it amazing? Su Bai seemed to have discovered some new world. What a great thing! Then he took out the golden treasure chest, wondering what kind of cold-resistant supplies it would contain. You opened the gold treasure chest and obtained rare materials, a small coal resource mine, renewable, and produced 500 coal per day. Ha! Another mineral vein or a coal mine. This is the cold weather supplies. Coal, which lasts longer than charcoal. This vein of ore is renewable, which means he will never be short of fuel again. This means that his material supplies are more secure, which is absolutely an indispensable treasure for long-term development. It's no worse than a water heater. It can be said that this small coal mine can provide new business opportunities in the future. Su Bai definitely made a fortune by picking up bargains in this wave. He was in a very good mood. Su Bai picked up all the backpacks of the boss and one gone. Get a sharp knife X1. Get heater blueprint X1. Get house heart X1. Get 8 compressed biscuits, 10 400 milliliters pure water, 1 strong liquor, 1 item upgrade scroll fragment, 1 half complete blueprint. There are also some miscellaneous basic supplies. Su Bai directly put some of the things on the exchange. Items on the shelf, sharp knife X1. Exchange items, medicinal materials X10. Items on the shelves, liquor X1. Exchange items, medicinal materials X2. 20. Stockpiling medicinal materials. When Su Bai was sorting out the supplies in his backpack, he was surprised to find that there was another hint for snow lion meat. Snow lion meat has a certain amount of energy. Long-term consumption can replenish chi and blood and enhance cold resistance. The idea of putting some snow lion meat on the shelves was also given up. He wants to enjoy this good thing alone. The items being traded were obtained from other people anyway. Su Bai doesn't lack this thing now. More food and water were brought into exchange for the medicinal materials. The cold wave is about to arrive, so stock up on some medicinal herbs to make a typhoid fever treatment potion. If we really face extreme cold, there is a risk of death at any time. Su Bai returned to his shelter. He took out the small coal vein from his backpack, and a ball of light appeared before his eyes. Whether to place. Look at the area that can be placed. He eventually placed the coal vein in the warehouse. Place. As Su Bai finished speaking, a small mine covering an area of 1 square meter appeared in front of him. It looked like a rectangular black hole. Just from the appearance, Su Bai still couldn't tell clearly. There is also a small mineral vein. He also placed it aside. Looking at 2 identical black holes. Su Bai touched his chin, probably about to go in and dig. After all, it is a mineral vein and cannot be directly converted into materials. Thinking of this, Su Bai made an iron pickaxe on the workbench. He first entered the coal mine. After jumping down, it was pitch black in front of him at first, and then he turned on the light. Only then did I see the surroundings clearly. It was almost a round cave. There were black coal blocks on the cave. Su Bai waved the iron manuscript in his hand. Each time you knock it will sound. Coal plus 2. Coal plus 2. Coal plus 2. It is really a physical job. Su Bai can only comfort himself that he can only stay in the house when the cold wave comes. It's okay, it's a precious coal resource after all. Thinking of this, he felt much more at ease. He was busy digging coal in the mine with a lot of clanging. Take a short break when you are tired. After he collected all 500 pieces of coal and came out of the coal vein, he found that 3 hours had passed. It's dark outside. The heater needed fuel, so Su Bai threw coal into the fireplace. It's a good time to try out the effect of coal. The temperature in the room rose rapidly. Su Bai sighed and lay comfortably on the bed. He clicked on the exchange to check the collection of medicinal materials. Unexpectedly, except for the sharp knives, all other supplies were exchanged for medicinal materials. The reason why the sharp knife cannot be sold is not because there is anything wrong with the sharp knife. There are still quite a lot of people asking for transactions below. It's just that no one can produce so many medicinal herbs at the moment. But think about it, a cold wave is coming soon, and when the temperature drops below 50 degrees, it will be impossible to go out. Weapons for survivors. Important, but not that important. However, there are still people who want the sharp knife, and they asked in private chat. Lu Biao. Boss, can you make it cheaper? I don't have that many herbs on hand. Su Bai. How many medicinal herbs can you provide? Lu Biao. 5. Su Bai. Too little. Lu Biao. 6 copies. Su Bai. 7 portions, no less. After all, it's a handy weapon, add some more. Lu Biao. Okay, then 7 portions of herbs. But boss, can I ask why you collected so many herbs? Su Bai. Asking questions is another price. There was a quick silence on the other side, and then the message rang again. Lu Biao. Boss, you should have the blueprint of the healing potion. Now it was Su Bai's turn to be silent. This guy guessed pretty accurately. Su Bai. You will know later. Su Bai ignored the subsequent messages from Lu Biao and waited for the other party to complete the transaction. He looked at the 28 extra medicinal herbs in his backpack and directly made them all into typhoid treatment potion. Production successful. Obtain typhoid treatment potion X14. Su Bai silently put the typhoid treatment medicine on the exchange. Item name, typhoid fever treatment potion. Effects, it can treat colds and fevers caused by cold weather and improve the body's immunity. Bidding, drawings are preferred, and other materials are welcome to chat privately. Drug. It can also be used to treat typhoid fever. I don't believe it can't be sold at a good price. However, even good wine needs to be hidden in a remote alley. After Su Bai put the items on the exchange, he opened the world chat channel. Su Bai. Does anyone need typhoid medicine? Fuck. Su Bai. Yes, boss, please give me medicine. I have a terrible cold, please give me some medicine. The response in the chat channel was quite enthusiastic. Su Bai's red logo was the most eye-catching. Coupled with Su Bai's name, many people remembered that he was the one ranked first. Su Bai. If you need it, you are welcome to come to the exchange to bid. Blueprints will be given priority. I went to the exchange and saw that there were 14 copies. That's all there is. Boss, can you make it cheaper or make more and bring the price down? Ordinary players can't afford it. Su Bai, since you can sell so many typhoid fever treatment potions, it means you have the typhoid fever treatment blueprints. Can't you exchange them for cheaper supplies? You actually organized an auction. You are taking advantage of the crisis to make money. You are such an inhuman guy. The person above is sick, don't represent us alone, or you will think we are all idiots. The boss has both blueprints and materials. Besides, he is the only one who can provide medicine right now. So what's wrong with bidding? If I am that lucky, I can sell it for more than him. Please take a look at me, sir. I have been ill for 2 days. My whole body is red with fever. I am afraid I will not survive this night without medicine. Please save me. I will always remember your kindness. Boss, I have already participated in the auction, please give me priority. The chat channel was rapidly refreshing. There are also many people who want to curry favor with others, some who speak like madmen, and some who are mixed with some normal transaction information. Su Bai looked at the scrolling messages on the screen. The goal was achieved, and his private messages kept ringing, obviously because they were overwhelmed by the auction news. Then it was up to him to select the appropriate items. After integrating the resources at hand, what Su Bai lacks now is the 12-gauge shotgun bullet blueprint and a newly acquired item upgrade blueprint fragment. Both are important to him. A big part of the reason why he spoke in the World Chat channel was that he wanted to increase the base and see if he could try his luck. Su Bai clicked on the exchange to chat privately. This time, he found the place for screening, and the messages about items that did not meet the requirements no longer appeared. Auction, item upgrade blueprint fragment X1. 2-1, upgrade water heater. Item upgrade blueprint fragment. Su Bai immediately agreed to the deal. Transaction successful. The backpack soon had more things in it. 2 item upgrade blueprint fragments can be combined into a complete blueprint. Whether to synthesize. Yes. Synthesis successful. Get item upgrade blueprint X1. Item upgrade blueprint. Tips: upgrade to intermediate, 1/1, upgrade to advanced, 1/2. Su Bai looked at the item introduction. Things are good, but they have to be used in the right place. For example, if you use this thing on disposable consumable items, the items will be consumed soon after their performance is improved, and they are still useless. Therefore, it is definitely worthwhile to spend on sustainable products. The lasting items he now has on hand are a water heater and a small coal mine. Of the two, he preferred upgrading the water heater. The hourly water output rate of primary water heaters is still too low, and the output is limited. The small coal mine currently produces 500 pieces of coal per day, which is enough for him. If he wants to increase the amount of coal, he still has to spend physical effort to mine it, which is quite troublesome. Upgrade your water heater! As Su Bai gave the order, the upgrade blueprint for the item in his hand turned into a halo on the primary water heater and disappeared, and then the system voice was heard soon. Ding, upgrade completed. Intermediate water heater, can produce hot water at any temperature, water output rate, 40 ml/1 minute, no production consumption. The water outlet of the water dispenser in front of me has become a little bigger, producing 6 bottles of 400 milliliters hot water per hour, which is 144 bottles per day. Nearly 6 L of hot water a day. The long-term and stable hot water resources even allow him to take a luxurious hot bath. Su Bai flipped through the drawings for a long time but didn't see any drawings with bullets. Most of the drawings used for trading today are irrelevant, or even useless. For example, refrigerator production drawings, happy water production drawings, rice cooker production drawings, fireworks production drawings, bread maker production drawing. In fact, this is normal. Although typhoid treatment medicine is very precious, there is not necessarily anyone who is willing to exchange those precious drawings. I guess the typhoid treatment medicine will only show its true value when the real cold wave arrives. In that case, Su Bai no longer looked at the column of drawings, but switched to other items. Although the heart of his house was upgraded to level 3, the fortifications of the shelter remained at level 2 because of a lack of many materials. It was just right that we could complete all of them at once and build the shelter stronger before the cold wave came. After another screening, trading applications with bids for 3 items, stone, cement and screws, soon appeared. Transaction successful. Get screws X2, stones X20. Get cement X3, stone X15. Get screws X2, cement X1, stone X10. Get cement X2, refined iron block X3. Get cement X5, stone X5. After 5 transactions, the materials for upgrading durability are almost ready. Su Bai clicked on the survival panel. Shelter, level 3 stone house. A stone house, ordinary level, provides shelter from wind and rain, strong defense, not easily damaged. House heart level 3, as the level increases, the shelter's defense can be strengthened. 1/3 of the house heart is required for upgrading. Solid stone wall, durability 500, upgradable, consumes 357/30 wood, 13/5 cement, and 156/20 stone. Solid stone floor, durability 500, upgradable, consumes 357/30 wood, 13/5 cement, and 156/20 stone. Solid stone door, durability 500, upgradable, consumes 357/15 wood, 13/3 cement, 156/10 stone. Comfortable bed, durability 200, upgradable, consumes 357/20 wood, 4/4 screws, 5/4 hides. Confirm the upgrade. A white halo enveloped the shelter. Blink again. Upgrade successful. Then look at the survivor panel. Fortification durability, 4,500, durability will be consumed after being attacked or hit. Su Bai looked at the updated data and nodded with great satisfaction. Every upgrade will bring some changes to the shelter. The originally plain stone house now has some modern features. It no longer looks like exposed stones, but complete concrete walls and an unpainted rough appearance. Su Bai touched it and missed his house. When he has the chance in the future, he will definitely build the shelter. He looked down at the time, and it was already evening. It's been busy up front. Are you going out? When he opened the door, a gust of cold wind blew straight in his face, and he couldn't help but shiver all over. The wind outside was really cold. It wasn't a dry cold, but a damp cold that penetrated into the bones. The visibility was extremely low. Su Bai immediately took a step back into the room, closed the door, and blocked out the cold air. Considering that the temperature has been dropping and he had almost looted all the supplies around him, it was no longer suitable for him to go out for a long time. If he hadn't taken the Snow Lion's essence pill and become full of energy, he would have fallen ill. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, and the whole house was very warm. The inside and outside of the house were two extremes. Anyway, Su Bai made up his mind not to go out. He took out Snow Lion meat from his backpack, which would be tonight's dinner, and added a piece of coal to the fireplace. The hot red flames were burning brightly, and the skewered Snow Lion meat produced a Maillard reaction under the roasting of the flames, and the fragrance gradually began to fill the entire house. A rare moment of peace. While enjoying the food, Su Bai opened the World Chat channel. Brothers, hold on, I hope to see you again after tomorrow. It feels like these past few days are just a dream, but it's so real. Facing death is really painful. Tomorrow is the cold front. Is there still hope for humanity? I haven't seen my good brother yet. Luan, are you in this world? I hope you can reply to me when you see this. I confess that I stole your mother's underwear. I love you, Mom. It was snowing heavily outside, and for many survivors, it was a sleepless night. It was also very likely to be their last day alive. The current low temperature alone will eliminate some people who do not have adequate warmth measures and fuel. The public screen was repeatedly filled with messages from survivors, which looked no different from their last words. An oppressive feeling of the approaching death spread in the heart, making people feel very uncomfortable. Su Bai sighed, silently swallowed the last piece of barbecue, and closed the chat channel. 22. Cold wave arrives. A cold snowstorm swept through, and the house suddenly became dark. The howling wind made a whistling sound, making it difficult for people to toss and turn and fall asleep. When Su Bai woke up, he thought it was still night. It was pitch black all around. His toes that were exposed outside the goose-down quilt felt the biting cold, and he quickly pulled them back into the quilt. He woke up instantly. Cold wave is coming. He wrapped himself tightly in the quilt and got out of bed. The coal in the fireplace had been used up, leaving only a faint flame that could go out at any time. If it was a step later, the fire would have been completely extinguished, so Su Bai hurriedly added a few more pieces of coal into it. Just with these few movements, he felt cold all over and shivering, and his teeth were chattering. This is too cold. I felt the temperature inside had dropped to at least -20 or -30 degrees Celsius, and that was with the residual heat from burning coal all night. It was even colder than the temperature outside when I was there before. It was really terrible. After adding fuel, the heater started running again. Not only that, Su Bai had to stay very close to the fireplace, otherwise he would still feel chilly if he was too far away. He wrapped himself tightly in his down jacket, put on all the existing warm clothes, and sat by the fireplace with a serious expression. Cruel words were clearly displayed on the game panel. Global Ice Survival Day 5, congratulations to the players for surviving. A cold wave is coming today, and the temperature has dropped to -50 degrees Celsius. The first level heater is not enough to keep the players alive, and some players will be eliminated directly. During the cold wave, blizzards will randomly appear in different areas and destroy players' shelters. During the blizzard, the players' shelter fortifications will continue to decline. Considering the high number of deaths, some lucky players will receive a one-time teleportation item as compensation. This item can be assigned to a friend. It can be a magical tool for keeping each other warm, or it can be a death warrant. Please use it at your discretion. Good luck to everyone. The temperature in the shelters slowly began to rise. The heating effect of coal is very good. The temperature released by combustion makes the house warmer, and it seems to have returned to its previous comfort. Su Bai's body was not as cold anymore, but the coldness in his heart would not dissipate. He saw the number of survivors displayed on the World Channel. It directly fell below 400 million people. The death toll is higher than expected. Elimination is just a matter of words, but the fact of the death of 400 million people is right in front of us. Most of them probably huddled by the stove, desperately trying to absorb the hope of life, but were taken away by the extremely low temperature. It's so cold. I have no feeling in my lower body. What should I do? Put the leg on the fire and roast it. It won't be cold when it's cooked. Upstairs, I hope you can make a hell of a joke before you freeze to death. I'm not kidding, I said that because I really did it. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon for eternity? I'm sorry, I apologize for my recklessness. This kind of horrible weather, with both low temperatures and blizzards, is deliberately trying to keep us alive. I finally upgraded the heater to level 2, but the supplies are not enough to upgrade the fortifications. Now I can only wish that the blizzard stays away from my shelter. Maybe only the first 10,000 will survive. I really want to cling to their thighs. Do you have that one-time teleportation item? One just appeared in my backpack out of nowhere. Fuck, why didn't I have any? Ha ha ha, I saw it in my backpack too. Why don't I have it? I see that more and more people are mentioning this one-time teleportation item. Su Bai also checked his backpack, but there was nothing extra. This really depends on luck. It is given to the survivor randomly. It seems that his luck is not that good. Are you selling the upstairs? I'll pay a lot of money to buy it from you. No, I won't sell it. I want to keep this good thing to save my life. If I'm about to die, I can still give it a try. This one-time teleportation item can only be used between friends. I want to be a big friend. Is there any big friend with a logo? Please take me in. A new idea has been opened up. Look at me, big guys. Although I am a man, I am not only capable, but also competent. At this time, someone with a yellow sign finally spoke up. You guys want to hug my thighs, and I want to hug my thighs too. Don't you notice that the burning time of the charcoal has shortened again? Yeah, charcoal doesn't last long, and we don't know how long the cold wave will last. We can't do without a heater in this low temperature, and we can't go out to collect supplies. Not every big leg is so easy to hold. Now we can only hope that the cold wave will end soon before the old capital is used up. Fortunately, I stockpiled some wood before, so I don't have to worry about fuel. If you need it, you can trade it with me. I'll sell it at a high price. I have a slight fever. I can't stand it any longer. Su Bai clicked on the exchange. I still have 8 doses of typhoid fever treatment medicine left that I posted yesterday. Many people below were clamoring for a deal. The temperature now is so cold that it's deadly. There are too many people suffering from frostbite. Those who were originally reluctant to hand over their precious belongings actually took out a lot of good things in order to survive. Begging Su Bai to exchange. Brother, please, I really need a typhoid treatment potion to save my life. Boss Su Bai, look at me, I have something good here, please trade with me. Item name, Level 1 Fertile Soil X4. Item description, can be used for planting, keep plants growing normally in severe cold, and increase the chance of survival, no consumption, can be upgraded. Item name, Lucky Item X1. Item description, consumable item, 2/3 of the remaining uses. Carrying it can increase the probability of obtaining rare resources and increase the luck value. Item name, Micro Drone X1. Item description, consumable item, battery charge 79%, can be used to survey the surrounding situation. Su Bai was quite interested. So he took these 3 items and then traded some more things. Get 4 thorn seeds. Get rice seeds X5. Get wheat seeds X5. Get bread machine blueprint X1. Get rice cooker blueprint X1. As for the last 2 items, Su Bai saw the 2 blueprints yesterday and still felt that they were useless. The reason was that he didn't have the raw materials on hand, so he couldn't use them even if he changed them. He planned to wait until the things were grown and then make them into food, so these 2 things were indispensable. There were waves of warmth coming from the fireplace, and the room was already very warm. Su Bai felt no longer cold, so he stood up and stretched his body. Get ready, start digging coal! 2-3, Coal trading. After digging in the coal mine for more than 2 hours, Su Bai collected 500 pieces of coal. Including yesterday's coal, we already have 1,000 pieces of coal on hand. Su Bai returned to the living room, sat on the sofa to rest, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he can't go out now and has nothing to do, so he just treats it as exercise. If he had to spend time digging coal every day, he would definitely not be happy. The coal has been collected. Next, Su Bai opened the World Channel and thought about the wording. Su Bai. Everyone, the cold wave is coming, and survival is not easy. You should have noticed that charcoal has a short burning time, and consuming one charcoal can no longer last for 1 hour. I have coal on hand. Those who have sold coal should know that a level 2 heater consumes 1 coal and can last for 3 hours. If the heater is level 3, it can last for 3.5 hours. I will first list 1,000 pieces of coal on the exchange. The price is fair and there will be a continuous supply in the future. You can go to the exchange to buy it. The news on the World Channel keeps scrolling. But because of Su Bai's red mark, the message he sent out would be noticed by the survivors immediately. In addition, what he said was very attractive, so he was immediately pushed up. Is there anyone who has used coal who can tell me whether this is true? I've mined coal, but I haven't calculated it, but it does burn a lot longer than charcoal. It's true. I can guarantee it because I've tried it and found that coal only burns for about 3 hours and the temperature is very high and very comfortable. I didn't expect Su Bai to be able to come up with so much coal. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Who said it wasn't? Just because he gave me 1,000 coals at once, I was so impressed. And he can supply me for a long time. This is too good luck. As a survivor, I am really jealous. I'm so jealous +1. Lemon essence +1. I'm really jealous. After feeling the pain for a while, the survivor quickly reacted. Although 1,000 pieces of coal may seem like a lot, the benefits of coal are so great that there are simply not enough to share. Many survivors have opened coal. It can be considered a basic resource, but basically only a few pieces can be found, and the quantity is not large. If you want to maintain heating for a day, you will need at least 8 pieces of coal. Don't grab it! Leave some for me! Stop talking. The person is already at the exchange. I'll just squat there to show my respect. Boss Su Bai, hurry up and put it on the shelf. Let's see how fast you are. First come, first served. Line up! Seeing such a lively queuing scene, Su Bai felt more relieved. There is definitely no shortage of market for coal, but I am worried that some survivors have never used it and don't know how fragrant it is. Now that there are so many people in the chat channel testifying that coal is good and expressing their desire to buy it, there will be no shortage of market. Su Bai wanted a long-term, steady supply, like hot water, to be used in exchange for some precious materials, so he gave out his name first. He switched to the trading market and put 1,000 pieces of coal on the shelf. Items on the shelves: coal x 300. Price: bullet blueprint x1. Items on the shelf: coal x 150. Price: item upgrade drawing x1. Items on the shelf: coal x 200. Auction: other rare drawings x1. Items on the shelf: coal x 200. Items on the shelves: one-time teleportation item x1. Except for the first 850 coal, which Su Bai used to exchange for blueprints, the remaining 150 coal can be exchanged for refined iron blocks, cement, screws, alloys, and other materials. As soon as he put the product on the shelf, transaction information kept ringing. In addition to the props, there are also 150 pieces of coal at the back that can be traded by bidding. Su Bai set up an application for the drawings, which required review before the transaction could be carried out, for fear that the item traded might not be the one he wanted. Su Bai looked at the transaction. Transaction successful. Get one-time teleportation item x1. One-time teleportation item. The teleportation range is limited to friends, and the teleportation is to the entrance of the friend's shelter. After looking at the item description, Su Bai roughly understood. At first he was thinking that this thing teleported randomly. Now it seems that it can only teleport between friends, and it can only teleport to the door of the other person. The current temperature outside is deadly enough. Unless it is absolutely necessary, who would use this item to teleport during this cold wave? If the message is sent over and the other party doesn't open the door, that would be like asking for death. Unless you have great trust in the other party, you would not feel comfortable sending the message. He shook his head and threw the prop into his backpack. He had no use for it now. Su Bai focused his attention on the transaction of the bullet drawings, and quite a few people below were exclaiming. Fuck, 300 pieces of coal, that's enough fuel to last a month, so tempting. What a pity, I want it too. Bullet blueprints, could it be that Boss Su Bai has a gun? Boss, please support me. Excuse me, I want to see if this deal can be successful. Has this world really developed into something unimaginable? There is currently no one trading the bullet blueprints, but there is some movement on the rare blueprints side. Su Bai looked at the transaction application sent by Qingdong in front of him, raised his eyebrows, and became interested. Item name, Primary Greenhouse X1. Item description, can be connected to a heater to provide a warm growing environment for crops. Qingdong. Brother, look at this. I got it from the silver treasure chest. It's not a blueprint, but it's very precious. If I didn't have enough fuel, I wouldn't be willing to take it out. Although this thing is not a blueprint, Su Bai wants it very much. Su Bai. Okay, let's make the deal. Qingdong on the opposite side showed joy on his face, but soon he reluctantly packed up the primary greenhouse and traded it to Su Bai. Transaction successful. Delivery of coal mine X200. Get primary greenhouse X1. After getting the primary greenhouse, Su Bai first inspected it. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Detect that the item can be connected to the heater, whether to connect it. It should be this shed. After Su Bai agreed. Connection successful, can be placed. It's impossible to put it in your own home, right? But it was extremely cold outside, and he didn't want to go out and freeze, so he tried to leave his things at home first. However, it cannot be placed inside the house. Placement failed. I don't know where I clicked. Immediately afterwards, Su Bai saw a white light appear at the door from the window, and before the white light disappeared, he saw the shape of a greenhouse. Well, probably it can only be placed outdoors. Su Bai hesitated for a moment, and saw that the greenhouse was right at the door and not that far away. So he wrapped himself tightly and carefully opened the door a crack. With just this tiny gap, the cold air outside rushed into the house, and the chill spread through his body through the clothes. 2-4, Intermediate Greenhouse. The world outside seemed to be sealed in ice, with the freezing cold of 50 degrees below zero raging. Every breath seemed to freeze into ice in the lungs, and the biting cold wind pierced through the clothes like a knife, reaching the bone marrow. Su Bai gritted his teeth, took a few quick and powerful breaths, and dived into the greenhouse. He pushed hard, and the heavy wooden door was slowly opened by his strength. A warm breath instantly rushed towards him. Fortunately, the temperature in the greenhouse is still normal. Although it is not as warm as in the shelter, it is acceptable. He shook off the snow on his body. Su Bai looked at the furnishings in the greenhouse. The furnishings of this greenhouse were extremely simple, with a frame made of rough wood and covered with a layer of transparent plastic film, which could also block the fierce wind and snow from the outside. It's about 10 square meters in size. He moved the shed a little bit more and connected the door of the shed with the door of the shelter. Now you don't have to endure the cold. You can start farming now. He took out the first-grade fertile soil from his backpack and placed it on the bare snow. The selected area turned into yellow mud land, a neat square piece. Su Bai looked at the yellowish mud ground and carefully read the introduction of the first-level soil. Level 1 fertile soil can be used for planting, keeps plants growing normally in severe cold, and increases survival rate, no consumption, can be upgraded. No matter how you look at it, this soil doesn't seem to be fertile at all. He placed all 4 pieces of soil, which occupied about 4 square meters in total. 1 piece of land can grow 4 seeds. Su Bai squatted down, took out rice and wheat seeds from his backpack, and carefully planted them one by one. Now, we don't know how long the cold wave will last. The outside world is shrouded in extremely severe weather. Going out to find resources has become an almost impossible task. Su Bai thought secretly in his heart, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. If we only rely on the supplies we have saved up, one day they will run out. Being able to grow crops in this greenhouse and provide a continuous and stable source of food is undoubtedly a huge guarantee. I don't know what happened to the potatoes that were planted outside, but considering the environment, Su Bai has already made the worst plan. It doesn't matter if it doesn't grow, I hope the seeds can be preserved after the cold wave. After planting rice and wheat, there is still some space left for planting. Su Bai went to the exchange again to look for seeds. Radish seeds? Corn seeds? Tomato seeds? The transaction was more than 10 pages long. Su Bai found rice and bought some corn seeds. I really want to eat hot rice. They're all coarse grains, very filling. After collecting the necessary seeds, Su Bai planted them one by one. He stood up and looked at the land that was about to be revitalized, his heart full of anticipation. The exchange's notification tone suddenly sounded, and a message came into view. It's a request for item upgrade drawings sent by a guy named Ping Xiao. Hey, I was just thinking about upgrading the primary greenhouse, and now it's here. Su Bai was secretly delighted. But then he saw the conditions proposed by Ping Xiao, which was like pouring a bucket of cold water on him. Ping Xiao. Brother, 200 coal is too little, add some more, 500 please. Su Bai couldn't help but frown. You know, he worked hard to dig coal every day, but he could only barely get 500 pieces of coal. 500 coals? That's really too much, Su Bai muttered. But he did not refuse immediately. After all, he really wanted the upgrade blueprint. So he decided to bargain with Ping Xiao. Su Bai. This number of 500 coals is a bit unreasonable. Time passed minute by minute, and Ping Xiao on the opposite side showed a triumphant smile. Ping Xiao. 500 coal is the minimum I can accept. Seeing this message, Su Bai was speechless and clenched his fists. 300 coal, this is my limit. If you insist on 500, then this deal is not worth doing. Ping Xiao. Okay, 300 coal is 300 coal. I've added you as my friend, let's approve our cooperation. When Su Bai received Ping Xiao's invitation to add him as a friend, a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and then he changed the price. He quickly glanced at the transaction, thinking to himself. Although the transaction was successful, Su Bai did not accept the other party's friend request. He knows very well that in this crisis-ridden world, trust is an extremely luxurious thing. Now, adding a friend is equivalent to giving the other party an opportunity that may threaten your safety. In this time when resources are scarce and people's minds are unpredictable, remaining cautious is the key to survival. No need, Su Bai replied without hesitation. On the other side, Peng Xiao saw the message that Su Bai rejected it. Peng Xiao's expression looked even gloomier in the dim light. His fists clenched unconsciously, and his knuckles turned slightly white due to the force. It was humiliating for him to have his friend request rejected. He originally planned to establish a cooperative relationship with Su Bai and seek a way to survive together. But at this moment, he felt that his dignity was ruthlessly trampled upon. He gently stroked the pistol in his hand, and the cold touch seemed to dispel the irritability in his heart. Su Bai. Ping Xiao whispered the name with a fierceness that could not be ignored. I will let you know the price of underestimating me. We have a long way to go. Su Bai held the item upgrade blueprint tightly, and slowly aimed the blueprint at the primary greenhouse in front of him. Whether to use? Yes. As the drawing disappeared, the entire greenhouse was instantly shrouded in a soft white light. In the white light, the outline of the greenhouse began to change subtly, as if it was gently pulled and reshaped by invisible hands, constantly deforming. As the white light gradually dissipated, what appeared before Su Bai's eyes was no longer the simple primary greenhouse. It now looks brand new, and its floor area has doubled to 20 square meters. The original wooden frame was replaced by a solid iron structure. Each iron pipe exudes a cold luster, and the plastic film covering the iron frame has become thicker. Upgrade successful. Intermediate greenhouse, a warm and comfortable greenhouse, which increases crop growth by 30% and can be upgraded. Required item upgrade drawings 0/2. Su Bai's eyes were instantly attracted by the scene in front of him. These rice and wheat seeds that had just been carefully planted had actually broken through the constraints of the soil and revealed tender green buds in a short period of time. The growth rate was far beyond his expectations. His eyes were full of surprise. This growth rate is too fast. 2-5, Ally Agreement. Su Bai opened the exchange interface with ease, and his eyes quickly scanned the commodities, finally locking on fertilizer. He placed an order for 20 bags of fertilizer at once. As the transaction completion notification sounded, bags of fertilizer appeared in his backpack. He took out a bag of fertilizer from his backpack and scattered it casually on the fertile soil. The black particles instantly merged into the soil after being scattered. While spreading fertilizer, Su Bai carefully observed the changes in the crops. The small buds that originally looked tender have now grown a few inches taller, becoming more upright and strong, with leaves that are emerald green, and the entire piece of soil seems to be covered with a layer of rich green. Su Bai's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. At this growth rate, we should be able to harvest in a few days. After a busy day, I finally got the chance to lean back on the soft sofa and relax for a moment. He glanced at the system time and was surprised to find that night had quietly fallen and time had passed quietly while he was busy. His body was all sticky and he hadn't taken a bath for 6 days. Thinking that the water heater has already collected 6L of hot water, it is enough. He decided to give himself a little luxury. For example, take a hot bath. I wet the towel with warm water and wiped every inch of my skin, taking away the sticky sweat and stains on my body. I applied some soap and washed myself fragrantly. So comfortable. After taking a shower, he lazily lay on the bed and casually opened the chat channel. The channel is still very lively. Although the number of users has decreased by 10 million compared to this morning, the activity level has not decreased at all. During this cold snap that forced us to stay in shelters, chatting has become a way for most people to relieve loneliness. Su Bai swiped through the world chat and looked at the chat content in surprise. CPDD, you are the only one. Is there any young man who wants to be my friend and date me? Rank 76th in the world, sorry, I'm just that capable. Welcome survivors with ideas and abilities to join us. If you are interested, please add me as a friend in a private message. You are welcome to teleport at any time. Is there anyone willing to cooperate? Men or women are welcome. I'm buying teleportation items at a high price. What's even more outrageous is that Su Bai actually saw a naked PY transaction. We will deliver warmth to your doorstep. One-time fee is welcome to chat privately. Hot. Hot. Beauty. Online service. Can the teleportation item be used like this? Su Bai thought about it, and felt that if it existed, it was reasonable. How should I put it? No matter where the sport is, as long as there is a desire to drive it, it will definitely be a thriving industry. Living is already very difficult, and it is nice to have someone to warm your body. This disposable teleportation item is really broken. Fortunately, it can only be used between friends, so there is a threshold. After thinking about it, Su Bai opened the friend list that he hadn't opened for a long time. There were only a few people in Su Bai's friend list, one of whom was the Special Forces soldier Zhang Yi with whom he had contact. Whenever Su Bai saw this name, he would involuntarily think of his brother in his previous life. The sense of familiarity brought by having the same name and surname made him pay more attention to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi also sent him a message. Su Bai gently clicked on the message. Zhang Yi. Brother Su Bai, I hope to cooperate with you to form an alliance team. First, I am grateful that you have lent me a hand when I was in trouble. Second, I am impressed by your strength and I am eager to follow you and survive together. Su Bai looked at Zhang Yi's words and was still moved, but at the same time he also remained vigilant. After all, human hearts are unpredictable, and he dare not trust anyone easily, even if the other person seems quite sincere. When Su Bai was hesitating whether to accept Zhang Yi's proposal, Zhang Yi's message jumped into his eyes again, with a hint of urgency and expectation. Zhang Yi. I know we have never met before, but please believe my sincerity. Please read this alliance agreement. I will never betray you. I hope we can work together to support each other and move forward together in this survival world. This is a detailed alliance agreement. Su Bai quickly clicked it to check. Item name, Ally Agreement. Item introduction. After both parties successfully sign the agreement, they will become allies. Note: allies are not allowed to harm each other during the agreement. Zhang Yi had already signed it. Su Bai raised his eyebrows, and his worries were relieved a lot. Su Bai. Johnny, I feel your sincerity, and I am willing to cooperate with you. But where did you get this thing? Is there any channel that he doesn't know about? Having said that, Johnny handed the alliance agreement to Su Bai. After Su Bai signed it, the agreement was put into his backpack. After receiving the reply, Johnny could not hide his joy in his tone. Great, I look forward to the day when I can fight alongside you. Please believe that you will never regret your decision today. This is the item I got from the treasure chest, and there is only one like this. Su Bai understood. It seemed that he still hoped that the players would form an alliance, otherwise he would not have set up these props. Su Bai. Johnny, considering the unstable environment and the cold weather, how about we wait for the cold wave to pass and then teleport over? Johnny seemed a little hesitant, and after a long while he replied, To be honest, I don't have any teleportation items on hand right now. My luck is not very good. I will try to buy another one. Seeing this, Su Bai thought to himself. Since the two of them have formed an alliance, it is natural for them to help each other. So, he said generously, since we are allies, we should help each other. I happen to have a one-time teleportation item here. You can use it first, and then teleport over after the cold wave passes. Gift item, one-time teleportation item times 1. Johnny. Received. Su Bai. Johnny, how are your winter supplies prepared? Are they enough? Johnny quickly replied, with a somewhat relaxed tone. Don't worry, brother. I have already purchased the coal you have. Together with the wood I collected before, it is enough for me to survive this cold wave. It is absolutely enough. Experienced people know that sudden snowstorms are not scary because they will not last too long. On the contrary, continuous snow will mean a long and cold winter. That night, the strong winds and heavy snow destroyed countless people's shelters and many people lost their lives. The temperature outside has dropped to a critical point that even the most cold-resistant beasts cannot withstand. In the past, you could hear the roar of wild beasts outside at night, but now there is nothing else except the howling of the cold wind. 26. Beautiful girl comes to visit. The vast white world was frozen. If someone goes out at this time, they will find that the wild beasts that have been endangering the lives of ordinary survivors in the past few days have disappeared or hidden one after another, and some have even fallen into hibernation. No matter whether it is beasts or humans, no one can withstand this catastrophe. Even the cold-resistant cedar trees seem to have frozen in place, with many of them broken. Every place is being attacked by the raging cold wind and no one can escape it. At the same time, a dangerous snowstorm is quietly approaching. In a level 2 shelter, Lin Wei suddenly woke up from her dream. The night was as dark as ink. The strong wind mixed with snowflakes hit her shelter like a wild beast, as if it wanted to tear this last safe haven into pieces. Her heartbeat was like a drum, and the system's cold and resolute notification tone kept echoing in her ears. Your shelter is being attacked by a blizzard, and its defenses are reduced to 450. This sound was like a sharp blade, cutting her nerves. Then, there was a second sound, and a third sound. Your shelter is being attacked by a blizzard, and its defenses are reduced to 400. Your shelter is being attacked by a blizzard, and its defenses are reduced to 350. With every reminder, Lin Wei's face turned paler, with despair flashing in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, and with trembling hands she took out the remaining wood from her backpack, and rushed desperately towards the cracks eroded by wind and snow. However, the amount of wood is limited, while the blizzard seems to be endless. Just when the shelter's defenses were approaching zero and all hope was about to be exhausted, she remembered that she still had a one-time teleportation item. That was her only life-saving straw in desperation. A trace of determination flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. She no longer hesitated and quickly put away the precious heater and the heart of the house. At the moment when her house was about to be completely swallowed up by the blizzard, Lin Wei took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and selected the name in the friend list. With a flash of dazzling light, her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Su Bai seemed to hear some noise outside in a daze, but he just thought it was the wind and didn't take it seriously, and fell into sleep again. When I opened my eyes again the next day, I subconsciously looked at the game panel. Day 6 of Ice Survival. Congratulations to the players for surviving. The cold wave continues, and today's temperature has risen compared to yesterday. Players, please note that in addition to the blizzard, there are also cold-stricken beasts that may attack the player's shelter at any time and occupy your warm nest. Face it positively. I wish all players a smooth survival. Come on. Good boy, the temperature is starting to warm up. Su Bai is still very happy. This means that the cold wave will not last too long. This is good news. He got up, put on his clothes, and again vaguely heard some noise outside. Officer Su Bai opened the door of the shelter and walked directly into the greenhouse, but was surprised to see a woman with long straight black hair curled up in the corner, looking lonely and weak. Her face quickly overlapped with a certain memory fragment in Su Bai's mind. I always feel like I've seen this beautiful girl with long straight black hair somewhere before. But that's not the point. Where the hell did this come from? Still sleeping in his shed? Su Bai's doubts and vigilance instantly surged in his heart. He frowned and asked in a questioning tone, "Where are you from? Why are you sleeping in my shed?" When Lin Wei heard this, her eyes instantly turned red and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. She hugged herself tightly, her body trembling slightly, like a fallen leaf in the cold wind, helpless and fragile. She sobbed, her voice full of grievance. "Brother Su Bai, you don't remember me. I am Lin Wei. Woo woo woo. My house was destroyed by the snowstorm. I had no choice but to teleport. I teleported here in the middle of the night yesterday and I knocked on your door, but you were asleep and didn't open it. It was too cold outside, so I had to stay in your shed for the night." Looking at Lin Wei's tearful face, Su Bai couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. Since she can use teleportation, she must be his friend, or at least someone he knows. But Su Bai was not the kind of person who would easily trust others based on appearance alone, so he decided to find out more about the situation. "So you have no shelter now? Are the heart of the house and the heater still there?" Su Bai asked. Lin Wei's expression flickered slightly, and she seemed to be a little embarrassed to speak, but she nodded and replied softly, "Both things are still there, but I no longer have the materials to rebuild the shelter." As she spoke, a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Then she looked at Su Bai with a pitiful look, and her voice was filled with pleading. "Brother Su Bai, please be kind enough to take me in." Seeing this, Su Bai raised a playful smile. He pretended to be a lecher and asked tentatively, "Aren't you afraid that I will do that to you first and then to you?" When Lin Wei heard this, a smile flashed across her eyes. She seemed to have seen through Su Bai's tricks and said confidently, "No, if you were really a bad guy, you would have bullied me the last time we met in the woods. Besides, if you want, it's not impossible." Lin Wei spoke the last sentence in a very low voice. Su Bai didn't hear her words clearly. He remembered who this Lin Wei was. "I have indeed seen her nearby before, and had some dealings with her." Thinking of this, he nodded and decided to give her a chance. "Okay, you can live with me, but only in the greenhouse. Also, you can't live here for free, you have to work for me." Su Bai already had an idea in his mind. He was not a philanthropist, so even if the other person was a beautiful woman, it wouldn't do. When Lin Wei heard this, a shy smile immediately blossomed on her face. She thought that the work Su Bai mentioned had some special meaning, and she was secretly delighted. After all, Su Bai is the top boss, and he is also a handsome guy. You will not suffer any loss by following him. However, when she was taken to the coal mine by Su Bai and saw Su Bai calmly handing her an iron pickaxe, her smile froze instantly. "Come on, dig coal well." Su Bai's simple words were like cold water that extinguished Lin Wei's fantasies. She stared blankly at the pickaxe in her hand again and again, and only then did she realize that what Su Bai meant by working really meant real labor. 500 pieces of coal, not a single piece less. If one piece is missing, humph. Although Su Bai didn't wave the whip in his hand, his face looked like the hateful Zhou Baiopi. 27. Shelter in danger. There was a clanging sound coming from the coal mine below, and the aroma of the barbecue above wafted into my nose. Su Bai leisurely turned the barbecue in his hand. It was pork that he had found in the cupboard and he had almost forgotten about it. Thinking of Lin Wei still working hard to dig coal for him, Su Bai was very considerate and prepared a portion of roast pork for her. He sliced it and wrapped it with lettuce, which was so delicious. After Su Bai finished roasting, he shouted at the entrance of the mine. "It's time for the meal! It's time for the meal! Come up quickly!" Lin Wei came up, her beautiful face covered with sweat, her hair stuck to her cheeks. She looked a little disheveled, but it did not affect her sparkling eyes at all when she glanced at the food prepared on the table. She was about to step forward to pick it up when Su Bai handed her a bottle of hot water. Sitting by the warm fireplace, she held the lettuce wrapped in meat tightly in her hands. The golden skin was sizzling with tempting oil and exuding fragrance. She took a light bite and found the meat crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with juicy texture. Compared to the dry bread she had been chewing in the past few days, she looked down at the cup of boiling water prepared for her. The steam rose up, blurring her vision. She took a sip, and the hot water of just the right temperature slid into her throat, instantly warming her whole body. "It's like being in heaven! Woo woo woo! Although I kept cursing Su Bai when I was digging coal just now, it smells so good now." After Su Bai finished his meal, he carried the water he had used for bathing yesterday from the wooden barrel to the greenhouse. Inside the greenhouse, the warm and humid air breathes vitality. Rice, wheat, and corn seedlings compete to grow, and they grow a few centimeters taller overnight. It is dazzlingly green and delightfully tender. The corners of Su Bai's mouth rose unconsciously. At this time, Lin Wei followed quietly, her eyes wandering over the green seedlings, and finally stopped at Su Bai. "Su Bai, what are these?" She saw it last night. "These are grain seeds. The future of rice and bread depends on them." Su Bai explained patiently and then began to water his seedlings. When Lin Wei heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if hope had been ignited. "Really? Then when they are ripe, can I try some rice?" As she spoke, her cheeks were tinged with a blush, making her look particularly cute. "I don't want it for nothing, I'll help you with the work." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wei couldn't wait to take the wooden bucket and spoon from Su Bai's hands. She walked carefully around the edge of the soil, afraid of stepping on any of the seedlings. She looked so serious at her work that there was no sign of reluctance at all. The peace and tranquility was suddenly broken by a sudden roar of a wild beast. The sound was deafening and threatening. Immediately afterwards, a cold system prompt sounded in Su Bai's ears. "A wild beast is preparing to attack your shelter, be alert." "A wild beast is preparing to attack your shelter, be alert." "A wild beast is preparing to attack your shelter, be alert." Su Bai's face suddenly became serious, and he quickly put down the fertilizer in his hand. He turned around and shouted to Lin Wei, who was still in a daze. "Stop working, there are wild animals attacking, let's go back to the shelter first." When Lin Wei heard this, the watering spoon in her hand fell to the ground. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly followed behind Su Bai. The two returned to the shelter. "What should we do? Can we hold on?" Lin Wei asked with a worried tone. She had once experienced her home being destroyed by a snowstorm, and this time Su Bai's shelter would also be gone. Those two people can only wait to die together. Su Bai remained silent. His eyes were deep as he stared at the system prompts that only he could see. Organized wild boar group. Quantity, 30 pieces. It's not like he had never killed a wild boar before. When he didn't have a gun, he used guerrilla tactics with the Zhuge crossbow to kill one. But facing such a huge number of wild boars, it is undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot with one's own strength. The most important thing is that the wild boar's health bar is too thick, and so many wild boars attack at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai quickly called up the game panel, which was a transparent screen floating in the air, and found the private chat message on it. He slid his fingertips skillfully and found Zhang Yi. "Su Bai. Zhang Yi, emergency! I've been attacked by a herd of wild boars. There are so many of them, and I need support urgently. I originally planned to contact you after the snow stopped, but time is running out now, so please come as soon as possible." After sending the message, he stared at the screen, waiting for Zhang Yi's reply. "Zhang Yi. Got it, I'll be right there." Zhang Yi's reply instantly relieved Su Bai's anxiety. Not long after, there was a rapid and forceful knock on the door. Su Bai stepped forward quickly and pulled away the heavy stone. Outside the door, Zhang Yi's figure came into view. He was tall and strong, with a rough face and a gleam in his eyes. As soon as they met, he laughed loudly at Su Bai and said, "Brother Su Bai, I'm here. I brought all my belongings with me. I've seen those wild boars outside. Let's have a good fight today. Zhang Yi also noticed another figure in the room. Zhang Yi was straightforward, and without thinking too much, he called out enthusiastically. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Zhang Yi, an ally of brother Su Bai. The word, sister-in-law, stunned both Su Bai and Lin Wei, and Lin Wei's face turned red with embarrassment. Seeing this, Su Bai quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, she is Lin Wei, who was just teleported here yesterday and is staying with me temporarily. The two were about to talk in detail. Su Bai heard the system prompt sound again. The cold mechanical sound echoed in the shelter, constantly reminding them of the crisis outside. Your shelter is being attacked, and the defense has dropped to 4,450. Your shelter is being attacked, and the defense has dropped to 4,400. Your shelter is being attacked, and the defense has dropped to 4,350. This message made Zhang Yi stop smiling and his expression became serious. No, we can't wait any longer. Let's get started. Su Bai turned around quickly, ready for the upcoming battle, and gently handed the Zhuge crossbow in his hand to Zhang Yi. This was the weapon prepared by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi waved his hand, a smug smile on his face, and opened his backpack with quick movements. Su Bai saw a sniper rifle shining with a cold metallic luster appear in front of him. Zhang Yi took out the gun carefully, his eyes full of cherishment. He gently stroked the gun body. I'm lucky. Before the cold wave came, I met a player with a red mark who competed with me for the golden treasure chest. He was defeated by me. Unexpectedly, a sniper rifle was found in this golden treasure chest. Su Bai heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The strength of the red-marked player is extraordinary. Being able to kill such an opponent, and get such a precious weapon from the treasure chest, Zhang Yi's strength is evident. He couldn't help but nod secretly, and had a deeper understanding of Zhang Yi's strength. 28. Battle Victory. At this time, seeing that they were about to go out to fight, Lin Wei felt a strong desire in her heart. She walked over to Su Bai and suggested softly, I can fight too, let me join you. Do you have a weapon? Su Bai asked. Although Su Bai hesitated for a moment, he finally chose to trust Lin Wei. He knew that in this world, people's hearts were unpredictable, but trust was the key to survival. Moreover, he had the system as a backing, and any unusual movement could not escape its keen perception. And Zhang Yi, a reliable ally, made him feel more at ease. No. Lin Wei shook her head honestly. As she spoke, she did not forget to stare at the Zhuge crossbow in Su Bai's hand. Although Su Bai had a moment of hesitation, he finally chose to believe Lin Wei. He also has the system prompts as a backup, so he will not be able to escape any unusual movements. He also has Zhang Yi, a reliable ally, so even if Lin Wei really has bad intentions, she won't be able to cause much trouble. So he handed the Zhuge crossbow to Lin Wei. Afterwards, Su Bai and Zhang Yi walked out of the shelter together. What greeted us was the biting cold wind and the scene of ice and snow. However, they had no time to pay attention to the cold weather as their attention was drawn to the herd of black wild boars that were attacking their shelter. The wild boars' scarlet eyes flashed with ferocious light, and they rushed towards the shelter desperately, as if they wanted to completely destroy this warm nest. A surge of anger surged in Su Bai's heart. Damn, if anyone dares to touch his shelter, he will be fed up with living. He quickly raised his weapon and aimed it at the head of the nearest boar. Wild boar weak points. Guided by the system prompts, he found the vulnerable parts of the wild boar. With a crisp gunshot, the bullet cut through the air like lightning and hit the target accurately. The wild boar that was hit let out a shrill howl instantly, and its huge body rolled on the snow, and finally fell powerlessly into a pool of blood. Zhang Yi found a suitable position to lie in ambush, sniper rifle in hand. He calmly observed every movement of wild boar on the battlefield, looking for the best time to shoot. Every time he pulled the trigger, a wild boar's head would explode, bursting into gorgeous blood flowers. Zhang Yi's marksmanship was truly astonishing. Each shot seemed to have been carefully calculated, aiming directly at the wild boar's vital points. In comparison, although Su Bai has system prompts as an aid, it is still difficult to achieve the same level of accuracy as Zhang Yi in actual combat. He couldn't help but admire Zhang Yi's background as a special forces soldier. His skills, acquired through rigorous training, enabled him to be at ease in combat. Just when Su Bai admired Zhang Yi, Lin Wei's sudden appearance broke the silence. She stood not far away, holding a Zhuge crossbow, and shot indiscriminately at the wild boars. Arrows poured out like raindrops, but did not seem to pose much threat to the wild boar. Soon, Lin Wei had only a few arrows left, and her quiver gradually became empty. Lin Wei's shooting did not seem to have the desired effect, but instead angered the surrounding wild boars. One of the wild boars was huge in size and had ferocious eyes. With a deafening roar, it suddenly rushed towards Lin Wei, its fangs flashing coldly. Seeing this, Lin Wei's face instantly turned pale as paper. However, just when the wild boar was about to rush to Lin Wei, Su Bai and Zhang Yi reacted almost at the same time. Su Bai quickly adjusted the muzzle of the gun, aimed a shot at the wild boar's flank, trying to slow it down. Zhang Yi was more decisive. He aimed directly at the wild boar's head and pulled the trigger. After a gunshot, the wild boar's roar suddenly stopped. Its body drew an arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the snow. Blood gushed out of its head, staining the surrounding snow red. Lin Wei took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. If it weren't for the timely rescue of the two people, she might have died in the mouth of the wild boar. She hurried to Su Bai, and without thinking much, Su Bai took out 100 pieces of wood and 20 pieces of iron from his backpack and handed them to her. Lin Wei was stunned. She thought this was Su Bai's trust in her, and her eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. She clung to Su Bai, her voice trembling a little. "Su Bai, thank you for giving me these resources, but I have to work harder. I can't always let you protect me." She secretly vowed that she must improve her hit rate this time and let Su Bai see her value. However, Su Bai had other plans in mind. He was keenly aware that although Lin Wei's hit rate was not high, her disorganized shooting unexpectedly played a good provocative role, successfully attracting the wild boar's firepower and reducing the pressure on the shelter. Sure enough, as Lin Wei started shooting indiscriminately, the wild boars became more restless. They let out deafening roars, as if they wanted to tear the creatures in front of them into pieces. Although her arrows were disorderly, each arrow seemed to ignite the fuse of the wild boar's anger, making them rush towards them more frantically. Zhang Yi shouted a reminder. "Be careful behind! A big guy is coming!" He pulled the trigger as he spoke, but feeling the distance was too close, he took out his mace and smashed it on the wild boar's head. Immediately, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the brain exploded. Lin Wei took a deep breath and tried to steady the Zhuge crossbow in her hand, but her hands were still shaking slightly. I will be careful!" A huge wild boar rushed towards them from the side. Lin Wei closed her eyes in fear, but her instinct for survival made her roll to the side quickly, narrowly avoiding the wild boar's fangs. At this moment, she shot an arrow at the wild boar's vital point and killed it on the spot. With the tacit cooperation of Su Bai and Zhang Yi, the remaining wild boars were quickly dealt with one by one. After the battle, Su Bai looked at the shotgun with only 11 bullets left in his hand, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. The shotgun bullet blueprint is not available yet. This bullet is used less and less. Lin Wei was completely immersed in the joy of victory. Her hands were trembling, and she was breathing heavily. She excitedly ran to Su Bai and gave him a bear hug. "Great, we won!" Su Bai, facing Lin Wei's sudden hug, was stunned for a moment. He could feel the softness of the woman's body pressing against him. It made his brain go into a state of shutdown. Originally, Zhang Yi wanted to go over and pat Su Bai on the shoulder and celebrate the victory with them. When he saw Lin Wei hugging Su Bai excitedly, he immediately understood something. A knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stopped tactfully. "Hey, you two can celebrate first. I'll go clean up the battlefield," Zhang Yi said happily as he sorted out the spoils on the ground. 29. Repair the shelter. Su Bai came back to his senses, and Lin Wei loosened her arms. The atmosphere between the two of them was somewhat ambiguous. In order to cover up, he also started cleaning up the battlefield. A total of 30 wild boars were killed. Look at the prompts on the game panel. You killed a wild boar, obtained 4 blood leads, 500 G pork x 60. You killed a wild boar and obtained 500 G pork x 40. You killed a wild boar. Congratulations to the player for successfully defending his homeland. 1 gold treasure chest, 2 silver treasure chests, 3 black iron treasure chests. I even got a treasure chest. Su Bai was originally very angry about the damage caused by the wild boar attack on the shelter, but his anger disappeared the moment he saw the treasure chest. Now the heavy snow has trapped him in the shelter, and he hasn't touched the treasure chest for 2 or 3 days. Su Bai looked at the hints on several treasure chests. The gold treasure chest contains special items, the silver treasure chest contains a blueprint and a special item, and the black iron treasure chest contains or materials, seasonings, and special supplies respectively. It was too cold outside to stay here, so the 3 of them returned to the shelter first. Su Bai did not keep the treasures for himself, but took out all the treasure chests. This is the reward given by the system for protecting the shelter this time. Let's divide it among the 3 of us. Su Bai took out the treasure chests, which were neatly arranged in front of him. The golden treasure chest was dazzling, and the silver treasure chest was glowing with a soft silver light, exuding an irresistible temptation. Although the black iron treasure chest was inconspicuous, it was not bad either. Hearing this, Lin Wei quickly waved her hand and refused. Su Bai, don't say that. I didn't contribute much in the first place. The weapons and arrows I used were all provided by you. I am already very satisfied to be able to kill a wild boar. You and brother Zhang Yi should share these treasure chests. Zhang Yi followed closely behind. Brother Su, I'm just here to help. I don't intend to ask for any reward. So, he said no more and directly opened the treasure chest. With a light click, the golden treasure chest slowly opened, and a bright light shot out from it, illuminating the entire shelter. Su Bai reached out and took out the item inside, only to see it clearly written on it. Secret Realm Exploration ×1. Item description: you have a chance to open a secret realm for exploration. There are countless treasure chests and resources inside, but it is also extremely dangerous. If you don't have strong strength, enter with caution. Secret Place. Another new prop I haven't seen before. When seeing the countless treasure chests and resources, Su Bai should have decided that no matter how dangerous it was inside, he had to go in and give it a try. Then he opened the silver treasure chest. Shelter Accessory Item ×1. Item description: you can connect multiple shelters, with a main shelter plus other subordinate shelters, to form a larger defense system. This shelter accessory prop made the 3 people stare in amazement. Lin Wei was still not interested in that secret realm, but she really wanted this prop. She has no shelter now, and she will definitely leave Su Bai after the cold wave ends. She has no excuse to continue staying with Su Bai. Zhang Yi was also full of excitement. He put forward his idea without hesitation. Brother Su, let's try it now. I will be your shelter, and we will grow together. Wouldn't it be more powerful this way? Hearing this, Lin Wei was not willing to be left behind. She blinked her almond-shaped eyes and said in a coquettish tone, Brother Su Bai, take me with you too. Su Bai looked at the 2 of them. After this baptism of fighting with the wild boars, he deeply realized the importance of teamwork. Seeing that both of them were so proactive, he simply handed the props in his hand to Zhang Yi and let him try it first. As Zhang Yi took the props, I don't know what he ordered. A dazzling white light flashed in an instant, illuminating Su Bai's entire shelter. Su Bai stared at his system panel and saw Zhang Yi's shelter information on it. The invisible bond between the 2 shelters is quietly being established. Looking at Zhang Yi's shelter data, he raised his eyebrows slightly and secretly admired in his heart. Zhang Yi's shelter is not bad either. It has also been upgraded to level 3, but he does not have as many upgrade materials as him, so the fortifications are only 2,700. Su Bai continued his actions and opened the remaining treasure chests, one by one. The silver treasure chest was opened. You opened the treasure chest and obtained an item upgrade blueprint X1. However, when the black iron treasure chest was opened, the items inside made Su Bai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Alloy ×7. 500 GMSG ×1. Sanitary napkins ×5 bags. The first 2 are normal, but the sanitary napkin looks particularly out of place, making people wonder if this is serious? Is this really a reward for me? Su Bai looked at the reward helplessly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. So the 5 packs of sanitary napkins were given to Lin Wei, the only girl in the audience, without a doubt. Seeing this, Lin Wei blushed, but she took the 5 packets of hygiene products without hesitation. Thanks. Su Bai wanted to share some things with Zhang Yi, so he pushed all the Allahs and item upgrade drawings in front of Zhang Yi. Brother, take these too. We can't treat you unfairly anyway. Why are we being so polite? If it weren't for Brother Su, I wouldn't be alive. I'll take this alloy. I don't need the item upgrade scroll right now, so you can get the most out of it. Seeing that Zhang Yi refused to take it, Su Bai had no choice but to withdraw his hand and put the drawing into his bag. I don't know if there's a limit on the number of people who can open the secret realm exploration props from the golden treasure chest. I'll study it later. If it's possible, let's go in and explore together. Su Bai thought of the secret realm exploration props and felt that he had to team up with Zhang Yi to explore the treasure chest. The two of them would be a powerful combination. Zhang Yi smiled brightly, and several people sat around the fireplace for a while. Brother Su, do you have enough materials? Your shelter has been tormented by wild boars. When Zhang Yi mentioned this, Su Bai also took a look at his shelter. There was nothing wrong with it on the outside, perhaps all the damage was on the outside. There was a hole in one place, and the cold wind outside was rushing in. Yes, we have to repair it quickly. Su Bai clicked on the survival panel and saw that the fortifications on it had turned into 2,150, directly reducing more than half of the defense power. Repaired? Yes. This repair requires 250 wood, 120 stone, 10 cement, 1 screw, 1 animal hide. As Su Bai clicked, the originally lowered fortifications returned to their previous data of 4,700, and the shelter was constantly repaired under the white light, and soon restored its previous appearance. Because the battle ended quickly, the losses were not great and were within Su Bai's acceptable range. 30. Murong Chi's request for help. At this moment, Su Bai received a message and saw the system's friend list, which was flashing and ringing with messages. So Su Bai checked and found that the message was from Murong Chi. It was a voice message, and when I clicked it, a soft and cute girl's voice sounded. Murong Chi. Whoa. Boss Su Bai, please save me, my shelter is besieged by wild beasts, whoa, can you come and help me? Murong Chi. My fortifications keep dropping, aha! Help, help! You can tell how sad Murong Chi's scream is in the following voice. Hearing this, Su Bai couldn't help but frown and mourn in silence. Is this cute girl so miserable? He wanted to deal with those wild boars by himself, but he didn't have the bullet blueprint on hand, and there were only 11 bullets left. Even if he went over, it seemed that he could not help much. Su Bai. Sister, I'm really sorry, I don't have any bullets on hand right now, so I can't help you even if I want to. Murong Chi quickly replied. I have a way to provide you with the bullet drawings. Please come and help me. I really can't hold on any longer. Bullet drawings. Hiss. Su Baimo rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Okay. As long as this girl didn't lie to him, the important thing now was to get a teleportation item. Su Bai. Hold on for a while. Once I get a one-time teleportation item, I'll teleport right over. The opponent directly gave me a one-time teleportation item. Murong Chi. Here you go. Come quickly. A white light suddenly tore through the air, and Su Bai, holding a shotgun, appeared steadily in front of Murong Chi's shelter. Before my eyes there were dozens of giant mammoths. Their bodies were as big as mountains, their skin was as rough as rocks, covered with thick gray hair that glowed with a faint light, their long trunks waving in the air, as flexible as giant pythons, and their throats emitted deafening roars from time to time, shaking the air. He was stunned. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous before I came here. I thought it was filled with wild boars just like my own shelter. At the center of the mammoth siege, there was a girl with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, waist-length hair, and a pretty face. When she heard the knock on the door, she couldn't wait to open the door and pulled Su Bai in. Seeing Su Bai coming in, Murong Chi was so surprised that she almost cried. Wow, you're really here! Seeing this, Su Bai couldn't help but exclaimed. Sister, you didn't tell me this was the thing before you came here. Mammoths, I've only seen them in ancient documentaries. Aren't you kidding me? Hearing this, Murong Chi smiled bitterly and said helplessly. I'm sorry, Brother Su Bai, I didn't mean to drag you down. I just think you are amazing. You are the most amazing person in the world. If I can't even beat you, then I really have no choice but to wait for death. You can't bear to see a beautiful sister of mine die tragically at the hands of a mammoth, right? Besides, I didn't lie to you. You volunteered to help me. Hearing this, Su Bai remembered the purpose of his visit. You said you had the blueprints for the bullets. Where are they? Murongchi slowly took out the blueprint from his backpack and handed it to Su Bai, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. I was planning to keep it for myself, but now it seems there is no other way. I'll give it to you. Su Bai took the drawing and quickly read through the description. Bullet drawing. Item description, a disposable consumable. The user can choose any bullet model to learn and master the secret of its manufacturing. Su Bai did not hesitate. He tapped the drawing with his fingertips, recited silently in his mind, and instantly chose the 12-gauge shotgun as the object of study. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Consume alloy times 5, refined iron block times 10. Make 12 caliber shotgun shells times 50. 50 brand new 12-gauge shotgun shells appeared in his hand. They felt heavy and exuded a faint metallic luster. Su Bai quickly loaded them into the shotgun. Careful! Su Bai quickly took out a protective shield from his backpack, a powerful energy shield that shone with a soft light, which wrapped the two of them inside to protect them from external attacks. He quickly adjusted his breathing and pulled the trigger. With a dazzling flash of fire, the shotgun shells swept out like a storm, tearing through the air and hitting the mammoth's vitals. However, the defense of these giant beasts was beyond imagination. Even the fierce attacks of shotgun shells only made them stagger temporarily, and they soon regained their ferocity. The defense of mammoths is far beyond that of ordinary wild beasts. They have thick skin and flesh, and even the fierce attack of shotgun shells can only cause temporary injuries to them but cannot deal a fatal blow. This guy is harder to deal with than a wild boar. He looked for opportunities to attack more carefully, striving to maximize the power of every bullet. At the same time, Murongchi was not idle either. She held a Molotov cocktail in her hand, and the cocktail she threw drew a gorgeous arc in the air, and then a raging fire broke out on the mammoths, burning the mammoths and making them scream in pain. On the white snow, the herd of mammoths had already shown signs of collapse after being attacked. But at this moment, an exceptionally tall mammoth, obviously the leader of this group of giant beasts, let out a low and majestic roar. The roar seemed to have some kind of magical power, instantly gathering the fleeing mammoths together again. It seemed to be gently touching the bodies of other mammoths with its trunk. That mammoth is directing them! Su Bai keenly noticed this, and his eyes instantly became solemn. I guess they're going to focus their fire on the attack. Never mind. We have plenty of bullets. Let's just do it! He gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger again. The shotgun shells poured out like a rainstorm. The leading mammoth let out a deafening roar in severe pain, and its huge body began to shake. At the same time, Murongchi also seized the opportunity. She used all her strength to throw the last Molotov cocktail, and the flames instantly engulfed the leader mammoth. With the fall of the leader mammoth, the other mammoths seemed to have lost their backbone and fled in all directions. Murongchi was somewhat curious about Su Bai's protective shield, because just now the mammoth attacked them, but couldn't get close to them and was driven out. Brother Su Bai, this protective shield is really magical. Murongchi couldn't help but ask. She took a few steps closer and looked at the halo of the shield carefully. Su Bai shook his head and replied, The protection shield is indeed useful, but it consumes a certain amount of durability every time it is used. Just like now, there are only 1060 left. The durability has dropped to a very low level. It will probably be scrapped after 1 or 2 uses. 3-1 copy props. Is that so? Murongchi didn't feel sorry. He stared at Su Bai with his bright watery eyes, and said with a hint of playfulness, Brother Su Bai, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Cough, cough, cough. Su Bai felt that the gap was a bit too big and he didn't react. Weren't they still talking about the protective shield just a second ago? However, Murongchi did not seem to be ready to give up. She raised a meaningful smile and added softly, Hey, it doesn't matter if you have a girlfriend. I'm a little green tea girl, I'll be a girl. As soon as these words came out, Su Bai suddenly felt a headache. He quickly waved his hands. Don't do it! This kind of joke is not allowed. Murongchi stuck out her tongue, made a face, and then said seriously. Okay, but speaking of which, brother Su Bai, are you willing to team up with me? If you can't be my girlfriend, you can be my ally, right? Of course. Su Bai admired Murongchi to some extent. After all, being a red-marked player, one's strength should not be underestimated. When he was fighting with Murongchi just now, he discovered that Murongchi's skills were definitely not bad and she acted very decisively, which was in stark contrast to her cute girl appearance. And she has a lot of good things. I was originally planning to be an orphan, but now that I can hold brother Su Bai's thigh, I am so happy that I am about to faint. Murongchi took out the alliance agreement from his backpack. Hurry up and sign your name. Listening to Murongchi's cute tone and thinking about taking Murongchi back, Zhang Yi looked at him. Su Bai really had the urge to feed her to the mammoth. Before signing, he sighed helplessly. Sister Murong, I hope you can be more normal. What's wrong? Oh, there's something wrong with me. Murongchi sounded a little hurt. Don't tell me you don't buy into this anymore? I finally met a charming male guest, but he actually dislikes me so much, woo-woo. All right. Su Bai rubbed his temples to calm his throbbing nerves. If you continue like this, I won't sign. Okay, I'll shut up. Murongchi stopped talking completely. Only then did Su Bai sign the alliance agreement. Now, Murongchi became a member of Su Bai's team. Su Bai handed her the shelter accessory props. Bind this too. I used a one-time teleportation item. Now you need to bind this to your shelter if you want to go back. Otherwise, you will have to spend another teleportation item to go back, which is very troublesome. This shelter accessory item is much more useful than a one-time teleportation item. Su Bai also discovered the purpose of this item after some research. It also has a hidden teleportation function. Murongchi took the item in his hand, studied it for a while, and then bound it to the shelter. She took out all the treasure chests she had just obtained by successfully protecting her home. Su Bai took a look and saw that there were also 6 of them. Brother Su Bai, just pick whatever you want. The rest belongs to me. Murongchi pushed the treasure chests in front of Su Bai, especially the golden treasure chest, and put it first. Su Bai looked at the hints of several treasure chests, and had a rough idea in his mind. The prompt on the golden treasure chest is, amplification item. However, his eyes fell on one of the silver treasure chests. Special items. Are you sure you want me to choose by myself? Su Bai raised his eyebrows. He unceremoniously placed his hands on the golden treasure chest and the treasure chest that indicated the amplification items. The remaining 4 were left to Murongchi. Brother Su Bai is so generous. I thought you would leave any for me. Murongchi smiled and put away the 4 treasure chests. At the same time, many shelters are facing the same dilemma, being attacked by wild beasts, and these wild beasts basically come in groups and are extremely difficult to deal with. Even if they didn't die at the hands of the beasts, they would feel despair at the sight of their destroyed shelters, and the cold current would mercilessly harvest the survivors who had lost their shelters. Some lucky ones are able to save their lives through one-time teleportation items, and thereby gain allies and integrate resources to form a more powerful existence. However, not everyone is so lucky. Although teleportation is limited to friends, can friends really be trusted? You may be treated as a brother by your opponent in the last second, but in the next second, the opponent's sharp knife may be inserted into your stomach, and your supplies may be taken for himself. Such situations are not uncommon. In order to avoid attacks by wild beasts, many people took all their supplies to seek refuge with their friends and were brutally killed. People are constantly discussing this matter in the World Chat channel. Everyone, be sure to find someone you can trust when you teleport. Damn it, I almost got stabbed. I went there with hope, but this is what happened. It's normal. We are all online friends. It's not impossible to be cheated in an online relationship. What's more, we are all trying to survive. Now it's just a matter of who is stronger to survive. I don't think the people upstairs are good people. Open your eyes. Teleporting is very dangerous. Once you go, it's hard to turn back. To be honest, I think this prop is pretty good. Now I have a beautiful woman in my arms, and I am happy again. Photo. The guy above, just fool the brothers but don't fool yourself. A simulated beauty is still a beauty, and the touch and feel are the same. I see you are really hungry. Good news, there is a prop called the Alliance Agreement. As long as both parties sign the agreement, they cannot harm each other. Brothers, this thing must be obtained. You don't have to worry about being stabbed when teleporting anymore. There are too few ways to get this item. No one sells it on the exchange. Oh my god, I really want one. It's like an extra guarantee. Only after Su Bai returned to his shelter did he open the 2 treasure chests he had obtained from Murongchi. You opened the gold treasure chest and obtained a speed-enhancing item X1. Speed-boosting prop, a consumable prop, 5/5 uses, which can be used on people or vehicles. After use, it can increase the speed of items to 200% for half an hour. Speed-boosting item. This prop is very good for escaping. You opened the silver treasure chest and obtained a copy item X1. Copy props, one-time consumable props. You can copy and used items once. Compared with the amplification item, this copy item is obviously more attractive. Su Bai looked at the copy prop in his hand. If he had known about this thing, he would have learned the bullet blueprint later. He could also use it to copy a blueprint for Zhang Yi, so that his sniper rifle would not be short of bullets. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Fortunately, Su Bai didn't have anything suitable to copy for the time being. Let's wait and see. If I get any good props, I will copy them out. 3-2, shooting practice. He had just come back for a while when Zhang Yi heard the noise and knocked on Su Bai's door. Brother Su, you're back? My house is already built next door, would you like to come sit down? During the time that Su Bai was teleported away, Zhang Yi rebuilt the shelter next door. Of course I am happy to do that. Su Bai agreed with a smile. Although he had only known Zhang Yi for a short time, the two of them were comrades who had fought together, so they became close all of a sudden. Zhang Yi, I didn't expect your shelter to be so good. You even built a 2-story villa. Su Baiwan exclaimed as he looked at Zhang Yi's 2-story shelter. The two people's shelters were very close to each other. Zhang Yi almost built his own shelter next to it. In comparison, they were both simple gray stone houses. He found that his own small bungalow seemed unremarkable. Zhang Yi smiled innocently, scratched his head, and said modestly, You are exaggerating. This is not the time to expand. I thought about it and decided to build it upwards. The view will be farther. To be honest, the space is not as big as your house. Su Bai also remembered that when upgrading the fortifications, it was indeed possible to expand in a certain direction. He clicked it without much consideration, so he expanded towards the edge of the house. As they spoke, the two of them had already entered the house. There were wooden tables and chairs in the shelter, with some tools placed next to them. Food was already placed on the table, including baked potatoes and meat soup, accompanied by bread and beer. Even the food has been prepared. They invited me to be their guest, and the food is so sumptuous. Su Bai felt a little embarrassed. He was really too polite. It was he who invited the other party to help guard the shelter and brought him in as a neighbor, but in return, he was invited to dinner by the other party. My conditions are really limited, and I don't have anything good to offer you, so please don't despise me, Brother Su. Zhang Yi smiled and pulled out a chair, inviting Su Bai to sit down. Brother Zhang Yi, you are older than me and have more combat experience than me. I want to become your disciple. From now on, I will call you Brother Yi and you can call me Brother Su Bai. Su Bai also sat down and picked up the chopsticks. Ha! Then I'll call you Brother Su Bai. But you want to take me as your master? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. What do you want to learn? I want to learn shooting. This time I went to help someone clear wild animals and got a bullet blueprint. Now I have enough bullets for my shotgun, but I feel my hit rate is too low. I would like to ask Brother Yi for advice. Su Bai looked at him expectantly, and Zhang Yi readily agreed. Leave it to me. I will definitely teach you. Accuracy comes from practice. Since you have no shortage of bullets, just practice with confidence. I think you have a lot of talent. After the two finished their meal, Su Bai couldn't wait to pull Zhang Yi to start practicing. It's too cold outside now for outdoor practice. Su Bai decided to do it in the greenhouse, and he first handed the shotgun to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi played with it for a while and quickly demonstrated it to Su Bai. Lin Wei watched curiously from the side. An empty can was placed on the left side of the greenhouse as a target for attack. He assumed a standard shooting posture and introduced it to Su Bai. First of all, you must hold the gun steady. Many times you may aim at the target, but the recoil of the bullet will still cause the bullet to deviate. There are also wind resistance and other effects, which may cause it to deviate from the aiming point. Su Bai listened carefully and imitated Zhang Yi's movements seriously, pretending to hold a gun in his hand. Your arms need to be strong, Zhang Yi said to Su Bai. Then, the bullet was fired. The can was hit and flew far away. What surprised Su Bai the most was that Zhang Yi's hand was steady and was not affected by the recoil at all. Seeing that the demonstration was almost complete, Zhang Yi returned the shotgun in his hand to Su Bai. You try it first. I replaced the can with a new one. It's just ordinary training, without any systematic prompts. Su Bai could only rely on his naked eyes to aim at the target. He imitated Zhang Yi's previous posture and fired a shot. No. Off-center. And it was not just off by a little bit, it hit the plastic film and left a hole. Su Bai withdrew his gaze with some disappointment and looked down at his hands. With such a short distance, he couldn't hit the center of the target accurately. He was still depressed, but Lin Wei had already run to see the place that was damaged by Su Bai with a look of heartache. There was still black ash coming out, and it was obvious that there was a burned hole. This is where she rests. Just like that, a hole was made in it. She frowned and suggested to Su Bai softly, Brother Su Bai, why don't we not practice with bullets for now? Not only is it a waste, but it also damages the shed. Zhang Yi also nodded in agreement. Sister Lin Wei is right. Why don't we start with lighter weapons? I think your Zhiga crossbow is very good. In addition to shooting practice, I think you should also strengthen your physical training, Brother Su Bai. The combination of the two can play a greater role. After all, this greenhouse is made of plastic film to trap the temperature inside. If it becomes like a sieve during practice, its windproof and warmth-keeping properties will be lost. Su Bai thought about it and put away the shotgun in his hand and replaced it with Zhiga crossbow. This time, they moved to a shelter for practice. The stone wall is definitely stronger than the greenhouse, so Su Bai can shoot with confidence. He was not in a hurry to shoot the arrow, but kept adjusting his position under Zhang Yi's correction. Su Bai gradually got a feel for it, as if he could aim at a point. When the target and his sight were aligned, he shot an arrow. It actually hit the bottle of the can. I don't know how long I have been practicing, but as I hit the target more and more times, Su Bai felt that he might have gotten the hang of it. Lin Wei was watching from the side. After Su Bai stopped, she came forward, her pupils gleaming with anticipation. Brother Su Bai, I also want to practice with you, is that okay? Just as Su Bai wanted to take a break, he handed the Zhiga crossbow to Lin Wei. By the way, have you finished digging coal for today? After the digging, you just need to receive it. Lin Wei happily held the Zhiga crossbow, and as she spoke, she began to practice impatiently. Su Bai twisted his arm, sat down with Zhang Yi to rest, and took a look at the game panel. He clicked to accept the 500 coal given by Lin Wei. Then listed on the exchange as usual. There were quite a lot of private messages to him. Su Bai casually glanced at the private messages under the bullet drawings he had collected, but there were still very few. However, there was a player with a red mark who sent him a message. Su Bai clicked it out of curiosity. Zhou Jiangwo. Hello, Brother Su Bai. 33, Huaxia Alliance. Su Bai looked at the name in surprise. He had indeed heard of it. How to say it, although he didn't like watching the news broadcasts before, he would occasionally hear the names of some important figures in the Chinese leadership, and Zhou Jiangwo was one of them. This made him think more. This world seems to be connected with the original world. I saw a familiar name, but I'm still not sure if it's that heavyweight. After Su Bai thought about it, he decided to communicate with the other party again. Su Bai. Hello? Zhou Jiangwo. I am Zhou Jiangwo, currently ranked 9th in the world, and I am the captain of the Huaxia Alliance. I don't know if you have heard of my name. I used to be the administrative commander of the Huaxia Jing district. I hope to work with you. It's really him. Su Bai. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be here too. Can I get some information about your Huaxia alliance? I need to think about it. Although he knew Jiang Wo's identity, Su Bai was still shocked when he saw the message he sent. Zhou Jiang Wo. Our Huaxia alliance currently has 94 members, including 4 red-marked players, 20 yellow-marked players, 31 blue-marked players, and 39 green-marked players. The team is still expanding. You can fully trust our alliance. They are all reliable survivors with certified strength. Huaxia alliance. Nearly 100 people. Su Bai was really surprised. Come to think of it, he had seen the world chat always mentioning the alliance. Since the emergence of one-time teleportation items, cooperation between survivors has become closer. For example, he himself has established a small alliance, but it is just a few small alliances. The Huaxia alliance has grown to this size in just 2 days, and it should not be underestimated. In addition to the Chinese alliance, there must be many other alliances. Maybe those foreigners have also formed their own alliances. Among the more than 300 million people still alive in the frozen world of the world, there must be quite a few who gather together for warmth. Su Bai pondered in his mind. He was still very hesitant about joining the Huaxia alliance. The ranking had not been redistributed yet, and he was currently ranked first. He could form his own team. Compared to being constrained by the other party's mature alliance team, he would definitely have the freedom to be the captain. He is not a man who likes to be restrained. Moreover, he has his own secrets, and the system prompts this golden finger. If there were too many people, it would be easier for his secrets to be exposed, and then he would be more likely to get into trouble. Su Bai. I'm sorry, I have no plans to join the alliance for now. Zhou Jiangwo. Don't rush to refuse. I still hope you can learn more about the benefits of joining our Huaxia alliance. The reason why our Huaxia alliance is so large is because we have special props on hand and can open the alliance trading market. After joining our alliance and entering the market to trade, you can get more high-quality and low-priced items here than on the market, and you can also get weapons, blueprints, props, and other rare items. Su Bai looked at the long string of messages sent by Zhou Jiangwo. Well, these things have no appeal to him. If he wanted to trade, he could just go to the exchange. Even if the price in the alliance trading market was very low, or if there were any rare items, he didn't have to exchange them. This is a channel. But if it comes at the cost of restrictions on joining the Huaxia alliance, he would rather give up this opportunity. Su Bai. I've thought it through. I still don't plan to join the Huaxia alliance team. Thank you for your kindness. Zhou Jiangwo on the opposite side sighed, wondering if the chips he gave were not enough, or if Su Bai had a better choice in mind. Zhou Jiangwo. Brother Su Bai, your strength is obvious to all. If you can join our alliance, we will give you the best preferential treatment. The existing rare items will be supplied to you first. You only need to provide some basic materials. This is a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. If there are other alliances that offer better conditions, we can discuss it again. Su Bai felt a little helpless. Su Bai. Thank you, I feel your kindness. But I don't like to be bound by constraints. I have my own team and I have to be responsible for my teammates. However, I am still very happy to have friendly exchanges with the Huaxia Alliance team and hope to have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. After all, Zhou Jiangwo is also a red-marked player and was once a capable person. If the Huaxia Alliance continues to grow in strength, I'm afraid it will become stronger and stronger. It will definitely be a good idea to make friends with them. Zhou Jiangwo saw Su Bai say this and knew that it would be impossible to get him to join the alliance. But he didn't want to be enemies with Su Bai. Zhou Jiangwo. Okay, although it's a pity, the door of the Huaxia Alliance is always open to you. Now there is an opportunity for cooperation. We would like to purchase your coal and typhoid treatment medicine. Can you provide them for a long time? Su Bai naturally agreed. Then the two men discussed and agreed on the price of coal. He listed all the supplies he would need. Bullet drawing. First-class soil. Grain seeds. Item upgrade blueprint. Medicinal herbs. Blood draw. And some other basic supplies. Su Bai plans to focus on the construction of greenhouses in the future. Today, the rice and wheat in the greenhouse have shown signs of maturity, but with only 4 plots of soil, it is unlikely that much grain will be produced. Now we want more soil and seeds to develop food first. Eat well and dress warmly. Zhou Jiangwo is also a smart man, judging from the supplies Su Bai asked for. He was able to determine that the weapons Su Bai currently had and his future development path were highly consistent with those of the Huaxia Alliance. Why can't we attract such talents? Zhou Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Despite this, Zhou Jiangwo still sorted out the supplies Su Bai needed and then discussed it with the Huaxia Alliance. According to the price given by Su Bai, they traded level 1 soil 15, item upgrade blueprint 2, medicinal materials 40, and blood guide 40. Exchange for 1,000 coal and 20 typhoid treatment potions. Su Bai was very satisfied with the price. The typhoid treatment potion did not cost any materials, but only a production process. The most important thing was the first level soil. With these soils, he can expand the scale of planting again. This time he plans to grow more other vegetables and fruits. If he only eats white rice, bread and meat without other vegetables and fruits, he will still lack vitamins. It's okay if the time is short, but I'm afraid that if it lasts for a long time, my body will still have problems. 34. Winning over Su Bai. Su Bai thought the transaction was over and was about to close the private chat. Zhou Jiangwo sent him another message. Zhou Jiangwo. Brother Su Bai, the survivors' shelter will randomly refresh the invasion of wild beasts. I wonder if you have encountered it? I believe that with your strength, you can definitely deal with those beasts. Su Bai looked at what Zhou Jiangwo said and suddenly had an idea. But it is not ruled out that Zhou Jiangwo also has another purpose of testing his strength, but the treasure chest behind the guarding shelter is really rich. Su Bai. Yes, there will be 6 treasure chests after defeating them. If you need my help, I need to draw 2 treasure chests for me to choose from. Of course, I don't have a one-time teleportation item, so you need to provide it. In fact, Su Bai didn't have high expectations for this business. Just going back and forth would cost 2 disposable teleportation props. Is the Huaxia Alliance really willing to give him a stranger? When he goes to someone else's territory, he must also pay attention to his own safety in case the other party has bad intentions towards him. Then he is still very dangerous. Zhou Jiangwo was delighted and replied, That's great. If you need help, please don't refuse, Brother Su Bai. We will pay you according to your request. There are too few ways to obtain resources during the cold wave, so Su Bai still wants to get more good things, but this one-time teleportation item is troublesome. Otherwise, he could form a team with Zhang Yi, which would be more secure. Su Bai and Zhou Jiangwo added each other as friends to facilitate future cooperation. On the other side, in the main shelter of the Huaxia Alliance, Zhou Jiangwo and a group of core members were sitting at a long table and holding a meeting. There were fruits on the table, which was an extreme luxury in the frozen world, but here, apples and bananas were placed in front of each member. Zhou Jiangwo was sitting in the main seat, having just finished chatting with Su Bai. The rest of the members were also connecting with other survivors. I heard Zhou Jiangwo clear his throat. Ahem. Hearing this, a short-haired woman in her 30s asked, Captain Zhou, did you succeed in winning over the number 1 Su Bai? Zhou Jiangwo shook his head lightly and sighed. The other party did not agree. From the conversation I can tell what he meant. He does not want to join any alliance. It should be that our Huaxia alliance is not very attractive to him. Joining the alliance is the general trend. Besides, our Huaxia alliance is not bad at all, and its development prospects are very good. Now everyone is sticking together. Even if he is the first, there is no way he won't stick together, right? Su Bai doesn't like being bound. Although we didn't recruit him into the alliance, fortunately, he is willing to befriend our Huaxia alliance. I have exchanged some coal and medicine with him. Shuya, you will distribute them later. The woman named Shuya nodded. Okay, Captain Zhou. Zhou Jiangwo took out the items that Su Bai traded. Looking at the 1,000 portions of coal and 20 portions of typhoid treatment potion, the other members' eyes lit up. Someone sighed. This Su Bai has a lot of good stuff on hand. I guess it's because he changed a lot of blueprints. He had good luck in the early stage, but the subsequent development may not be certain. A man with a red mark shook his head and was not optimistic about Su Bai. Zhou Jiangwo continued. We have many members in the Huaxia Alliance now. If a beast spawns in someone's shelter, and they can't deal with it, they can ask Brother Su Bai for help. The price is 2 teleportation items and 2 treasure chests of their choice. This? The others frowned first, and then thought about the feasibility of this matter. Currently, the beasts that appear in the sanctuary are very random. According to what they understood, if they were lucky enough, they would only get one beast and they could deal with it by gritting their teeth. But for some unlucky people, the beasts spawn in groups, which are difficult to deal with by one person. Even if they are dealt with, it will cause huge damage to the shelter. Is his strength really that strong? Could he be a special forces soldier? The man with the red mark who had doubted Su Bai before raised his doubts again. Zhou Jiangwo narrowed his eyes and analyzed calmly. Su Bai doesn't have any alliance team, and he probably doesn't have many partners. He got 6 treasure chests by guarding the shelter, which means he was dealing with a group of beasts. He definitely has the strength to do that. I see. Then we must build a good relationship with him. We will need his help in many places in the future. They are now having a hard time dealing with those wild beasts. It would be great if we could ask for help from outside, and by the way, meet this legendary number 1 again. The price of one-time teleportation props is very high nowadays, and it is almost impossible to get them in the market. We have to spend 2 props just to invite Su Bai, and the price is really a bit high. What's the big deal? We just invited him here and have a good chat with him. Maybe Su Bai will stay after listening to our advice. It's definitely worth it to exchange 2 teleportation items for a master. Zhou Jiangwo concluded the meeting. Okay, today's meeting ends here. After we go back, continue to contact the survivors on the leaderboard and try to win them over to the Huaxia Alliance. As for the members who have already joined, don't treat them unfairly. All the coal and medicines this time should be put on our internal trading market. I will be the one to connect with Su Bai. We have the ability to solve the beast issue ourselves. Let us handle it internally unless it is absolutely necessary. The crisis in the frozen survival world is something that no survivor can avoid. Even if they stick together for warmth, they can only gain a better chance of survival. Because it is too difficult to survive alone. Su Bai was unaware of the meeting held by the Huaxia Alliance. He doesn't want to join any alliance. No matter how you try to win him over, unless the conditions are really attractive, he will not be able to refuse. Su Bai followed Zhang Yi to learn military boxing. The most important thing now was to improve his physical fitness and lay the foundation for preparing for various crises to be faced in the future. The cold wave won't last long. The snowstorm outside has stopped and the temperature has risen. At the same time, the wild animals that had been hiding became more active. Zhang Yi's shelter was also attacked by a pack of wild wolves in the early morning of the next day. When Su Bai heard the noise, he helped Zhang Yi to clear out the wild wolves. Every day, I see the number of people online in the world chat channel slowly decreasing, and it's all due to those causes of death. The survivors were somewhat numb, and even lamented that the rate of descent had slowed down. It seems that those who can survive to this day are quite capable. Su Bai gradually exchanged the coal that he had put on the exchange for some supplies. When he saw that he could not get the bullet blueprint, he exchanged it for an item upgrade blueprint. 35. Upgrade coal veins. This time, he used the item upgrade blueprint on a small coal vein. Medium-sized coal vein, 1,500 coal can be collected every day, and it will automatically refresh the next day. Now there is an additional 1,000 coal per day. Su Bai was very happy. He was not worried at all that there would be a surplus of coal and it would not be sold, as he was the only one in the exchange who could provide such a large amount of coal. Besides, there is still the Huaxia Alliance that can be swallowed up. He now had enough other basic supplies, so he simply exchanged some daily necessities at the exchange. He felt like he was no longer living alone. He also has a brother named Zhang Yi and a sister. So I decorated the house a little bit, added some tables and chairs, a toilet, toiletries and so on, and then installed curtains. He talked to Lin Wei about the improvement of the coal mine vein. Now that the small coal veins have been upgraded to medium-sized, you need to dig 1,500 blocks of coal every day. I thought about it and realized that the workload is too heavy. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Wei nodded repeatedly. Yes, it takes me more than 2 hours to dig those 500 coals every day. If I dig 1,500 coals, it will probably take at least 6 hours, and I have to take into account eating and resting in the middle. It's equivalent to me working 8 hours a day for you. Even a black-hearted landlord has to pay his employees. Su Bai rubbed his chin and felt that what Lin Wei said did make sense. In addition, Su Bai had become familiar with the other party over the past few days, and he felt embarrassed to let a girl work for him for free. How about this? You have to rebuild the shelter anyway, so take a look at how many materials you are still lacking, or if you need other items, I can provide them to you if I have them. Also, if you feel tired, just take a rest. I will also go to the mine to dig coal when I have time. Su Bai's words made Lin Wei's eyes light up. He immediately nodded in agreement. I'm still short of wood and stone. Besides these two, can I have a weapon? When she said the last sentence, Lin Wei's watery eyes sparkled with desire, but she was afraid that Su Bai would not agree, so she spoke cautiously. Weapons are not impossible. The value of coal is much higher than weapons, and it can always be exchanged for it. Tell me what kind you want to use. If you need it, I'll go to the exchange to exchange it. Lin Wei thought about it for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. I like that Juga crossbow. Su Bai coughed twice lightly. The punctuation is very good. Don't do it again next time. He rarely uses the Juga crossbow now, so it's not a problem to give it to Lin Wei. However, Lin Wei's shelter had not been built yet, so the shelter subordinate item could not be used. He also had no alliance agreement to guarantee that Lin Wei would not backstab him. Yes, but we have to wait until your shelter is built. Then we can build a master-slave shelter, and then I will give you the Juga crossbow. After confirming the future cooperation with Lin Wei, Su Bai clicked on the exchange and felt that the people who were buying coal on the exchange were still retail investors, and the materials exchanged were also scattered. Nothing of particularly high value. He still wanted to exchange for some precious items, such as drawings. The transaction with the Huaxia Alliance allowed Su Bai to taste the convenience of cooperating with a major alliance. It would be even better if more alliance teams could take up coal. However, Su Bai seldom popped up in the world chat, and he couldn't read all the people who sent him private messages, so he missed many opportunities for cooperation. As the captain of the Huaxia Alliance, Zhou Jiangwo must have a more thorough understanding of the information than himself. It doesn't mean that we can't always give it to the Huaxia Alliance. Su Bai also communicated with Zhou Jiangwo. They could handle the current daily coal purchase of 1,500 tons, so there was no need to seek cooperation with other alliances. Zhou Jiangwo. Brother Su Bai, our Huaxia Alliance is constantly expanding, and we will need more coal in the future. I hope we can have long-term cooperation. Su Bai. Okay, if the Huaxia Alliance can take it, then I will keep providing it. To be honest, I have a stable source of coal mines, and the coal supply can be maintained. She felt helpless in her heart, because the coal really needed manpower to dig, and it would be difficult for Lin Wei to mine just 1,500 tons of coal by herself. If more coal mines are to be provided in the future, in addition to item upgrade drawings, new manpower will also be needed to mine coal. It's impossible to ask the Zhang Yi brothers to help me dig coal. That's too unreasonable. For Zhou Jiangwo, the more coal Su Bai provides, the more coal resources their Huaxia Alliance will have to help attract more powerful survivors to join and strengthen the alliance. He still really wanted Su Bai to sell him more. Zhou Jiangwo. Then I'll reserve 4,500 coal first. Can you see if it's okay to exchange these items? The following is the resource introduction sent by Zhou Jiangwo. Snow sand, one of the materials for upgrading shelters above level 4. Ally agreement. Bullet drawing. Su Bai looked at the last item in surprise. He had put it on the exchange for such a long time, but no one wanted to trade with him. I didn't expect that the Huaxia Alliance could actually come up with the bullet blueprint. Although he no longer lacks this, Zhang Yi still needs it. So Su Bai chose to exchange it. This snow sand will be used for upgrading the shelter later, and it has appeared now. This was the first time Su Bai saw this item. It seemed that this thing was still very precious. So the two of them exchanged the bullet blueprint *1 first. The subsequent items can be traded after Su Bai has some output, so that both parties will feel more at ease. What Su Bai didn't know was that after he stopped listing coal on the exchange, the retail investors who had been waiting at the exchange every day to buy coal became anxious. The cold wave has not ended yet. The heat that charcoal can provide is far less than that of coal, and its consumption is also huge. Moreover, the amount of wood consumed by the shelter attacked by wild beasts is too large. Even charcoal requires a wave of wood. Where can we get coal? No, why doesn't Su Bai sell it? I just hope to earn some coal every day to make a living. Me too, coal is easy to use and cost-effective. Boss Su Bai, please give me some more coal, please. Hello Su Bai, please take a look here. We, the Survivor Alliance, want to buy a large amount of coal from you. Can you contact us? This is the Tokyo Alliance. We have a lot of supplies. Mr. Su Bai, please allow us to cooperate with you. Su Bai did not read any of the messages below. Ever since the transaction with the Huaxia Alliance was completed, he had not opened the exchange. Those who were interested could only leave sadly. Of course, even if Su Bai saw the Tokyo Alliance, he would just say "Pa" and block it. This coal is not even given to the dogs. 36. Exploration of Secret Realm. The 7th day of survival on the ice has passed. The temperature outside is not suitable for human travel, but it is okay to stay for a short time. On the World Chat channel, some people have been sending messages one after another. The snowstorm has finally stopped. Today I can chop down trees near my house. If I don't get some wood, I'll be in trouble. You actually have trees near you. I've plucked all the trees out of mine a long time ago. There's nothing left. It's still cold. I can't hold on. I have to run back and relax after chopping for 3 to 5 minutes. Su Bai thought about it and decided not to go out in such weather. He still has a secret realm to explore that he has not used yet. Su Bai went straight to find Zhang Yi. The two of them had a simple breakfast. Su Bai then mentioned the secret realm exploration. Brother Yi, I mentioned to you before that I have a secret realm prop. Now I'm not sure if two people can go in together. If possible, will you come with me to explore it? As he spoke, he handed the secret realm exploration props in his hand to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi checked the information on the item again, and he was also moved. Of course, I'm always ready to go. He is also trapped in the shelter now. Speaking of the last time wild wolves attacked his shelter, there was indeed no profit. Then I will start using it now. Su Bai's words fell. The secret realm exploration props in my hand disappeared. Then, a whole flashing white light appeared before my eyes. Brother Yi, I think we should be able to enter together. The moment he entered the white light, Su Bai only felt a vast expanse of white in front of his eyes, and the temperature he felt in his body changed from comfortable to cold. He took another step forward, and the scene in front of him instantly changed. This is a world of cold snow. The vast scene of ice and snow made Su Bai wonder if this secret realm was the area of the frozen survival world. It was completely different from what he thought. He subconsciously looked back, but didn't see Zhang Yi, and was shocked. Brother Yi? Didn't Zhang Yi come in with him? Why didn't I see anyone else? When Su Bai looked at the system, a red time appeared. Countdown to secret realm exploration is 1 hour. He only had so much time, and there was no way he could waste it looking for Zhang Yi. You can only start exploring by yourself. He took 2 steps forward and the system prompt appeared. Danger ahead. Su Bai changed direction. Danger ahead. He turned again, and this time the prompt did not appear, so he walked forward with confidence. My breathing became more rapid with every step I took, and the air around me seemed to solidify into substance. Those seemingly harmless snowflakes turned into sharp ice blades when they came into contact with his exposed skin, cutting into tiny scars. Visibility was extremely low in the heavy snow, and Su Bai could barely see objects 2 meters away from him. He held the shotgun tightly in his hand and walked forward carefully. Treasure box. After avoiding several dangerous places, Su Bai finally saw the hint. There is a treasure chest sealed by ice in front of you. Su Bai took out an iron pickaxe and hit it a few times, revealing the original appearance of the treasure chest. It was a golden treasure chest. Special items. Su Bai watched time passing by and did not open the treasure chest directly but put it into his backpack. He continued walking forward. This time the system prompts a detailed introduction to the danger. He walked quickly toward a place where there was no sign of danger. The first goal is to find treasure chests. After walking a few steps, he saw another frozen treasure chest. After breaking the ice, there is another golden treasure chest. Su Bai quickly put the treasure chest into his backpack. There are a lot of treasure chests ahead. Lots of treasure chests. A golden arrow appears. Su Bai went in the direction indicated by the golden arrow without hesitation. Because he walked carefully, about 5 minutes later, he saw the shocking scene. Countless treasure chests seemed to be embedded in a large piece of crystal clear ice, so densely packed that it was impossible to count how many there were. Fuck! Su Bai couldn't help but let out a quintessence of Chinese culture. This time I really made a fortune. He couldn't believe how many goodies he could get. With so many treasure chests tempting him, Su Bai could hardly control himself and wanted to rush up and dig out those treasure chests immediately. He just took a step forward. But at this moment, high danger ahead. Ice Beast can spit out ice spikes to attack, be careful to avoid them. Ice Beast? Spit ice thorns. Su Bai looked ahead vigilantly and stopped. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart, making him sober up instantly. He quickly withdrew his attention from the treasure chest and looked around vigilantly. There are ice spikes in front of you, be careful to avoid them. An ice spike came towards his face. Su Bai, who got the hint, reacted first and dodged the ice spikes. At this moment, there was a deafening roar, and a huge monster suddenly descended from the sky above the frozen treasure chest. It was a gigantic monster, a kind of wild beast that had never been seen before. It was snow white all over, with crystal clear hair and eyes that sparkled with faint blue light. It looked furry like a bear, but its appearance was completely different. The appearance of the ice beast. Su Bai also realized that if he didn't get rid of this ice beast, he would probably not be able to get these frozen treasure chests. This is a highly dangerous creature. Can he really handle it? Su Bai knew that there was an option to exit the secret realm on the system, and it was still time to click on it now. But seeing so many treasure chests but not being able to take them away, how could Su Bai be willing to accept this? No, I can't leave now! He looked at the time on the system again. There were still 40 minutes left. There is still time to fight the ice beast. While Su Bai was thinking, the ice beast on the opposite side launched an attack again, and the thick ice spikes attacked Su Bai. The ice beast was getting closer, leaving Su Bai with little time to dodge the ice spikes. He was busy dodging the ice spikes of the ice beast, while quickly taking out the protective shield from his backpack and putting it on. The shield still has 1,000 points of defense. The ice spikes of the ice beast were blocked by the protective shield, and 100 points were lost in an instant. The protective shield can only block 10 attacks at most before it is scrapped. Su Bai's face was solemn, and he immediately shot in the direction of the ice beast. Follow the weak points prompted by the system. The weak point of this ice beast is its lower abdomen, and other places are not weak points. Unfortunately, this ice beast is a four-legged reptile, and its front and hind paws can protect its most vulnerable parts. The bullet hit the ice beast, leaving only a black and gray shadow before falling to the ground. This thing is so powerful! Not only does it have high attack power, but its defense is also so high. 37. Assistance. The cold wind was as sharp as a knife, and every breath seemed to condense into frost. The huge ice beast was covered with frost fur that was harder to penetrate than the hardest steel, and every hair of it flashed with a biting cold light. This ice beast is damn hard to deal with. Su Bai watched the ice beast open its bloody mouth again and spit out ice spikes. He quickly put away the protective shield, which was already in danger of having only 200 defense left. The damage of ice spikes is too high, so the effect of protective shield is actually not that great. Spit out 5 ice spikes in succession. Who can stand this? Su Bai had no choice but to dodge frantically. In addition to informing you of the direction of danger, can't the system really tell you how to deal with this troublesome guy in front of you? He dodged to the left, and the cold ice spikes flew past his cheek, narrowly avoiding him. The extremely cold air almost made him unable to stand. Su Bai grabbed the shotgun and tried hard to stop his foot. Each breath became heavier. What to do? The ice beast's attacks became more and more fierce. The ice spikes kept attacking him, 1, 2, 3. While Su Bai was paying attention to dodging, his mind was quickly thinking about what to do. With the system's prompts, he still managed to dodge all the ice spikes, but a lot of his physical strength was constantly consumed. I was already out of breath and terrified. Seeing that the ice spikes could not kill Su Bai, the ice beast on the opposite side moved, getting closer and closer to Su Bai. Those icy blue eyes stared coldly at the tiny human who had invaded its territory. Su Bai felt the gaze and felt a chill in his heart. What kind of look was that? A look that kills him. The ice beast let out a deafening roar, and the invisible sound shook the secret realm, causing people to have intense tinnitus. At the same time, the speed at which the snowflakes in the secret realm fell accelerated. The body temperature was already uncomfortable, and now it has dropped again. Are we going to leave like this? Su Bai said unwillingly. It consumes so much of the protective shield's defensive power, and so much of my physical strength. In the end, all you can do is watch the treasure chests right in front of you, but you can't get them. Su Bai would never agree to it. However, he couldn't deal with the approaching ice beast in front of him. Just when Su Bai was so confused that he was about to press the exit button, suddenly I noticed a hint. Human. Su Bai looked in the direction of the arrow. He was surprised to see a familiar figure walking towards him. Brother E! Su Bai called out loudly to the person who came, with a look of surprise in his eyes. I thought Zhang Yi didn't enter the secret realm. Unexpectedly, he came too. When Zhang Yi heard Su Bai's call, his body shook and he quickly quickened his pace towards him. He just heard the roar of a wild beast here, so he came over to check it out. I didn't expect to meet Su Bai. Be careful! Su Bai dodged the ice thorns of the ice beast again and shouted to Zhang Yi. There is an ice beast here. It can spit out ice thorns. I will attract its firepower. You take the opportunity to steal the treasure chest, take as much as you can. Zhang Yi took action immediately. Without saying a word, he took the pickaxe and started working on the frozen treasure chest. With the addition of Zhang Yi, seeing that there was hope, Su Bai became excited. He no longer hesitated and moved slowly in the opposite direction of Zhang Yi, trying to lure away the ice beast. As Zhang Yi knocked open a piece of hard ice, revealing the treasure chest inside, the ice beast quickly shifted its gaze away from Su Bai. It roared angrily in the direction of Zhang Yi. Damn thief! As soon as Zhang Yigang put the treasure chest into his backpack, he felt a chill on his back. The ice beast was about to attack Zhang Yi, and most of Zhang Yi's back was exposed to danger. Su Bai quickly shot at the ice beast. Ta-ta-ta! Fierce flames broke out instantly, and dense bullets poured out like a rainstorm. When these bullets touched the ice beast, they only stirred up bursts of fine fur and left a faint black smoke, but they could not cause any harm to it. Zhang Yi, be careful! Su Bai shouted loudly, feeling helpless. With just the weapons in their hands, they couldn't hurt the ice beast at all. At this moment, the ice beast seemed to be completely enraged, and its bloodshot eyes flashed with a cold and cruel light. These stupid humans actually dared to touch its treasure chest. The ice beast opened its huge mouth that was big enough to swallow a person, and streams of crystal clear ice spikes gushed out of its mouth, like sharp arrows, cutting through the air and heading straight towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's body shook and he leaped sideways at an astonishing speed, cleverly avoiding the fatal blow. The moment he landed, there was a mess under his feet. The ice spikes had penetrated deeply into the ground, leaving behind shocking holes. Attack failed. The ice beast roared even more angrily. Its huge body suddenly turned around, left Su Bai, and walked straight towards the frozen treasure chest. The ice beast stood in front of the treasure chest, staring at Zhang Yi with its threatening eyes. Then it let out another deafening roar. This time, its attack was more violent and intensive. Ice spikes poured down like a rainstorm, completely blocking the space around Zhang Yi. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Zhang Yi did not show any panic. I saw his figure moving between the ice spikes like a ghost. Every dodge was just right, as if he had merged into one with the wind and snow. Su Bai looked at Zhang Yi's skills and had no time to admire them. As he approached the frozen treasure, he deftly dodged the indiscriminate attacks and said to Zhang Yi, The ice beast has thick skin and flesh, but there is a weak spot under its belly. Only by attacking there can we defeat it. When Zhang Yi heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He wondered how Su Bai knew that. However, he trusted Su Bai very much. So Zhang Yi pulled harder, trying to create a safer position for himself. His eyes were always fixed on the ice beast, looking for an opportunity to use a sniper. Taking advantage of the gaps between the ice beast's stabs, Zhang Yi successfully evacuated to a safe distance and prepared to try to attack with a sniper rifle. Su Bai stayed and continued to harass the ice beast, trying to attract attention. The ice beast paused briefly. Instead of continuing the violent attack as they had expected, it seemed that its skill was in a cooldown period. No more ice spikes? Su Bai's eyes lit up. Although he was doubtful, he was secretly happy, thinking that the ice beast had exhausted its strength. He took the opportunity to continue approaching the frozen treasure. However, just as he was about to touch the frozen treasure chest, he turned around suddenly and saw the ice beast's resentful eyes staring at him, with a light flashing in its eyes that was even colder than before. 38. Diamond Treasure Chest. Immediately afterwards, the ice beast let out a deafening roar, and instantly burst out at an astonishing speed, like a white lightning, rushing straight towards Su Bai. Su Bai was horrified and stepped back hastily, but it was too late. His feet slipped, he lost his balance, and fell directly into a bottomless pit. The surroundings suddenly fell into darkness and silence, with only the occasional sound of rolling stones breaking the silence. Su Bai felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Bad luck. He quickly calmed himself down and took out the flashlight. The lights flickered in the dim cave, casting mottled shadows, allowing you to see your surroundings clearly. Su Bai looked around and saw long and thin icicles hanging on the cold stone wall, reflecting a faint and dark blue light. A system prompt also appeared. Ice Beast Cave, where the ice beasts rest and hatch their offspring. Ice Beast Cave? Su Bai looked at the words in surprise. What the hell? He accidentally fell into the ice beast's den. Think about the ice beast may catch up at any time. Su Bai prepared to leave the cave. Treasure box. Su Bai found a clue when he was looking for the exit. He followed the path and found the treasure chest. Diamond chest. Special items. It turned out to be a diamond treasure chest. That thing is a level higher than the golden treasure chest. I wonder what treasures can be found inside it. The appearance of this diamond treasure chest is simply dazzling. Every surface is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting colorful light. His eyes were filled with ecstasy, and he immediately put the diamond treasure chest into his backpack. I walked a few steps forward and saw the prompt again. Ice Beast Egg. To be hatched. Su Bai couldn't help but stop, his eyes involuntarily attracted by the oval egg glowing with blue light. Stand in front of the ice beast egg glowing blue, and look at it carefully. The terrifying power of the ice beast is enough to make people feel afraid, even for this unhatched cub. But at this moment, the egg that was about to hatch was like a temptation that made him unable to look away. The light from the lamp danced on the egg, reflecting its delicate and cold texture. Su Bai stretched out his hand and gently touched the eggshell with his fingertips. A strange chill spread along his fingertips to his whole body, making him shiver involuntarily. Can I take this ice beast egg away? Although this ice beast egg is full of danger, it may also be a huge opportunity. After a brief consideration, Su Bai decided to put the egg into his backpack. With a soft ding sound, the ice beast egg with a blue glow disappeared from the spot and lay safely in the backpack. Just as Su Bai was about to walk out of the cave, a low and powerful roar suddenly sounded from deep in the cave. Su Bai's heart suddenly tightened. The ice beast is back. Without any hesitation, he immediately quickened his pace. But just as he was about to rush out of the cave, a cold figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The ice beast was staring at him with its murderous eyes. Su Bai's heart sank to the bottom. The ice beast paced back and forth in its dark lair, and every step was accompanied by a slight vibration in the ground. That keen sense of smell seemed to have lost its function. It can no longer smell the scent of its baby. In the dark and deep ice beast cave, the air seemed to be frozen, with only the sound of Su Bai's rapid breathing and unprecedented tension and fear. The ice beast's anger reached its peak, followed by a deafening roar. The entire cave was shaking, and ice crystals fell off the walls of the cave, making crisp sounds as they landed on the ground. A powerful cold air gushed out from the mouth of the ice beast, and countless crystal-clear ice spikes shot out from its mouth, like thousands of arrows shot at the same time, attacking Su Bai all over the place. It's over! In the narrow cave, Su Bai had nowhere to hide. At this moment of life and death, he made the decision without hesitation. Exit the secret realm. Giving up the remaining time for exploration, but compared with the cost of life, this is undoubtedly the wisest choice at the moment. He quickly clicked to exit the secret realm. The scene in front of my eyes began to blur, and after a moment of dizziness, I was back in the warm shelter. Su Bai felt the warmth from the fireplace and let out a long sigh, but his back was already wet. He was glad that he had escaped. The first thing he did was check the ice beast egg in his backpack. The egg lay there quietly, and was indeed taken out. In addition to the ice beast egg, there is also a diamond treasure chest and 2 gold treasure chests lying quietly in the corner of the backpack. This was all the gain from his adventure into the secret realm. When Su Bai came to his senses, he did not see any trace of Zhang Yi. Have you not come out of the secret realm yet? He looked at the time and saw that there were still 13 minutes left before the end of the secret realm. He could only pray silently that Zhang Yi would return safely. As time passed, Su Bai's heart rose to his throat. He kept pacing back and forth in the shelter. Finally, with 3 minutes left before the end of the secret realm, Zhang Yi's figure appeared in front of him. However, Zhang Yi looked extremely miserable, with a wound on his shoulder caused by an ice spike. Blood continued to seep out of the wound, staining his clothes red. Brother Yi! Su Bai rushed forward excitedly and held Zhang Yi. I'm fine. Zhang Yi was relieved after surviving a disaster. It was a close call. You and I are both back. Then he slowly opened his mouth and narrated his experience in the secret realm. At that time, I saw you being hit by the frost beast and falling down. I was really scared at that time. I wanted to chase after you, but then I remembered that I could exit the secret realm. After the frost beast confirmed that you had been shot down, it quickly turned around and left. At this point, Zhang Yi's eyes were full of excitement. I thought, now that the ice beasts are gone, there is nothing guarding the treasure chests. Why don't I take this opportunity to dig more, so that the trip is not in vain? So, I took advantage of the time when the ice beasts left and dug more than 10 treasure chests, but I didn't expect that the ice beasts would come back and attack me. I was digging for treasure chests, and I didn't dodge. Also, the ice beasts looked crazy, so I quickly backed out. Su Bai was envious when he heard that Zhang Yi had obtained more than a dozen treasure chests. However, seeing that Zhang Yi was still injured, he said, Hurry up and take care of it. See if the exchange has any medicine for the wounds. If not, I will contact the Huaxia Alliance. Hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded slightly, a grateful smile on his face. He opened the exchange and returned with the hemostatic medicine in a short while. Under Su Bai's gaze, he skillfully applied the medicine and gave his wound a simple bandage. It's just a minor injury, it's really nothing, Zhang Yi said while smiling and shaking his head, not caring about his injury at all. His eyes were full of excitement. Let's open the treasure chests first. With so many treasure chests in front of us, who can resist? 3-9. Pet binding items. Inside the shelter, the fireplace was burning brightly. Zhang Yi directly took out the treasure chest obtained from this secret adventure from his backpack. Rows of treasure chests shining with gold and silver appeared before our eyes one by one. 17 treasure chests in perfect order. There are 17 in total, including those dug out from the pile of frozen treasure chests, and the one Zhang Yi found when he was exploring alone. 8 golden treasure chests. 9 silver treasure chests. Zhang Yi scratched his head, smiled naively, and pushed the treasure chest towards Su Bai. Brother Su Bai, I was able to get so many things during this exploration of the secret realm, all thanks to you for leading me in and luring away the ice beast. I can only feel at ease if you take half of these treasure chests. Su Bai looked at Zhang Yi's sincere face and felt a warm feeling in his heart. The friendship between the two was more precious than any treasure. He curled his lips slightly. Thank you? It would be a lie for Su Bai to say that he was not touched when he saw a Zhangyi like this. His eyes scanned the hints on each treasure chest. Moderate risk. General hazard. 3 of the gold treasure chests are marked as medium danger, and 1 silver treasure chest is normal danger. Without hesitation, he picked out the 4 treasure chests marked as dangerous and put them aside. Then, Su Bai's eyes fell on the prompts on the other treasure chests. Vehicles. Arms. Drawing. Special items. Special items. Mysterious treasure. Among all these clues, Su Bai was very curious about the golden treasure chest with the words, mysterious treasure, written on it. Except for the 4 treasure chests I took out, the others can be opened, Su Bai said to Zhang Yidao. Zhang Yi was a little confused. He stared at the 4 treasure chests that were taken out separately, but couldn't see anything wrong. These are dangerous chests, Su Bai explained, and Zhang Yi looked at him in surprise. Brother Su Bai, you can actually tell the difference. Right. Zhang Yi looked at him deeply again. Gave a thumbs up. There are so many treasure chests that I almost got carried away. If I really opened them all at once, I can't even imagine it. Su Bai opened the golden treasure chest. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a mysterious treasure map *1. Mysterious treasure map, treasure coordinates waiting to be excavated. What appeared in his hand was a brown parchment scroll. There was a red dot flashing on it. It seems that these are the coordinates of the treasure. He is 50 million kilometers away from the treasure. Zhang Yi came over to take a look curiously. Su Bai handed it to him. Seems a bit tasteless? The treasure is too far away. Zhang Yi returned the treasure map to Su Bai and sighed. Speaking of which, I remember there was an announcement before that the regional sectors will rotate once a week. I hope I can be closer to the treasure by then. Su Bai thought it made sense, so he put the mysterious treasure map into his backpack. You opened the treasure chest and got a 4-wheeled car *1. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a vegetable and fruit planting manual *1. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a teleportation item *1, usable times 4/4. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a planting manual *1. All the gold treasure chests in Zhang Yi's hands were opened, and each item was of great value. This teleportation item can be used 4 times. Su Bai's eyes lit up. He was discussing cooperation with the Huaxia Alliance yesterday, and was in need of a teleportation item. Otherwise, we can help the Huaxia Alliance clear the beasts from the shelter. It can be used exactly 4 times, and he can also take Zhang Yi with him. Su Bai had mentioned the matter of the Huaxia Alliance to Zhang Yi before, so he brought it up at this time. Brother Yi, I want to take you to the Huaxia Alliance to help them clean up the beasts, and see how their alliance has developed. Are you willing to go with me? Fearing that Zhang Yi would hesitate, he added. They promised to share half of the treasure chest. This business is not a loss. Su Bai took out the bullet blueprint from his backpack. Brother Yi, this is the bullet blueprint I exchanged with the Huaxia Alliance before. I think you might need it. Su Bai just remembered that he had forgotten to give this thing to Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, which then turned into joy that was hard to conceal. His sniper rifle was out of bullets. This bullet drawing is undoubtedly important. Brother Su Bai, thank you! Zhang Yi took the drawings excitedly. To express his gratitude, Zhang Yi handed the planting manual to Su Bai. This planting manual is of little use to me, but since you have a greenhouse, it should be able to play a greater role. Zhang Yi pushed the manual towards Su Bai. Su Bai smiled slightly and took the manual. He looked at the manual and a line of introduction came into his sight. As he read, the system prompt sounded. I have checked that the player already has a greenhouse. Do you want to bind the planting manual? Su Bai clicked, yes, without hesitation. A new section appeared on his system page, planting. He clicked to enter, and saw his own virtual greenhouse coming into view. He tried clicking on the rice icon, and the system responded immediately, displaying a series of operation options: watering, fertilizing, weeding. He lightly clicked, watering. I saw virtual water droplets falling from the air, moistening the rice fields below. This is so convenient! Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that it would be so convenient to manage my own greenhouse. I don't have to do it myself. I can complete all the operations just by moving my fingers. Thinking of this, an idea emerged in Su Bai's mind. Since there is a planting manual, does that mean there are other manuals out there? For example, mining manual, tree cutting manual. If this is true, wouldn't it save more manpower and time? Su Bai didn't want the remaining silver treasure chests, and gave them all to Zhang Yi. Seeing that it was getting late outside and almost dark, Zhang Yi left. At this time, Su Bai took out the 2 gold treasure chests and the diamond treasure chest. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a healing item X1. Healing item, a one-time consumable item, 1/1. After use, it can heal a fatal injury once and remove the near-death state. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a fertilizer blueprint X1. Finally, his eyes fell on the diamond chest. He rubbed his hands. I don't know what kind of special props it will be. Su Bai couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a pet-bound item X1. Pet binding props. This? He quickly took out the ice beast egg from his backpack. Do you want to bind the unhatched ice beast? A line of words appeared on the blue egg in front of me. 80% success rate. Is there any chance that this thing could fail? Su Bai thought about it and decided to use it. The ice beast is very powerful. If he had a beast as powerful as the ice beast in the secret realm as a pet. Invincible. 40. Potato stewed chicken nuggets. Su Bai rubbed his hands and was not in a hurry to use it. An 80% success rate still requires a lot of luck, so it's time to use some luck. Ancestors, please bless me! I must hit the target with 1 strike! Su Bai chanted silently, extremely pious. He opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the system message in front of him again. Do you want to use the pet binding item to bind the ice beast egg? Su Bai did not hesitate any longer. Selected to use. The tool turned into a white light, and the blue egg of the ice beast was shrouded in the white light. This process is extremely long. Su Bai stared at the egg nervously, waiting for the system's prompt. In the white light, the frost beast egg began to undergo subtle changes. Tiny cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the originally calm eggshell, and then these cracks quickly spread, as if some force was trying to break free. Su Bai watched all this nervously, fearing that any accidents might happen. He reached out his hand tentatively and touched the ice beast egg. The ice beast egg, which was beating wildly as if trying to escape from the white light, miraculously stopped the moment Su Bai touched it lightly. The struggling force seemed to be soothed by an invisible force, and the cracks on the surface of the eggshell gradually stabilized and no longer spread. Congratulations to the player, the binding is successful. Get the pet ice beast *1. Binding successful. As the system prompt sounded, an indescribable joy surged into Su Bai's heart like a tide. With an excited smile on his face, he held the egg in his arms. Very good. Su Bai vaguely felt a certain connection with the egg and felt the flow of life inside the egg. Ice beast egg, about to hatch, 1 day left to hatch. There is only 1 day left before you can meet your pet. Su Bai was thinking about the ice beast he had seen in the secret realm, and he was very excited. Su Bai carefully picked up the egg that was emitting a faint chill. Instead of putting the egg into his backpack, he found a towel, wrapped it up and made a simple nest, and placed the egg on it. When Lin Wei came out of the coal mine, she was surprised to see the big blue egg placed in the middle of the living room. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and moved closer to the egg to examine it curiously. Brother Su Bai, what kind of egg is this? It's so big! I brought it out from the secret realm and it has been bound. I will soon get an ice beast pet. Su Bai showed off. This is a unique one. Lin Wei touched the eggs and felt like she was touching a piece of ice, so she quickly retracted her hand. So cold. It just so happened that Lin Wei had already mined all the coal for today. After Su Bai received the coal, he delivered 1,500 tons of coal to the Huaxia Alliance. He thought about the fertilizer blueprint he had obtained. Directly learned. Fertilizer, production consumes grass *1, feces *1. The materials used to make fertilizers are really Su Bai looked at the thing behind him and actually went to the toilet to test it. Can this thing really be put into a backpack? Well, his backpack is not clean anymore. He simply opened the planting manual and prepared to water and fertilize the rice and wheat. Most of the rice has matured and turned golden yellow. Su Bai stood up, opened the door, and walked into the greenhouse to confirm again. They were indeed ripe. He operated the planting manual and harvested the ripe rice with one click. Get 500 g rice *3, grass *10, rice seeds *30. It is equivalent to obtaining 3 kilograms of rice. I was wondering where to get the fodder. Now I have a solution. He took out rice from his backpack and looked at the white rice, feeling joyful in his heart. I haven't eaten white rice for a long time. Got rice. Su Bai took out the rice cooker that had been lying in his backpack for a long time. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. He steamed the rice first, then went next door to call Zhang Yi and Lin Wei. Lin Wei got the materials from Su Bai and has rebuilt the shelter. It is built on the left side of Su Bai, very close. Upon learning that there was white rice to eat, Zhang Yi and Lin Wei were very enthusiastic. They put down what they were doing almost without hesitation and followed Su Bai back to his shelter. Zhang Yi took out the iron pot he bought from the stock exchange. Su Bai found the chicken from the cupboard, processed it briefly, and washed it carefully several times with hot water to remove blood and impurities. Then he picked up a dagger and chopped the chicken into small, even pieces and threw them into the pot. Seeing this, Lin Wei also took out 2 potatoes from her backpack. She peeled the potatoes skillfully, and then cut them into pieces of appropriate size. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and took out a can of beer from his backpack. It tastes better when beer is added. Sister Lin Wei, can you drink now? Lin Wei nodded, took the beer from Zhang Yi with a smile, and poured it directly into the iron pot. The chicken itself has a meaty aroma, and it is paired with soft and glutinous potato cubes. The best part is the addition of beer. Listening to the gurgling sound after the pot boils, the delicious smell comes up. Plus Su Bai added some MSG, the whole potato stewed with chicken was so delicious. Then I fried some stir-fried meat. The main course is ready. Lin Wei picked up a large cabbage, took the wooden spatula from Su Bai's hand, and became the chef. Su Bai brought the chicken stewed with potatoes to the table. A faint rice fragrance began to spread in the air. It was a long-lost smell, and it made people feel cheerful. Zhang Yi was watching the rice cooker and said with a smile, I am hungry just by smelling the aroma of this rice. Wait for Lin Wei to finish frying the cabbage. The white rice is also out of the pot. Su Bai picked up the dishes and chopsticks and placed them on the table. The 3 of them looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, their faces were filled with joy. It was a rare moment of relaxation, and they were left with time to enjoy the food. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Bai put down his chopsticks and touched his round belly. The table was cleared. Even though Lin Wei looks slim and slender, she doesn't eat much less. The 3 of them sat leisurely in chairs and chatted. The amount of rice produced nowadays is still too small. We ate 500 g of rice in today's meal alone. Su Bai sighed. We still have to plant more rice, so that we can have enough rice for every meal and then sell it out. Brother Su Bai, you have business sense, so I'll follow you. Zhang Yi burped and picked his teeth contentedly. It's just that the scale is not good enough, it's okay with only 3 of us. If you want to expand the team and recruit more people, this won't be enough. Lin Wei was also a little curious. Then we need to expand the scale of the greenhouse and the amount of first-level soil. Su Bai thought that there was no rush to recruit new talents. He had not yet decided whether to establish his own alliance like the Huaxia Alliance. Let's talk about it later. 41. The snow has stopped. On the 10th day of the cold wave, the whole world seemed to be covered by a thick layer of ice and snow, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Inside the shelter, the fire flickered and the survivors sat around the heater. At this moment, a brief but exciting message quickly spread in the chat channel. The snow has stopped. Fuck, it's not snowing. It's really not snowing. Great! It's finally stopped. The snow has covered my windows. I don't know how thick the snow is outside. When Su Bai heard the news, his heart trembled violently. He stood up suddenly and pushed open the window almost subconsciously. Although it was still pitch black outside, he couldn't wait to confirm the authenticity of the news. The cold wind mixed with a little chill blew in his face, but he didn't care. He just stretched his hand out of the window and waited quietly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He felt it. No snow fell. The snow really stopped. The past 10 days since the cold wave arrived have been an unprecedented test for all survivors. The heavy snow covered the whole world in silver and white, but at the same time limited their activities to this small shelter. The shortage of food and resources forced many survivors to be frugal, and every bite of food seemed extremely precious. Many people seemed weak due to hunger, and some were even on the verge of death. The news that the snow had stopped undoubtedly brought them a glimmer of hope. Although the snow had stopped, the snow piled up in the yard was already much higher than the shelter, and the situation was roughly the same in other places. This means that even if they want to go out and explore, they need to deal with the snow problem first. Moreover, although the cold wave has temporarily improved, no one can guarantee that it will not strike again, and it may even become more severe. Su Bai decided to start clearing the snow around the shelter starting today. He picked up a shovel, walked out of the shelter and stepped into the snow-covered area. The wind outside was biting cold, but he had gotten used to it and felt it was better than before, not as cold anymore. I started shoveling snow. Johnny was sitting by the stove in the shelter, holding a cup of hot water in his hand. The wind and snow outside seemed to isolate him, but a slight noise broke the silence. He frowned slightly and listened carefully. The sound seemed to come from outside the door. Out of curiosity, Johnny put down the teacup, stood up and walked towards the door. He gently pushed open the stone door, and a biting cold wind blew towards him. I saw Su Bai standing in the snow, bending over, shoveling the snow with a shovel in his hand. "Brother Su Bai, let me help you!" Johnny shouted loudly. He picked up a shovel and walked quickly towards Su Bai to join in shoveling snow. The snow was gradually cleared and a trail gradually emerged. As the snow was gradually cleared, a clever idea came to Su Bai's mind. It would be great if the accumulated snow could be turned into precious water resources. He used to use mineral water to irrigate the crops in the greenhouse, which was really too luxurious. So Su Bai began to act. He found several sturdy wooden tubs and lined them up in a corner of the shelter. Whenever he cleared a pile of snow, he carried it in and gently poured it into the wooden basin. The snow began to melt slowly as it came into contact with the warm air inside the shelter. As time went by, the snow in the wooden basin gradually turned into slightly turbid water. Although it cannot be used for drinking, it is completely sufficient for watering. Su Bai collected the turbid water in the wooden barrel and put it in the cabinet for easy use at any time. His comfortable life today is largely due to his ingenious conversion of hot water and coal into hard currency. If he didn't have these, or didn't realize the value of them, he would definitely not have achieved his current #1 status. Similarly, rice and wheat, as basic food for survival, will also be the objects of Su Bai's future reserve transactions. He walked around the exchange, carefully selecting various seeds and crops. His eyes were attracted by sweet potato seeds, which are not only nutritious but also easy to store. He bought 10 sweet potato seeds without hesitation. Then, he saw pumpkin, tomato, cucumber and other vegetable seeds and bought them all. Use the planting manual to sow seeds with one click. He gently flipped open the manual, slid his fingertips across the screen, and selected the type of seeds he had just purchased. The greenhouse suddenly became busy. I saw beams of soft light shooting out from the manual and landing accurately on the open space in the greenhouse. These beams of light seemed to have magical power, burying the seeds deeply into the soil. In fact, Su Bai's hot water is basically unsaleable now, and he can only rely on sales to exchange for some very basic supplies. It is absolutely impossible to exchange blueprints or precious props. It is very likely that new alternatives have already emerged. For example, a pot for boiling water or something else. Su Bai could also understand. After all, hot water was just the most basic resource, and he didn't plan to rely on it to make a good price. Now his hot water is mainly provided to himself, Zhang Yi and Lin Wei. Even enough for them to take a luxurious bath occasionally. As for coal, Su Bai provided it all to the Huaxia Alliance, and could not save any excess. There is no doubt that coal sells well. If he wants to exchange for supplies, it would definitely be more appropriate to find new alternatives. Now most of the survivors are still barely surviving starvation, but Su Bai has already achieved a well-off life. With thoughts in mind, Su Bai curled up and lay on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep even though he was covered with the quilt. He opened the World Chat channel to check out the news and updates from other survivors. As night fell, the sky gradually took on an ominous crimson hue, foreshadowing an unprecedented catastrophe that was about to strike. The blood moon is coming, and the beasts will become more agitated than ever before, violently attacking all shelters. All players are requested to prepare for battle immediately, protect their homes, and overcome the difficulties together. This news exploded in the players' ears like thunder. The world channel has exploded. Everyone, look! The blood moon has appeared. Isn't this the legendary omen of disaster? It's over, I can't keep my shelter anymore. Someone please save me! Everyone, don't panic. The blood moon will attract a large number of beasts, but there will also be some special resources. You can join our alliance and form a team to resist the beasts together. I have organized an elite alliance. All survivors are welcome to join. Please chat with me privately. At the same time, I will coordinate the allocation of resources to ensure fairness and justice. We will definitely get through this difficult time. 42. It turns out it drinks blood. While Su Bai was still browsing the world chat, he saw everyone discussing the arrival of the blood moon. A slight rustling sound broke the silence in the room. The sound was like a tiny caress at first, and gradually became clearer and more powerful, as if some living thing was struggling to break free from its restraints in some corner. Su Bai pricked up his ears, trying to catch what it was. As the sound continued, Su Bai realized that the sound seemed to come from the direction of the living room. He was startled, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. One thought took over his mind, the ice beast egg that he had high hopes for. Without thinking too much, he quickly jumped out of bed, holding the flashlight. The footsteps are hurried. Su Bai came to the living room, and the scene in front of him made him hold his breath instantly. I saw that the ice beast egg that was originally lying quietly on the towel had now cracked into a noticeable gap, and a furry little head poked out from it, looking at the world curiously. As the crack gradually widened, a small ice beast as big as an adult bear and covered with silver-white fur slowly crawled out of the eggshell, curiosity flashing in its round eyes. The little ice beast seemed to sense Su Bai's presence. It stopped exploring and turned to look at Su Bai. There was no hostility in his eyes, but instead a kind of intimacy. It slowly crawled towards Su Bai until its small body rubbed lightly against Su Bai's trouser leg and stopped. Su Bai squatted down, carefully stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the soft and cold fur of the little ice beast. He could feel the faint vibration coming from under the little guy's body. "Just call you Bing Bing," Su Bai said softly. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in the eyes of the little ice beast. It seemed to understand what Su Bai said and wagged its tail happily. It kept nudging Su Bai, and Su Bai thought it was hungry. So he generously placed a piece of top-quality pork in front of Bing Bing. However, Bing Bing just sniffed it lightly and kicked the pork away, showing no interest in it. Then Su Bai took out the snow lion meat, which is rich in energy and one level higher than pork. But Bing Bing was equally indifferent, and there was even a hint of disgust in her eyes. Su Bai was a little amused. Unwilling to give up, Su Bai tried rice again. However, Bing Bing still just sniffed and looked at Su Bai with her big watery eyes, silently expressing her dissatisfaction. Looking at Bing Bing's picky look, Su Bai couldn't help but have a headache. He had no idea what this little guy eats. He hoped he wouldn't let him kill her. He specially prepared a small bed for Bing Bing, which was a small nest made of soft towels and straw. However, when Su Bai put Bing Bing on the small bed, Bing Bing immediately jumped up and struggled hard with its short legs. It was obvious that it was not satisfied with this new home and insisted on sleeping on the bed next to Su Bai. Su Bai had no choice but to give it space. Midnight. There was a sudden loud noise outside the shelter. Su Bai suddenly woke up from his dream. The ice beast beside him had already been alert and let out a low and powerful roar. He quickly rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up from the bed, and looked around. The shelter was dark, with only the faint light from the heater barely illuminating his vision. He realized that this sudden movement was anything but ordinary. It was likely that a wild beast was roaming nearby, perhaps even preparing to attack the shelter. Yes. The blood moon is coming. Thinking of this, Su Bai felt a sense of urgency in his heart. So he quickly put on his clothes, picked up the shotgun beside the bed, and checked whether there were enough bullets. Bing followed Su Bai closely, her dark blue eyes sparkling in the darkness. Su Bai turned around and looked at Bing. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Warning! Snow bears and snow leopards are detected approaching the shelter. Please take defensive measures immediately. When Su Bai opened the door of the shelter, I saw a huge snow bear standing not far away. Its snow-white fur looked particularly dazzling under the light of the blood moon, and its fierce eyes were staring at the door of the shelter. Snow bear! Su Bai was shocked. Next to the snow bear, there was a more agile snow leopard hiding. The snow leopard's body almost completely blended into the night, and only its eyes flashing with cold light revealed its location. Bing, get ready for battle! Su Bai whispered to Bing. Upon hearing this, Bing immediately let out a low growl, and all the hair on her body stood up. She stuck close to Su Bai. Su Bai raised his shotgun and aimed it at the snow bear in front of him. Bang! With a deafening gunshot, the shotgun spewed out deadly flames. The snow bear was caught off guard by the sudden attack, and fell to the ground after a painful roar. But Su Bai did not relax his vigilance because he knew that the snow leopard was still secretly watching them. Sure enough, at the moment the snow bear fell, the snow leopard suddenly jumped out from the darkness and ran straight towards Su Bai. Su Bai pulled the trigger quickly, but the snow leopard dodged his attack with extraordinary agility. It quickly circled to the side of Su Bai, ready to launch a fatal blow. Bing's movements were as fast as lightning. At the moment when Su Bai and the snow leopard were fighting, it suddenly opened its mouth and a stream of cold air gushed out of its mouth. It instantly condensed into several sharp ice spikes and shot towards the snow leopard that was about to pounce on Su Bai like an arrow. The ice spikes streaked through the air with a biting chill, heading straight for the snow leopard's vital points. The snow leopard was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Its body paused involuntarily, and its originally fierce offensive was slowed down. This moment of delay is crucial to Su Bai. He took the opportunity to turn around quickly and avoided the snow leopard's fatal claw attack. At the same time, the shotgun in his hand fired again, and the deafening gunshot echoed in the night sky. The snow leopard let out a shrill wail under the double blow. Its body was trembling from the injuries, and blood gushed out from the wounds, dyeing the surrounding snow red. However, this snow leopard was obviously no ordinary creature. Even though it was seriously injured, it still struggled to fight back. But at this time it was already at the end of its strength, and could no longer pose a threat to Su Bai. Bing immediately stepped forward and bit the snow leopard's neck with her sharp fangs. As Bing bit it, the snow leopard's struggle gradually weakened, and finally it stopped breathing completely. It greedily sucked the snow leopard's blood, and each suck was accompanied by a subtle sound, which was the sound of blood being slowly drawn out. Looking at the ice beast sucking blood, Su Bai finally knew what this guy ate. He asked why he didn't eat anything. It turns out that he lives by drinking blood. 43, pretty lucky? The little guy was quite greedy and sucked the snow leopard into jerky. It glanced at the snow bear, which was still alive but dying. But he didn't come forward. Instead, he burped. It seems that he is full. Su Bai walked up to the snow bear and hit it on the head again. The snow bear was completely turned into a corpse. You killed a snow bear and obtained snow bear meat *50, blood *70, animal hide *1. Your pet killed a snow leopard and obtained snow leopard meat *20, animal hide *1. Congratulations to the player, you have successfully resisted the first wave of beast attacks and obtained a silver treasure chest *1. This is just the first wave of attack. Su Bai looked at the text displayed on the system with a serious expression. Bing beside him yawned at this time and pushed Su Bai into the shelter. As soon as it lay down on the bed, it fell asleep quickly. Listening to the even breathing sound beside him, Su Bai, who had not intended to fall asleep, was also affected by it. He touched its soft fur and fell into a deep sleep. Who cares? If there is another wave of attacking beasts, get up and fight. What Su Bai didn't know was that not long after he fell asleep, Bingbing's body began to slowly change. Not only did her body become bigger, but an invisible pressure also spread out from her body. Under the blood moon, the restless beasts instinctively headed towards the shelter. The shelters of countless people are being attacked, so tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. But Su Bai had a rare good sleep. Maybe I was woken up in the middle of the night last night. It was not until Su Bai woke up that he realized that it was almost noon. But the outside was still blood red. Bingbing made a gurgling sound and then nudged Su Bai. Hungry? Su Bai touched his belly. He was also a little hungry. Knowing that this little guy drinks blood, he took a wooden basin and poured the blood of the snow bear from yesterday into it. But he was too lazy to do any more, so he ate a piece of chocolate cake to replenish his energy. After finishing his meal, Su Bai went out to check the situation. He was surprised to find that Zhang Yi was not far ahead, holding animal traps in his hands and setting them up around him. Brother Yi. He greeted him and walked to Zhang Yi curiously. Zhang Yi stopped what he was doing and mentioned what happened last night. Was your shelter attacked by wild beasts last night? Yeah, but there are only 2 of them. Bingbing and I can handle them in 2 moves. Bingbing? Zhang Yi was puzzled. Su Bai then remembered that Zhang Yi had not seen Bingbing after she was hatched. It was the ice beast egg that I brought out from the secret realm. It was hatched last night. I see, that guy must be very powerful. Zhang Yi had experienced the ice beast in the secret realm. Even though it might be weak just after hatching, it would surely grow in time. It's really powerful. It can also spit out ice spikes, but they are much smaller than that guy's ice spikes. I saw a message yesterday showing that the main shelter was attacked, but at that time there were also 2 wild boars in my shelter. After I dealt with them, the message disappeared. The second half of the night was also very peaceful, and there were no wild beasts. After hearing what Zhang Yi said, Su Bai looked at Lin Wei's shelter, which was still intact. It seems like nothing really happened. I thought this blood moon was so powerful. Su Bai was still sighing when he saw Zhang Yi shaking his head with a serious expression. Have you checked the World Chat channel? No. You should check what others say. It seems that we are the only special case. Other survivors have experienced at least 2 waves of beast attacks at night. Hearing this, Su Bai opened the World Chat channel to check. Just as Zhang Yi said, the survivors in the chat channel were all wailing. I just shot a snow leopard in the middle of the night, and just as I closed my eyes, 3 wild wolves appeared. 2 waves of beasts. I almost died. The price is that the shelter is now only 3 broken walls, with a level 10 air leak. Is there any strong alliance that I can join? I'm really going to be killed by the beasts. Or is there any kind-hearted person who can help me clean up the beasts? This is still based on the previous chat records. The most recent chats were all about group discussion. Many survivors' avatars have turned gray. This is really strange. Maybe we are just lucky, so there are only 1 wave of beasts attacking us. This was the only explanation Su Bai could give. I was thinking that since the blood moon is still going on, there will definitely be wild beasts coming to attack the shelter. We might as well set up the traps now. If there are wild beast attacks, we can be prepared in advance. Su Bai felt that Zhang Yi's words made sense. So he helped Zhang Yi set up animal traps. Lin Wei, who had just entered Su Bai's house and was preparing to dig coal with a pickaxe, was frightened by a monster that had broken into Su Bai's house at some point in time. She was holding a Juga crossbow in her hand, and her little face was full of fear. The strange beast in front of her was not an animal she knew, and there was no way it matched her appearance. Yet it just appeared before her so vividly. The ice beast Bingbing looked at the screaming female human in front of him with confusion. Arrows were shot towards it. Bingbing quickly dodged the arrow and let out a dissatisfied growl. When Su Bai heard the noise, he immediately dropped the work in his hands and ran towards the shelter. Hey! Lin Wei, don't do anything, we are all on the same side! He ran and shouted. Lin Wei saw that her first attack missed and prepared to try again. When she heard Su Bai's cry, she was stunned, and then she saw the monster baring its teeth at her and ran to the door of the shelter. When Su Bai returned to the door, Bingbing made a low murmur, as if expressing her dissatisfaction, and rubbed against Su Bai's feet affectionately. When Lin Wei saw the beast being so close to Su Bai, she rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. Lin Wei, this is an ice beast named Bing Bing. It was hatched from that egg, so don't be afraid. Su Bai explained and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Wei and Bing Bing were not injured. Oh, so it is the ice beast. Lin Wei also remembered the egg at this time. She heard Su Bai and Zhang Yi mention it when they were having dinner yesterday. They said that the ice beast was very powerful. She looked at Bing Bing curiously and tried to reach out to touch its head. But because of Lin Wei's attack just now, Bing Bing was quite hostile towards her and bared her teeth dangerously. Okay, then I won't touch you. Lin Wei withdrew her hand awkwardly and sighed. I have to continue working as a coal miner. The shelter was attacked by wild beasts yesterday, so I need to replenish the materials. 44. Help. The originally bright sky is now shrouded in blood red. Although it is called the blood moon, the sunlight is actually blood red at this moment. The dark atmosphere makes people somewhat uncomfortable. That should be about right. Su Bai looked at the trap that had been set up in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Because of the abundance of materials, Su Bai and his companions set traps throughout the three-person townhouse. Although the power of these traps has not yet been verified, just by looking at the huge metal clamps emitting a cold light, you can imagine how painful it would be to be caught by them. Although traps of this magnitude cannot completely restrict large wild animals, such as the mammoths mentioned above, it will probably only restrict their movements, but small ones will be at the mercy of such steel weapons. Brother Su Bai, this trap should be enough to resist ordinary beasts. You can take a good rest now. Zhang Yu wiped the sweat from his head, and Su Bai immediately took out a bottle of hot water from his backpack and handed it to him. The other party did not refuse, and immediately opened the bottle and started drinking. Although the weather is still cold, setting up such a large trap is still very physically demanding. After a brief exchange of a few words, the two immediately got up and returned to their respective rooms. Just because it doesn't snow anymore doesn't mean it won't be cold. I didn't feel it when I was working just now, but now that I stopped, the cold air instantly began to invade my body. Back in the room, Su Bai came to the heater, looked at Bing Bing who was sleeping again, and shook his head gently. After all, he is just a little guy, so sleepy. Su Bai did not disturb him, but just sat quietly beside him and opened the world chat. Originally, he just wanted to kill some time, but the content of the information made Su Bai frown. What the hell? Why are there wild beasts appearing during the day? I'm being attacked right now. Is there any big guy who can come and support me? I'll provide you with rare materials. I was tormented all night last night, and I'm still drowsy now. I hope no wild beasts will attack me. That's weird, why wasn't I attacked? Is there a small chance of being attacked during the day? Big brother, big sister. Someone come and save me, I can't hold on any longer. You're on your own. In this kind of weird and special weather like the blood moon, everyone is in a difficult situation. Who can save you? Everyone should join our alliance. The alliance will provide a certain degree of assistance, and we can fight against the blood moon together. It's over. I was attacked too. When will this damn weather end? I can't sleep anymore. Su Bai looked at the conversation in front of him and touched his chin. Based on the content of the chat, it can be basically analyzed that the weather of the bloody moon covers the whole day. The blood red color during the day is not a decoration for the atmosphere group, it is a real reminder for the survivors to be prepared for defense at all times. Moreover, looking at the number of people attacked in the chat interface, although the attacks during the day do not seem to be as intensive as at night, there is still a high proportion of people who have been attacked by wild beasts. But what confused Su Bai was that the situation he encountered was completely different from the content on the chat interface. Now he feels that the whole world except himself is under attack. Could it be that I am just lucky? Su Bai shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't really tell what the situation was. Suddenly, Su Bai, who was lost in thought, felt something furry rubbing against his legs. When he looked down, he saw that Bing Bing, who had been sleeping, had woken up at some point and was rubbing against his legs. Su Bai rubbed Bing Bing's head. The little guy squinted his eyes with enjoyment and made a snoring sound in his throat. It was very healing to hear. Looking up at the blood-red sky, Su Bai sighed. The duration of the blood moon is still unclear, but it looks like it will last for a few days. Going out during this time will not be a clear choice. Not to mention that during the blood moon, the frequency and frenzy of wild beasts are much higher than usual, so going out is much more dangerous than usual. If your house is demolished because of your greedy search outside, it will be a waste of time. The safest option now is to stay at home and not go anywhere. But if there are no wild beast attacks in the future, the accumulation rate of rare resources will be much lower than that of others. This is also Su Bai's most troublesome and troubling thing at the moment. After all, he did not forget that the beasts refreshed by the blood moon would randomly drop special items. Forget it, there's no point thinking about these things now. I can only take it one step at a time. If no wild beasts come, then I can only find some rare material somewhere else. Speaking of which, is Bingbing a little different than before? Su Bai, who was rubbing Bingbing's soft hair, suddenly felt something was wrong. I didn't notice it before, but now when we are interacting so closely, I always feel that it is a size bigger than when it was sleeping close to me last night. The ice beast is a terrifyingly powerful creature. If it were a full-grown adult, not to mention guarding the home, it would probably be invincible even if you rode it to fight outside. Normally speaking, the growth rate of such a powerful creature should be very slow, but Bingbing's speed is too fast. Bingbing looked at Su Bai, who was staring at her carefully, and she obviously didn't understand why he was staring at her. He shook his cute head and immediately leaned over to rub Su Bai's cheek. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's a good thing that Bingbing can grow up. Feeling Bingbing's dependence and intimacy, Su Bai was very happy in his heart. Bite! Just when Su Bai and Bingbing were interacting intimately, a private message reminder interrupted Su Bai's actions. Open the private message interface. The news that came into view came from my good friend, Murong-chi. Brother Bai, help! There are so many wild animals attacking my residence again. My house is about to be demolished. Su Bai looked at the news in front of him and stood up immediately. When a friend is in trouble, he will naturally rush to help. He immediately walked to the bedside, picked up his shotgun, checked the bullets, and prepared to teleport over alone. The reason why Zhang Yi and Lin Wei were not called was because the 4 shelters including Murong-chi's were now connected to each other. If the problem of too many wild beasts occurs again like last time, it only takes one message to send the 2 of them over for support. Therefore, it would be more convenient and quicker to go over and check the situation myself now. But just when Su Bai was about to teleport, Bingbing grabbed his trouser leg and pulled it. You want to go too? As Bingbing's master, Su Bai also understood what it meant. Seeing the little guy nodding repeatedly, Su Bai immediately nodded and agreed. Although Bingbing is still young, it is never a bad thing to train herself by fighting against wild beasts more often. After looking at Bingbing and confirming, Su Bai no longer hesitated and started the transmission immediately. There was a flash of light, and the man and the beast disappeared in the room. 45. A domineering aura? In a flash of light, Su Bai was teleported to Murong-chi's door. Roar! The huge roar made Su Bai feel like his eardrums were about to break. At this moment, 5 huge snow bears were waving their sharp claws and attacking the door of Murong-chi's shelter. The flashing white light indicated that the durability was constantly decreasing. There were 2 charred snow bear corpses nearby, which seemed to be Murong-chi's masterpiece. But now she is nowhere to be seen, so I guess she is taking refuge in a shelter. Su Bai looked at the snow bear in front of him and took out the shotgun from his body. Fortunately, there are not many of them and their sizes are not as scary as last time. Su Bai still vividly remembered the mammoth that was as tall as a hill last time, and he was still frightened. If he didn't have a shield at that time, it would not be so easy to annihilate the mammoth leader. Although the snow bear will not completely break through the shelter's defenses in a short time, it is urgent to stop the losses as soon as possible. Su Bai immediately loaded the bullet and aimed at the 5 snow bears according to the system prompts. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he found that the snow bear stopped attacking and looked at him. Such a change made Su Bai frown. Because of the influence of the blood moon, all the beasts have gone berserk, and their pupils have turned blood red, either because of congestion or because of the strange blood moon, making them look daunting. But there seems to be something wrong with these snow bears in front of me? Su Bai raised his eyebrows. These snow bears seem to be scared. At this moment, there was no trace of the usual ferocity in the eyes of these snow bears. Instead, there was a deep sense of fear. What's going on? He didn't think that the beast would recognize the gun in his hand, and even if it did, it wouldn't be afraid. Then he immediately thought of something and looked down at Bingbing, who was showing her cute little fangs and looking fierce. No way? Is this really the reason? Although Su Bai had some guesses in his heart, he did not dare to let go of the gun at all. God knows whether these snow bears will suddenly attack and hurt people. No matter what the reason is, we should deal with these snow bears first. Thinking of this, Su Bai quickly aimed at the snow bear's weak point, the eyes, and prepared to pull the trigger again. But Bingbing was one step faster and rushed forward to bite the neck of one of the snow bears. Seeing this, the other snow bears not only did not rush forward to besiege Bingbing, but turned around and ran away without any hesitation. This dramatic scene left Su Bai stunned. What is going on? After coming to this world, almost everyone lives in invisible fear. After all, no one knows what will happen next. Even Su Bai doesn't know what is waiting for him ahead. No one has spoken out loud, but the fear of the unknown is always like an invisible big hand, holding everyone tightly in its palm, making people feel the pressure from it all the time. So the emotion of fear is not uncommon in humans. No, it can even be said to be very common. But now Su Bai saw an emotion in the beast here that did not belong to them, fear. And all of this came from Bingbing, whom he brought out from the secret realm. Before in the secret realm, Su Bai only thought that the ice beast had strong attack power and could also release ice cone attacks similar to spells. But now it seems that he still underestimated the value of the ice beast. Ordinary beasts would not have the slightest thought of resistance in front of Bingbing, even Bingbing who was still a child. Su Bai looked at Bingbing who was sucking the blood of the snow bear. The little guy was still in its infancy. If it grew up fully, the wild beast here would probably no longer be a threat to it. In just a moment, the snow bear's body shrank. Your pet killed a snow bear, and you received 50 pieces of snow bear meat and 1 piece of hide. The contents of the drops were somewhat different from the last time the snow bear was hunted. The blood lure was not dropped. Su Bai just took a quick glance at it without any doubts. The little guy had sucked all the blood out of the snow bear. It would be strange if blood could fall out. Compared to these ordinary drops, he was more concerned about whether there would be extra rewards in the special weather of the blood moon if he failed to annihilate all the attacking beasts. Congratulations to the player for successfully resisting the second wave of beast attacks and obtaining 2 silver treasure chests. Well, that's right. It seems that even if you don't completely annihilate the attacking beasts under the blood moon, it will not affect the treasure chest rewards you get. But now it shows the second wave of beast attack. Could it be that there has been one before? Just as Su Bai was looking at the 2 treasure chests that appeared in front of him and thinking, the door of the shelter that was originally closed slowly opened a crack. Murong-chi quietly stretched his head out and looked around. Did they really all run away? It seems that she also heard the noises of the snow bears escaping in the shelter. After making sure that there were no threats around, he walked out completely and trotted towards Su Bai. Brother Bai is so awesome! He easily solved this group of hateful beasts without bloodshed. Murong-chi rushed to Su Bai, gave him a bear hug, and threw himself into Su Bai's arms. This made Su Bai suddenly at a loss. Sister, if you have something to say, please just talk to me nicely and don't use your hands on me. Su Bai felt helpless. Murong-chi is good in every way except that his personality is a bit eccentric, which makes him a little confused about the way forward. After listening to Su Bai's words, Murong-chi got off Su Bai's body and curled his lips. I'm just a little excited to see Brother Bai come and save the girl. I'm not that excited. Besides, the hero this time is not me, but Bingbing. Bingbing? After listening to Su Bai's words, Murong-chi noticed that next to the killed snow bear, there was a furry little creature lying on the ground. This is probably the Bingbing that Brother Bai mentioned. Seeing such a cute little guy, Murong-chi immediately changed his attack, trotted to Bingbing's side, squatted down and looked at her curiously. Bingbing, you are so cute, can I touch you? At this moment Bingbing, whose belly was full, raised her head and looked at the beautiful sister who was smiling at her, with a little confusion in her eyes, and then looked at Su Bai. Bingbing was very smart. After seeing Su Bai nod, she immediately understood that the beautiful sister in front of her was a friend of her master, so she immediately put her head close to Murongchi's hand and rubbed it. This action made Murongchi very happy, and he immediately became bolder and started to touch Bing Bing all over. She had always liked small animals, but there were no other small animals to pet here except wild beasts. Now that she meets Bing Bing, her true nature is immediately revealed. 46. Fire at Home. Su Bai looked at Murongchi, who was playing happily with Bing Bing in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. She just said that she admired me, but now she has been captured by Bing Bing. A woman's mouth is a lie. Fortunately, I was smart and did not get fooled by the woman. It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the less you can trust her words. Brother Bai, where did you pick up Bing Bing? I want to raise one too. Is there any way to get one? After playing with Bing Bing for a while, it seemed that they had had enough fun, and Murongchi came to Su Bai carrying Bing Bing. That's right, even after having fun, she was unwilling to let Bing Bing go. This shows how much he likes Bing Bing. Bing Bing was brought out of the secret realm by chance, and I also bound her using a special item, so for now there is no way for you to raise one. After hearing Su Bai's words, Murongchi's originally bright eyes suddenly dimmed. Obviously a little lost. Why is this happening? Just when Su Bai was hesitating whether to speak to comfort her, Murongchi's eyes lit up again and he spoke with a smile. Brother Bai, how about you give up and give Bing Bing to me? Before Su Bai could say anything, Bing Bing, who was originally nestling comfortably in his arms, became unhappy. She immediately struggled out of his arms, stood on the ground, stuck out her tongue at Murongchi, and hid behind Su Bai. Well, you saw it too. Don't say I'm unhappy. Bing Bing herself doesn't want to. A forced melon is not sweet, and Bing Bing and I are bound together by a special item. Even if I want to, the binding item cannot be changed. Su Bai spread his hands and looked at Murongchi, who had a dejected look on his face, with a smile on his face. I don't know why, but now I seem to enjoy watching her get humiliated. Okay then. Murongchi nodded, reluctantly accepting the reality, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Bing Bing did not conceal his love for her at all. Come to think of it, Bing Bing can actually understand what we say. This actually surprised Murongchi a little. In the previous world, there were very few pets that could understand human language. Even the border collie, which was known as the smartest, could not reach Bing Bing's level. This made her love for Bing Bing even stronger. Well, although I don't understand the reason, Bing Bing is indeed very smart. Wow, our Bing Bing is so amazing. Not only can she scare away those snow bears, but she can also understand human language. Come and let sister kiss her. It sounded like she had no intention of being sent away by her master, so Bing Bing stopped resisting and let Murongchi kiss and hug her. Seems like you're enjoying it a bit? This made Su Bai feel a little amused and helpless. The little guy actually likes this, I didn't realize it. Bite! However, at this moment, the reminder sound from Su Bai's private chat sounded again. Before opening it, Su Bai realized a serious problem. If Bing Bing could easily scare away the snow bear, then it would make sense that her house had not been attacked from last night until now. It is most likely that the icy breath prevents ordinary wild beasts from approaching. And now that I brought Bing Bing here, doesn't that mean my home could be attacked by wild beasts at any time? Su Bai didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the private chat interface. Sure enough, what came into view was Zhang Yi's private message. Brother Su Bai, there is an emergency at home. A large group of snow wolves have appeared from nowhere. Come to our rescue as soon as possible. Looking at the private chat interface, Su Bai's heart sank. The tone in the second half was obviously much more impatient, which showed that the situation was too urgent for Zhang Yi to explain it in detail. My home has also been attacked. I have to go back to help. Su Bai immediately clicked on the system menu and prepared to teleport back immediately. I'm going too. What Su Bai didn't expect was that Murongchi actually volunteered to go with him. Su Bai glanced at Murongchi and nodded silently. The situation is urgent now, and this is not the time to dwell on such things. Besides, the situation over there is not clear, so one more person means more strength. Even if Bing Bing possesses the aura of a king, it is hard to say how effective this ability is. It is still unclear what level and how many beasts it can affect. So it's better to be cautious now. The teleportation array was quickly opened. In a flash of light, Su Bai and his group returned to the gate of their shelter. Bang! A gunshot rang out beside his ears, and Murong-chi was instantly startled. Looking closely, I found that it was a burly man holding a sniper rifle and shooting. Zhang Yi glanced at the two people who were teleported over. Although he was a little surprised why Su Bai could always bring back a girl, he did not ask. After all, now is not the time to ask such questions. Su Bai was also a little overwhelmed when looking at the countless snow wolves in front of him. Snow wolves are not very strong beasts individually. If there are not many of them, Zhang Yi can deal with them with his bare hands. They will not pose any threat. However, when he was asking for help in private chat just now, Zhang Yi was obviously a little flustered. The situation that could make Zhang Yi panic is probably that the situation is not optimistic, and there are a lot of snow wolves. So when teleporting, Su Bai had already prepared himself mentally. However, after he was actually teleported over, he still underestimated the chaos of the scene. All the traps originally set on the ground had been triggered, and the trapped wolves died on the spot due to the huge bite force. But there are only a few traps, and facing a large number of wolves, these traps are obviously not enough. Su Bai did not hesitate, and immediately raised his shotgun and started shooting. When facing a group of small wild beasts like this, there is no need to even try to aim accurately. Just aim at the approximate direction and shoot to kill a small group of wolves. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Lin Wei had the support of Su Bai, and the pressure was suddenly reduced, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At present, it seems that if nothing unexpected happens, this attack should be resolved soon. But just as the two were thinking this, the wolves that had been attacking in an orderly manner suddenly became agitated. This made Zhang Yi a little confused. The wolves are having a good time? Roar! Just when he was wondering, a roar came from behind him. Although it was a little immature, it still had the demeanor of a king. Zhang Yi turned around and saw that Bing Bing, who was originally in Murong-chi's arms, had broken free at some point and was roaring at the wolves. The wolves, whose eyes were originally bloodshot, suddenly became clear after Bing Bing's roar. Then he knelt on the ground with his tail between his front paws and crawled on the ground. Looking closely, it seems to be still trembling slightly. What's going on? Zhang Yi and Lin Wei, who were originally under great pressure, looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. 47. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Under the blood-red sky. Zhang Yi and Lin Wei looked at each other, and they saw confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Because of the influence of the blood moon, the beasts attacking the shelter are particularly ferocious. But now these beasts with red eyes are crawling on the ground and trembling? What is going on? Is this the same beast that just fought with them? Su Bai looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Turned to look at Bing Bing. The little guy was glaring at the group of snow wolves, but when he took just one step forward, the group of snow wolves howled and turned around and ran away. In just a blink of an eye, the snow wolves that were desperately attacking outside the shelter had already fled in all directions. I didn't expect that Bing Bing's domineering aura could be so strong. Su Bai looked at the little guy who ran over and rubbed his legs to seek credit, feeling a little amused and helpless. Congratulations to the player for successfully resisting the second wave of beast invasion. Reward: 3 silver treasure chests. Additional reward: 1 blood jade fragment. As the system prompts appeared, treasure chests and materials also appeared before their eyes. Although it was easy to repel the enemy, I didn't get any materials, only the reward for repelling the enemy. Is this the legendary? There is gain and there is loss. The most anticipated treasure chests and materials were not even taken a look by the people present. The main reason is that Bing Bing's performance is really outrageous. Compared with the treasure chest, Bing Bing is the protagonist at this moment. Zhang Yi came back to his senses and walked over immediately. Even though he was a military man, he was so surprised that he was speechless. After standing there for a long time, he couldn't help but point at Bing Bing and speak. Fuck, brother Su Bai, was this done by Bing Bing? Zhang Yi looked at Bing Bing and even swore out of excitement. He watched the little guy being born, and he has already discovered such amazing abilities at just 2 days old. What a great thing he will have when he grows up. Yes, that's right. Su Bai nodded. Bing Bing, you haven't told anyone about this ability, have you? Zhang Yi seemed to have suddenly thought of something and looked at Su Bai with a slightly nervous expression. Don't worry, brother Yi, you guys are the only ones who know, I understand. Seeing Su Bai nod, Zhang Yi relaxed his expression. In fact, Su Bai knew that if Bing Bing's ability were known to outsiders, there would probably be a lot of trouble before Bing Bing reached adulthood. After all, if you keep such a powerful beast at home, you won't have to worry about any wild beast invading. No one can resist this temptation. Even if more ferocious beasts appear in the future that Bing Bing cannot scare away, that is a matter for the future. Such terrifying beasts will never appear in the early stage. Otherwise, with the current survival and development, everyone can be wiped out in minutes. But now that everyone here is his own people, Su Bai has nothing to worry about. I didn't realize Bing Bing's ability is so powerful. Lin Wei's face even turned slightly red because of excitement. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but just when her hand was halfway out, Bing Bing shrank her body behind Su Bai and stuck out her tongue at her. Although she failed to touch Bing Bing, Bing Bing's humane expression still made Lin Wei laugh. Well, it seems that I have to build a good relationship with the little guy in the future. Before, I thought Bing Bing was only powerful after she became an adult. I didn't expect that she can now scare away ordinary beasts. Su Bai listened to Lin Wei's words, leaned down and touched Bing Bing, who was rubbing against his trouser legs and acting coquettishly. When we were in the secret realm, there were no other beasts, so we might have overlooked this characteristic of the ice beast. Zhang Yi nodded. When we were in the secret realm, the adult ice beasts attacked one wave after another. There was no chance to catch a breath, and there was no chance to observe the characteristics of the ice beasts at all. Brother Su Bai, maybe Bing Bing has other talents that we don't know about. Zhang Yi looked down at Bing Bing and touched his chin. He had also seen the ice beast's egg. There was no detailed instructions inside, and no instruction manual was given after the little creature was born, so there was still a high possibility that it had even more powerful abilities. It's just that they don't know it clearly. Maybe, but there's no rush now. We'll know later. Su Bai patted Bing Bing's head gently and slowly stood up. Yeah, that's true. Who is this person? Because he was deeply shocked by Bing Bing's ability just now, Zhang Yi came to his senses and paid attention to the people who came back with Su Bai. In fact, he had discovered it before, but because he was busy fighting off the invasion of snow wolves, he didn't have time to pay attention to it. Now it seems that she is still a beauty. Brother Yi, hello, I'm Brother Bai's friend. Murong Chi, who had been standing obediently behind Su Bai, saw that he had a chance to speak, so he immediately jumped in front of Zhang Yi and stretched out his hand with a smile. I understand, my friend. I've always heard Brother Su Bai mention you before. While shaking hands, Zhang Yi looked at Su Bai with a look that said, You can do this, kid. Just friends, really. Su Bai felt helpless. I knew it would be like this. However, this kind of thing seems difficult to explain, and it cannot be avoided. Forget it, let it be. Hello? Lin Wei looked at Murong Chi, who was adorable from the inside out, with an unfriendly look in her eyes. She just asked indifferently and put away the Zhuge crossbow. This is her treasure. She has to take it out and maintain it, and wipe it every day, for fear that something might go wrong. Hello, sister, you are so beautiful. Murong Chi seemed not to notice Lin Wei's gaze, and still stretched out his hand towards Lin Wei with a smile. The other party's reaction seemed to be beyond Lin Wei's expectations, making her a little stunned, and she subconsciously stretched out her hand. Hello, Lin Wei. Murong Chi. When their eyes met, Lin Wei finally reacted. This girl in front of me is not to be trifled with. This person is clearly a smiling but dagger hidden behind his smile. Sure enough, before Lin Wei could make any move, Murong Chi spoke first. Sister Lin Wei has worked hard. In addition to fending off wild beasts, she also has to do the work herself. After hearing Murong Chi's words, Lin Wei remembered that there were still black marks on her face left by coal mining. His face turned red immediately. There was nothing he could do. He was still working in the coal mine when the snow wolf came. He had no time to wash. However, Lin Wei was not willing to be outdone, and the corners of her mouth raised subtly. I can't help it. I have a hard life. How can I be as lucky as my sister and live a life of luxury? Zhang Yi even seemed to see the sparks of collision in the eyes of the two people. This was also a situation that Su Bai had not anticipated. What are these two people going to do? Is it really true that there is no room for two tigers in one mountain? Su Bai shook his head and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Come to think of it, we haven't checked the treasure chest yet. It seems that special materials have just dropped. For 8, distribute rewards. Murongqi and Lin Wei stared at each other until they heard Su Bai's voice, then they looked away. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them seemed to be as usual, as if nothing had happened. This made Su Bai sigh deeply in his heart. These two girls changed their attitudes faster than he turned the pages of a book. Murongqi certainly couldn't hear Su Bai's thoughts, and spoke to him with a smile. Brother Bai, let's go see what fell over there. As he said this, he naturally put his hand on Su Bai's arm and pretended to pull him to the treasure chest. Naturally, this scene could not escape Lin Wei's eyes. She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, with murderous eyes as she glared at Murongqi fiercely. Then he gritted his teeth, grabbed Su Bai's other arm, and pulled him forward. Su Bai was carried by two people towards the treasure chest with a confused look on his face. What is this for? Only Zhang Yi looked at Su Bai with admiration, nodded, and followed slowly behind him. Well, you are worthy of being brother Su Bai. I can't help but admire his charm. Bibing tilted her head and looked at Zhang Yi, then looked at Su Bai, who was being held by the two women. She seemed a little confused and found it difficult to understand what game her master and these people were playing. But then it shook its furry head, forgot all its doubts in a blink, and followed happily. The group soon arrived in front of the treasure chest. Su Bai also seized the opportunity, and quickly pulled his hands out of the two girls' hands. He always felt something was strange. Did these two people take the wrong medicine today? They were fine before. Why am I suddenly so angry now? Is it true that tigresses cannot meet each other? But this is not realistic. We are allies now, and it is inevitable that we will meet frequently in the future. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Su Bai sighed softly and looked up at the reward. Warmth supplies. Medium food. Arms. Looking at the golden tip, Su Bai was stunned. Is his luck so good? How can you get weapons from just 3 treasure chests? Thinking of this, Su Bai subconsciously glanced at Murongqi. Now she is the only one who doesn't have a suitable weapon, and I don't have anything suitable to give her. If there is a suitable weapon, giving it to her would be of great help in future defense. After all, throwing Molotov cocktails all the time is not a big deal. It's okay, I'm just a bystander, you guys can divide the treasure chest. Murongqi obviously noticed Su Bai's eyes and misunderstood what Su Bai meant. Let's open the treasure chest and see what's inside first. Su Bai did not answer immediately. After all, if he really found a suitable weapon, he would have to give it to Murongqi in the end. Besides, even if he didn't have a suitable weapon, he probably wouldn't have much material left on him because of the difficulty in defending himself from the wild beasts that attacked his home. But he still followed me here to help without hesitation. Just for the sake of friendship, we can't let the girl go back empty-handed. What I mean is that we are all allies now, and the rational allocation of resources is the key. Zhang Yi also nodded at this moment. As expected, you are my brother. You are reliable. Su Bai was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Because he had already seen Lin Wei's extremely unfriendly look. If Zhang Yi hadn't spoken up, the two girls would probably have started fighting again. Then Su Bai opened the box containing the weapons. You opened the treasure chest and obtained a worn-out pistol *1, pistol bullets *100. Gun? Su Bai was a little surprised. Whatever he wanted came true. He even generously gave him 100 rounds of bullets. But before he could be happy for long, his smile froze. Why is this pistol so old? When the light from the treasure chest faded, everyone saw the shape of the pistol clearly, and their faces suddenly became excited. Because this pistol not only looks shabby, but even the buttstock is wrapped with tape, and the entire gun body is a little rusty, it looks quite shabby. It really lives up to its name. No wonder he generously gave away 100 rounds of bullets. But since it is given by the system, it most likely won't explode, and it is still better than cold weapons. And the advantage of this thing is that it gives more bullets. Even if there is no bullet supply for a short period of time, you will not face the embarrassing situation of having no bullets. Su Bai immediately looked up at Murong-chi. You don't have a weapon that suits you yet, so you can use this first. Thank you, Brother Bai, you are so nice to me. Su Bai quickly stopped Murong-chi from pouncing on him. What are you doing in broad daylight? Pooh. No, not even at night. Why does this girl feel like she's getting more and more excessive? No, I have to find a way to make her behave herself later. Su Bai was thinking this and turned around to open the second box containing warm supplies, but he first saw Lin Wei's extremely unfriendly eyes. Su Bai suddenly felt a headache. What happened to this person? But it's not a good idea to ask directly now, so I might as well just pretend I didn't see it. Open the second treasure chest. You opened the treasure chest and got women's warm pantyhose *1. A black line suddenly appeared on Su Bai's face. It seems that a lot of the clothes I got recently are for women. Could this crappy system even detect if there are any female teammates? But it was just right, as it solved the urgent problem. He immediately spoke to Lin Wei, who had a resentful look on her face. We don't need this either, so I'll give it to you. Oh. Lin Wei seemed a little embarrassed, and accepted the pantyhose. However, what made Su Bai happy was that the resentment in her eyes seemed to have lessened a lot. The last treasure chest was nothing special, just some ordinary food. The players divided it up among themselves without any disputes. Then everyone looked at the last item together. Blood jade fragments. This thing was a piece of red jade-like fragment. Su Bai held it in his hand in confusion. In such cold weather, his hands were not cold at all. It seems to be a treasure, worthy of being a special item rewarded by the blood moon. Check out the introduction immediately. This item is a special reward for the blood moon. After collecting 3 pieces, it can be called a complete blood jade. Is that it? Su Bai was still a little skeptical, so he checked it carefully again and found that it was indeed just this. Brother Su Bai, what is the use of this thing? Zhang Yi looked at Su Bai's expression and spoke with some curiosity. See for yourself. Su Bai handed the fragment over casually, and Zhang Yi smiled bitterly after a moment. It actually takes 3 tablets to work. Now I can only put it aside for now. Then Su Bai also told Murong-chi and Lin Wei, who were full of curiosity, a brief introduction to the blood jade fragments. I'll leave this thing with you for now. Zhang Yi returned the blood jade fragment to Su Bai, and the 2 women nodded in agreement. After all, the core of this small group is still Su Bai. Okay, then I'll keep it for now. I'll decide who owns it after I have collected all 3 pieces. 49. A welcoming banquet full of tension. There's a new member today, why don't we hold a welcoming party for the girls? After distributing the rewards, Zhang Yi cleaned up the traps that had been rendered ineffective by the invasion of snow wolves. The advantage of this trap is that it is reusable, so even though the materials used are not very cheap, it is still very cost-effective. You just need to break the clip apart again. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Su Bai, who was helping to rearrange the trap, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Broken. Brother Yi couldn't tell at all that the 2 girls didn't get along with each other. But it was difficult for him to refuse such an offer, which made Su Bai feel a little embarrassed. Oh, forget it. I can only hope that the 2 of them won't fight again. Come to my place. I have some rice. We can have another good meal. Hearing Su Bai's words, Murong-chi's eyes lit up instantly. I can eat rice. Brother Bai, you are so handsome. She was about to rush over and give Su Bai a bear hug, but was stopped, but it did not affect her mood at all. She has been in this world for some time. Even because he is a red name player, he lives better than most people. But even so, every meal could only consist of barbecue or something, without even any dipping sauce. Not to mention things like rice, she really didn't dare to even think about it. But now Su Bai suddenly told her that she could eat rice, how could she not be excited? He jumped up and ran to Bing Bing and started playing with her. Today is such a happy day. After Su Bai finished speaking, he began to rearrange the traps without saying anything else. He was afraid that if he looked up, he would see Lin Wei's resentful eyes. I don't know what's going on with this girl. She felt weird since she came back from Murongchi's place. This really stumped Su Bai. He could still handle other things, but he really couldn't cope with this weird situation. So now I can only pretend to be busy and ignore Lin Wei's gaze. But Lin Wei could not hear Su Bai's thoughts. She squinted her eyes and stared at Su Bai, who was busy with his work, with an extremely sharp look. If looks could kill, Su Bai would have probably been split into 8 pieces. This guy has found another woman from nowhere, how despicable. But it's obvious that she has nothing to do with you, said the little devil beside Lin Wei. Humph, I don't care, he is just a playboy. Then he smashed the nagging little devil to pieces with one hand. Looking at the thermal tights in my hand, I suddenly felt that they were not so fragrant anymore, so I raised my hand and wanted to throw them away. But when she really raised her hand, Lin Wei suddenly felt a little reluctant. After hesitating for a while, he finally put away his things, turned back to his shelter, and started washing up. Because he had to resist the attack of the snow wolf, he didn't even wash himself. His body was so black that he looked like he had just come out of a coal mine. No, he had clearly just come out of a coal mine. Seeing Lin Wei return to the shelter, Su Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't understand either. He hadn't done anything wrong, but he always felt extremely stressed when facing 2 girls at the same time. Brother Su Bai, come on, didn't I just open a bottle of wine? I'll take it out and let us have a drink tonight. Zhang Yi came over from behind, put his arm around Su Bai's shoulders and walked towards the shelter. Normally speaking, alcohol is a bit useless. Not to mention that it is the blood moon stage now. Even under normal circumstances, if you are not sober due to drinking and your house is demolished, you will have no place to cry. Besides, although we are nominally playing a game, what we are risking is our own lives, and no one would really let that go. So now almost no one drinks alcohol, which also leads to the low price of alcohol at auction houses. But Su Bai and the others had no such concerns. During the special weather of the blood moon, wild beasts roam around and are particularly ferocious, so no one will run out to destroy other people's houses. Going out now is not much different from committing suicide, which eliminates the possibility of sneak attacks from the root. As for the problem of attacks by wild animals, Bing Bing's presence perfectly solves this problem. As long as it is at home, no wild animals dare to come. This allows them to enjoy this rare leisure time. Su Bai looked at the rice cooker in which he was cooking rice. It contained all his food reserves. Although I am a little reluctant, it is not too painful because it is a renewable resource and I can upgrade the vegetable greenhouse and land level. Brother Bai, let me cook. When Su Bai withdrew his gaze and was about to start cooking, Murongchi's voice rang out behind him. Can you cook? This surprised Su Bai a little. You didn't expect that, did you? My family runs a restaurant, and my father is also a great cook. I learned a little bit from him, so I naturally know how to cook. Murongchi smiled and blinked at Su Bai. Looking at her lovely face, Su Bai nodded and handed over the knife. The sense of contrast is truly reflected in Murongchi. Soon, dishes were quickly served to the table by Murongchi. Is this a bear paw? Zhang Yi's eyes almost popped out of his head when he looked at the food in front of him. He had only heard of this thing before, but had never seen it with his own eyes. He didn't expect that he would not only see it now, but even be able to eat it. In addition, other dishes are also made according to various other types of meat, and they are delicious and fragrant. I even made a special vegetable soup. The table full of dishes made Su Bai's eyes widen. I told you I'm awesome. Seeing the surprised looks in everyone's eyes, Murongchi actually enjoyed it and slightly turned up his nose. It tastes really good. From now on, you will be the leader of our cooking squad. Su Bai took a sip, and the rich aroma instantly filled his entire mouth. This forced him to stretch out his hand and give Murongchi a thumbs up. But at this moment, Su Bai shuddered for no reason. What's going on? Is the shelter leaking? That doesn't make sense. Su Bai looked around and then noticed Lin Wei's murderous eyes. What's wrong with this silly woman? Is it because I praised Murongchi? Murongchi naturally saw Lin Wei's eyes, but did not say anything. He just pretended not to see it, and put a piece of meat in Lin Wei's bowl. Sister Wei Wei, have some meat. This is my specialty. Eat more so you can grow stronger. Lin Wei was obviously a little caught off guard when she saw Murong Chi's performance, but she soon realized that this guy was actually looking at her bear. Damn it, I immediately stood up and picked up a piece of meat and returned it. You should eat more, so your body will develop better. Su Bai looked at the two people staring at each other, feeling neither amused nor helpless. Really? What is coming will eventually come. 50. My house was robbed. After eating and drinking, Su Bai and Zhang Yi were cleaning up the dishes. Fortunately, although the two girls were quarreling with each other, their hands were not idle as they picked up food. The meal was quite peaceful. Murong Chi also said goodbye and teleported back to his home. After all, that place has not been repaired since it was attacked. If you don't go back for a long time, it will be troublesome if something goes wrong. Lin Wei was using the remaining piece of meat to coax Bing Bing into forgiving her. Good girl Bing Bing, sister was wrong. I was wrong last time. Please forgive me, okay? Bing Bing turned her head to the side without even opening her eyes. Obviously still angry. Hey, try it. This is something that my sister specially left for you. It's delicious and it must taste better than drinking blood. Seeing that Bing Bing was still ignoring her, Lin Wei was not discouraged. Still squatting on the ground, he dangled the piece of meat next to Bing Bing's nose. Although Bing Bing still didn't want to pay attention to Lin Wei, the aroma of meat couldn't help but rush into its nose. The ice beast is born with cold veins, feeds on blood, and almost never eats other food. Because they cannot perceive these things obviously, and even if they eat them, they will not benefit themselves, so the temptation of these foods to them is almost negligible. But now the piece of meat in front of her made Bing Bing's eyes, which were originally closed, slowly open, and she stared at the piece of meat. Bing Bing didn't understand what condiments were, but his taste buds were clearly telling him that he wanted to eat them. It raised its head to glance at Lin Wei, who was squatting attentively beside it, and turned its eyes away stubbornly. It was obvious that he was still angry about what happened before, and he wouldn't lower his head even if he wanted to eat. But its saliva couldn't help but flow down. Bing Bing, I know you want to eat it, just take a bite, let's make peace. Lin Wei's eyes lit up slightly, knowing that her chance had come. Bing Bing can hardly control herself. But what she didn't expect was that Bing Bing was unexpectedly determined. Even though she was drooling, she refused to look back. This arrogant look almost made Su Bai, who was washing dishes nearby, laugh out loud. Bing Bing, forgive her. She didn't mean it last time. After hearing her master speak, Bing Bing turned around and looked at Lin Wei. The coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared. Marvelous! Lin Wei happily put the piece of meat to Bing Bing's mouth, and while he was enjoying the meal, she got to touch its fur as she wished. It's really soft. Su Bai looked at the warm scene in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This picture is really beautiful. And when Su Bai saw Bing Bing eating the piece of meat with great satisfaction, he realized that Bing Bing was unwilling to eat it last time just because she thought it didn't taste good. When it encounters something delicious, it will drool just like humans. This made Su Bai feel that Bing Bing was even cuter. But at this moment, two consecutive ding and ding sounds interrupted Su Bai's thoughts. Feed information? Whose? Suddenly, Su Bai felt vaguely uneasy. Because Murong Chi had just left, and it had only been a few minutes, he received a private message. Without thinking too much, Su Bai quickly clicked on the private message interface. Brother Bai. My house was robbed. Help. 2 messages. Each one is simpler than the last, which shows that the situation is becoming more and more urgent. Murong Chi is in danger. Brother Su Bai, what happened? Zhang Yi turned around and saw Su Bai's gloomy face, and asked with a frown. Pack up your things and save people. Su Bai didn't say much. Now was not the time to explain. If I delay for 1 more minute here, Murong Chi will be in more danger. Then he turned around and spoke to Lin Wei, who was about to teleport with him. You and Bing Bing stay here to guard the house. This incident made Su Bai realize a problem. Their team is separated into 2 places, but there is only one ice beast, Bing Bing, so the avoidance buff can only be enjoyed in one place. If they all go out now, their shelter will be left empty and unguarded. Therefore, if your home is robbed, it will be troublesome. So they simply let Lin Wei and Bing Bing stay here. Even if someone came to steal the house, they couldn't get in a short time, and Lin Wei still had time to ask for help. Lin Wei didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Transmission on. In a flash of light, Su Bai and Zhang Yi appeared in Murong Chi's house with guns in hand. I didn't expect that they could come here twice in just one day. But when the light faded and Su Bai saw the situation clearly, his eyes gradually turned cold. The door of Murong Chi's shelter had been smashed at this moment, and many places in the house were badly damaged, obviously having been maliciously destroyed. Such a systematic destruction could never have been done by wild beasts. Someone! Zhang Yi obviously saw it as well, and made a gesture to Su Bai to keep quiet. The two of them opened the bolt safety and slowly approached the door. I told you to stop struggling. That little pistol will at most injure us a little, but you will still have no choice but to surrender in the end. Some shrill voices came from inside the house, and the content of the conversation was obviously threatening Murong Chi. I think you should just follow us and enjoy the good life with us. Wang Chang had a lewd smile on his face, looked at Murong Chi who was trapped in the corner, and spoke slowly. He and his younger brother were trapped in a shelter, and as supplies gradually ran out, they were forced to go out in search of food. Unexpectedly, I came across a deserted shelter. The demolition operation began immediately. But before they could finish dismantling it, the pure and lovely woman in front of them was teleported in front of them. Isn't this a gift from God to them? As an animal who thinks with his lower body, Wang Chang immediately decided to take down Murong Chi. But even though he said he was not afraid of the pistol, he didn't dare to take another step forward. In this desperate situation of survival, let alone gunshot wounds, even a small scratch could cause infection and lead to death. After all, medicines are so expensive that people like them cannot afford them. You're dreaming! I called people! They will come to rescue me soon! Murong Chi huddled in the corner of the room with tears in his eyes, his hand holding the gun trembling slightly. She really wanted to pull the trigger and kill the two bastards. But her bottom line as a human being did not allow her to do so, and she didn't dare to actually kill anyone. Oh? Really? Wang Chang's shrill voice sounded again, even with a strong hint of sarcasm. You can scream all you want. In this kind of horrible weather, no one will pay attention to you even if you scream your throat out. Hee hee hee. But what he didn't expect was that before he could finish his words, he felt something cold pressing against his head. Oh? Really? 51. Negotiation. In the damaged shelter. Wang Chang felt the coldness behind his head, but his eyes did not show any panic. He immediately gave his younger brother Wang Lei a look. The latter understood what he meant, and while Murong Chi was distracted, he immediately rushed over and snatched the pistol. He tied Murong Chi in front of his body with his elbows and pointed the pistol at his head. Brother, where are you from? Wang Chang slowly turned around and looked at Su Bai. But this sight made him stunned. So young? Originally, he thought that anyone who could sneak into the room silently and put a gun to his head must be a ruthless person. But I didn't expect that he was a rookie. Looking at Su Bai's handsome face, Wang Chang subconsciously thought he was a pretty boy. Thinking of this, the bad feelings in his stomach began to churn again. Brother, how about this? You enjoy her first, and we divide the things equally? Su Bai listened to Wang Chang's words with an expressionless face. Is Wang Chang a little bit mentally ill? The three words, I want to rob other gangsters, were almost written on my face, with a hideous grin on my face. He can't even hide such a small thing, and yet he comes here to learn how to rob others. He really wanted to laugh out loud, but the current situation was obviously inappropriate, so he had to hold it back. Looking at Wang Chang's eyes, Su Bai's eyes moved slightly, so he decided to play with him. I don't think so. Your life is in my hands. You need to buy your life. Murong Chi looked at Su Bai in front of him and roughly guessed that he wanted to deal with the two criminals. Although I am in a very embarrassing situation now, I can only grit my teeth and bear it. Brother, it's not good to be too greedy. It's easy to get overwhelmed. When Wang Chang heard Su Bai's words, he was obviously unhappy, and the cruelty in his eyes was not concealed at all. But what the pretty boy in front of him said was right. His life was still in his hands. This made him somewhat angry. If I hadn't been careless for a moment, how could I have been ambushed by this kid? Thinking of this, Wang Chang's eyes became even more fierce. It's okay. I'm just very hungry and can't hold on. Su Bai also narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Chang in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his expression gradually became a little crazy. He felt that he really deserved a little Golden Man award. His acting skills were second to none. But in Wang Chang's eyes, Su Bai is really a blatant madman. That crazy look even made him a little scared. Then tell me, what should we do? Wang Chang was a little crazy. This crazy boy took advantage of his weakness from behind and attacked him. Obviously, his strength is not as good as mine, but there is nothing I can do about it. Looking at Su Bai with a crazy look on his face, Wang Chang had to admit defeat at this moment, but the fierceness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Even if you bow your head now, it won't matter. When the gun is removed from me, that will be the time you die. Su Bai looked at Wang Chang in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. The woman is yours, and I want everything else. You are too greedy. Then you can die here. I don't mind wasting 2 bullets. The muzzle of the S-12K flashed with a cold light, which made Wang Chang feel a little scared. As an ordinary carbon-based creature, Wang Chang believed that if he was shot by this thing, he would probably be torn into pieces on the spot. After all, he is not a monster that has been strengthened by the copy. Looking at Su Bai's somewhat crazy eyes, Wang Chang nodded silently. Okay, today I've fallen into your hands. Don't let me run into you again. Wang Chang waved his hand, signaling Wang Lei to take the Tide Murong Chi away directly. But his eyes did not show any sign of giving in, instead they became even gloomier. As soon as Su Bai put away his gun, he was ready to attack immediately, and teach this boy who had just entered the society a good lesson. Murong Chi looked at the people in front of him, and saw that they seemed to have reached an agreement, and his face turned slightly pale. What exactly is Su Bai up to? He was about to be kidnapped, but he didn't react at all. Big idiot! But before Murong Chi could open his mouth to shout, Su Bai spoke again. I changed my mind. I want them all. Looking at Su Bai's eyes, Wang Chang's face instantly darkened, as if water would drip out at the next moment. Boy, don't be ungrateful. Wang Chang felt like his lungs were about to explode. When he was in his original world, he was just a small gangster. Although his status was not high, fortunately he did not offend any big shots, and he lived a life of arrogance every day. Even after coming to this world, he was still able to get by thanks to his relatively strong physique and some small calculations. I just didn't expect such disgusting weather as the blood moon, so I had no reserves and was forced to come out to make a living. But now he was being pointed at with a gun by such a young crazy boy. How could he not be angry? Your life or your stuff, choose one. Su Bai didn't seem to notice Wang Chang's ugly expression, as if he had eaten shit, and continued to look at him and speak. Wang Chang sneered, which really made him laugh out of anger. Is this a multiple-choice question? This is clearly forcing myself to leave. Okay, kid, I admit defeat. Don't let me run into you again. Wang Chang nodded. The most important thing now is to get this crazy guy in front of me to put down his gun. As long as he can take the initiative, he will let this guy in front of him taste the beating of society so that he will be more careful in his next life. Although Murong Chi did not say anything, he saw it clearly. Wang Chang is obviously lying. If Su Bai really puts down the gun and believes him, he will be subdued by Wang Chang in no time. Why can't Brother Bai see it? Murong Chi bit her lip and looked at Su Bai, who was silent. In fact, she already regretted asking Su Bai for help, because she clearly saw that it was a person before. But after I sent the message, I saw there was actually another one. Now Su Bai is talking nonsense here, most likely to delay time and find a way to save himself. This touched Murong Chi a little. Forget it, just go for it. Brother Bai, don't believe him, leave me alone, and leave! She had already prepared for the worst, and the worst that could happen was that she would perish along with them. Don't think it will be easy for everyone. But we can't drag Su Bai into this. But after hearing Murong Chi's words, Su Bai's expression changed slightly. broken. Sure enough, Wang Chang's originally depressed expression disappeared and he turned into a grim smile. I didn't expect you two actually knew each other. No wonder. Seeing Wang Chang's reaction, Murong-chi reacted instantly. But it's too late to realize that he said the wrong thing now. Wang Chang now has the chips that make him invincible. There is no need to let Su Bai control you anymore. Boy, what a pity! I almost got fooled by you. Looking at Su Bai with a slightly ugly expression, Wang Chang's mood instantly improved. Let's talk about the terms again. 52 would. Su Bai felt helpless. He actually knew very well what this silly girl was thinking. She just felt that she was in danger and didn't want to be dragged into the water. It would be a waste of time if both of them were to die at the hands of these two people. But am I really such a naive person? Su Bai always felt that he was a sinister person. Never mind. Although the situation has changed, it is not out of control. Then he narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Chang and spoke. Oh? I'm not that familiar with her. Her life or death is not something I consider. But as a person from the bottom of society who has worked hard, Wang Chang has seen everything. But the expression of this boy in front of him doesn't seem to be fake. Wang Chang was a little hesitant, and was struggling over whether to take a gamble. Su Bai did not urge them immediately, but just stared at the two people in front of him quietly, with no intention of moving the shotgun in his hand. Boy, stop lying and be practical. How about using her life in exchange for mine and we keep our distance from each other from now on? Wang Chang's narrow eyes stared at Su Bai. To be honest, he didn't dare to gamble and could only use the safest plan. Although I am at the bottom of society, everyone is now at the same starting point. There is no need to sacrifice myself for such a small matter. What's more, the guy in front of him might not let his guard down. As long as he puts down his gun, the initiative will be reversed instantly. Su Bai looked at Wang Chang in front of him without saying anything. Because there is new news in his private message. There is no best shooting point. We need to ask the person controlling Murong-chi to move out. This is the news from Mangi. I also like this girl. Leave her here and you can go. Su Bai nodded and slowly put down the gun. This scene frightened Murong-chi, and he immediately started shouting. Brother Bai, don't! But just as she shouted, Wang Lei, who was in control, slapped her hard in the face. Shut up, bitch! In terms of IQ and EQ, my brother Wang Chang is much better than me. But when it comes to ruthlessness, Wang Lei considers himself second, and no one dares to claim to be first, at least that's what he thinks. The moment Su Bai put down the gun, he was knocked down in the face by a sudden punch. The punch was so heavy that Su Bai even felt a little dizzy. It's not that he couldn't dodge this punch, but the most important thing now was to get Murong-chi out of danger first. He still trusted Zhang Yi's shooting skills. Now all I have to do is create opportunities for him. And now, the opportunity has come. Wang Chang knocked Su Bai down with a punch. Looking at Su Bai lying on the ground, he began to grin grimly. After all, he is just a kid who has just entered society, and he doesn't understand what it means to be evil. Would I be threatened by such an idiot? Brother, I'm coming. Wang Lei threw Murong-chi to the ground with a grim smile, then quickly stepped forward, pointing the pistol in his hand directly at Su Bai. Kid, be careful in your next life and don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Wang Chang stared blankly at his brother lying in a pool of blood, his mind going blank. But as someone who had worked his way up from the bottom of society, he reacted immediately. The kid in front of me has external help. He immediately reached out and grabbed Su Bai. As long as I take this kid as a hostage, I still have a chance. But what he didn't expect was that Su Bai, who had just been slow to react after being hit by his punch, actually dodged his attack in an instant by turning his brain. After dodging Wang Chang's attack, Su Bai grabbed his right hand with his backhand. A standard shoulder throw. Wang Chang fell heavily to the ground, and the pain in his back made it difficult for him to breathe. But before he could react, the shotgun was pointed at his head again. At this moment, Zhang Yi also walked in from outside and glanced indifferently at Wang Lei lying in a pool of blood. As a Special Forces soldier, he did not have any special feelings because of killing someone. Not to mention that this is the end of the world. Even in the previous world, if he encountered such an extremely dangerous thug, he would shoot him to death immediately. It is reasonable and legal. This kind of scum deserves death. However, when he saw the blood flowing from the corner of Su Bai's mouth, his eyes suddenly became a little worried. In fact, he initially rejected this risky plan. After all, his marksmanship was foolproof against the two gangsters inside. But Su Bai insisted on going in as bait on the grounds that the two gangsters could not be killed at the same time and Murongchi might be injured by mistake. And it turned out that Su Bai was right. This also made Zhang Yi admire Su Bai's courage and carefulness even more. "Brother Su Bai, are you okay?" "It's okay, Brother Yi, give me a hand and tie this guy up first." Zhang Yi nodded, quickly took out a rope from his backpack and started tying people up. Coming from a military background, he was good at helping others. In just a few moments, the confused Wang Chang was tied up like a dumpling on the spot. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Su Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief and put the gun back into his backpack. But just as he turned around to check on Murongchi's condition, a figure had already thrown itself into his arms. "Woo woo woo woo, I thought I'd never see you again." Zhang Yi looked at the scene in front of him and coughed twice. "Well, physics is a bit hot, I'm going to go outside to get some fresh air." After saying that, he walked out carrying Wang Chang, who was tied up like a rice dumpling. "Brother, I'm not hot." Wang Chang's voice even sounded a little tearful at this moment. "Shut up!" After a muffled sound, Wang Chang fell silent. Seeing Zhang Yi knock Wang Chang unconscious with one slap, Su Bai couldn't help but shook his head. He decided to deal with the problem at hand first. Murongchi buried his head in his arms and refused to look up. Su Bai had no choice but to let her hug him. He couldn't just push her away in this situation. After a while, she seemed tired of crying. Murongchi raised her head, but her eyes were still red, but her eyes were full of worry. "Brother Bai, does it hurt?" She carefully stroked the bleeding corner of Su Bai's mouth. "Oh, nothing." Su Bai was stunned for a moment, then quickly explained. In fact, the injury was not serious. It was not an internal injury. It was just a little bleeding in the mouth due to being punched. "What should we do now? Do you want to move to my place?" Su Bai looked up at the dilapidated shelter around him and suggested. This was also what he had thought of before. After all, this way he could perfectly utilize Bing Bing's abilities to protect everyone. As for obtaining materials, he had a better idea. But the prerequisite for all these to be accomplished is that they themselves should not be careless. Murongchi had almost no hesitation about this proposal and nodded vigorously with red eyes. Then he wanted to hug Su Bai again. But Su Bai immediately turned around and took out a wall-breaking hammer from his backpack. "Okay, let's get to work." Murongchi looked at Su Bai's back with a slightly pouted mouth. "Humph, wood." 53. Evil capitalists. Murongchi's shelter had been almost completely demolished, so it was particularly easy to dismantle it at this moment. It didn't take long before Su Bai completely demolished the shelter. Looking at the materials in his hands, Murongchi was a little dazed. Since coming here, this shelter has been the foundation of my survival. As long as I come back here, I will feel at ease. But now it has turned into a pile of materials, lying in his backpack. This made Murongchi feel somewhat emotional. Normally, no one would move like this. Because the materials needed to build a shelter are almost 3 or 4 times more than what is obtained from demolition. The loss of materials during a move is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. But that's just for ordinary people. Su Bai has nothing else but a lot of ingredients. This is also the reason why he can be so willful. Difficult to guard the house? Simple move. If it were someone else, they would probably have to find another way. So although Murongchi felt a little emotional at this moment, he didn't feel distressed at all. Anyway, you don't have to produce the materials yourself. "Brother Su Bai, what should we do with this guy?" Zhang Yi looked at Wang Chang, who had fainted, and kicked him again. The other party rolled on the ground twice like a dead pig, with no sign of waking up. In fact, Zhang Yi was still a little conflicted about how to deal with this person. According to normal procedures, criminals like this who have been arrested will generally be handed over to higher authorities for review and sentencing. But now this process is completely impossible to achieve, but killing them directly is still somewhat inhumane. After all, Wang Chang now has no power to resist at all. I think I have somewhere for him to go. Su Bai stared at Wang Chang, who was lying on the ground like a dead pig, and suddenly spoke. Well, let's take him back first. Zhang Yi was very big and strong, and he carried Wang Chang as if he was carrying a chicken, effortlessly. Su Bai immediately selected the transmission button. With the light flickering, the group returned to the shelter again. You guys are back. Lin Wei heard the noise and poked her head out of the room. Bing Bing also squeezed out from the crack in the door, came to Su Bai's legs and started rubbing against them. But the next moment, Lin Wei saw Murongqi, and her smile froze instantly. Why is this guy back again? Su Bai seemed to notice Lin Wei's confusion and began to explain. Murongqi's house was demolished, so he moved here directly. While listening to Su Bai's explanation, Lin Wei was complaining wildly in her heart. Why do you only explain this? Can't you see that I'm unhappy? Of course Su Bai could see it. Not only could he see it, he even knew the reason. But what can he do? There's nothing I can do but ignore it. Who is this? Although Lin Wei was unhappy, she still noticed Wang Chang, who was tied up like a dumpling in Zhang Yi's hands. He was the one who demolished Murongqi's house. Zhang Yi started to explain and threw him to the ground. Then you brought it back? After Lin Wei knew the answer, her eyes widened instantly, and she obviously found it a little unbelievable. Although she disliked Murongqi, she also had a bottom line. In her opinion, this scourge should be dealt with as soon as possible. I'll take care of it later, but right now I have other things to do. Su Bai looked around and seemed a little confused. He was choosing an address for Murongqi, and the original layout of 3 people sitting side by side now seemed a bit awkward. We can't have 4 people sitting side by side, that would be too long. And it's not good for defense. You can just live next to Brother Yi for the time being. Su Bai looked left and right, but there was no good solution at the moment, so this was the only way for the time being. Living next to Zhang Yi also helps in providing support. Of course, they are all neighbors now and can provide support whenever they go out. Living next to Zhang Yi is just a subconscious decision that makes sense. But Murongqi didn't think so, and immediately refuted. You're kidding. If I really lived next to Zhang Yi, how could I monitor Lin Wei's every move? I couldn't let her get the upper hand by being close to him. No! I live next to Sister Wei. Su Bai looked at Murongqi with a stubborn face, but did not refute. After all, this matter really doesn't matter at the moment. After getting Su Bai's consent, Murongqi prevented the house frame on the spot. But they were not placed side by side, but horizontally next to Lin Wei's supplies. Now the layout of the shelter for 4 people forms a perfect L shape. According to Murongqi, this is more conducive to defensive layout. Su Bai shrugged and did not refute. But the next second, Murongqi stretched out his hand and came to Su Bai. Brother Bai, materials. The materials she has now are only enough to build a house frame. If she wants to completely rebuild it, she will need a lot of materials. Okay, I can lend it to you first, remember to return it later. Murongqi's eyes suddenly widened when he heard Su Bai's words. Did I hear you right? What do you mean by borrow? Su Bai remained calm and nodded seriously. Of course I'm borrowing it. You'll have to work to pay off the debt. Otherwise, where will you get these materials? Murongqi looked at Su Bai's serious eyes. Obviously he was not joking. But now I'm under someone else's roof. I have to bow my head and admit defeat. All right. Seeing that Murongqi agreed, Su Bai readily gave all the materials to Murongqi at once. The latter looked at Su Bai with resentment, turned around and started rebuilding the shelter with the materials. Fortunately, after Su Bai came back, he packed up simply and came with Zhang Yi to help with the construction work, which made Murongqi feel a little better. The construction of the shelter is not complicated, and many things can actually be done automatically by the operating system. So with the cooperation of the 3 people, Murongqi's shelter was quickly rebuilt. But before she could be happy, a pickaxe appeared in her hand. Well, it's getting late now. Let's stop mining 500 pieces of coal and continue tomorrow. Murong-chi was naturally unwilling and started to act coquettishly on the spot. But Su Bai didn't buy it, and completely ignored Murong-chi's coquettishness. The latter could only walk towards the coal mine with a bitter face. Lin Wei saw this scene and tears welled up in her eyes as she laughed. Murong-chi, you have come to this day. Let you laugh at me before. Ha ha. But before she could be happy for long, Su Bai appeared beside her. Broken. She said she didn't say that, right? Have you finished today's work? I found a co-worker for you, go get to work. Really? Lin Wei walked towards the coal mine with a bitter face, carrying a pickaxe. There's nothing I can do about it. It's my own miserable life. Before entering the coal mine, she even saw Su Bai pushing against her. Damn it! Damn capitalists! 5-4. Who says you can't wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep? Zhang Yi looked at Lin Wei and Murong-chi, who were sent to dig coal, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, and shook his head. Only my little brother Su Bai can do such a thing. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Then he turned and looked at Wang Chang lying on the ground. How to deal with this guy? It's definitely not a good idea to just leave it like this. Who knows if this guy will take the opportunity to run away or continue to cause trouble. In order to prevent these, someone must be watching at all times, but this is not very realistic. So Zhang Yi was actually a little curious about how Su Bai would deal with Wang Chang. After all, Su Bai clearly stated that he had a place to accommodate Wang Chang. Well, let me think about it. Why not just kill him like this? Zhang Yi watched Su Bai take out a shotgun from the system backpack, but he did not feel surprised at all. Because he just received a private message from Su Bai. No matter what I do, don't say anything, just cooperate. So now looking at Su Bai's actions, Zhang Yi just nodded. I think it's okay. We can eat meat soon. Those two girls will get hungry quickly after digging coal. Su Bai had just taken out the shotgun when he heard Zhang Yi's words and was stunned for a moment. But he soon reacted and looked at Zhang Yi with understanding. I think it's fine. I'll just shoot him in the head and then drag him to the kitchen. As Su Bai spoke, he took out shotgun bullets from his backpack and began loading them one by one. His movements were very slow, and the sound of bullets being loaded sounded like a death warrant to Wang Chang's ears. Cold sweat kept flowing down his back. Wang Chang had actually woken up a long time ago, and the slap did not make him unconscious for long. But since he woke up, he never opened his eyes, just listening to the conversation and movements of Su Bai and the others. In fact, Zhang Yi was right to worry. Wang Chang was indeed planning to find an opportunity to escape. But he has been waiting until now and has never gotten the chance. Zhang Yi has been guarding him all the time. This made Wang Chang somewhat uncomfortable, and he kept thinking that when he had the chance to run away, he would create some trouble for Zhang Yi. But at this moment, listening to the conversation between Su Bai and Zhang Yi, his heart skipped a beat. What the hell? These people look like decent people, why do they eat people? Wang Chang was a little panicked, but he still didn't dare to say anything and chose to continue pretending to be dead. What if these two people are trying to cheat him? After all, he and his brother had fallen into the trap set by these two people. But as he listened to Su Bai reloading bullets one by one, fear continued to accumulate in Wang Chang's heart. Even though he is usually crazier than anyone else, he is very careful about his life. Click. After the bullets were loaded, the unique sound of the shotgun loading reached Wang Chang's ears, almost scaring him. Just when he couldn't hold on any longer and was about to beg for mercy, Zhang Yi spoke again. Brother Su Bai, I think it's better not to do that. Zhang Yi's voice made Wang Chang relax a little. It seems that these two guys still don't dare to take action. But before Wang Chang could continue thinking about the subsequent escape plan, Zhang Yi's voice made his face suddenly turn ugly. It's hard to deal with a gunshot to the head. It's not good to have blood all over the doorstep. Zhang Yi and Su Bai stood side by side, staring at Wang Chang's ever-changing expression with a smile and performing a duet. In Wang Chang's eyes, he seemed to be hiding very well and no one would notice that he was pretending to be unconscious. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Su Bai clearly saw Wang Chang's face distorted with fear. I think it would be better if I just did it myself and disassembled it directly. Hearing Zhang Yi speak, Wang Chang was suddenly startled and his body shook. What the hell? Cut the flesh without killing? Ling Chi, right? Is that how it works? Wang Chang was horrified when he heard this. Isn't this more exciting than just shooting him in the head? However, he didn't notice at all that Su Bai and Zhang Yi had seen clearly how he had just been startled. The two men looked at Wang Chang while holding back their laughter and slowly approached him. Where is the best place to start? I think we should start with the face. It is said that fresh ones taste delicious. Wang Chang listened to the two people talking back and forth, and his back was already wet. What kind of evil taste is this? Why are young people nowadays so perverted? That's enough! What are you doing? Wang Chang couldn't hold it in anymore, so he opened his eyes and yelled at Zhang Yi and Su Bai. But the next second, he regretted it. Zhang Yi and Su Bai were squatting beside him. They had no intention of taking out knives to attack him. They just looked at him with a smile. I was fooled again. What the hell? Wang Chang really wanted to curse, but when he looked at the muscles on Zhang Yi's arms, he gave up the idea. It's not worth getting yourself beaten up just for the sake of arguing. What on earth do you want to do? If you want to kill me, at least give me a quick death. Wang Chang looked at the two people in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Nothing, just teasing you. Su Bai looked at Wang Chang and slowly stood up. When he and Zhang Yi came back, he suddenly received a private message from Zhang Yi. Brother Su Bai, I suspect that Wang Chang is pretending to be unconscious. This guy has bad intentions and might be planning to cause trouble. Looking at Zhang Yi's private message, Su Bai glanced at Wang Chang, who was still unconscious, turned around and sent a private message back. Brother Yi, I bet you 2 chicken legs that I can wake this guy up, but you have to cooperate with me. Action, a word is a promise. In this way, the bet between Su Bai and Zhang Yi was established. Of course, this must not be told to Wang Chang, otherwise he would probably become even more crazy. Either you kill yourself now, or let me go. If I let you go, I promise to cause trouble for you in the future. Wang Chang stared at Su Bai in front of him. Of course, he hoped that Su Bai would just let him go, but he couldn't change his stubborn habit, so he added the first half of the sentence. However, according to his judgment, Su Bai would definitely not kill him. After all, if he wanted to do it, he would have done it long ago. There was no need to wait until now. As for not causing trouble? Haha, once I am free, this sentence will be invalidated. Su Bai looked at Wang Chang in front of him and spoke with a smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After listening to Su Bai's words, Wang Chang's heart instantly calmed down. It was exactly as he had guessed. But it's unlikely that I can let you go directly. You talk like a fart, I've experienced that before. Wang Chang stared at Su Bai again. Although he was a little angry, he was more confused at this moment. What are you talking about? You either let me go nor kill me, so what do you want? Su Bai looked at Wang Chang's puzzled eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In fact, he didn't know how to deal with Wang Chang at first, but after seeing Zhang Yi, he suddenly thought of a good place to accommodate Wang Chang. Then Su Bai lowered his head and stared into Wang Chang's eyes, emphasizing every word. Send you to labor camp. 5. Cooperation. Reform through labor? Wang Chang was a little confused. If these 2 words were in the previous world, he would be very familiar with them. But in this world, these 2 words have become particularly unfamiliar. Where in this world can one find labor reform? Do I have to work for him myself? Like those 2 women? But Zhang Yi reacted immediately, and realized that labor reform was indeed a very good plan, and as for the location, he should be thinking of the same place as his brother Su Bai. Then he immediately looked up at Su Bai. Huaxia Alliance? Su Bai nodded. Yes, it is the Huaxia Alliance. As an alliance organization on the Chinese side, their facilities and related systems are very complete. When Zhang Yi heard Su Bai's affirmation, his eyes lit up slightly. Before, he was still lamenting that it would be great if there was a judicial institution here, but now Su Bai's words woke him up. There is no judicial institution, but there is the Huaxia Alliance. However, it is still unknown whether they can accommodate people like Wang Chang, so Su Bai needs to contact them to confirm. Is there a place over there where he's being held? Don't worry, I've already asked. Su Bai gave Zhang Yi a reassuring look. In fact, he contacted Zhou Jiangwo immediately after catching Wang Chang. Although it was just a brief communication, Zhou Jiangwo had made it clear that they had a labor reform institution similar to a prison that could be used to receive these criminals to work. That's why he said there was a place where Wang Chang could be dealt with. Of course, it is impossible to send just one person to the Huaxia Alliance this time. After all, teleportation props are needed every time we go there. But teleportation items are not renewable resources. As one is used, there will be one less, and they will become more and more scarce. But Su Bai wasn't too worried. Now the system obviously wants players to cooperate with each other and fight against each other, so this type of props will still appear in the future. Su Bai glanced at Wang Chang, who was lying on the ground with a grim expression, and clicked on the private chat. Captain Zhou, I can send the person over right now and help you deal with the blood moon tonight. Send. That's right, Zhou Jiangwo actually came to ask Su Bai for something. However, Su Bai was still rescuing Murongqi at that time, so he did not reply immediately. Bite! The prompt sound of the private chat system sounded again less than a minute after the message was sent. Wow, you replied immediately. Su Bai raised his eyebrows and clicked on the private message. I will send you the teleportation item now. Soon, Su Bai received 3 teleportation props sent by Zhou Jiangwo. Haha, you trust yourself very much. Su Bai was a little surprised when he saw Zhou Jiangwo sending all the teleportation props needed for this support at once. But if you think about it carefully, you will feel relieved. Although the items are expensive, if you can win over the top-ranked player, you will actually make a lot of money. Me too? Zhang Yi looked at the teleportation item that Su Bai casually threw to him, and felt a little confused. This thing is not cheap. If you are just sending someone off, there should be no need for 2 people to escort him. We're going to help the Huaxia Alliance tonight to share the pressure of the blood moon. We need Brother Yi's help. We'll each get half of the treasure chest. Su Bai lowered his head and began to set up Wang Chang's transmission device. Su Bai had bought a few of these one-way transmission devices while they were still in stock in case of emergency. And now it is just right for Zhang Yi to use. Although the price is not low, it is still worthwhile because one more person on my side can give me one more reward. Okay, let's go. Zhang Yi listened to Su Bai's explanation and nodded. Given the current situation, as long as we can collect more supplies, our survival will be better in the future. What Su Bai is actually doing now is providing himself with the opportunity to obtain supplies. This inevitably made Zhang Yi feel a little touched. Wang Chang's transmission device was installed and the light flashed. A moment later, the 3 of them arrived at the headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance. And here, Zhou Jiangwo was already waiting for them. Su Bai looked at the surrounding buildings with a look of surprise. The headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance is actually surrounded by high walls. He had never seen this kind of prop before. It wasn't there even when he came last time. It was obviously added recently. This must be the robber. Zhou Jiangwo glanced at Wang Chang, who was tied up like a dumpling on the ground, and spoke. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Captain Zhou. Su Bai also looked down and replied immediately. It's just a small favor, and it also helps us supplement our labor force. Zhou Jiangwo waved his hand. In fact, he was not wrong. Few people were willing to do boring physical work such as mining and logging in the Huaxia Alliance. Therefore, a special regulatory agency was set up to allow those who committed crimes to undergo labor reform. This can not only ensure that there are people who can continue to do these boring jobs, but also punish those who violate the bottom line of being a human being. As for the residents, they have actually noticed it. Although a shelter can only have one owner, there is no limit on the number of people living in it. The warmth effect will only decrease as the number of people living in it increases. There is absolutely no problem in having 2 or 3 prisoners in one shelter. Their only responsibility is to prevent people from freezing to death. As for whether they live a good life or not, that is not their concern. After all, this is a matter of survival, and we cannot be too humanitarian. Not killing him outright was actually very merciful. Zhou Jiangwo then waved to the guards around him, indicating that Wang Chang be taken to the regulatory agency. Zhang Yi looked at such a formal institution, with a gleam of light in his eyes. After all, I came from the military, so I kind of missed this kind of organization. This scene naturally did not escape Zhou Jiangwo's eyes. Who is this? My friend. The beasts are particularly violent during this blood moon, so I brought my friends to help. Hello, my name is Zhang Yi. Zhou Jiangwo stretched out his hand, shook hands with Zhang Yi, and nodded. Okay, then the defense of the East District tonight will be handed over to the two of you. We will give you a satisfactory reward when the time comes. Zhou Jiangwo could actually see that Zhang Yi came from a military background. After all, he himself was a soldier. The temperament is easy to identify. But he didn't say much. You can't poach people in front of Su Bai. Besides, Zhou Jiangwo is not a poacher. It was not too early at this moment, so Su Bai and Zhang Yi were immediately led to the East District. Along the way, Su Bai and Zhang Yi looked at the regular buildings around them. Even they couldn't help but admire that they were of Chinese origin. Their organizational ability and cohesion were not comparable to ordinary people. It was unexpected that they were able to gather such a large group and form an orderly group organization in such a short time. 5-6, Siberian Golden Gradient. Huaxia Alliance East District. Zhang Yi glanced at the time, and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Brother Su Bai, do you think we can imitate their layout in the future? This time today, Zhang Yi finally had his eyes opened. From the time we arrived at the Huaxia Alliance until now, the entire journey has been arranged in an orderly manner, and even many places have been paved with floor tiles. Although it looks a bit rough, it is comparable to some formal institutions in the previous world. The entire Huaxia Alliance even has towering walls for protection. Only 3 gates of 3 areas were left. This not only maintains the convenience of import and export, but also is more conducive to the defense of group buildings. The Huaxia Alliance even placed a small shelter next to the import and export gates to serve as an outpost. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Su Bai were sitting inside. Otherwise, if you stay outside for such a long time, you would have frozen into an ice sculpture. Of course, as a border outpost, the level of the shelter is not high, it just barely keeps people from freezing to death. So even though Su Bai and the other man were right next to the stove, they were still rubbing their hands to prevent themselves from freezing. Their layout here is indeed worthy of our study. And we also need this fence prop. What Su Bai actually wanted most was this wall. If they have one, they can fence in the yard. This makes it easier to carry out collective protection and prevents one's own vegetable gardens and mineral veins from being destroyed. There are many benefits. Su Bai has already made up his mind that after the defense is completed tonight, he will go and ask Zhou Jiangwo if there are any such props. But before Zhang Yi could open his mouth, a low roar came from the door. Zhang Yi immediately looked at Su Bai and ran to the door with a gun in hand. The blood moon begins tonight. In fact, it was only after Su Bai communicated with Zhou Jiangwo that he found out that since the blood moon began, there would be occasional attacks during the day and definitely attacks at night. This is also the reason why ordinary players suffer. An attack in the middle of the night, how can people sleep? Of course, Su Bai and the others didn't have such troubles because Bing Bing was at home. But everything has 2 sides. Having Bing Bing at home can help them avoid being attacked, but at the same time, they won't get any rewards. But you can't always take Bing Bing with you when you go out, and then come back after an attack. This is both time-consuming and risky. The reward is only a repel reward, and there is no kill material. So Su Bai came up with a plan to earn materials during this blood moon. Cooperate with the Huaxia Alliance. According to Zhou Jiangwo's description, because the Huaxia Alliance includes a large number of shelters, the scale of each attack is extremely large. Coupled with the violent bonus of the blood moon, he took the initiative to contact Su Bai for assistance in defense. Su Bai didn't think there was anything wrong at first, and he still had Bing Bing as his insurance. If there really is a problem, the problem can be solved by asking the people left behind at home to bring Bing Bing over. Of course, this is the last insurance, and Su Bai will not use this trick unless it is absolutely necessary. And now the scene in front of Su Bai made him feel that he had not predicted enough. Brother Su Bai, don't you think there are too many orange cats? Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and looked at the densely packed scarlet eyes in front of him. This should be the Siberian Golden Brook. Su Bai loaded the shotgun and corrected Zhang Yi. That's right, in front of Su Bai and the others, there are countless Siberian tigers, and they are ferocious ones. But now they have the blueprints for making bullets, so as long as they have enough bullets, they will be almost invincible. As the inviting party, Zhou Jiangwo was also very generous in giving them a considerable amount of bullet materials. It can be said that there is no limit to the bullets tonight, you can use them as you like. Roar! As they got closer, a Siberian tiger in the front rushed up. In just a moment, he rushed in front of Su Bai. Bang! The next second, the trigger was pulled. The huge impact force of the shotgun made Su Bai's arms slightly numb. The Siberian tiger was also shot in the head accurately and died on the spot. Although in this world, the beasts are strengthened and will not die immediately even if they are shot down. Some strong ones can even withstand small-caliber firearms. But the shotgun in Su Bai's hand is known as the one that makes all living things equal. Almost no carbon-based creature can withstand its tremendous power. Even if it is a strengthened beast, it will be killed instantly if it is shot in the head. At this moment, Su Bai deeply felt how correct his decision was to let Zhang Yi undergo shooting training. Given the strength of the Siberian tiger in front of us, it is very likely that one shot will not be able to kill it unless we shoot it in the head. The two of them would definitely not be able to resist such a large number of wild beasts. But now that I have been trained in shooting, I can almost hit the target in the head 100% of the time when facing close range. As Zhang Yi was a former Special Forces soldier, he could shoot one by one with a sniper rifle from the back. If the angle was good enough, he could even kill two with one shot. With unlimited bullets, it can be said that this was a one-sided massacre. Gunshots continued to ring out in the originally silent night. The smell of gunpowder wafted in the air. The corpses of Siberian tigers gradually piled up on the ground. If the dead bodies would not automatically refresh after a period of time, the corpses would probably have formed a wall by now. Su Bai shook his almost numb hands and let out a long sigh. There was almost nothing left of the red eyes in front of him, and the materials in his backpack were already piling up. All I can say is that it is worthy of being a gathering of a large number of shelters. The number of attacks was dispersed across 3 areas, but it was still so huge. Fortunately, I asked Zhang Yi to help. If I had been too careless and done it alone, I would probably have to send Bing Bing to save me. Bang! With a gunshot, the last Siberian tiger was killed. The piles of corpses that had not yet been refreshed on the ground made the entire East District Gate look particularly terrifying. Huh, Brother Su Bai, this time the harvest is quite rich. In Zhang Yi's backpack, the materials dropped by the Siberian tiger have piled up like a mountain. Su Bai had already discussed these materials with Zhou Jiangwo at the beginning. All dropped materials belonged to the two of them. As for the repel reward boxes, they would be distributed afterwards. The unlimited bullets really made Zhang Yi experience the refreshing feeling of having cheats. After all, in the previous world, the amount of bullets that could be carried on each mission was very limited. And fighting against humans is not as exciting as fighting against wild beasts. Su Bai looked around and after confirming that there were no follow-up attacks, he took out his cell phone to check the time. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. They fought for 2 hours. It should be over now. 5-7, a weakened version of the kingly aura. Su Bai, we are here to support you. Just as Su Bai and Zhang Yi were sorting out their equipment, they heard the sound of dense footsteps behind them. Looking back, I saw a short-haired woman with a large group of people, all holding weapons, rushing towards us. Shuya was a little flustered at the moment. For some reason, the number of wild beast attacks tonight was particularly terrifying, almost the largest number in history. Although there was no pressure on other fronts, she was overwhelmed when she learned that Zhou Jiangwo had entrusted the defense of the entire East District to only 2 people. What the hell is Zhou Jiangwo doing? There are many residential areas in the East District. If the defense line collapses, it will be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Shuya frowned even more, and her pace towards the front line became even faster, almost jogging all the way. Now she just hoped that the East District's defenses had not been breached so quickly. After hearing the shouting from far away, Su Bai became curious about what the woman in front of him was doing. She must have been in the military before. Zhang Yi looked at Shuya and spoke quietly beside Su Bai. Su Bai nodded when he heard this. In fact, he could see that although Shuya was not wearing a military uniform, her figure and temperament could not be concealed. What's more, the founders of the Huaxia Alliance basically came from military backgrounds, so it is normal that there are more military people here. Shuya is actually not far from the East District Gate. After seeing Su Bai and Zhang Yi looking back at her, she was a little confused. The battle situation in other areas is still urgent, but why are the two people in front of me so idle that they can turn around and look at me? Was there no attack in the East District tonight? That's impossible, because the headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance is a huge gathering place of shelters. Whenever there is an attack, all entrances will share the number of monsters in each attack equally. This is the data summary they made after many attacks, and the results were the same every time, without exception. So what is the situation now? Shuya suddenly had a bold idea, but then she laughed at herself. What are you thinking? How can two people possibly resist such a large number of beasts? Even if they had unlimited bullets provided by Zhou Jiangwo, it would be impossible. The beasts did not attack one by one, but in groups. No matter how powerful the two people's firepower is, they will be reduced to pieces under the attack of a large group of wild beasts. So Shuya was actually very confused at this moment. She was very curious about what the defense line was like in the East District. Moreover, as the captain, why would Zhou Jiangwo hand over such an important line of defense to two outsiders? These things went back and forth in his mind, but there was no answer. Fortunately, the answers to these questions will soon appear. As long as I come to Su Bai, everything will be clear. Soon, Shuya and his group arrived at the eastern defense line where Su Bai was. But even though she was mentally prepared, the scene before her still left her stunned. The snow on the ground has now been dyed blood red, and it looks particularly strange against the backdrop of the blood moon. The attackers were the same as those on other lines of defense, all Siberian tigers. This was within Shuya's expectations, but at this moment, there was not a single alive Siberian tiger in the entire East District. The corpses all over the ground are shocking. This scene shocked those who came to support. Is this really something humans can do? One man can block the passage of 10,000 men. This is a dream that many men have had. But no one has ever really thought it could be achieved. Reality is not a TV drama plot. This situation is almost impossible to exist. What's more, this is a survival world, and the beasts are all strengthened. They are so ferocious that even a battle-hardened combat team like theirs has to deal with them with caution. Even if they were here, they might not be able to hold out against these large numbers of Siberian tigers without getting hurt. Who are these two people in front of me? It should be over by now. You're late. Su Bai pointed to the blood-red ground and shrugged. But this scene irritated Shuya's nerves. What was going on with this person in front of her? Whether in the army in his previous life or in the current Chinese alliance, he is well known for his outstanding battlefield command. She never believed in or approved of individual heroism. She knew that the power of one person was ultimately limited, and that one person's power was too small in the face of the collective. So she actually never looked down upon people like Su Bai who were not sociable. The last time Zhou Jiangwo invited Su Bai but was rejected, she was already a little dissatisfied. But the Su Bai in front of her was breaking her cognition time and time again, doing things that she dared not even think about. How did you do that? Shuya stared at Su Bai in front of her, as if she wanted to see through him completely. As you can see, they were simply killed. Shuya's eyes made Su Bai feel a little uncomfortable, as if he was being tortured. Because he did feel a little guilty in his heart. After learning about Bingbing's abilities, Su Bai suddenly realized that it seemed that because of the bond between him and Bingbing, these ordinary wild beasts would be a little scared after seeing him. However, due to limited opportunities, Su Bai did not have the chance to verify it properly. It just so happened that Zhou Jiangwo came to him for help, which gave Su Bai the opportunity to test the site. So Su Bai directly suggested that he guard one entrance alone. In fact, when he proposed this, he didn't think that Zhou Jiangwo would really agree. After all, this matter was of great importance. But Zhou Jiangwo agreed after only a brief hesitation. This made Su Bai look at Zhou Jiangwo with a higher opinion. Be courageous. Of course, Su Bai wouldn't be so stupid as to use his own life for an experiment. Before leaving, he had already told the two girls in a private message that if they sent out a distress signal, he would immediately teleport over with Bing Bing. With the guarantee in place, Su Bai began the experiment with confidence. The result was just as he expected. After seeing him, the beasts seemed to be afraid of something, and only the brave ones dared to rush forward occasionally. This is also the reason why Su Bai was able to fight against an entire group of wild beasts with the strength of 2 people. But can I talk about this? Of course not. So Su Bai just started to act stupid. As long as you are tough enough, even if 2 people are guarding the gate with 2 guns, no one will know the specific details. Fortunately, Shu Yu gave up asking questions after staring at Su Bai for a while, and just stretched out her hand and smiled at Su Bai. Hello, I'm Shu Ye, the temporary combat commander of the Huaxia Alliance. 5-8, Satisfactory Cooperation. The sun gradually turned pale. It's dawn. But there was still a strong blood color floating in the sky. The blood moon continues. The meeting hall of the Huaxia Alliance. At this moment, there are only 4 people here, including Zhou Jiangwo and Su Bai. And a treasure chest filled to the brim. Brother Su Bai, this time it's all thanks to you. Zhou Jiangwo was all smiles. He made the right bet. In fact, he didn't plan to ask Su Bai to help with the defense of Blood Moon at the beginning. After all, they have to provide 2 teleportation devices every time, and even if they are a wealthy family, it will still hurt. But life is full of disappointments. During the daytime defensive battle, one team's defense line collapsed. In order to prevent the wild beasts from entering the shelter, many people fought desperately. In the end, they managed to hold the defense, but almost every squad member was injured, and a small number even caught a cold and were unable to continue fighting. Although they had some medicine in stock, it was not enough for so many people. Besides, even if they took the medicine, it would not take effect immediately and make them full of energy. So he could only come to Su Bai for support. As for Su Bai's request for 1 person to defend, he was hesitant at first. But when he saw Su Bai's red first name mark, his eyes hardened slightly, and he agreed on the spot. Although this may be risky, he has seen a lot of people. In his opinion, Su Bai is not the kind of person who acts without considering the consequences. On the contrary, he will even consider things very carefully when doing things. Moreover, if he agreed this time, he would definitely leave a good impression on Su Bai, which would make him more dominant in future cooperation with Su Bai. Of course, although he did not expect to absorb Su Bai directly, everything has a process. In the long run, it might not be impossible for Su Bai to join the Huaxia Alliance. Although his decision involved considerable risks, Zhou Jiangwo felt it was worth it. Now it seems that he made the right choice. Although he didn't know how Su Bai did it, he did create a miracle. Zhou Jiangwo looked at Su Bai in front of him with a smile. Although he was also very curious, he was smart enough not to ask Su Bai for the specific details of the battle. He knows that everyone has their own secrets. Especially in today's world where people eat each other, these secrets may be the basis of one's survival. Therefore, Zhou Jiangwo thought that asking about such things was a foolish act, which would only make the other party lose trust in him. You know, in today's world, the most valuable thing is trust. Captain Zhou, you are overpraising me. This is all thanks to everyone. Su Bai quickly responded with a smile. Faced with Su Bai's obviously polite words, Zhou Jiangwo just smiled and didn't bother about such a trivial matter. Then he pointed to the treasure chest beside him. There are a total of 20 treasure chests piled up here. This is a part of the treasure chest for this defeat. It is your reward. Brother Su Bai, are you satisfied? Zhang Yu looked at the treasure chest in front of him, and his eyes lit up slightly. These treasure chests are not junk. There are 5 gold treasure chests among them, and the remaining 15 are all silver treasure chests. This harvest is even comparable to what we gained last time in the secret realm. Who wouldn't be excited about this? You have to know that although the last trip to the secret realm was fruitful, it was also extremely dangerous. If you make the slightest mistake, you will lose your life there. Last night's battle was not only dangerous, but also completely unchallenging. In fact, he could see that his brother Su Bai seemed to have shared some of Bing Bing's talents because he had established a binding relationship with Bing Bing. But Su Bai hadn't said it yet. He could see that this was not the place to talk about such things, so he never mentioned it. Under Su Bai's influence, the beasts last night were almost like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, sending them away one by one. All you have to do is press the trigger without thinking. Zhang Yi felt somewhat emotional that he could get the reward so easily, which was the same reward he had to fight for last time. If you follow Brother Su Bai, you will indeed get meat to eat. Okay, then I won't refuse. Su Bai took a look at the treasure chest next to him and was obviously very satisfied with the reward this time. Zhou Jiangwo was quite generous. Then he took out some typhoid medicine from his backpack. Captain Zhou, I know that many of your team members have been infected with typhoid fever. I'm giving you these medicines as support. If you need me next time, you can contact me. Su Bai was originally planning to sell these typhoid medicines, but after he saw these treasure chests, he changed his mind. The materials are certainly not cheap, but if Zhou Jiangwo and I can establish a stable cooperation channel, then obtaining treasure chests and materials in the future will no longer be a problem. These investments are worth it. Zhou Jiangwo was overjoyed when he saw this. Brother Su Bai, to be honest, I was originally planning to shamelessly ask you to help make some medicines. As Zhou Jiangwo spoke, he took out some medicine-making materials from his backpack and handed them over. I appreciate your kindness. Please keep these materials for now. If I need them in the future, I will definitely come to Brother Su Bai. These medicines were indeed what he urgently needed, but it would not be appropriate to just accept them for nothing, so he immediately took out the materials for making the medicines in exchange. Su Bai smiled but did not refuse. These materials were just a drop in the bucket for the entire Chinese alliance. It's actually not a problem for them whether they collect it or not. Since my goal has been achieved, there is naturally no need to shirk my responsibility. After all, these materials are still of some use to me. Then he seemed to think of something and turned to ask Zhou Jiangwo. Captain Zhou, do you have any extra wall props? Hearing Su Bai's question, Zhang Yi's eyes also became expectant. He was also a little envious of the wall. If they could also have it, future deployment and defense would be much more convenient. There's really nothing we can do about it. We got this item by chance. If there's a new one later, I'll contact you as soon as possible. Zhou Jiangwo explained with a helpless smile. However, Su Bai was not too disappointed. After all, this kind of prop is still relatively rare at this stage. Although they need it now, there is no rush. When I get back, I'll go to the auction house and maybe I can buy one at a good price. Su Bai then prepared to put the box into his backpack and send it back. Although the battle last night was not thrilling, I was really sleepy because I didn't get enough sleep. Now he just wanted to seize the time and go back to rest. But just when he set his eyes on these treasure chests, the hint of one of them made him wake up instantly. Shelter perimeter protection. 59 wall. Su Bai looked at the treasure chest prompt in front of him. The originally sleepy body has now fully awakened and regained its vitality. There is always light at the end of the tunnel? Peripheral defense? Could it be the wall I want? The more he thought about Su Bai, the more itchy he felt. He couldn't wait to open it and see what it was. However, reason still took over, and Su Bai silently put the box into his backpack. Then he greeted Zhou Jiangwo and started the transmission. In a flash of white light, Su Bai and Zhang Yi returned to the shelter. Huh! You guys are back? As soon as Su Bai landed, he heard Lin Wei's voice. Turning around, a figure carrying a pickaxe appeared in front of him. So self-conscious? Su Bai looked at Lin Wei and was slightly stunned. Then I picked up my phone and looked at it. It was only 8 o'clock. Why did this guy get up so early? This obviously exceeded Su Bai's understanding. Why are you so self-conscious? Just finish the work early and rest early. It's only 1,500 yuan a day anyway. Lin Wei curled her lips, but her eyes were filled with guilt. Su Bai saw it, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He seemed to know why he suddenly became so diligent. Where's Murongqi? When Lin Wei heard Su Bai asking Murongqi, her face suddenly darkened, and she spoke with a little impatience. She has gone down to work. Lin Wei is a little upset now. Have a nice day, starting with mining. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? But there was nothing he could do. The new guy, Murong-chi, worked so hard that he even took the initiative to help him with the work. At first, Lin Wei didn't think there was anything wrong. But when I thought about it carefully while lying in bed last night, I suddenly realized it. This is seizing your own position. If one day Murong-chi completely eliminated the meaning of her existence, what should she do in the future? Although she was not willing to stay with Su Bai at the beginning, as time went by, Lin Wei suddenly felt that Su Bai was actually a pretty good person. Being generous and reliable is an easy thing to say, but how many people can do it? Especially in such troubled times. So when I think about it carefully, I think I have found a treasure. However, the appearance of Murong-chi has broken the current balance. This guy actually started to steal my work. If they were all taken away, what would Su Bai do when he felt useless in the future? She couldn't guarantee that she could find someone as reliable as Su Bai. What's more, they have been together for such a long time, and she really can't bear to leave Su Bai. Thinking of this, Lin Wei's face turned slightly red, but fortunately the weather was cold, and no one noticed her abnormality. Then his eyes became slightly firmer, and he immediately spoke to Su Bai. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go to work. You guys were exhausted last night, go and rest first. Before Su Bai could speak, Lin Wei carried a pickaxe and walked towards the coal mine. Why is Miss Lin Wei suddenly so diligent? Zhang Yi touched his head and felt something strange. In his eyes, Lin Wei was not a hardworking person. Before, when she went to work, she would only go if Su Bai acted as the supervisor and urged her to go. Otherwise, just pretend to be dead. But now she suddenly became proactive, and even had a strange look in her eyes, which made him somewhat confused. Maybe it's because my Ren and Du meridians have been opened up. Su Bai shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. In fact, he could see the changes in Lin Wei and Murong-chi now. But what can we do even if we can see it? Is now the time to talk about this? You have to know that in this kind of world, even if you have plugins, you cannot guarantee absolute safety. There are many unknowns here. Who knows, one day the administrator will suddenly think that this game is boring and delete the data directly? They didn't send it right away. So I can only do my best to protect the people around me, but I can't indulge my emotions too much. We can only talk about this later. Su Bai shook his head and put these things behind him. Then he took out the golden treasure chest he had just obtained. Brother Su Bai, aren't you sleepy? Let's talk after you wake up. Zhang Yi looked at Su Bai's actions, feeling a little confused. They didn't sleep the whole night last night, and even spent several hours fighting. Although there is no danger, a lot of physical strength is used up. Now Zhang Yi felt that his eyelids were fighting each other like crazy. If he could lie back in his bed right now, he would probably fall asleep in a second. There may be a wall in here. Su Bai's words instantly woke up Zhang Yi, who was originally drowsy. He knew that his younger brother could roughly identify what was in the treasure chest. So there was no doubt about his words. If Su Bai could say it was here, then it was very likely that it was here. Open it and take a look, Zhang Yi hurriedly urged at this moment. Su Bai was also a little nervous, but his men did not hesitate. Although this thing is not very common, it is still available for purchase. If you are really unlucky and get one that is useless, the worst that can happen is that you buy one yourself. Thinking of this, Su Bai gradually relaxed and opened the treasure chest. You opened a treasure chest and obtained a stone wall item *1. Su Bai looked at the items in the treasure chest and picked them up immediately with excitement. This thing is not a wall, but a board similar to a model. Then immediately look at the introduction. The shelter can be fenced off. Wild animals will only attack from the reserved entrance, but the walls will still be damaged by attacks from wild animals and humans. Materials can be used to repair them. Remaining, 100 meters. The last number of meters seems to be the length of the wall. I didn't expect this thing to not be of infinite length. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. If it is of infinite length, then just enclose an area of 1 kilometer in radius, then wouldn't you become the landlord on the spot? No wonder the Huaxia Alliance said there was nothing left. Given their size, they probably had to use up all of their wall props to barely surround the gathering place. Brother Su Bai, how is it? Zhang Yi was not sleepy at all at this moment, and looked at the props in Su Bai's hands excitedly. Seeing this, Su Bai directly handed the props to Zhang Yi and let him see it himself. Then he began to observe and survey the area around their shelter, thinking about how to place the wall. Zhang Yi had also finished reading the introduction at this moment, and immediately ran to Su Bai's side. With this thing, it will be much easier to protect our shelter in the future. Yes, I plan to change our layout slightly right now. Zhang Yi and Su Bai looked at each other, extremely excited. No one can refuse to grow vegetables and build houses, not even special forces soldiers. I'll help. 6-0, where am I? Outside the shelter. The blood-red sunlight shining on the snow looks somewhat eerie. The coldness in the air still makes people shiver. However, at this moment, Su Bai and Zhang Yi, who had not slept all night, were busy planning the layout of their own shelter. Brother Su Bai, I think we can turn my shelter sideways, so that it can be opposite to Sister Murong-Chi's, and our overall layout will be much more regular. Zhang Yi looked around the area excitedly, then turned to look at Su Bai. He said this because if the shelter is only moved within a small area, there is no need to split and reorganize it. There is absolutely no loss. This setting is probably also to make it easier for players to plan their own territories. Otherwise, the building will have to be demolished and rebuilt every time it changes direction, which will greatly slow down the player's collection of supplies. It will also easily make players afraid to move or build protective measures easily. This also goes against the idea of survival games. No, I think it's fine this way. We'll go cut down the trees next to it, and then put the vegetable greenhouse and the 2 mines in the open space next to it. This way, we can free up the space in the middle, which will be convenient for us to move around and train. Su Bai touched his chin and looked at Zhang Yi after thinking carefully for a moment. He didn't mean to refute Zhang Yi's proposal. If the renovation is carried out according to Zhang Yi's proposal, it will indeed be much more orderly if we only look at the shelter, but this will cause the mine entrance and vegetable greenhouse to occupy their public activity area. Although no one would go out to play in cold weather, activities such as distributing treasure chests or conducting shooting training would have a serious impact. If the vegetable greenhouse and mineral veins are placed behind the rooms, it will be inconvenient to move around because of the obstruction of the houses. So in his opinion, this arrangement is the most reasonable one at present. After hearing Su Bai's words, Zhang Yi also looked at it carefully and then nodded. Well, Brother Su Bai is really thoughtful. Let's arrange it according to your idea. As Zhang Yi spoke, he took out an axe. Su Bai followed closely and started cutting wood with Zhang Yi. Wood +1. Wood +1. This familiar reminder made Su Bai miss the time when he first came to this world. Although it wasn't that long ago, I am no longer alone. Moreover, he hadn't cut wood himself for a long time since he owned the coal mine and the water heater. Basically, all accumulation is done through trading. Now that I am cutting wood again with my own hands, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There weren't many trees near Su Bai's house, just a few scattered around. Working with Zhang Yi, it took less than 10 minutes to completely clear them all. Brother Su Bai, it should be okay now. Zhang Yi put the axe back into his backpack and turned to look at Su Bai. He was actually feeling a little cold. Not only did they not sleep all night, but the heating in the outpost was also not sufficient, which made him somewhat tired. Now, after cutting down 2 trees and stretching out a little, I am gradually getting warmer. Well, I'll try it now. Su Bai nodded and immediately took out the fence props. But how to use it? Looking at the tablet-like prop in his hand, Su Bai was a little hesitant. He was familiar with survival games, but they usually used the mouse to place items and navigate the building menus. When using items, you also use the mouse to select the range. Now that I have truly traveled to this survival world, there is indeed a system menu for construction and other operations, but there is no clear explanation for the wall prop in front of me. Is it similar to vegetables? Thinking of this, Su Bai immediately came to the place where the fence was originally planned to be placed and stuck the board in his hand into the ground. Ding! Placement successful, remaining length, 99 meters. Following the system's prompt sound, a 1-meter wide wall rose from the ground. Really? Although the experiment was successful, Su Bai couldn't laugh. This thing can only be placed 1 meter at a time, so it needs to be built in a large circle, and it will take a long time to complete the construction. Su Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and immediately opened the private chat interface. Captain Zhou, how do you place the wall props? There is no hint on the placement of this item. Maybe there is a more convenient way, but I just haven't found it. Generally speaking, in this case he will directly query the information. But there was no internet at that time, so it was definitely impossible to use Baidu. But he knows people. He has a lot of experience. Bite! Soon, Zhou Jiangwo's reply came. Brother Su Bai, did you find the wall prop? Congratulations. This prop can only be placed 1 meter at a time, so we arranged many brothers to take turns to complete it. Okay, thanks. After Su Bai sent the thank you message, he felt a little depressed. He had been looking forward to this prop, but who could have imagined that the placement of this thing would be so uncomfortable? Moreover, the Chinese alliance was really perseverant. It must have taken them a lot of time and talent to complete such a long wall. Zhang Yi looked at Su Bai's expression and roughly knew the result of the inquiry. Brother Su Bai, what do you say? There's nothing we can do about it. They also built it slowly, meter by meter. Su Bai shook his head helplessly, picked up the tablet, and turned around to start working. Zhang Yi was also slightly stunned when he heard what Su Bai said. This is a bit outrageous. Before this, he thought there should be features like easy installation, but it turns out he can only plug the boards in one by one. Fortunately, the area they originally decided to fence off was not very large. Brother Su Bai, let me help you. The two of them took turns working, which made Su Bai feel a lot more relaxed. It wasn't long before their shelter was successfully walled off. Su Bai looked at the shelter gathering area that had already taken shape around him and began to operate the vegetable greenhouse. The entire greenhouse gradually became blurred under the operation of the system, as if an invisible big hand picked it up and placed it in the corner set by Su Bai. This was the first time they had seen a building being moved. It's exactly the same as in the game. Then Su Bai continued to operate. Because there are players in this building, the operation cannot be performed. The system's prompt made Su Bai smile bitterly. It was true that staying up late would make people stupid. He even forgot about the two people inside. Then he sent a message to both of them. Soon, two graceful figures appeared at the entrance of the coal mine. Oh my God, where am I? Is this still home? 61 Crisis. Lin Wei looked around. Looking at the shelter in front of me, it is definitely my home. But where did the walls around here come from? How long has it been since I entered the coal mine? How come my home has changed so much since I came out? Murongqi also looked at the surrounding walls with great curiosity. This was the first time she had seen such a prop. Because I always went alone before, I never thought about building a yard. Seeing Su Bai's new arrangement at this moment, he suddenly felt that it seemed pretty good. Then he looked directly at Su Bai and said, Brother Bai, what's up with these walls? This is last night's spoils. Su Bai operated the system to neatly place the two mines on the open space while explaining. The Huaxia Alliance is pretty good. They actually gave us such a rare item. Lin Wei looked around carefully, nodded and spoke. She is different from Murongqi. Ever since she moved in with Su Bai, she has been thinking about building a yard. When there is only one person, the yard is actually somewhat useless, but when there are more people, it forms a shelter and gathering place, and the situation is completely different. But even if she searched the entire exchange, no one was selling the wall. I have looked for this thing, but the exchange doesn't have it at all. Su Bai raised his eyebrows as he listened to Lin Wei's words. Only now did he realize how lucky he was. Whatever he wished for came true when he opened the box. If it really hasn't been opened, it would be difficult for him to buy it in the exchange. The quality of this thing doesn't seem to be particularly rare overall. But there are actually many settlements like the Huaxia Alliance in the entire game world, and there is no need to verify them. The message he sent to Su Bai every day inviting him to join the alliance was never repeated. This is enough to prove the large number of such settlements. Even though many of them do not have excellent systems and facilities like the Huaxia Alliance, they all need outer walls. Because this will greatly reduce the difficulty of defending when wild beasts invade. Therefore, this item will most likely only be booked in advance by this kind of community group, and will never end up in places like exchanges where retail investors gather. The loot is just a box. We got it by sheer luck. After Su Bai finished placing the mine, he turned to look at Lin Wei. I didn't realize you were so lucky. Lin Wei smiled slightly and patted Su Bai on the shoulder. Su Bai's shoulder turned half black in an instant after being hit. I'm going to wash my hands. Lin Wei felt a little embarrassed after seeing this scene. But then he held his head high and stood up. That's not right. Why should I be embarrassed? This is evidence that Su Bai is exploiting us. If anyone is to be embarrassed, it should be Su Poppy. But at this moment, Murong Chi's soft voice sounded. Brother Bai, you didn't sleep all night last night. You must be very sleepy. Take off your clothes first. I will wash your clothes for you after I finish my work. You go and have a good rest first. Su Bai's eyes lit up slightly when he heard Murong Chi's words. Look! This is my gentle, sweet sister. The person who just spoke is only fit to be a minor. Lin Wei was stunned after hearing Murong Chi's words. Is it still possible to play like this? In order to compete with me for people, he can actually endure Su Bai's exploitation. How cruel! She looked into Murong Chi's eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of pride in her eyes. Really? This guy is just deliberately confronting me. Lin Wei couldn't help herself at this moment, and immediately looked at Su Bai. Take off your clothes and I'll wash them for you. After all, I made them dirty, so I have to take responsibility. Su Bai looked at Lin Wei in front of him, a little dazed. Is this sister stimulated again? Why don't you wash your face? It's almost as black as a cold ball. I'll wash my clothes myself, remember to dig, and I'm going to bed. Su Bai gave the two of them an unpleasant look, greeted Zhang Yi, turned around and walked towards his own shelter. He didn't expect that he could rush to wash it. Gotta run away quickly. Lin Wei looked at Su Bai, who had escaped with resentment, and stamped her feet. Humph, your face is all black, isn't it because of you, Su Bai? Then he glanced at Murong Chi and found that his eyes were also full of resentment. Well, I feel good, let's go mining. A group of people wrapped in coats hid in the distance, and looked at Su Bai's shelter. They even had guns on their backs. That's it. The leader turned to look at the man behind him. Li Ming nodded wildly. Brother, that's right, it's right here. After he escaped last time, he returned to their shelter and ruthlessly demolished the shelters of his other dead companions. Although I lost my teammates, I gained materials. For people like Li Ming, it seems that materials are more profitable. So he didn't feel any grief. On the contrary, buried deep in his heart was hatred for Su Bai. If Su Bai hadn't messed things up at the last minute, he wouldn't have missed out on those high-end materials. Li Ming was a man known for his cruelty, so when he was escaping, he had already been thinking about how to take revenge on Su Bai. However, compared to revenge, the upgrade of the shelter is more urgent. But just when Li Ming was about to use materials for upgrading, his shelter was attacked. Li Ming paused his actions, huddled in a corner, and pretended not to be at home. But the other party was obviously heading for his house, and even when he noticed that there was no movement inside, he did not stop attacking at all. At the last moment, Li Ming ran out. Then he used the materials in his hand to exchange for his own safety, and successfully joined them, the largest gang in the vicinity, Black Snake. Li Ming had actually heard of this organization before. It was notorious. And he joined now out of helplessness. But the materials that could have been used to upgrade the house to a higher level were lost in vain, which made Li Ming unable to sleep at night. As long as I close my eyes, I will see Su Bai's hateful face. So he readily blamed Su Bai for the loss of these materials. And on the third day, he ran to the team leader who was in charge of him, and said that he knew the approximate location of Su Bai's home, who was number 1 on the red list and had a large amount of materials. This made the team leader's eyes light up immediately. They were very familiar with Su Bai's name, and could see people talking about him almost every day. And no one is not jealous of the wealth he has accumulated. They also wanted to find Su Bai, but they had no idea where he was, or even if he was near them. So I can only give up. But now his new younger brother suddenly came and said that he knew where Su Bai's home was, and it was even nearby. This is not like a sleepy head meeting a pillow. 62. Plan. Why do they still have a wall? A younger brother looked at Su Bai and his friend's shelter from afar, feeling somewhat confused. They had never encountered this kind of prop in all the places they had robbed. I've heard of it before. The leader of this operation, who was also the team leader of Li Ming's team, narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Some of their larger settlements would have walls like this to defend against attacks. So this really could be Su Bai's shelter. In fact, he had never actually seen those large settlements. Because his team is actually quite weak, so when they are assigned tasks, they are usually sent to places where there are basically no people. As for the information about the wall props, he learned it accidentally when he was chatting with the leaders of all the teams. At this moment, the leader's eyes were fixed on Su Bai's shelter, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although his abilities are not strong, he still has the heart of a strong man. So he actually led the team on this operation secretly, and did not report it to the organization. Otherwise, he would definitely not be here this time. If he wants to stand out and live an upper-class life, he doesn't know when that will take. Now all we need to do is take over Su Bai's shelter, and all the resources that Su Bai has stored will be ours. Not to mention the captain, even their boss may not have as much supplies as himself. Thinking of this, the leader's smile became even more unbridled. Team leader? The team members around him noticed the leader's strange behavior and spoke up to remind him. What should we do next? Ahem, wait and see what happens. I'll think of a solution. The leader coughed awkwardly a few times, and then his brain began to frantically think of countermeasures. He turned around and saw that this time, in order to have the best chance of capturing Su Bai, all members of the team had been dispatched. But even so, there are actually only 8 of them, including the newly joined Li Ming. Moreover, their weapons are basically cold weapons, and even Li Ming doesn't have any weapons. The only hot weapons of the entire team were a double-barreled shotgun in his hand and a pistol in the hand of the deputy captain. Bullets are not abundant. Therefore, a frontal attack is unlikely to work. The leader looked around, and suddenly, the blood-red sunlight reflected from the ground gave him an idea. Although their firepower is weak, they can take advantage of the weather. It is a blood moon now, and there will definitely be wild beast attacks tonight. They just need to take advantage of the beast's attack and sneak in, and Su Bai's shelter will be easily captured. Thinking of this, the leader couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, I'm such a genius! Li Ming glanced at the captain beside him with a strange look, muttering to himself. Is this captain reliable? Why does he seem not so smart? But having said that, Li Ming didn't dare to really speak, and could only listen to the leader talking about the plan. Well, at least the plan sounds good, let's wait for now. Okay, everyone eat something to warm up first. After the leader finished explaining his genius plan, he began to distribute food. He even gave everyone a bottle of hot water. These foods were seized when they just completed the mission. For some reason, there were 2 shelters that looked quite good but no one was there, and there were even abundant supplies inside. They rushed here after spending a lot of time dismantling the shelter. They even only knew the approximate location at the beginning, and it took them a long time to find the shelter on their bikes. As a result, the leader was already starving. According to normal procedures, after completing a task, they actually need to go back to submit items and report. But this time he came to Su Bai's shelter secretly, and if he wants to come out again, he must have a reason. It will be difficult to explain then. So now they can only wait here until dark. Fortunately, we have the supplies we just harvested, so it shouldn't be a problem to hold on for a short period of time. The sky gradually darkened. Why haven't these 2 lazy pigs woken up yet? Lin Wei looked at the table full of dishes prepared by Murong Qi and rushed towards Su Bai's room angrily. Bang bang bang. The knock on the door woke Su Bai up from his sweet dream. Who is it? Su Bai rubbed his sleepy eyes, walked to the door, and opened it. The biting cold wind made Su Bai sober up instantly. He immediately pulled Lin Wei in and closed the door. It seems that life has been too good recently, and I even thought I had returned to a normal life. Su Bai took a sip of hot water, and his body gradually recovered. Lin Wei looked at Su Bai in front of her face slightly flushed, and she didn't know what to say. Originally, When he walked to Su Bai's door, he was ready to have a good talk with Su Bai about his daily routine and concept of time. But when Su Bai pulled him into the room, all the lines he had prepared seemed to have disappeared. Now her mind was blank. "What's up?" Su Bai looked at Lin Wei, who was sitting on the stool without saying a word, with a slightly puzzled look in his eyes. "This sister couldn't have woken me up just to tease me. Oh, by the way, Murongchi has prepared dinner, let's go to her place and eat." Lin Wei suddenly remembered her mission and immediately looked at Su Bai. "It's already this late, okay, let's go now." Su Bai glanced at the time and found that he had slept until almost dark. It turns out that sleeping in a warm environment is comfortable. He usually slept with his clothes on, so he simply put on his coat and went out with Lin Wei. "Brother Su Bai, are you awake too?" As soon as I went out, Zhang Yi's voice rang out. Su Bai quickly greeted him. But when he looked up at Zhang Yi, he found that the other person's eyes seemed to be looking at him and Lin Wei in an ambiguous way. "It's bad, it's a misunderstanding." "Brother Yi, you misunderstood." Su Bai was a little amused and helpless. People saw him and Lin Wei walking out of the room with their own eyes. He was now speechless. "Oh, I understand. I understand everything." Zhang Yi actually made a gesture that he understood, which made Su Bai even more helpless. Then he looked at Lin Wei. Lin Wei's face was slightly red. She didn't say anything. She just walked quickly to Murongchi's shelter, opened the door, and went in. This scene made the smile on Zhang Yi's face even brighter. Su Bai took a look and didn't say anything else. It would be better to let Lin Wei explain herself for a while. "Brother, why haven't they been attacked by wild beasts yet?" The younger brother beside the leader was already shivering with cold. But the leader was not in a much better condition and could only rub his hands continuously. "Hold on, it should be here soon." 63. Tit for tat. "Brother Su Bai, should we try to build a gate?" While eating, Zhang Yi suddenly thought of something and looked up at Su Bai. Hearing Zhang Yi's reminder, Su Bai slapped his thigh. "Good God, I really forgot about this matter completely. I was able to stay awake in the morning only because of the enthusiasm and excitement. But this enthusiasm is not very effective. As they installed the walls piece by piece, that energy was gone. When Su Bai finished building the last wall, the sleepy feeling seemed to be able to swallow him up completely, without leaving even a single bone or residue. How could I remember the gate at that time? I'll see if there are any relevant drawings now." While Su Bai was eating, he opened the system menu. Fortunately, the system menu is semi-transparent in front of my eyes, so it doesn't affect my eating. Open the exchange. Search for gate-related terms. In just a moment, a whole gate of information appeared in front of Su Bai's eyes, making him even forget to eat for a moment. For sale, wooden gate production drawings. Price, wood *10 or modeled iron block *2. This one is cheap, but its defensive power is probably not strong, and my main defensive target now is not beasts, but humans. With Bing Bing around, they don't have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts for a short period of time. If there is an invasion now, it is most likely an attack by humans, and defenses like wooden doors, which have low defense and serious defects, have now almost been completely eliminated. Anyone who has survived to this day will have some resources and equipment. A wooden door can be completely burned down by a fire, and there is no time to repair it. So this kind of situation can basically be passed directly. Su Bai didn't notice it before, but now looking carefully, he found that the production drawings of these doors are all wooden doors. Nothing else at all? "Brother Bai, how are you? Have you seen anything suitable?" Murongchi's voice interrupted Su Bai's thoughts, and he looked through the system menu. I saw Murongchi holding a piece of meat and putting it in his bowl. His voice was as soft as if he was afraid of disturbing himself. This moment made Lin Wei on the side look ugly. "Do something in front of me." Lin Wei immediately picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Su Bai's bowl. Su Bai looked at the scene in front of him and was speechless. He swallowed the words he was holding back and was about to speak to persuade the two of them, but before he could speak, another piece of meat was added to the bowl. "Brother Bai, you worked hard last night. Eat more to replenish your body." Murongchi glanced at Lin Wei with some displeasure, then looked at Shinshio with a smile. You must have been exhausted last night. Eat more. Lin Wei was not to be outdone, and another piece of meat was added to Su Bai's bowl. Seeing this, Murong-chi narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, but he still exuded an inexplicable sense of danger. Brother Bai, don't just eat meat, eat some vegetables, you need a balanced diet. Along with Murong-chi's chopsticks, a piece of lettuce also fell into Su Bai's bowl. The huge leaves spread out, and even completely covered Su Bai's entire bowl. Lin Wei gritted her teeth and immediately picked up a piece of vegetable with her chopsticks. Eat more! She didn't even know what to say, so she simply stopped talking and just stared at Murong-chi viciously. Murong-chi did not back down, and the two of them started to confront each other at the dinner table. Well, I actually contributed last night as well. Zhang Yi didn't want the two girls to pick food for him, but he had to watch helplessly as the two girls stuffed a table of food into Su Bai's bowl. He was afraid that if this continued, he would soon only be able to eat white rice. Murong-chi glanced at Zhang Yi, seeming a little embarrassed, but did not say anything, just retracted his aggressive gaze. Lin Wei didn't care so much. She immediately turned around and looked at Zhang Yi, then said, "Eat it yourself." But after saying this, she lowered her head and started eating. This made Zhang Yi smile bitterly. Why is there such a big difference in the treatment between me and my brother Su Bai? But even though he lamented, Zhang Yi did not have any dissatisfaction with Su Bai. Instead, he admired Su Bai's charm. It was obvious that both girls had a crush on Su Bai. Even someone as slow-witted as him could see it, but he, Su Bai's younger brother, seemed to not understand it at all. He felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that he would have to find an opportunity to have a good talk with brother Su Bai about this matter in the future. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief as he saw that the war seemed to be coming to an end. He looked at his already towering rice bowl with some helplessness, picked up a leaf and took a bite, saying, "I just took a look at the doors, and they are almost all wooden doors. The wooden door doesn't seem to be very good. The flaws are too obvious." Zhang Yi looked up immediately after hearing Su Bai's words. "Well, brother Yi is right. I thought of that, so although this door is very cheap, it definitely does not meet the defense level we require." Su Bai took a bite of rice and spoke again. "But I haven't found a suitable door yet, so I'll have to take a closer look later." Unfortunately, Su Bai couldn't find a suitable door after searching the entire exchange. The only steel gate that looked decent had an extremely terrifying price, and they were currently unable to obtain the required materials, so Su Bai had no choice but to close the system menu. While he was talking to the others present, Murong-chi lowered his head to eat, his eyes seeming to be thinking about something. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he looked up at Su Bai. "Brother Bai, why don't you consider asking the Huaxia Alliance? If they have it, the price should be more reasonable compared to the exchange." "Yeah, that makes sense." After Su Bai finished the last bite of his meal, he immediately opened the private message list. "Captain Zhou, do you have any extra doors? If you have a suitable one, the price is negotiable." But this time, Zhou Jiangwo did not reply to him immediately. "Well, what did Captain Zhou say?" Zhang Yi watched Zhang Yi send the message and waited for a moment but didn't speak, so he spoke out of curiosity. "He hasn't replied to me yet. I'm afraid he's busy with other things." Su Bai shrugged at Zhang Yi, then stood up and started to clean up the dishes. "Although I am lazy and often push the work to Lin Wei and Murong-chi, it is not good to just ignore everything." But just as he walked to the sink, a private message interrupted his actions. "Brother Su Bai, I just asked someone to look for it, and there really is one more. 64 Gate." Su Bai looked at Zhou Jiangwo's reply and his eyes lit up slightly. Based on his understanding of Zhou Jiangwo, if it was just rubbish like a wooden door, Zhou Jiangwo would never take it out to trade with him. After all, he is the captain of the Huaxia Alliance, so he still has to maintain some appearance. Before Su Bai could react, Zhou Jiangwo sent another private message. "It is the detailed information of an item. Prop name, Iron Gate drawing *1. Introduction. After learning, you can build an iron gate with medium defense, but it can be repaired during the defense process." After seeing the detailed information, Su Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this the effect he wants? If the defense is too strong, it would probably need a more advanced type of gate, which is simply impossible to make at present. Those that are too low level will be like wooden doors with insufficient defense, and may even have some fatal flaws. The one that Zhou Jiangwo sent to him just made up for the shortcomings at both ends. And it can also be repaired during the defense process. What does this mean? If the external attack is not fierce and you are defending inside, as long as there are enough materials, this door can be said to have infinite durability. This is the attribute that really makes Su Bai excited. "Brother Su Bai, how is it? Did I show you something good?" Zhang Yi, who was helping at the side, saw Su Bai's expression and guessed something, but he still asked. "Well, Brother Yi, I'll send it to you to see." After hearing what Zhang Yi said, Su Bai did not hesitate. Immediately open the private chat interface and forward the message. This system is quite convenient and can perform almost all the functions of the chat software in the previous world. This also made Su Bai give a little praise in his heart. "This is a good one. I think he's the one." After seeing the prop's information forwarded by Su Bai, Zhang Yi also showed a satisfied look. This prop almost perfectly meets their needs. When Su Bai saw Zhang Yi's expression, he immediately nodded and opened Zhou Jiangwo's chat window. "Captain Zhou, this is it. You can tell me the price." In fact, Su Bai didn't have an accurate understanding of the price of this kind of thing. This thing is difficult to estimate. You may say it is very rare, but as you can tell from the introduction, the quality of this thing is not very high, and I am afraid it will not last long. With the continuous upgrading of everyone's equipment, and the increasingly bad weather, this gate will soon be out of service. But if you say it is not rare, it is not available in the exchange, which means that not many of them will be available. Even if they are available, they will probably be sold out by all major alliances. Ordinary retail investors have almost no chance to buy it. Su Bai actually understood that on the one hand, the alliance also needed to use walls and gates to separate different areas, and the demand was much higher than that of ordinary retail investors. On the other hand, if something with a low output rate but a certain demand can be controlled by the alliance, it can also promote retail investors to join the alliance to a certain extent. And the most important point is that Su Bai basically approved of Zhou Jiangwo's character after several collaborations. It's not like he's a saint, but the prices he gives are all very fair, sometimes even a little higher than the market price. It was obviously to give Su Bai a good impression, and it was also a means to win over Su Bai. But Su Bai doesn't reject it. This thing was actually obtained by chance. "We don't need it anymore. 50 pieces of coal will do." News about Zhou Jiangwo soon spread. But when Su Bai looked at the news in front of him, he was a little amused. This is really a friendly price. Even if I can't estimate the exact value of this thing, 50 pieces of coal are enough to get rid of it, which is a bit too little. Su Bai silently calculated in his heart, then agreed to Zhou Jiangwo's suggestion. "You have received supplies from your friend Zhou Jiangwo, Iron Gate Blueprint *1. Looking at the drawings that were sent directly in front of him, Su Bai was slightly stunned. But then I saw another message from Zhou Jiangwo. "I'll send it to you directly. It's more convenient than trading." Looking at the message, Su Bai smiled and shook his head. He trusts me enough. Then he took out 200 coal and clicked send. Su Bai is not such an ungrateful person. The price of these 50 pieces of coal is obviously far lower than the market price. Moreover, the other party trusts him so much, he can't really just give him 50. Besides, the daily output of the coal mine is currently 1,500, so giving an extra 150 won't matter. Huaxia Alliance Headquarters. "What do you think? I said that Brother Su Bai has good character." Zhou Jiangwo took out the coal he had received with a smile. The other people around looked at each other, seeming a little surprised. Most people would not ask for more after getting such a favorable price, but Su Bai insisted on giving so much more. If converted according to market price, it might even be a little more. This was something they had not expected. "So I said, if we failed to win him over, it will be a loss for our Huaxia Alliance." Zhou Jiangwo's voice rang out in the conference hall, but this time, no one spoke up to refute it. Everyone remained silent. After obtaining the drawings, Su Bai immediately chose to study. Then the production interface was opened immediately. Iron Gate, required materials, iron block *105/10, wood asterisk 572/10, nails asterisk 4/5. Well, the materials required are not much. Su Bai took a quick look and found that there were still a lot of iron blocks and wood left in his backpack, but there was one nail missing. Without hesitation, I immediately opened the exchange and bought one at random without even looking at the price. Although supplies are precious in the end times, he is now more or less a rich man, and there is no need for him to worry too much about such small amounts of money. Start of production. Consumable materials: iron block asterisk 10, wood asterisk 10, nails asterisk 5. Manufacturing is successful, get iron gate asterisk 1. Then an iron door appeared in the backpack. Su Bai immediately put down the half-washed bowl in his hand and ran out to start installing it. Brother, I'm almost dying. How about we just rush in? In the snow in the distance, several dark shadows were hiding behind some trees and shivering. That's fine too. In fact, the leader was almost unable to bear the cold, and originally planned to wait for the wild beasts to attack so that he could reap the benefits. But now they have been waiting for half a day, not to mention the beasts, there is not even a hare. This made them somewhat depressed. But just when the leader was about to lead his men to attack, the frightened voice of his younger brother was heard. Brother, no. It's bad. They installed an iron door. 65 Farewell wine. Although I was almost frozen into a popsicle, I still tried hard to straighten my tongue and speak. When the leader heard this, he immediately got up in a hurry. Damn it! Feelings of frustration and anger filled his mind at this moment. I have been waiting here for so long, but not only did the beast not come to attack, but I actually waited for someone to bang down the door. What a fucking bad luck! The leader took one look at his younger brother who was stumbling on the ground and shivering with cold, and his expression turned a little grim. The warm supplies they had looted earlier had basically been squandered by them. Now there was only a bottle of hot water left in his backpack. Big brother, how about we go back first? The younger brother looked up at his boss, his eyes filled with desire. He really missed his bed and quilt. Even though the house is not very warm, at least I can have a good rest. Moreover, compared to the freezing cold weather now, my little house can even be considered a paradise on earth. But the leader's face did not look good. Go back? After receiving the mission, I sneaked into Su Bai's shelter. Moreover, in order to find the right time to attack, he had already used up the supplies that were originally required to be handed over, and there was almost nothing left. Let him go back now. Isn't that courting death? The people above won't let him off easily. But if he is asked to attack directly, how can he do that with the limited equipment he has? If the other party wanted to kill them, even if they broke the iron gate open, the people inside would not be able to be dealt with by their group of defeated soldiers. They would probably be sitting ducks at that time. Thinking of this, the leader's face became even uglier. Li Ming looked at the leader's expression, and his face gradually became ugly. Finished. After he joined this organization, he has been waiting for an opportunity to turn things around. The reason why he secretly told the team leader about Su Bai was to take a gamble, to gamble on his chance to turn things around and take down Su Bai. But now it seems that my chances of winning the bet are a little slim. This silly captain doesn't seem very smart. But the Black Snake has a strict hierarchy, and anyone who dares to overstep the boundaries will be executed on the spot. In Li Ming's eyes, this is a real gangster. Of course, he himself does not reject this kind of organization, and even feels that it is relatively free. But the prerequisite is that your boss is a normal person, or in other words, you are the one in power. Thinking of this, Li Ming's eyes were once again filled with ambition. But now everyone was tortured by the cold wind and no one could pay attention to him. Brother, let's go ahead. Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at the leader. In fact, he could probably guess a little about the leader's actions and inner thoughts. If I go back now, he will definitely not agree. So now all we need to do is give a little push, and the leader will definitely agree to a direct attack. If we can attack directly, that would be great, and I can completely complete the previous plan. But if I fail, unfortunately, it doesn't matter, I have other plans. Li Ming had just completed this plan in his mind. Even prepared for it. So he spoke. Since the leader can't make up his mind, he might as well give it a push. Yes, yes, big brother, let's go! Just after Li Ming spoke, another younger brother also echoed. He was also almost unable to bear the cold, but compared to the previous little brother, he was more radical. After all, he used to be a gangster, and it was common for him to carry a machete and smash things up. The leader listened to Li Ming and his younger brothers, his eyes struggling slightly, as if he was considering the gains and losses of this attack. Li Ming looked at the leader's expression and secretly complained in his heart that this man was really fussy and indecisive. No wonder he was still just a small team leader after such a long time. Brother, I think we should go for it. At this moment, the vice captain also spoke. In fact, he knew everything the leader had done, and he had the same concerns as the leader. But at this point, escaping is definitely useless. There are only two options: either go up and fight with Su Bai and the others, or go back and be dealt with by the Black Snake's people. After all, they had already squandered all the mission supplies, and the remaining house hearts were not enough to buy their lives. If you stick your head out, you'll get hurt too, so you might as well just fight it out. After hearing the deputy captain's words, the hesitation and entanglement in the leader's eyes finally disappeared. In fact, he understands the truth. But this is what happens when people get entangled, not to mention that he has a serious procrastination problem. But when he makes up his mind, he does it without hesitation. Brothers, let's drink this bottle of water, let's start drinking. The leader straightened his frozen tongue and spoke while taking out the last bottle of hot water from his backpack. This was originally his last resort to save his life, but now that he has decided to go for it, there is no need to hide it. The leader quickly opened the lid, took a big gulp, and then handed it to the deputy captain. The deputy captain was slightly stunned when he saw the water handed to him by the leader, but then he understood what the captain meant, took a sip, and passed it to the next younger brother. Li Ming was stunned at the scene in front of him. What is this for? So this is taking water as a farewell drink? But other people drink from a jar of wine in different cups, so what's going on when a group of people are passing a bottle of water around to drink? But just as Li Ming was stunned, the water bottle had already been passed in front of him. Li Ming subconsciously looked back, wanting others to drink first, or even drink it all up. He was very disgusted by the idea of a group of grown men drinking water from the same bottle. But to his disappointment, it seemed that he was the last one. Everyone was looking at him at this moment, waiting for him to take the last sip. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Li Ming had no choice but to take the bottle. Looking at the vaguely visible water on the mouth of the bottle, and thinking of the water mixed with the saliva of so many people in front of him, he began to feel a little nauseous. Especially when he thought that these people were all men, he felt an even stronger sense of nausea that made him feel nauseous. But even so, Li Ming did not dare to show it. If I show my strength now, I'm afraid these people will kill me first. Damn! I'm going to fight. Li Ming made up his mind, closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and poured all the remaining water into his mouth. But in his heart he kept cursing. Su Bai, all this is thanks to you. I won't let you go easily. 66. Break the door. Bang! Su Bai, who had just finished installing the door and was coming back to wash dishes, suddenly heard a muffled sound. The sound of the door? Su Bai looked back, but he was not sure. After all, he only thought about it. Brother Bai, someone is knocking on the door. Just when Su Bai was confused, Murung Chi's head popped in from the door of his shelter, confirming that what he had just heard was not an illusion. Su Bai immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his hands and walked out immediately. Who is it? Someone is coming to the gate that has just been installed? Lin Wei also poked her head out from her shelter. But as soon as she stuck her head out and said something, a gust of cold wind blew directly into her collar, and a chill instantly ran through her from head to toe. Then he immediately closed the shelter and went back to put on his down jacket. Su Bai glanced at Lin Wei and shook his head, feeling helpless. Brother Su Bai, did you hear that just now? Zhang Yi also walked out of the shelter, even holding his sniper rifle in his hand. The one knocking at the door at this point is most likely not a wild beast. Moreover, anyone who is still wandering outside during the blood moon is either desperate or a desperado. It is necessary to make adequate defensive preparations when you are not sure of the other party's identity. Bing Bing also walked out of the room yawning at this moment, which made Su Bai and Zhang Yi look at it with some curiosity. The little guy has been sleeping since he came back from eating his fill last time. Originally they thought Bing Bing was just sleepy, after all, she had been out working. But the little guy showed no sign of waking up. Fortunately, Bing Bing's breathing was normal, so they felt relieved. Moreover, they had never seen a creature like the ice beast before coming to this world, so it seems understandable that the little guy has a different schedule from normal animals. Su Bai looked at Bing Bing, who came out, and raised his eyebrows. The little guy seems to have grown up a little. Zhang Yi also noticed it and looked at Su Bai. Has Bing Bing grown up again? I think so too. Before Su Bai could answer, Murongqi on the side spoke first. Girls are more sensitive. Su Bai just guessed that Bing Bing had grown up, because there was not much change compared to before. Maybe he remembered it wrong. Murongqi clearly felt that Bing Bing had grown bigger. At this moment, Bing Bing came out staggering, with a hazy sleepiness in her eyes, as if she had been woken up by someone. Outside the door. What are you doing? The leader saw one of his little brothers just arriving at the gate, and kicked him directly. I was just thinking of kicking the door in. After rolling on the ground due to the reaction force, the younger brother quickly got up, patted the snow off his body, and smiled embarrassedly. Isn't that how it's played out in the movies? Li Ming looked at his teammates beside him, his eyes filled with despair. What kind of teammate is this? We are just trying to survive, brother. You still think you are the protagonist of the movie? Of course, Li Ming didn't dare to really say this. In terms of seniority, he is the youngest one. After all, he has only joined for a few days. Are you stupid? This is not your movie. Doors have defense values and durability. The leader was a little angry at this moment, and he went up and slapped the younger brother on the head. Is this kicking the door? This is clearly stomping on your own face. How could my teammates be so brainless? If everyone present was not from his team, he would even want to explain that this guy was actually here for an internship in his team. However, Li Ming glanced at the leader secretly, and after seeing the constantly changing expressions on the other's face, he also had doubts in his heart. You still complain about it, you are not much better than your good teammates. Brother, let's aim our guns at the door lock and shoot. That's probably the place with the lowest defense. Fortunately, the deputy captain spoke up in time and put an end to the farce. The deputy captain's timely response also made Li Ming look at him more highly. It seems that there are still normal people in this team, but it's a pity that they don't have the highest say. Otherwise, this team would not have fallen to this point. Come! The leader glared at the team member, then turned and nodded to his deputy captain. He then took out his double-barreled shotgun and began loading bullets into the chamber. In fact, the leader is quite confident about the deputy captain. This guy's advice is generally pretty solid. But he always refuted himself and made himself embarrassed, which made the leader somewhat unhappy. This is also the reason why the vice captain has not been promoted. A rigid hierarchy can more easily constrain people, but it can also have such negative effects. Li Ming shook his head and sighed softly. Snap! After the shotgun bullets were loaded, the deputy captain raised his pistol and aimed at the keyhole. Bang! A loud gunshot instantly alerted several people in the yard. Bing Bing reacted the fastest. He immediately looked towards the door with his teeth bared, and his low roar expressed his dissatisfaction. Su Bai immediately looked at the durability of the gate. 1000/2000. Wow, who is that person outside? I killed him with just one shot. Is this going to be another shot in return? Su Bai didn't have time to explain. He immediately opened the menu and chose repair. Consumable materials, wood *3, iron block *3, nail *1, repair the iron gate successfully. As the system prompt sounded, the durability of the door was instantly restored to full. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the door had become durable again. The situation is now clearer. The people outside are not survivors, but robbers. He had no idea of the robbers' situation, and if he rashly opened the door to fight them, it would likely result in the annihilation of his entire group. So to be on the safe side, it is better not to open the door for the time being and observe the movements outside. Brother Su Bai, how about I go out and take a look? Johnny looked at the gate solemnly. Although it had been repaired, the other party still had the opportunity to rush in at any time. As he was a special forces soldier, he was highly skilled and courageous, so he planned to go out and test the situation first. Of course, he was not reckless. The opponent did not break down the door directly at one time, which meant that they did not have many hot weapons. Even if he was surrounded, he could still escape safely with his own skills. No, Brother E, wait and see. Su Bai shook his head slightly, and raised his hand to stop Zhang Yi's proposal. Seeing Su Bai's expression, Zhang Yi did not insist. Because he knew that the Su Bai he knew would never do anything meaningless. Lin Wei had just come out of the shelter when she heard a loud gunshot, which made her shrink her head into her down jacket. Su Bai, what should we do now? 6-7, only 6? Outside the door at this moment. Brother, no. The younger brother next to him watched as the leader and the deputy captain fired at the same time, but the gate did not move at all, and his eyes suddenly became anxious. Let's try again. The leader ignored his younger brother. At this moment, he was feeling a little upset. He had planned everything perfectly, but now all his plans had been ruined because of this door. Now all the supplies have been used up. He doesn't even dare to think about what will happen to them if they fail to break through the door. It's okay, big brother. The durability probably hasn't been reset. Let's keep shooting and try again. The deputy captain was relatively calm. He did not panic after seeing this situation. He just reminded the leader to reload the bullets. The disadvantages of a double-barreled shotgun are actually very obvious. The effective shooting distance is short, and it needs to be reloaded after firing a shot. The continuous shooting speed is extremely slow. But his advantage is also very obvious, that is, it is powerful, and the power is quite great. So under normal circumstances, this kind of door should be easily broken open with just a few shots. This is also the reason why the deputy captain is not panicked. Okay, let's try again. The leader glanced at the deputy captain, nodded vigorously, and spoke viciously. Inside the shelter walls. Brother Bai, do you have any good plans? Murongchi glanced at the door with lingering fear, as if he was afraid that the door would not be able to withstand the force and be broken open. It's not really a plan. Su Bai squinted at the door, then took out a ladder from his backpack. Brother E, I have to guard the gate and repair it at any time. Please climb up from the corner next to it, and take a look at the situation. Don't worry. Zhang Yi took Su Bai's ladder, turned around and walked towards the wall. Is this okay? I hope we won't be discovered. Lin Wei was obviously a little worried. It's definitely better than just opening the door and going out. Su Bai shrugged. Bang! But before he could continue speaking, another loud gunshot was heard outside. The gate's health dropped by half again in an instant. The noise startled Lin Wei again, and she looked towards the door with fear in her eyes. It's okay, don't worry. But what Lin Wei didn't expect was that Murongchi, who always confronted her, actually reached out and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Compared to Lin Wei, Murongchi's expression was much calmer. After all, he is a player on the red list. Even though he is the last one, he is still much stronger than most people in this world. Faced with this situation, although I felt uneasy, I was not too panicked. Because she also knew that at such a critical moment, the more panicked one was, the more likely problems would arise. Lin Wei raised her head and looked at Murongchi's profile. Although she still felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart, she was no longer panicked. At times like this, it is really crucial for someone to lend a hand. Su Bai did not hesitate and immediately opened the system menu to repair the door, restoring its durability to full level. Zhang Yi looked back and Su Bai didn't say anything, just nodded silently. After receiving a positive answer, Zhang Yi no longer hesitated. After setting up the ladder, he carefully stuck his head out to take a look. But when he saw the people standing outside, he was stunned for a moment. Originally, Zhang Yi had already thought that there was a whole robbery gang outside. After all, it is a blood moon now. If there are too few people and they are unlucky enough to encounter a group of wild beasts, they will probably die on the spot. But the situation outside now surprised him a little. Who are these people? Zhang Yi thought about it carefully, seemed a little uncertain, and stretched his head to take a look again. Outside the wall. Damn, why is this broken door so hard? The leader cursed and reloaded his bullets. He failed to break the door open twice and was a little panicked at this moment. If the next few shots could break the door open, it would be fine. But if not, they would probably be doomed. The faces of the younger brothers around him were also a little ugly at this moment. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. In this situation, the cold weapons in their hands are of no use, and can't even play any role. I can only place all my hopes on my elder brother. Try again. The deputy captain's face also looked a little ugly at this moment. Under normal circumstances, even if it was an iron gate, their 2 rounds of salvos should be able to break it open. The damage should be enough. But now, there was no movement at all from this broken iron gate. Li Ming looked at the situation in front of him, and his expression became a little unnatural. When I secretly told Captain Su Bai's information, he was extremely arrogant, and patted his chest to assure me that he could easily control Su Bai. But now I can't even get into someone's house. What can I do? Thinking of this, Li Ming's eyes flickered and he didn't know what he was thinking. Zhang Yi looked for a while and then returned to the yard. Brother Yi, what's the situation outside? When Su Bai saw Zhang Yi coming back, he hurriedly asked about the situation. Although he was not panicking in this situation, it was impossible to say that he was not worried at all. After all, I am not alone now, there are so many people around me. Brother Yi, don't keep us in suspense. How many people are there outside? Murongqi looked at Zhang Yi's strange expression and suddenly became anxious, so he immediately asked. There won't be everyone outside. Lin Wei almost shrunk her head into her down jacket and looked at Zhang Yi with lingering fear. Her frightened eyes seemed to have prepared for the worst. In fact, there were only 6 people outside, and only 2 of them had guns. Zhang Yi scratched his head, looked at the people in front of him and spoke. 6? When Su Bai heard Zhang Yi explain the situation, his eyes looked a little strange. What's going on? He had even prepared for the worst-case scenario. If the place was really full of people, he would try to get help. But now Zhang Yi says there are only 6 people? This made him feel a little amused and helpless. Only 6? Look, I'm going to teach them a lesson. Lin Wei, who was originally scared to death, heard this and the fear in her eyes instantly disappeared. She waved her little fists and was ready to rush out to have a good talk with the people outside. Don't get excited. The people outside have guns. If you go out, you'll probably be killed on the spot. Su Bai quickly grabbed Lin Wei, who wanted to rush out and fight with the opponent. Now the situation has become clear. The people outside cannot actually pose a fatal threat to them. But the current situation is still not optimistic. After all, the other side also has hot weapons. If we rush out or open the door directly, they may hurt our people. Therefore, the specific plan still needs to be carefully considered. 68. A bloodless plan. Bang! Gunshots rang out again. The gate was damaged again. Su Bai took a look and repaired it again. But this time, he no longer had the worries he had before. Because this was the 3rd attack, the extent of damage to the gate was exactly the same each time. In other words, the people outside used all their firepower from the beginning, and this kind of attack cannot be launched at a high frequency. This gave Su Bai plenty of time to repair the gate. And now, combined with what Zhang Yi saw during his investigation, he can basically judge that the 6 people outside are just a small robbery gang, but he doesn't know why they came to cause trouble for him. Outside the wall. What's going on? Is the durability of this door a bit high? The leader looked a little grim at this moment. The hardness of the door in front of him was beyond his understanding. If it weren't for the extremely cold weather, he would probably have been sweating profusely on his forehead. Now that the gate cannot be broken open, all they can do is wait for death. The deputy captain also looked pale at this moment. What kind of door is this? After firing so many shots, how come there is no sign of damage? Before he started shooting, he actually thought about just using a battering ram to knock down the door one by one, just like he did when he broke into the shelter's door, so as to save bullets. But after thinking about it, he finally decided to just use a gun to shoot the door open so that he could rush in quickly and gain the upper hand. But now, let alone seizing the initiative, I can't even get through the door. Fortunately, I didn't choose to use a sledgehammer to break down the door, otherwise who knows how long it would take. But what should I do now? For a moment, the deputy captain was undecided. The younger brothers around were looking at each other, not knowing what to do. A group of people came with great ambition to rob Su Bai, but they never thought that they would be in such a mess now. The expressions of his men also made the leader feel a little embarrassed. Go on, I want to see how long this broken door can last. Then he immediately called the deputy captain and started shooting again. Bang! Gunshots rang out again, and the durability of the gate dropped by half again. Su Bai silently repaired the door. Brother Su Bai, why don't you consider opening the door and subduing them? Faced with Zhang Yi's proposal, Su Bai was actually somewhat tempted. Because the opponent's overall strength is not strong, if we fight head-on, there is a high probability that we can subdue the opponent. But this is only the high probability. What about the remaining small probability? It is impossible that our team will be wiped out, but it is still possible that the girls on our side will be captured and taken hostage by them during the chaos. He still remembers clearly how Murongchi was taken hostage not long ago. So Su Bai doesn't want to take this risk now. Brother Bai, this won't do any good. We can't keep repairing the gate like this. Murongchi looked at Su Bai and seemed to know Su Bai's worries, so he spoke. Don't worry, we will take care of ourselves. Lin Wei also came up with an assist at this moment. However, compared to comforting Su Bai, she was now more eager to try and subdue the robbers herself. Su Bai looked at the three people around him and chuckled. Don't worry, I already have a solution. You don't have to risk your life. After listening to Su Bai's words, Zhang Yi was a little confused. What else can we do if we don't fight hard? We can't just let them keep demolishing like this. Murongchi and Lin Wei also nodded repeatedly, obviously agreeing with Zhang Yi's doubts. But Su Bai just glanced at Bing Bing and spoke slowly. That's the key element of this plan. Bing Bing? The three of them were even more confused at this moment. Bing Bing is still young, do you have the heart to throw it out to kill the enemy? Lin Wei glanced at Bing Bing, as if she had thought of something, and immediately glared at Su Bai. What are you thinking? Why would I throw it away? Su Bai looked at Lin Wei helplessly and continued to explain. It is a blood moon now. The characteristic of a blood moon is that you will be attacked by wild beasts, especially at night. The probability of being attacked is 100%. And the reason why we haven't been attacked is all because of Bing Bing. The three of them had all witnessed Bing Bing's magical, domineering aura. So when looking at Bing Bing at this moment, Zhang Yi was the first to react. Brother Su Bai, do you mean to use the fact that there is a 100% chance of being attacked by wild beasts at night to force those people outside to leave? That's right. Su Bai gave Zhang Yi an appreciative look. Yes, that was his plan. If they just lie on the wall and launch a sneak attack, they can indeed kill everyone outside with almost no injury, but no one here, including Su Bai, wants to cross the bottom line as a human being, so the plan of shooting them directly has to be passed. However, if we open the door directly to defeat the enemy, there will be some risks on our side. So after thinking about it, Su Bai came up with the idea of using wild beasts to force them back. If a wild beast attacked at this moment, they would definitely not be able to deal with it with their equipment, so the only way was to run away. This way we can force them back without any risk. At that time, you don't even need to open the door for the beast at the door. You just need to pick up Bing Bing, and you can easily repel it. You can even get a few treasure chests for free. Following Zhang Yi's explanation, the two girls immediately reacted. As expected of Brother Bai, you are so smart. Murongchi looked at Su Bai with some excitement, and Lin Wei nodded beside him. They reached a rare consensus. Then the question now is how to send Bing Bing away? Zhang Yi looked at Bing Bing, who was looking up at them on the ground, and asked. In fact, he could probably guess that since the gate was blocked, it was unrealistic to just walk out. So the only option is to teleport. Teleport to the Huaxia Alliance. As Su Bai spoke, he opened the private chat interface. Captain Zhou, could you please do me a small favor? I have a pet that I want to leave at your place for half an hour. I'll ask a friend to take it over and let them come back after half an hour. As soon as the message was sent, Zhou Jiangwo replied. No problem, anytime. This was indeed not difficult for Zhou Jiangwo, and he didn't even need to do anything to help Su Bai. There is no reason to refuse. Seeing Zhou Jiangwo's affirmative answer, Su Bai looked at Zhang Yi and took out 2 temporary teleportation devices from his backpack. I have to guard the gate. Brother Yi, thank you for your hard work. Take Bing Bing to stay at the Huaxia Alliance for half an hour. I have already said hello to Captain Zhou. Listening to Su Bai's arrangements, Zhang Yi immediately nodded. No problem. 6-9, where's my car? After getting the plan, Zhang Yi didn't delay and immediately walked towards Bing Bing, wanting to pick her up. Woohoo! Bing Bing saw Zhang Yi and called out to her, stuck out her tongue, and hid behind Su Bai. This scene made Su Bai feel a little amused and helpless. He knew that the little guy would definitely be reluctant to leave him, but for now he could only let it suffer for a while. Bing Bing, be good. Follow Brother Yi to Wuxialian. I'll make you something delicious when you come back. Su Bai squatted down and touched Bing Bing's head. Its fur is very soft and smooth, and always feels great to touch. Oh. Bing Bing squinted her eyes and enjoyed Su Bai's touch. Then she licked Su Bai's hand and walked obediently to Zhang Yi, who then picked Bing Bing up smoothly. My goodness, it's so heavy. This was the first time that Zhang Yi held Bing Bing in his arms and felt her weight. Even though he was a special forces soldier, he found it difficult to adapt for a while. Even though Bing Bing has grown twice as big now, she is still not that big compared to ordinary wild beasts. It can even be said to be very small. But from Zhang Yi's physical sense, such a small appearance is totally inconsistent with its heavy weight. I can only say that it is worthy of being a divine beast. However, despite the complaints, Zhang Yi's men were not idle. The finger is making selections in the system menu. After a moment, the temporary transmission device was activated. In a flash of white light, Zhang Yi and Bing Bing's figures disappeared from the spot. Bang! Another gunshot, the door's durability. 1000/2000. Su Bai hurriedly carried out repairs and the durability was replenished again. In fact, the defense of this door is not high, it can even be said to be a bit low. You should know that the durability of Su Bai's own shelter is as high as 5000, but now this gate has not even half of it. However, being able to repair while under attack is a good feature. At least Su Bai likes it very much. This function is indeed a bit useless when the materials are insufficient. It is a pity to throw it away because it is tasteless. But Su Bai has nothing else but a lot of ingredients, and a lot of them. Even if the enemy keeps shooting like this all night, they may be able to break open the door. However, the leaders and their companions outside were unaware of this at the moment. All they knew was that they fired shot after shot, but the gate didn't move at all. The successive setbacks made them look unhappy. Brother, what should I do? The deputy captain was at a loss at the moment. This would not work. A lowest level team like them can only be allocated a limited number of bullets, and they cannot afford the endless consumption now. The surrounding team members also looked at the captain with eager eyes, and there was clearly a hint of retreat in their eyes. As the sky darkened completely, the temperature dropped again. They didn't know whether they could break down the door next, but if they continued like this, they would definitely freeze to death here. They can barely feel their own bodies anymore. Take the sledgehammer! Try it one last time. There was actually a struggle in the leader's eyes at this moment, for he was well aware of the predicament they were facing. But if they go back like this, they won't be any better off than staying here. If we can't hand in the materials we need to hand in, going back will be no different from rushing to reincarnate. Now we are in a difficult situation. Then he immediately took out a sledgehammer from his backpack and walked towards the gate. The deputy captain looked at the leader and wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he said nothing in the end. He just sighed deeply and walked forward with the sledgehammer. The other team members looked at each other helplessly when they saw this. They had no choice but to pick up their sledgehammers and go together. When Li Ming saw the leader like this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not take out the sledgehammer. Instead, he retreated silently. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were continuous pounding sounds, which made Su Bai in the yard raise his eyebrows. Wow, now you're using sledgehammers instead of guns? The durability of the gate dropped by 100 times, but Su Bai was not worried. What are they doing? Lin Wei stuck her head out and stared at the door, looking a little nervous. It seemed as if he was afraid that the group of people outside the door would suddenly break in. Tear down the door with a sledgehammer. Murong-chi was obviously more experienced and spoke immediately. But compared to Lin Wei, she was obviously more calm and didn't seem worried. Compared to a gun, a sledgehammer saves bullets, but it is not very efficient in demolishing things. It can even be said to be a bit slow. Each blow of the hammer will reduce the durability by 100, and it is quite laborious, so the efficiency is not very high. Of course, this low efficiency is only relative. After all, there are only a few ways to demolish a building, and the least. Su Bai kept an eye on the durability of the gate, and would immediately repair it whenever the durability dropped by about half. Are we just going to let them tear down the door like this? Lin Wei looked at Su Bai. This guy even brought out a stool and sat directly in the yard. Why are you so leisurely? Don't be impatient, the fun has just begun. Su Bai turned around and smiled, then looked at the time. Well, that's about it. I don't know where the howl of a wolf came from. Lin Wei was also slightly stunned. This is a beast? Because of Bing Bing, the fear of being attacked by wild beasts had gradually faded from their lives. But now, Lin Wei felt that the arrival of these beasts was great. They came at the right time. Outside the door. What the hell, what's that sound? It sounds like a wolf howling? No way! How could we be so unlucky? We waited for so long but it didn't come. Now it's here when we're tearing down the door. The beast's attack must be controlled by remote control. The leader looked at the frightened faces of his men and felt inexplicably annoyed. What bullshit are you talking about? Pack up and retreat. He was actually quite unwilling and even felt disgusted. After crawling in the snow for so long, the beast I was waiting for never came, so I was forced to dismantle the door myself. But after dismantling it for a long time, wasting bullets for a long time, and hammering it for a long time, the door didn't move at all. For a moment, he even doubted whether this door was invincible. And now, the beast actually came to the door accurately at this time. It was hard to say whether he was being targeted. But now is not the time to worry about such things. They don't have many bullets left. If they don't leave quickly and the wolves come to kill them, they might die here. He immediately put away the sledgehammer, turned around and prepared to leave with his brothers. But when they walked to the parking lot, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Where is my car that big? 70, just started. The younger brothers looked at each other, panic gradually appearing in their eyes. The car was stolen? What's going on? Countless questions filled the minds of each of them. Li Ming is missing! Someone shouted, and the leader finally reacted and immediately started hacking around. Sure enough, at some point, Li Ming's figure disappeared. Did he steal the car? Thinking of this, the leader's face suddenly turned ugly, and anger filled his chest. Damn it! Don't let me see him! The deputy captain looked at the furious leader and did not dare to speak. He was actually quite helpless. Who could have thought that at such a critical moment, it was his own people who dealt him the fatal blow? Although he had disliked Li Ming before, he didn't say anything. He always reminded himself not to judge people by their appearance. But now it seems that Li Ming is indeed not a good guy. Now the remaining brothers are in panic, and the boss is overwhelmed by anger. I am probably the only one who is relatively sober. But what's the use of being sober? You can't just conjure up a car out of thin air. Woohoo! The sound of the wolves approaching made the furious leader come to his senses and look around. The pairs of scarlet eyes are particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Damn it! Let's fight! The leader pulled out his double-barreled shotgun and fired directly at the wolves. In an instant, 2 wolves were sprayed away and died on the spot. The surrounding wolves took a few steps back upon seeing this, but their eyes were still fixed on them. The deputy captain sighed and took out his pistol. At least, you can't just wait to die like this. In the hospital. Hearing the loud gunshot, Su Bai raised his eyebrows. What is going on? Logically, these guys should have been running for their lives, so why did they start a fight? Did they think they could fight head-on against the mad wolves under the blood moon? There's no need. Su Bai thought about it over and over again but still couldn't figure out the reason. Why are they fighting? Murong-chi was obviously a little confused, as he only needed to retreat. It would be better if they died together with the wolves. Lin Wei glared at the door fiercely and vented her anger. Su Bai looked at Lin Wei's reaction, shrugged and said nothing. If this group of people really overestimate their own abilities and die at the hands of the wolves, it is not something I can do to intervene. I can only say that this is fate. But it's better this way, at least I don't have to be forced to move. No one knows they are here yet. Thinking of this, Su Bai was not in a hurry and still sat on the stool waiting for the end. During this period, there was no movement outside except for some scattered gunshots at the beginning. It is not known whether they escaped successfully or died. But it's none of my business. Su Bai shook his head slightly. At this moment, the gate was attacked again, accompanied by the howling of wolves. It looks like it's over. Then he immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. Just for a moment, white light flashed. Zhang Yi appeared in the yard holding Bing Bing. That's the benefit of having a wall. If there is no wall, the teleportation point can only be outside the shelter door. If your friend is being attacked, you will basically fall into a group of wild beasts. But if there is a wall, the safety factor will increase dramatically. Before Zhang Yi could speak, Bing Bing immediately jumped out of his arms and started roaring at the door. Although the voice was still childish, the wolves outside that were attacking frantically stopped abruptly after this roar. Even the wolf howls turned into wails. Congratulations to the player for successfully resisting the second wave of beast attacks, and rewarded with 4 silver treasure chests. Following the system reminder, 4 more silver treasure chests appeared in the courtyard. Bing Bing turned her head and tilted it towards Su Bai, like a child waiting to be praised. Bing Bing is really amazing. Of course, Su Bai was not stingy with his praise, and he even reached out and touched Bing Bing's head. The little guy made a snoring sound under Su Bai's touch. After playing with it for a while, Su Bai stood up and put the box into his backpack. He still had a lot of boxes that he hadn't opened yet. He originally planned to open them slowly when he had time, but he didn't expect that his home would be attacked. And now is not the time to open the treasure chest, we need to check what is outside the door. Brother Su Bai, what's the situation? Zhang Yi turned and looked at Su Bai. I'm not sure either. Let's go out and take a look. Su Bai looked towards the gate and immediately walked forward. Zhang Yi and 3 others immediately followed, and Bing Bing followed closely behind. Creak. The iron gate slowly opened. The wolves outside had long disappeared. Su Bai walked out of the door and looked around. Brother Bai, look over there! Murong-chi spoke first, and everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Although the red moonlight under the blood moon makes the ground appear red, it is obviously darker there than other places. Be careful. Su Bai took his shotgun out of his backpack, turned on the safety and loaded the gun. The others also took out their weapons. They walked over carefully. As they got closer, they could see clearly that the dark spots on the ground were actually all blood. There were even many corpses lying on the ground. That's them. Zhang Yi looked at the corpse on the ground and spoke slowly without any emotion fluctuation. In his opinion, these people only had themselves to blame. Although he didn't know why these people didn't leave but instead stayed to fight the wolves. Lin Wei looked at the snow that had turned blood red due to being stained with blood, and could not help but cover her mouth with a look of slight fear in her eyes. She had never seen such a tragic scene before. Almost none of the bodies attacked by wolves were intact. Murong-chi glanced at Lin Wei and didn't say anything, but just patted her shoulder to comfort her. Sooner or later you have to adapt to these things. Brother Yi, you saw 6 people at that time, so you must have seen it right. Su Bai observed around, then walked up to Zhang Yi and spoke. It must be correct. I have confirmed it repeatedly. When Zhang Yi heard Su Bai's voice, he answered immediately, but he soon found something wrong. Why are there only 5 bodies here? Su Bai did not continue speaking, but began to carefully check the situation around him. I think I know what's going on. After a moment, Su Bai, who was squatting and observing the ground, stood up and spoke. There are wheel tracks here, so they must have driven here, but now they are left here one person short. After hearing Su Bai's words, Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The missing person drove away in his car. That's right. Su Bai looked somewhat helpless. I thought the trouble was over, but now it seems that the trouble has just begun. 71. Disappearing backpack. Su Bai looked at the situation in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless. In the end, I still couldn't figure out what was going on, and my position was still exposed. Who can I go to for justice? But fortunately, there seems to be something to take. Su Bai looked at the backpacks scattered on the ground. The wolves were obviously not interested in them. Then he picked it up immediately. There's a baby! Lin Wei also found a backpack at this moment and picked it up immediately, with an unconcealable excitement on her face. It seems like there is some treasure hidden here. But as she opened it, her original excitement quickly dissipated like a burst balloon. What? Why is there only a little garbage? Lin Wei took out some wood and a few pieces of iron from her backpack, and nothing else. You have bad character, look at mine. Su Bai raised the backpack in his hand and started teasing. You are a good person, please open something good for me to see. Lin Wei put her hands on her hips, glared at Su Bai, and then spoke. Su Bai looked at Lin Wei, chuckled, and then opened the backpack in his hand. Hee, I asked you to tell me that you still didn't get anything. Su Bai didn't actually say anything, but when Lin Wei saw Su Bai's slightly embarrassed expression, she already knew the result. These people are so poor. Zhang Yi also picked up a backpack and checked it, but he found that the one in his hand was basically empty. The few small materials they had were too expensive for them to even afford at their current financial capacity. Su Bai sighed. He said he could pick up some treasures, but now it seems that there is nothing left, let alone treasures. Brother Bai, don't they still have guns? Murongqi looked around and suddenly turned to speak to Su Bai. Yes. They clearly had guns on them. Su Bai reacted immediately. He had forgotten about this for a while because his home's location was exposed. Then he started looking immediately. But what made him feel helpless was that after searching around, he only found a pistol. And judging from its quality, it didn't seem to be much better than the one he gave to Murongqi. It's a bit tasteless. Apart from this, nothing was found. There are only 4 in the backpack. Zhang Yi threw all the backpacks he had found in front of them. They counted them and found that there were exactly 4. Aren't there 5 of them? Lin Wei was a little confused, so she counted the bodies on the ground again to confirm the number. Yes, there are 5. Where is the other backpack? Su Bai looked up and exchanged a glance with Zhang Yi. They both stopped talking and started looking around. If nothing goes wrong, the last backpack should contain the double-barreled shotgun. But to their surprise, they searched everywhere around them but found nothing. Could it be taken away by the man who escaped? Zhang Yi blew some air onto his hands and rubbed them, obviously feeling the cold. After all, it was still ice and snow here. Even if they were dressed in warm clothes, it could only slow down the loss of temperature. If you stay outside for a long time, you will still feel cold, or even hypothermia. It's possible. Su Bai sighed softly, with a look of slight unwillingness in his eyes. But there is really nothing at the moment. What else can I do if I don't leave? Besides, someone has already escaped, and who knows when he might come back to hunt me down. If we don't find another place to camp, there will be endless troubles. I didn't find it either. Lin Wei was a little listless. The cold weather made her unable to help but curl up in her down jacket. Me too. Murongqi yawned. She had been looking for her backpack from the beginning. In order to prevent any omissions, she even conducted a carpet search within a radius of 100 meters. But even so, still nothing was gained. This inevitably made her a little disappointed. Forget it, it's okay. Let's go back and get some rest tonight. I'm afraid we'll have to move when the blood moon is over. Su Bai sighed and spoke slowly to everyone. He could also see that everyone was a little disappointed. They were blocked at their doorstep late at night, and they finally managed to drive the people away, but they didn't get any spoils. It was indeed a bit disappointing. If that were all, it would be fine, but they have to move because of this, which is the most terrible thing. Not to mention the loss of materials, we even have to travel a long distance to a farther place. Oh. Just when Su Bai was about to leave, Bing Bing suddenly screamed, then ran over and tugged at Su Bai's trouser leg with her mouth. Looking at Bing Bing's reaction, Su Bai seemed to understand something. You mean come here? Hearing Su Bai's question, Bing Bing immediately nodded vigorously, and then pointed in the direction she wanted to go with her head. Seeing this, Su Bai glanced at everyone and followed Bing Bing forward. The cold wind at night blew on Su Bai's body, making him feel cold. At this moment, Bing Bing walked straight into the woods ahead, which was endless darkness. Su Bai originally wanted to go back home. After all, it was too eerie at night. If he encountered any danger, it would be difficult for him to escape in the dark. But he changed his mind and thought that Bing Bing was an ice beast. The wild beasts he had encountered would be scared to death just by hearing his voice, let alone seeing him. Even if they just sensed his presence from a distance, they would take a detour. What danger could there be? There's no way a person would just pop out of the woods. What's more, if there was really danger inside, Bing Bing would never let herself take the risk. After all, Bing Bing and I had used pet binding props. In this world, he may not trust anyone, but he will never distrust the system. So for now, I should be absolutely safe. Thinking of this, Su Bai gradually became bolder. But to be on the safe side, he took out his shotgun from his backpack just in case. Brother Su Bai, I'll go with you. Johnny watched Su Bai and Bing Bing walk into the woods and spoke immediately. It's okay, Brother Yi, you protect them both, I should be back soon. Su Bai turned around and looked at Johnny and began to persuade him. Of course, it's not that Su Bai wants to possess something alone, but there is really no need. Bing Bing did not disappear from his sight for long, and such a short time was not enough for Bing Bing to run too far. So if nothing unexpected happens, I should be back soon. On the contrary, it is not safe for the two girls to stay together alone at the moment, so it would be better to let Chang'e stay and protect them until he comes back. Okay, then you should be careful. Seeing this, Zhang Yi did not insist, but just nodded. 72, you came at the right time. Click. When Su Bai stepped on the ground, even though it was covered with snow, the fragile branches on the ground still made continuous breaking sounds. Bing Bing led the way in front, and would look back from time to time to check if Su Bai had lost her. The blood-red moonlight filtered through the gaps between the trees and scattered onto the ground, dividing the ground into countless blood-red pieces. The coldness in the air made Su Bai frown. Is it an illusion? The weather seems to be colder than before? Su Bai couldn't help but exhale and rub his hands to prevent them from getting frozen so easily. Mild danger, rare item. At this moment, a golden arrow and the familiar golden prompt appeared in front of Su Bai's eyes. Mildly dangerous? Rare items? The items are easy to explain. It is most likely the last backpack lost by the group of people. There should be something in it. But what about this mild danger? This made Su Bai a little confused. You know, because of Bing Bing's existence, almost all the wild beasts will now go around them, but now their system will actually prompt a slight danger. Isn't it a beast? Thinking of this, Su Bai's eyes gradually became solemn, and he immediately took the shotgun that was originally on his back and turned on the safety. If it's not a beast, then it's most likely a human. Click. The sound of branches being broken on the ground was particularly conspicuous in the silent environment. This gave Su Bai a bit of a headache, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. One can only hope that the other person's ears aren't working very well. Bing Bing did not stop and kept walking forward, while Su Bai's arrow kept pointing to the darkness ahead. It was hard for him to imagine what was waiting for him ahead. If it were a human, why wouldn't Bing Bing do anything to remind herself? If it was a wild beast, Bing Bing's ability would fail unless a more powerful beast appeared. However, in that case, it would definitely not be rated as a mild danger by the system. This made Su Bai a little conflicted. If the danger is moderate or even severe, Su Bai will not hesitate to call his teammates to come together, or be more decisive and give up this rare item directly. After all, they have been outside for so long that their body functions have begun to decline. If they encounter a difficult situation, they might be injured or even die. In this high-risk weather of the blood moon, not only are they likely to be attacked at any time, but the cold weather is like a knife on their necks, which can take their lives at any time. In this case, taking risks is definitely the most unwise choice. However, Bingbing's calmness and the slight danger indicated by the system made Su Bai a little crazy. He even wished Bingbing could speak now and tell him what was ahead. Unfortunately, this can only be a wish. Even when Bingbing grows up, he will only be a large ice beast. He has never heard the ice beast that attacked him speak. Forget it, now that I'm here, I might as well move forward and see. Su Bai gripped his shotgun a little tighter and explored forward cautiously. If a danger arises that cannot be resolved, retreat immediately and make plans after returning. The golden arrow was particularly conspicuous in the dark, and even reminded Su Bai that there was danger ahead. This made Su Bai subconsciously slow down his pace again, and he even tried to land his feet as lightly as possible to reduce the sound of the fragile branches being broken. Oops. Bingbing also noticed that Su Bai seemed to be walking slower and slower, so she looked back and urged him on. Is there no danger ahead? Su Bai looked at Bingbing's reaction and was a little confused. Although Bingbing can't speak, he has never doubted her intelligence. If I urge myself like this now, it will probably be that when I find the rare supplies ahead, there will be nothing around. But the system clearly indicated that there was a slight danger, so it could only be that something had run next to the backpack when Bingbing went back to look for her. After all, either Bingbing nor the system would lie to themselves. Oh. Bingbing tilted her head to look at Su Bai, then shook her head to indicate that there was no danger. This also made Su Bai more confident in his judgment. Don't be in a hurry, walk slowly, I feel there is danger ahead. Bingbing definitely couldn't explain the system, and Su Bai could only say that it was his own judgment. But Bingbing didn't seem to understand this. She just tilted her head. Although she was a little puzzled by Su Bai's behavior, she did not refute it. After all, Su Bai is his master, and whatever his master says is right. In this way, the man and the beast walked slowly through the dense forest. Su Bai's mind was extremely focused at this moment. He kept exhaling hot air from his mouth. His fingers had gradually lost their color and turned purple due to the drop in temperature. But he couldn't care about these things now. He had already walked quite a long way. If something went wrong because of his carelessness, he would have no place to cry. But at this moment, there was a sudden noise behind him, dried branches were quickly stepped on and the sound of hurried footsteps gradually came. Su Bai's whole body tensed up immediately. He quickly turned around and aimed his gun at the darkness in the woods. As the footsteps got closer, Su Bai became more and more nervous. What on earth is going on? Why is there someone here? Who is it? At this moment, Su Bai was so nervous that the hot air he exhaled frequently was particularly conspicuous, making Su Bai look like an angry Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wow! Brother Bai, it's me! Murong Chi's voice and his figure appeared in Su Bai's sight. But as soon as she rushed out of the darkness, she was frightened by Su Bai's gun. In fact, Su Bai was also startled and almost fired his gun, because he clearly heard the footsteps of a group of people, and he specifically told them to wait for him there before leaving, so he never thought that they were his own people. But as Zhang Yi and Lin Wei emerged from the woods one after another, the doubts about the footsteps were eliminated. Well, now all four of them are together. Brother Su Bai, they insisted that you had been gone for too long, and they clamored to come and help you. Zhang Yi touched his head somewhat awkwardly. After all, Su Bai had asked him to take good care of the two girls before leaving. But he couldn't resist the two girls begging him, so he had no choice but to come along. Su Bai didn't think it mattered. On the contrary, they came here unexpectedly and just happened to solve what he was worried about, so he didn't mean to blame them. He glanced at the three people, then turned and looked at the darkness of the dense forest ahead, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. No, brother Yi, you guys came at the right time. 73 Danger. Although all the team members are gathered now, Su Bai is not taking it lightly. Although having more people is an obvious advantage, especially when facing minor dangers, we should be able to handle it with ease. But now, after all, they have been soaking in the ice and snow for so long, and their body functions have declined significantly. Therefore, even the slightest danger can lead to serious injury or even death if not treated with caution. Call. Su Bai let out a long breath, hot air spewing out of his mouth. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the protective shield that only had a little durability left from his backpack. This protective shield has been with him for a long time, especially when he faced the ice beast. If it weren't for it, let alone getting ice, it would be unknown whether he could come back alive. So when there was only a little durability left, Su Bai saved it. When you encounter an emergency in the future, you can take it out to save your life. After all, even if the durability is only 1, it will completely offset the attack and there will be no overflow damage, so the effect is still great. So this is one of the reasons why Su Bai treasures it so much. But in this situation, it is not the time to feel sorry for the baby. If I die because of feeling sorry for the baby, I probably won't be able to forget such a painful thing even after drinking mangpa soup. Put the protective mask back on. Su Bai felt the long-lost sense of security again. After all, as long as the shield was not broken, he was invincible. As the shield was put on, a layer of ripples instantly appeared around Su Bai and then disappeared. "Hey, brother Su Bai, isn't this your shield?" When Zhang Yi saw the shield worn by Su Bai, he immediately remembered that Su Bai had shown it to him before. But for some reason, Su Bai put away the shield and didn't use it anymore. Due to his personality, he wasn't a gossipy person, so he forgot about it later. "Well, the shield only has a little bit of durability left, so put it away and use it when it matters most," Su Bai explained to Zhang Yi. "I always feel that there is danger ahead, and everyone is not in good condition now, so I will take the lead, and you follow me. If there are any problems, don't worry about me, just fire first." After listening to Su Bai's arrangements, the other 3 nodded to show that they understood. Seeing that the 3 were ready, Su Bai picked up his gun again and continued to grope forward. The endless darkness ahead and the mottled blood moon among the woods made the atmosphere weird again. Bing Bing should have found the last backpack. Among the people present, Lin Wei was the least courageous. At this moment, she couldn't help but shrink her neck, as if she wanted to hide her head in her down jacket so that she wouldn't be able to see the terrifying atmosphere in front of her. Well, it should be. Su Bai did not look back, but continued to lead the way with his gun in hand. But why is the backpack so far away? Murongchi also raised his pistol, standing on guard while asking his questions. However, this is also Su Bai's doubt. Logically speaking, even if one of their 6-member team was running for his life, he should have run away before the wolves attacked. And he clearly heard the sound of shotguns when the wolves attacked, which means that these rare items were still on them at that time. They had arrived at the scene after the wolves attacked, so it should be impossible for anyone to take the backpack. But now this backpack has strangely come to such a far place, which is really puzzling. I don't know either, so we have to be as careful as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Su Bai shook his head helplessly. I hope this backpack is not empty, otherwise our work will be in vain. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. They were very excited when they searched the 4 backpacks before, but in the end they found nothing. This is somewhat disappointing. I have a feeling there will be something rare in there. Su Bai didn't look back, but his voice was firm. Okay, I believe in brother Su Bai. Zhang Yi nodded. Regardless of anything else, at least at this time, he believed in Su Bai unconditionally. After all, Su Bai's ability to identify treasure chests had already opened his eyes. The 2 girls nodded repeatedly at this moment, indicating that they also believed it. Fortunately, we didn't walk for long this time and the road ahead was no longer dark. It looks like we need to leave the forest. Everyone, be careful. Su Bai walked in front and reminded the 3 people behind him. Good. Zhang Yi's muscles were tense at this moment, with the sniper rifle in his hand. He was confident that he could shoot anything in the head the moment it showed its head. As they moved forward, the light became brighter and brighter, and soon Su Bai and his party arrived at the edge of the dense forest. Under the glow of the blood-red moonlight, Su Bai and his companions could see clearly that there was only a large open space in front of them, and there was no danger. At this moment, not far ahead, a snow wolf covered in blood fell to the ground. The blood even dyed the surrounding snow red, and even the red moonlight could not cover it. And on the body of the snow wolf, the lost backpack was hanging. Oh, it turns out the backpack is here. It was brought here by a wounded wolf. Lin Wei, who was originally a little scared, instantly became bolder after seeing this scene. After saying that, he walked forward and prepared to take the backpack back. No hurry. Su Bai quickly reached out to stop Lin Wei. Because in his field of vision, although the arrow was pointing at the backpack, the golden prompt had not changed. What does this mean? Is it because the snow wolf is not dead yet that there is only slight danger? Thinking of this, Su Bai turned around and said to Zhang Yi, Brother Yi, please shoot that snow wolf. Good. Zhang Yi did not ask the reason, he believed in Su Bai's judgment. He then immediately opened the safety and loaded the gun. After just a short moment of aiming, a bullet flew out of the muzzle. The fire from the gun barrel even illuminated the surroundings for a moment. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the snow wolf's head turned into a pool of blood under this blow. Su Bai frowned. Why? The prompt remains unchanged. And did the bullet hit something just now? What was that sound? But before Su Bai could speak, Lin Wei ran up quickly. Hee, I let you scare me. Now that you have lost your head, let's see how you can still be so arrogant. As Lin Wei took steps forward, cracking sounds continued to be heard from the ground. But this is completely different from the sound of stepping on a branch just now. Wrong. Su Bai finally understood what the danger was and immediately shouted at Lin Wei. Don't go over there, come back quickly. 74 Rescue. Click. Lin Wei rushed out very quickly, and every step made a sound like stepping on branches. But there is no tree in this open space, so where do the branches come from? After hearing Su Bai's reminder, Zhang Yi immediately reacted and shouted at Lin Wei. Sister Lin Wei, come back quickly! This is not an open space at all. But Lin Wei, who was jogging all the way, had already arrived beside the snow wolf. If this isn't an open space, what is it? Lin Wei was a little confused and obviously didn't understand what Zhang Yi meant. At this moment, she was a little confused about Zhang Yi and Su Bai's reminders. There's clearly open space around here, isn't it exactly the same as the ground in the woods next to it? Is there a trap here? Then, without thinking, he immediately bent down and picked up the backpack hanging on the snow wolf, held it above his head as if to show off, and shouted at Su Bai and the other two. Look, I got it! Looking at Lin Wei's appearance, Su Bai knew that this girl was frozen silly and did not understand the reminders from himself and brother at all, so he quickly reminded her again. This is a lake, just stand there and don't move! After hearing Su Bai's reminder again, Lin Wei immediately realized her situation. I was a little excited just now, and my hands and feet were numb from the cold, so I didn't notice it for a while. As I ran along, I heard the sound of branches being stepped on, but I didn't find it strange. Now that I think about it, I didn't feel any of the branches at all. What is that sound? With Su Bai's reminder, Lin Wei also realized that the sound was the sound of the ice cracking. Thinking of this, Lin Wei's face suddenly turned ugly. The excitement just now has been replaced by fear. In this kind of weather, if you fall into ice water, it is basically equivalent to death. Just stand still and don't move! Su Bai saw the unconcealable fear on Lin Wei's face, and seemed to be worried, so he spoke again to remind her. Murong Qi and Zhang Yi also hurriedly rummaged through their backpacks. In this situation, the only way we can do is to throw a rope over so that Lin Wei can walk back slowly. Good. After hearing Su Bai's reminder, Lin Wei came back to her senses a little, and the fear in her eyes dissipated a lot. He slowly squatted down and put the backpack he had just picked up into his arms, and watched Su Bai and the other two looking for a way to rescue themselves on the shore. She just watched the three people on the shore frantically looking for a rope, and suddenly she felt that time seemed so long. Seeing Su Bai getting anxious because of her, Lin Wei suddenly felt that she wasn't that scared anymore. I even feel that this moment is a little bit beautiful. She didn't know how she felt about Su Bai. From the first time they met, she felt that Su Bai was different from others. Many things that happened later proved that her feeling was correct. Although it was abominable that this guy made him work in the coal mine every day, he gave him a shelter when he was most desperate, and he was generous when sharing his treasures with him. When did I start to have special feelings for this guy? It was probably that day when I was hiding in his vegetable greenhouse and watched him open the door. Although I always disliked him before, but at this moment, he was like a ray of light shining into my dark life. At this moment, Lin Wei looked quietly at the three people in front of her, and her eyes gradually softened. Sure. I found it! I have it here! Murongchi quickly took the rope out of his backpack. It's a piece of climbing rope, and it looks very strong. She couldn't even remember when she had put this thing in her backpack, but it was obviously a big help now. Su Bai glanced at the rope in Murongchi's hand, his eyes brightening slightly. Well done, I'll give you a chicken drumstick later. Hee that's. Murongchi was not modest either, his nose was slightly raised. He finally got the chance to get Su Bai to praise him, so he had to pretend to be proud of it. But Su Bai didn't seem to want to continue praising her. He just silently took the rope from her hand, leaving Murongchi alone in the wind. Lin Wei almost laughed to death at this scene, and all the depression in her heart disappeared. Instead, he began to expect Su Bai to save him. Su Bai tied a stone to one end of the rope and held it in his hand to give it weight. Well, probably about the same. Then he threw it towards Lin Wei with all his might. Unfortunately, the stone did not seem heavy enough to be thrown so far with such a heavy rope. Let me try. Seeing this, Zhang Yi hurried forward, moved his hands and feet a little, and then threw away the knot with the stone tied to it. But unfortunately, even if Zhang Yi tried his best, he was still quite a distance away from Lin Wei. Su Bai looked at the rope, his eyes flickering. If a heavier rope was tied, it would be possible to throw the rope directly in front of Lin Wei, but a stone that was too heavy might directly smash the ice surface that was already unable to bear the weight. The risk factor is too high. Thinking of this, Su Bai quickly untied the stone tied to the knot and began to tie the rope around himself. Zhang Yi and Murongchi naturally realized that Su Bai was going to go up and rescue people himself. Brother Su Bai, I'll go. Zhang Yi looked at Su Bai preparing to cash out all his money and spoke quickly. No, Brother Yi, you are much heavier than me. It's hard to say how much force this ice surface can withstand, so it's better for me, who is lighter, to go over. Su Bai looked at Zhang Yi's anxious expression and smiled. And to put it another way, even if I fell, Brother Yi would be able to easily rescue me, right? Oh well. Zhang Yi listened to Su Bai's words and did not insist. My brother Su Bai has always been very rational, and what he said now makes sense. If I fall down, I will probably sink to the bottom. Murongchi looked at Su Bai's figure, opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. She really wanted to go and save people on Su Bai's behalf, but based on her understanding of Su Bai, he would definitely not agree. Now she can only wait silently on the shore for Su Bai to return. Take this. Murongchi seemed to have thought of something and immediately took out another long pole from his backpack. It turned out to be a fishing rod. Su Bai looked at the fishing rod in Murongchi's hand, and after a moment of hesitation, he realized what she meant. Giving yourself a fishing rod naturally does not allow you to fish with it. Instead, you should hold it horizontally in your hand to avoid falling directly into the lake due to ice holes. Then he took the fishing rod. Okay, thanks,